Kate Duffert, and I am the Assistant Director of Annual Giving here at Luther, as well as a 2011 graduate, and today I am your Gnome-in-Chief. We are so excited that you have joined us, and especially for you early risers who are here with us at the very beginning of our very, very long day, which will be 12 hours of live streaming straight from Marty's, or Dante's, as some of you may know it. To kick things off, I want to tell you a little bit about what this is all about. From 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Central Time, Luther is going to exhibit total social media domination. You have no idea how big this is and how many places this will be. Whether you're on Facebook, if you're on Twitter, Snapchat, Instagram, if you just prefer to stick to email and just checking out our website, no matter where you are, we will be there, and you have the chance to share your pride for Luther. Throughout the day, you'll have opportunities to see some fun videos like the intro you just saw, share your own photos, and be sure to include the hashtag when you do. Just for your reference, we have the hashtag up on our background, as well as around the website throughout the day. It's hashtag LutherGives16. And you'll be able to hear challenge updates both here, and you can also check into our website for that. The website is luther.edu/giving-day. So what are these challenges? Well, like any good telethon or NPR member drive, generous donors have come forward with lots of amazing challenges that will be announced throughout the day. We currently have a few challenges that are already running, so I'm going to go ahead and explain those to you and give you an update on how our totals are doing. First of all, if you are on the website, you can see that we have already raised over $7,500 for Luther's annual fund, which is huge. So thank you. Thank you for those of you who have already made a gift of support to us today. For those of you who are closest to home here in Decorah, we have a challenge that's been put forth by Rick and Cynthia Carlson. It is already active, so you can join this right now, and it lasts all day. When we hit 100 donors from the Decorah area, $5,000 will be unlocked for the annual fund from Rick and Cynthia. And right now, it looks like we have 8 donors from the Decorah area. So it's time. I know it's early here in Decorah, but I think we can do this. So this is going all day. Again, invite your friends. You don't have to be a Luther grad. You just have to love Luther to make a gift today and show that Luther Gives is going to be just an excellent opportunity to support this community that gives so much to students and the area. Guess what, Des Moines? You are not left out. You are up next. Thanks to Bob and Becky Shaw, the Des Moines area will also unlock $5,000 when 100 donors are hit. And we have 4 donors from Des Moines. So it's time to wake up, time to get moving and see how many donors we're at when you check in on the website and join that number. We have a little bar graph that'll just keep adding up as you give throughout the day. So we're at 4. I think we can make it above 4 any minute now. And we can't leave out DC. DC is a pretty huge place for our Luther grads. For all you coasties out there, we are pushing to reach a full 10% increase in alumni participation in this area. And that's kind of crazy, 10%, but we know you can do it. And to do that, you will be totally on track if we hit 50 donors from the DC area by noon today. So that's our push. It'll be going all day, but it would be really outstanding if we hit it by noon. And that will unlock $5,000 for the annual fund from Callista and Newt Gingrich. So keep an eye on that, DC folk. We are currently at 11 out of 50, so you guys are already doing amazing work. And I'm sure you guys saw the video from Callista on Facebook. If you have not yet, take a look at that. Take a look at the challenge landing page, which you can find on the website, which is, again, luther.edu/giving-day. And you can see that video there. It's a really nice message encouraging all you DC folks to give today. But that's not all. We have a little bit of crazy challenge excitement happening with all of our different areas where Luther grads live. So Chicago, you're up next for right now. Chicago residents, you can get in on the fun if you give $5 or more. Just $5. It's like a Starbucks coffee or, I don't know, maybe a Chicago hot dog is like $5. Maybe. If you give $5 or more, Corey and Tanya Schmidt will automatically add $50 to your gift. So they are giving 10 times what your gift is if you give $5, just because you gave and because they believe in this place. So please, Chicago, join in. We have $200 of that challenge that's been already counted. So that's 4 Chicago donors. That's really exciting, and you are on your way. Sound like a lot of city versus city challenges? That's because it is. But part of this whole deal that we're doing with our city versus cities is we are encouraging you to compete against each other, because what is more fun than a little healthy competition? We have great sports teams here at Luther. We have some pretty incredible runners that like to compete nose to nose frequently. So we know that competition is a big deal. So we have a city versus city competition today, and that will be in running for who is Luther's Gnome Town. So we're going to decide Luther's Gnome Town at the end of today, once we know how many people have given from each city. And for a full list of participating cities, you can go to luther.edu/giving-day, and there you can find the Challenges tab. And in that Challenge tab, you'll be able to see what cities are participating. But I'm going to go ahead and tell you, just in case you don't want to click through right now because you don't want to leave our lovely live stream. So the cities that are participating are Chicago, Des Moines, Washington, D.C., the Decorah area, Denver, and Minneapolis-St. Paul. And I have to put a little plug in. I probably shouldn't, but I lived in Minneapolis for 2 years, so I think you guys can probably bring it. But what you have to do is just make a gift, and we're going to count the percentage of donors from that area. We have the total number of Luther people who live in your metro area, and we're going to count how many of you give back, and whatever city has the highest percentage at the end of the day, you will not only win a ton of bragging rights and get to be called Luther's Gnome Town, but you will also win a party. So we will send people from Luther to you, have an all-access party of gnome fun where you can celebrate being Luther's Gnome Town. So I think this is pretty exciting. All you have to do is tell your friends. Tell everybody to get together, make a gift, any amount, and then you guys can earn that title of the Gnome Town. There are, crazily enough, even more challenges throughout the day. We have this huge challenge that's being put forward by our Board of Regents, and it is called the Go Big and Go Gnome Challenge. So not go big or go home. We're going big and we're going gnome. In case you forget it, and will always be in caps because it's important. And part of these challenges is that it's actually a whole series of them. And again, you can see those on the website. And that website, again, is luther.edu/giving-day. This Regents Challenge is pretty massive. So one part of it is a faculty staff component. So if you make your gift, there'll be a little box that pops up at the bottom, and it says, I make my gift in honor of this faculty or staff member. And all you have to do is type in that person's name or multiple people. And when you make your gift, the Regents will match your gift dollar for dollar up to $50,000. That's huge. All you have to do is fill in the box and say what people at Luther really made a difference in your life. And that can be people who are no longer teaching here, people who are still teaching here, a staff member who is your supervisor, someone you just got to know and you really liked them, and they made an impact on your life. Whoever that person or persons is, feel free to put that name or names in the box, and we will not only count you towards this challenge, but you'll also, you should know that we will contact those people and let them know that they've been honored after today, and so they can see the impact that they've had on Luther students, Luther alumni, and the Luther community. So that's, I think, a really meaningful and exciting way to be a part of the Regents Challenge today, and it's pretty easy. You just type in a box. Another component of the Regents Challenge is a donor count. So we're trying to increase Luther's participation. We're trying to get more people on board and more people giving. And part of that is through our Regents Donor Challenge. So when we hit 300 donors, the Regents will unlock $50,000 for Luther College's annual fund. All you have to do is make a gift. $5 or more, any amount, and you will count towards that 300. And right now, we're at 65. So 65 people, and you know, I'm going to refresh my page and see if maybe I'm even wrong. Maybe I'm lowballing. 73! I was wrong. I just had to refresh my page, and we're already at 73 people who have given today. So we are well on our way towards hitting that 300 donors and that $50,000 challenge unlocking. That's huge. That's just crazy to think about. $50,000 if 300 of you make a gift of any amount today. And this is today only, so you do have to get in on this while you can. So 73, that's just, I'm kind of blown away. I'm excited. It's only 8:10 here, so that's pretty fancy. We also have a dollar for dollar match that's happening for people who have not given in a while. If you've never given to Luther, this is something the regents are doing to help kind of bring you on board and reward you for taking this big step and supporting Luther College. And so right now, I'm taking a peek. For that challenge, we are almost at $2,000 in matching gifts. That means that people who haven't given to Luther in a while or who have never given have already given almost $2,000 today by 8:10 a.m. So we've just kicked off our giving day. We have 12 hours and 49 minutes and change left today. We don't have quite as long of our live stream. We have 11 hours and 50 some minutes of our live stream left. But we have made some big progress already today, and the regents are doing a lot for that. You may be thinking that this is probably too good to be true. Why are there all these challenges? What is this crazy gnome magic that's going on? Well, it is totally true, and we are going to be doing this all day. Those regents challenges will go until the end of the day, until they're met, which is really exciting. You can follow the progress of those on the website, luther.edu/giving-day, and you can see in real time what's going on. If you want to refresh your page every so often, just to make sure that you have the most accurate numbers and you can see just how far we've made it, I think that will be pretty exciting for you. It's certainly exciting for me. I've got my laptop up here, and I'm able to keep track of what's going on, and I'm just watching them tick up as the time ticks down. One thing you should know is that there is no limit on how many challenges you can apply for. So your gift of, say, $50, you can be counted towards the donor challenge. You can be counted towards the $50,000 match from the regents for your dollar-for-dollar gift if you haven't given in a while. You can be counted towards the $50,000 unlocking when you give an honor of faculty staff. Tons of things. And just now, as of 8 o'clock, we also unlocked the Whippy Dip challenge, which you can add on to all the other challenges. So we could triple, quadruple your gift here. The Whippy Dip challenge is pretty simple. I think you just need to take a moment and look back. If you need to close your eyes, you can do that. You don't have to keep looking at me. Close your eyes. Think about your favorite ice cream experience in Decorah on a hot, sunny day, getting your cone with your crunch coat or your cherry dip. And I think it's pretty safe to say that you probably love the Whippy Dip. I do, clearly, as I have very fond memories of a specific ice cream cone. And you may as well. But all you have to do to qualify for the Whippy Dip Challenge, which is also being supported by Rick and Cynthia Carlson, is all you have to do is just check that little box when you make your gift. And then we know that you are on board for loving Whippy Dip. It's pretty exciting. And that challenge is a dollar-for-dollar match up to $25,000. And that's running all day. So just click that box when you make your gift because we know you love Whippy Dip. If you say you don't, I think you're deceiving yourself. So think about how great an ice cream cone sounds right now. So it's pretty exciting. Just check that box, and you'll count towards that challenge on top of any other challenges that you're already applying for, which is just nuts. You could have your gift tripled 2 times over. And just so you know, we have raised almost $9,000 for Luther's annual fund as of 8:13 a.m. So we are doing really well. Things are going amazingly here, I think, because of people like you who are tuning in, who are listening to why Luther is important, and deciding to make a gift of support. There are lots of exciting things that are happening today. Part of this live stream deal is that we're going to have a lot of people here throughout the day. So I thought I would take a minute and just go through and give you a little bit of a preview for those of you who are early risers and early adopters and just hopping on to this live stream bright and chipper in the morning. You may be able to tell I'm not a morning person, but I am today. So for those of you who are here now, you're going to get a little bit of a sneak peek of what's happening for the rest of the day. So here's our lineup. At 8:30, in just 15 minutes, you are going to get to hear an interview with Professor Brad Chamberlain from the chemistry department, and we are going to be talking about a spectrometer that they received a couple of years ago thanks to a grant. I will confess that I was a theater dance major and a religion and classics minor, and science is not my forte, so I'm excited to learn a lot today, and hopefully you learn a little bit from him as well. Following that, we're going to show a couple of videos and give you another update on where our challenges are at. Hopefully, they're doing just as outstandingly as they are already doing. I have faith in you. And then at 9:45, we are going to have an interview with Todd Green, who's a professor in the religion department. We're going to talk a little bit about his work with students and the role of the religion department on campus and in the lives of students and alumni. And then he will be followed by another professor of religion at 10:15, Jim Martin-Schramm. And Professor Jim Martin-Schramm will be speaking about earth ethics and Luther's carbon footprint policy and how we are trying to reduce that carbon impact and what we've done so far, where we'll go with that, and kind of Luther's progress on that whole front. And Luther is something special when it comes to sustainability. We are routinely given a lot of accolades, which is pretty nice as a Luther grad, for our sustainability efforts. So Jim Martin-Schramm will be joining us at 10:15 to talk about that. We'll have another update. It's a chance for you to catch up on some fun videos that the visual media department has put together, to check up on challenges. There will be several new challenges that have go live around that time, so we'll let you know what those are. Hint, hint, if you were involved in music or you graduated in the 90s, this is your time. You can do both. You could have been a music person in the 90s. Then it's super duper your time. At 11:30, I'm going to interview a member of the Luther student group HOLA and Enlaces, and he's going to tell me about some of their fundraising efforts to support English second language experiences and work in foreign countries, Spanish-speaking countries. And so Ryan Goos, who is a 2016 grad, he's going to come on and chat with me for a minute about that. We also, at 12 o'clock, will have something pretty exciting, I think. We have a quartet made up of tubas and euphoniums coming from the concert band. Two of them are concert band officers, including the president, and then we have two first years who are joining them. So it's kind of a fun combination of different years and different experiences. I'll let you know their majors when we get there, and you'll get to hear how many different types of people are involved in Luther College music. And then they're going to perform a fun little ditty that you don't often hear coming from tubas and euphoniums. They came in and rehearsed last night, and I was looking around the room at all the different students that were sitting in Marty's eating, and they were just dancing a little as they kind of heard it going on, and we were all dancing a little, and they must have played it 15 times for us to make sure we had a good sound check, so thank you, tuba and euphonium folk. But let me tell you, did not decrease in wonderfulness at round 15 of playing. So be prepared, noon. We're going to have a little music break. At 12:30, Lise Kildegaard is going to come on. She's a professor of English, and she has been translating a Danish author, Louis Jensen's Square Stories. And so we'll get to interview her about what those square stories are, how she came into translating them. Sorry, I'm getting a little excited about interviewing. And she'll talk about how fun those stories really can be to read. As someone who read some of them myself, I'm pretty excited to talk to her. That'll be followed by an athletics panel. We'll have Amanda Bailey, Aaron Hafner, and Jeff Wettach from women's basketball, football, and track and field and cross country. And they will be speaking about their sports, about community and Luther College, and how sports play into that. Again, a great time. We'll have another chance at 1:30 to update you on some challenges and catch up on some fun videos. At 2 o'clock, we'll have Uwe Rudolf and Ruth Caldwell, who are two former faculty here at Luther College and beloved former faculty, and we will interview them. I actually won't be doing that interview because at that point we will be introducing a guest host, and our guest host will be Eric Ellingsen. He's from over in the music department. He coordinates tours and music sound track releases, CDs, that would be the word. Again, not a morning person. But he has a lot of amazing things that he does, and he's just an incredibly fun personality. And he will be on here at 2 o'clock taking over hosting so that I can get a break and grab some food, and you don't have to keep listening to my voice over your computer speakers. And he will interview Uwe and Ruth. And it's my understanding that they go to church together, so probably some pretty great questions that are going to be asked. We'll have another development update block. And then at 3 o'clock, we're going to interview Sandy Neitzel-Joppa. She's an 87 grad. She's a parent of a Luther student. She is on the alumni council, and she just joined the board of regents. So Sandy is pretty involved with Luther. And we're going to get a chance for Eric to ask her a little bit about the different kinds of roles that she's had and how that's affected her as a Luther grad, and it's affected her view of what Luther is and what this community is. Following that, we'll have another update because, I mean, really, how many challenge updates can you have? A lot. You'd be surprised how many challenges we have. You just be ready. So we'll do that update, and then from 4 to 5 p.m., we'll be interviewing Jane Hawley and Lori Minholtz. Jane Hawley is a professor of dance in the theater dance department and an 87 grad. And Jane will be joined by Lori, who is a recent grad as well. And Lori is actually owner of Nordic Chiropractic here in Decorah, and they have joined together to put together a dance piece called The Invitation Game, which actually opens tonight. So we get a chance to ask them all about this piece that some of you may be seeing tonight, or some of you may have heard of. Some of you may be parents who have students who are performing in it. So this is a chance to learn a little bit more about it. At 5 o'clock, we're going to have former faculty and a maritime member, Bob Larson. So Bob taught in the theater department for upwards of 50 years, and we're going to get a chance to ask him some questions about his experience. I am a former Bob student. I was his student worker for a while and assistant directed with him, and I'm excited to ask some questions that I have not had answers to yet. What's the whole troll thing about? Where did that come from? We will get answers. And then up at 5:30, we're going to start a block of music for you. At 5:30, we have Beautiful Mess, which is women's a cappella group from Luther, and they are going to be performing. At 6, we have Undeclared, which is a men's a cappella group from Luther, and they will be performing right here, all scrunched up and cozy in our little living room that we have set up here on stage at Marty's. Then we'll have Nancy Berry coming in, and we're going to have lots of great questions for her about how she fosters community in her classroom. And then Top Banana, which is Luther's improv group. Top Banana is going to come together and perform some improv for you. So not only are we here live from Marty's, but we're going to have live, on-the-spot, created entertainment in a variety of ways. We're going to close our night at 7:30 with Eclipse, which is our hip-hop dance team. So we're going to turn up our bass in here, and we're going to get some fun lights going. And they're going to be right down there on the floor, which I believe is the planks from the old bowling alley. And they are going to be performing for you. And during Top Banana and Eclipse, we're actually going to have some guest hosts. We have a couple of Luther students, our seniors, Jesus Lucero and Nicole Lussier, who are our Senate president and vice president, as well as members of our Student Philanthropy Council and Senior Giving Campaign. And they're going to come on and host those two groups, Top Banana and Eclipse, at the end of the night. And then the three of us are going to round out your final night updates from here in Marty's. We are closing down here in Marty's at 8 p.m. If you're still with us at 8 p.m., bless you. It will be outstanding to have you here the whole time, and I feel like we're going to be close friends because we'll have spent so much time together. So if you're still here at 8, you'll get to hear these updates, and then Giving Day will continue to go for another hour after that. So you will have a last chance in that final stretch to keep pushing and making gifts and helping us to reach our challenges. Speaking of challenges, I'm going to take a moment before we begin our first interview, and I'm going to give you an update on our challenges. And, well then, we've had a little bit of a jump, just so you know, from when I last came in. I believe we were at a little over 8,000 when I last gave an update. Now, with 12 hours, 36 minutes remaining, we are at $14,286 that has been raised for Luther's annual fund. That Whippy Dip challenge already has $2,495 of gifts. I know you love Whippy Dip. I knew it. I'm not saying I called it, but I might have called it. We also have 86 donors who have given so far. An update on those cities. We have 10 from Decorah, 6 from Des Moines, and 11 from Washington, D.C., and we have $350 of that Chicago match already in play. For those of you who aren't on the website scrolling around, checking out what states we've received gifts from, we're going to test my geography skills here, and I'm going to give you an update on what states we have gifts from. So we have California, Arizona, Colorado, North Dakota, South Dakota, Texas, Minnesota, Iowa, Missouri, Wisconsin, Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, Michigan, Tennessee, Georgia, South Carolina, Florida, Virginia, Maryland, D.C., New Jersey, Massachusetts, and New Hampshire. That's a lot of the states. You guys are doing an amazing job of helping to reach these challenges, and so many thanks coming from us here, both in Marty's and over in our Gnome base, which is actually where our web team, our social media team, our development staff, they are all held over there, not held up, but they're living over there in Gnome base, which is in Loyalty Hall, and they have actually our live stream up on a big projector, so hi, hello Gnome base. And they also are sitting there with their laptops out and just making sure that everything is working perfectly and that we can make sure that your gift is going exactly where it needs to go, which is the annual fund. And the annual fund works like that too. It goes where it's needed most, when it's needed most, which is scholarships, academic support, living at Luther. Those are the areas that the annual fund supports. So it's really exciting. Goodness, I think I need a drink of water. Thank you. It's really exciting to see this kind of support coming in for the annual fund because it really does make Luther possible in every way. So thank you. Again, we are at $14,561 for the annual fund as of right now. So to get us started, moving away a little bit from some of this challenge updating giving day talk, I'm going to invite Brad Chamberlain up to the stage. Brad has been a professor of chemistry at Luther since 2001, focusing on organic chemistry and liberal arts chemistry. During J-term, he's the head of an inorganic synthesis lab, which introduces students to synthesis and characteristics of inorganic compounds. Today, he's going to take a minute to chat with us about his work with an NMR spectrometer. So as he comes around, for those of you who are watching online, please give him a round of applause in your homes. I think we can feel it coming through. For those of you in here, hoot and holler if you want. They're not hooting and hollering, but they are in spirit. I see the smiles that are happening. So I'm going to turn on his mic and welcome him, and then we can start chatting.
Good morning.
Good morning. Just a second here while I turn this on. Okay. There you go. Is it working?
Are we okay?
We're okay.
All right. Good morning.
Thank you for joining us so
Happy to be
early
here.
and being our first interviewee for the day. I had emailed you a little bit back and forth. Someone in our office said that you had a microscope, which it turns out is incorrect. We apparently didn't know what we were talking about. So for those of us who don't know what an NMR spectrometer is, can you tell us a little bit about what that is and what it's used for?
So NMR stands for nuclear magnetic resonance. I think the closest equivalent that most people would be familiar with would be MRI, magnetic resonance imaging. And so that's a diagnostic tool used in a variety of medical clinics to look inside the body. And the technology for the NMR spectrometer is exactly the same. And so what you're doing is you're looking at the interaction of magnetic fields with molecules. And so what that allows us to do in a chemistry laboratory, it essentially functions as our eyes. You can't see molecules, most molecules at least you can't see. And so what it allows us to do, it allows us to see the structure of the molecules, to know if we've made the molecule that we think that we've made, and if we've made that molecule, then we can study how it behaves, and so we can start establishing these structure-function relationships. So really for most chemists, that really is the closest thing to our eyes to know, to allow us to see down to the molecular level.
Goodness gracious. The MRI thing is super helpful for me, and thank you. Is this something that a lot of students have access to in undergrad research? Are peer institutions, do they have this, or is this something kind of unique to Luther?
It's actually, so Luther's chemistry department is certified by the American Chemical Society, and to be certified by the American Chemical Society, you have to have one of these types of instruments. And Luther had an earlier version of one of these, and we were actually one of the first institutions in our region to actually have NMR spectrometer available for students to use. What had happened is the technology had increased rapidly over the ensuing decades, and so we didn't have a more modern version of that instrument. And so many of our peer liberal arts colleges have one of these instruments. The large research universities certainly do. Sure. And so to keep pace, we needed to acquire one of these stronger magnets to allow us to see more complex molecules with it. So a number of students are expected to actually be exposed to this instrument. And what makes our instrument unique and what happens different about what happens at Luther compared to, say, larger universities is students actually get to run the instrument. So at a number of large universities, students may submit a sample, and someone else will run the instrument for them and give them back a piece of paper that shows some data, and they have to interpret it. What happens at Luther, even as early as their first or second year, the students actually sit down at the instrument and learn how to run it, and that can be a little nerve-wracking for students because the instrument costs a couple $100,000, and so they get nervous about breaking it. But that's, I think, a distinctive of a place like Luther, is that students get to actually touch these really high-powered instruments early on, and not only learn how to interpret the data, but actually how to run the instruments. And so when they go off into their fields after graduation, they have a comfort level with this type of instrument that students at larger universities may not have.
And so far, no one's broken it.
No one's broken it. No one's broken it.
So how did this come to be? How did we get this new NMR spectrometer?
So because the instrument costs as much as it does, it's fairly difficult to acquire one of them. It used to be that the National Science Foundation may fund some of these instruments, but the funding climate has been pretty tight lately, and so it's been very difficult for a place like Luther or other liberal arts colleges to go to the National Science Foundation and to ask for one of these instruments. And so to acquire one of them, typically the institution would have to self-fund, which is difficult to come up with that level of money, or they would have to go to a different type of charitable organization, which is what Luther did. In 2011, we submitted a grant proposal to the Roy J. Carver Charitable Trust, which is based out of Muscatine, Iowa. And we went down and we met with the program officers, and we talked about where the chemistry curriculum was, the research opportunities for students, and how this instrument would change and impact our program. And thankfully, they were persuaded by our proposal, and they decided to fully fund it. And so in 2011, they gave us a gift of just under $170,000, which allowed us to fully purchase the instrument without Luther having to expend any of its own funds to do that.
Wow, that's really exciting. Congratulations
Thank you.
on that. Yeah. How has this changed the way that you work with students in the classroom and the different things that they are able to do?
So we immediately started incorporating this instrument into our teaching curriculum. And so every instrument that Luther acquires, in the 15 years that I've been here in the chemistry department alone, we've probably purchased over $1 million worth of equipment. And if you expand that to biology and physics and environmental studies, I mean, we're well over $2 million worth of equipment over the last 10 to 15 years. And all of those instruments are used for research, but they're also folded directly into the teaching curriculum. And so we use this new instrument most heavily in organic chemistry, which is a second year course in the chemistry curriculum. Many biology students may take it in their third year. And we also use it in our advanced laboratories in the chemistry curriculum, so students taking the really focused, intense lab experiences in their junior and senior year. In organic chemistry, what it's allowed us to do is to make more interesting molecules. One of the things I like to do as an instructor is to acknowledge that most of the students that I teach in my organic chemistry courses aren't in fact chemistry majors, they're biology majors, and that's great. But to kind of show the overlaps and show how chemistry actually impacts their studies as biologists, I try to have them make or work with molecules that have some type of biological relevance or interest. And those tend to be more complex molecules, and we couldn't work with those when we had the older, weaker instrument. And so with the advent of this instrument, we can look at and take on those projects that are going to be more interesting to biology students, students who are interested in health sciences. It's also allowed us to change our curriculum so that we can incorporate what we tend to refer to as being more discovery-based experiments. Decades ago, oftentimes lab experiments had a cookbook-like demeanor where you'd be given a recipe and you'd make a molecule, and in some situations students could actually go into the lab and figure out what was going to happen without actually doing the experiment. And we try to avoid that. We try to incorporate that element of discovery into our chemistry laboratories so that when students walk into the lab, they're actually working with an open question, and so they won't know the result of the experiment. They won't know the answer to the question until they actually go through the series of experiments. And to do those type of experiments, you have to work with more complicated molecules. And that's what this instrument allows us to do, because we can see more closely into the molecular structure. We can have the students explore more interesting questions. On the research side, it's revolutionized, at least my research program, in that we need to again, determine the structure of these molecules routinely. And prior to 2011, anytime my students or I wanted to do that, we had to drive either to La Crosse or Minneapolis
Oh, wow.
to do an analysis. So an analysis on this instrument may take as little as 10 minutes, but we would have to drive, 70 miles one way or 140 miles one way to get that simple analysis.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's allowed us to do all of these analyses in-house as opposed to having to drive someplace else. And so we're spending our time in the lab actually making molecules and studying the molecules rather than commuting.
Sure. Yeah, that seems like a better use of time
Right.
than driving around. What research projects are you working on right now? Do you have students that are working on anything specifically that you can share?
So my students and I are working in this broader field that I tend to refer to as sustainable polymers, which means that we're trying to make plastics that have a lower impact on the environment. Right now, the vast majority, 99% or more of plastics are made from crude oil. And once they're made, they persist in the environment for hundreds, if not thousands of years. And you can go and Google the Great Pacific Plastic Patch if you want to see some of the impacts of the big floating islands of plastic that are kind of collecting in those gyres out in the ocean. And so my students and I are trying to make plastics that have a better beginning of life, meaning that they're derived from renewable resources, things like plants. And we're trying to make plastics that have a better end of life so that they're biodegradable. And so we're trying to combine both of those features so that we can make a material that's not dependent upon crude oil or petroleum, and that if it happens to be discarded, it biodegrades in the environment in a couple of weeks or months or at most years. And we actually have some of these plastics on campus and a variety of other things, some of these clear plastic cups that are PLA polylactide. That's the first commercial bioplastic, and we're trying to improve the properties. Many of these plastics that are on the market right now that have these good environmental features, their performance properties are not ideal. Specifically, they can't hold heat very well. And so if you they're good for holding ice water, not so great for holding coffee. They tend to deform pretty easily. So we're working on trying to make new plastics and trying to improve the properties of these existing bioplastics.
And what kind of spurred that pursuit? Is that something that you've been passionate about for a while? Is it something that came from students? Where did that come from?
So I've been working on this general field for 20 years or more, and it actually began in a January term course, my first year at a peer liberal arts college, where I took a course in petroleum chemistry, and I wrote a major paper on bioplastics. And in my graduate work, one of my projects was ending, and we were looking for a new direction.
Sure.
And I went back and I found that paper from my first January term and said, I'd like to work on this. And the University of Minnesota has been, where I did my graduate work, is kind of a hub for the sustainable polymers community. And they're a research center that's anchored by the National Science Foundation. And so I happened to be at the right place at the right time for this field to take off.
Yeah, and have you been collaborating with like our sustainability efforts here at Luther, talking about this with them? Or
I have been, and when they have summer programs for high school students coming in, I've come in as a guest speaker to talk with them about these bioplastics with them. I've on occasion taught courses about sustainable polymers and plastics as a part of the environmental studies program, and so I keep in close contact with them.
That's really exciting. I think one of the things that I keep hearing from you and that I hear from a lot of other people is that Luther's really special because we have this ability for our liberal arts education to collaborate between our departments. Mm-hmm. We're small enough that people can really work together, and so that's fun to hear how this is overlapping. Yeah. How did you wind up at Luther? How did you arrive here?
My wife Julie is actually an alum of Luther. She graduated in 1996 with an English major.
Sure.
And so she had a really good experience, and I was actually destined to be an industrial chemist, and that was my plan. As a polymer chemist, most of us end up in the industrial field, and I had always told Julie that based upon her experiences, if I was going to be a professor, I would want to teach at Luther. And at that time, that seemed unlikely because the person in my field was mid-career. And when I was a postdoctoral associate at Cornell University out in New York, the person in my tenure line suddenly resigned, moved on to a different career, and a job opened up, and we kind of pounced on that. And so it was really the experience that my wife Julie had here as a student that really motivated me to come back here and teach.
That's fun to hear. Luther has some pretty enthusiastic alumni.
Alumni have a significant influence.
They do. It's true. What would you say is the thing you're most excited for, maybe for this semester or that's coming up next year in either your work with students or your work just as a faculty member here at Luther?
So in the next couple of days, I'm actually leaving for California. I'm taking 5 research students to a national meeting of the American Chemical Society in San Diego, and they get to present the results of their research. And this is one of the largest meetings of the Chemical Society. The spring one tends to be a bigger one, so there'll be upwards of 10,000 people there. And so for them, in their education, their professionalization as chemists, for them to go and see that big of an entity and really interact with a large number of students. They'll be presenting their work with hundreds, if not thousands, of undergraduates. So they get to mix and mingle with students and professors from other institutions, and they really get to, I think, experience for themselves that the work that they're doing here is really significant and on par with what's happening even at the largest research universities. Wow. And so when they're going off to professional school or graduate school, they're much more comfortable in that environment. So bringing them to a big meeting like that is exciting. It's kind of the culmination of their research, and then we're starting to gear up for summer program. Luther has this Howard Hughes Medical Institute initiative. Yeah. We're in our 4th year, and so I'll have education students and science students working together in my laboratory this summer, and that cross-pollination, that collaboration is really fruitful and really impactful. So I'm excited as we're starting to plan for that as well this summer. Yeah.
So you mentioned professional and graduate schools. What sorts of fields are students going into out of your class, or what alumni, what are they doing?
So I would say, upwards of, 70% on a given year, perhaps more, on an annual basis are going to graduate or professional school upon graduating from the chemistry, biology, physics, environmental studies program at Luther. And whether it's medical school or dental school or veterinary school or a graduate school to get a PhD in chemistry or biology, that'll ebb and flow based upon the student's interest with it. But year in, year out, we're having students going into PhD programs in chemistry, biology, physics, what have you, also into professional schools, medical school, dental school. We do have some students that go to law school, whether they are going to do patent law or just are making a change. So that's typically the path that most students are going. We do have students that are going into teaching, which is there's a dire need for science teachers at the middle school and secondary school level, and that Howard Hughes Medical Institute initiative has helped us to start growing our capacity to train new science educators. We have some students that are going directly into industry, working as bachelor level chemists and scientists and technicians as well. So a variety of different opportunities that students have when they graduate.
Goodness, it sounds like it. I mean, going from a PhD to teaching to some of those more practical things, that's amazing. I know from inside talk in our office that philanthropy is something that's an interest of yours and that you are interested in learning more about and experiencing more in different ways. Can you tell me a little bit about your experience with philanthropy at Luther or in other places, in addition to that grant that you received for the spectrometer?
So my first introduction was that grant, working with the Roy J. Carver Charitable Trust. Last year, I also had an opportunity to work with Ann Sponberg-Peterson to help create an endowment in honor of Carolyn Motley, who was one of our long-standing members of the chemistry faculty. She just completed just around 40 years of service.
Wow. Yeah.
She was our first physical chemist. She was actually an NMR spectroscopist. She was the one who actually acquired that first NMR spectroscopy early on in the history of the department. And what that experience allowed me to do is to reach out to chemistry, biology alumni throughout the years and really talk about the impact that Carolyn had on not only the chemistry department, but the college as a whole. And having interacted with those students, we were able to raise enough commitments from those alumni to eventually fund 3 summer research positions within the chemistry department. And so when that endowment becomes fully online. We'll have funds to have up to 3 students a year work on campus in collaboration with a faculty member in chemistry. They'll have a stipend for their 8 weeks of work. We'll pay for supplies. We'll pay for their housing and so forth with it. So just another example of how alumni can have a direct impact in affecting directly the experience of Luther students. And the reason that we targeted those summer research experiences, is especially for students in the sciences, working collaboratively with faculty. I think it's one of the more profound, one of the more impactful experiences they have, and it's those experiences that really change trajectories of lives and help to clarify what they want to do, and it allows us to do some of our best teaching, because that's really that one-on-one moment. And we have small class sizes at Luther, but nothing kind of can take the place of that one-on-one mentoring relationship that happens, close contact during the academic year, but also the summer as well.
Mm-hmm. And have you had the chance to do summer research with students in other ways before this?
Right, so this will be my 15th summer. I've had students with me every single summer that I've been here. I typically have anywhere from 1 to probably 3 is my average. Last summer I had 7. This summer I'll have 3. So I've had over 60 students work with me in the summers over the past 15 years.
Wow, and the people who have done those projects, do you still stay in contact with them? Are they using that research in what they're doing now?
I do keep in contact with them. Some of them do go off to graduate school. They don't necessarily endeavor to be a polymer chemist, but sure. the skills that we're teaching them in terms of how to do research, I think one of the biggest things they learn when they do research is to kind of have confidence in their abilities, and they also learn how to fail in a way, and so most research is searching again and again and again, and most things that happen in a research lab fail about 90 to 95% of the time, and it's hard for students to not internalize when an experiment doesn't work, and so that research allows them to understand that when something doesn't work, it's not their fault necessarily. Right. That's just the nature of the enterprise, and they've got to find kind of that inner strength to kind of push through and do the experiment again and again and again. And so they go off, and I'm at the stage now where more and more of my students are completing their doctorates, whether it's in medicine or in chemistry or biology, and they're starting to go into industry, or they're getting faculty positions of their own. And so that's kind of the nice point right now where I'm seeing kind of the full arc of their growth as professional scientists as well.
That's really fun to hear and see that shift from when they've been students to now becoming educators themselves. Is there anything that you really want to talk about that I haven't given you the chance to say, that you're excited to share with these lovely folks who are on our live stream at 8:47 in the morning?
I would just emphasize again the impact that alumni and friends of the college have in terms of faculty are here to interact with students. That's what we're passionate about. That's why we chose to be at a place like Luther as opposed to a larger institution. And once they leave and become alumni and they have the connections that they have, they're still part of the community. And I think one of the things that makes Luther unique is that we're really intent and sincere to the needs and interests and passions of alumni, and that they can have a large impact directly on the programs. Whether it's this new instrument that we have, the Carver Foundation, they asked us explicitly what is the level of support that alumni have for the college, and they want to fund institutions that have strong support and belief in their alumni base. So that instrument is dependent to a large degree in terms of the support and connections of the alumni. The research experiences for the students, there really is this, in my mind, this continuity between the generations of Luther students, where one generation is impacting the next, which will impact the next, and so on. It's more of an arc of a story. It's not a 4-year experience.
Yeah. And what would be, since you've been here for a little while and you've seen this sort of arc from your students who have now graduated, and you just mentioned this impact of each generation on the next, what would be the biggest change that you've seen on campus since you started? Sort of a big question.
I don't know if there's a huge dramatic one with it. I mean, of course, I've seen some of the titans of the faculty retire.
Sure,
The names that when I came to Luther, that my wife Julie had as instructors, and to be able to work with them and interact with them on the faculty meeting, that was a real humbling experience for me in my first couple of years. And so you see that I see the progression within the faculty and the staff as, you know, one generation of influencers retires and the next one rises up. Many things, I think, have stayed the same, where we have bright, motivated, ambitious students come to Luther, and they're achieving those goals. And so I think the narrative, I think the story is staying the same. The external influencers are different, of course, and
Sure.
those change, and the stressors and some of the anxieties. But I've seen things probably more stay the same than I have huge paradigm shifts.
I think there's something comforting about that to recent grads, to know that even though things change, it still has that same feel, and that Luther really is, everybody gets that same feeling and idea when you think about Luther, no matter when you graduated or when you worked here. You had mentioned earlier that some of what you have done with the Carolyn Motley Fund is that you were able to speak with some of these alumni, maybe ones that you hadn't taught, who experienced Luther. What sorts of things did they say when they were talking about supporting this effort?
So I think in many of the conversations, there's just there's a gratitude and a realization of the impact, and I think in general, students really do appreciate the level of commitment by the faculty and the staff. And I think when they go off into their careers, they go off into their graduate or professional programs, I think they understand to a different level in terms of the impact. Maybe they understand the method to the madness a little bit. I tell students who are interested in graduate or professional school, they're nervous about getting into those programs, and I tell them, I'm not nervous about you getting into those programs. My assumption is you're going to get into those programs. What my focus is not on you getting in, my focus is on you thriving in those programs. And I don't think they appreciate that comment or that sentiment at that moment, but time and again, I have students come back and say, you know, I was a little nervous coming from a smaller school into a big graduate program or professional program, and it was really comforting to realize that we're doing really well, and we're doing better than students from some of the biggest name places, because the faculty were really attentive to what we needed to know to thrive in those programs. And so it's been a reassuring thing for them to understand that they have the tools and the confidence, and that we really were looking forward to not just the beginning point of their graduate and professional degrees, but the end point as well with it. And so I think they can't appreciate that or understand that until they're in that position, and to realize that the level of preparation that they have. I think they hoped for it, they hoped for it, and then they've come to realize that they actually did have it.
That's really, really fun. If there is, by chance, someone, maybe a current student or a recent graduate, or even like a high school student whose parents are Luther grads that's watching right now, and they're thinking, this sounds really exciting, I want to be a chemistry professor. What would you say to them? What would you think are the most important things for them to experience or pursue in order to kind of reach where you're at?
So it's a long process. So you've got your undergraduate degree, you have a graduate degree, which typically takes between 4 and 6 years. You typically then have to go off and get another expertise as a postdoctoral associate for another year to 3 years. So you've got to prepare not to get your first job until you're 30, probably, in that field. So it's a long arc, but I think it's a really rewarding arc with it. I think for those of my students who are interested in becoming faculty members or professors, I'm really intent on speaking with them to make sure they have not only passion for the subject matter, for the discipline, but they have passion for people. And students respect and respond to faculty who are experts in their field, but they also respond best to faculty who have an interest in them. And I think it's really important for faculty, especially at a place like Luther, to seek out that empathy and understanding of the students and have an interest as much as in their students' development as they have in their own development. And so, and the students that I've talked to that are interested in that path, that realization has come to them with it.
Sure.
And so I think it's kind of a best of both worlds scenario, teaching at a place like that, because you get to work deeply within your discipline, but you also get to work deeply with people. And I think the faculty who are here at Luther really wanted to have that mixture of those two elements, not just being solely in their discipline, but working directly with people and having an impact on people in their lives.
That's nice to hear as advice coming from a faculty member, because clearly that means it's something that's important to you too. And as a grad, hearing that faculty are invested in people and are invested in students, I think is really, it's wonderful. So thank you. I don't have any questions for you. We're wrapping up our time here.
Okay.
So if there's anything else you want to say, otherwise I'm just going to thank you
All right.
for your time. And I'll let you go, and we'll just keep on chugging away here until 8 p.m.
All right. Thank you much.
So thank you very much.
All right.
I'll take this mic and turn it off for you. So for those of you who were just tuning in and caught the tail end of that interview, that was Professor Brad Chamberlain, and he's in our chemistry department, and we had a chance to chat a little bit about an NMR spectrometer that our chemistry department received a few years ago, thanks to a grant that Brad helped write along with some faculty and staff here at Luther, and a little bit about his experience as a chemistry professor and his work with students and research, and really what it means to not only be an alumnus of this school in our relationship with our faculty, but the role that we can play in the lives of Luther students now. And I think he hit really beautifully on that point, that there's something huge about what we can do as Luther alumni in making sure that our experiences are maintained and that this place continues to be just as wonderful as it was when we were students. And I'm really grateful that Luther Gives is a chance for each of you today to join in and to help make that difference by supporting Luther's annual fund. I'm going to give you a little update now on how some of that support is going. From here at my desk, I just refreshed, and I'll have you know that when we started that interview, we were at about $14,000, and we are now at $24,387 that have been raised for Luther's annual fund. This is huge. We are fast approaching what is a historic day for Luther's annual fund. We have some people who are very generous and who give one-time gifts that are pretty large, and that's a big day for the annual fund, but we have never had a day like this where so many people are coming together and so many people are making such a big collective impact on Luther College and our students. For those of you who don't know a lot about the annual fund is a general unrestricted fund, which means that it goes where it's needed most, when it's needed most. And those areas are scholarship support, academic support for our students, so funding things that happen in our classrooms and experiences that help to really broaden the academic experience for a student, as well as living at Luther. And living at Luther is a pretty broad category here, and it can mean anything from our student organizations that people love so much. Some of those student organizations will be with us later today. We have a cappella groups that will be singing. We have a dance group that will be performing, and we also have an interview at 11:30 with a student rep from HOLA and Enlaces, which is another student organization. It can also mean supporting our sports. It can mean supporting counseling services and health services, which help to make sure that Luther students are really having a full, well-rounded, comprehensive experience here at Luther. So thank you. $24,387, $24,407 actually, I refreshed. So an update on some of our challenges will come in just a second, because I'm going to let you know, if you have not been watching, what this Giving Day thing is. So for those of you who are not totally hip to what's going on, you will be in a matter of seconds. Until 9 p.m. today, 9 p.m. Central, so East Coast 10, West Coast 7, we are going to be hosting our Giving Day. And Giving Day is a chance for alumni all over the country, all across the world, to join together in making a big impact for Luther's current students, future students, through giving to the annual fund. And part of that Giving Day celebration is just sharing your Luther pride. And so if you go to our website, which is luther.edu/giving-day, you can click on a little tab that says Social. And I'm doing it right now while I'm talking about it. And it will load up, and you actually get to see all of the posts that people are putting on Facebook and on Twitter. And there's photos right now of little gnome cutouts all over the country. I see, I'm going to give a shout out to a friend of mine because I know he won't mind if I mention his names. Alex Ulfers just tweeted, it's Luther Gives 16 today. You know my love for the place that shaped the man I am. Let's give back to the place that gave us so much. Thank you, Alex. Alex is a class agent from 2011, which happens to be my year. So pretty proud of us 2011 grads right now. Lots of photos of fun Luther experiences. Someone sniped a photo of us here in our little GNOMEathon room, so you can see the behind the scenes. We have tables full of folks with laptops and cameras, and there's a lot going on right in front of me that you don't get to see, including a Gnome photo booth. So if you are on campus or in Decorah and you are super excited about the idea of this Gnome deal and you want to take a picture, we can take care of that. You just need to show up, bring a camera or a phone, and we will take your photo, and you can post that to social media, which will show up, again, on this social tab on the tag board. It's a really fun way just to keep track of what's happening with everyone today and seeing all the different places across the country and the world that people are joining together and saying, yes, Luther is something that's important to me, and I'm going to make a difference today by giving back. On the webpage, you can also see a challenges tab, and that tab will take you to a list of every challenge that we have going today. Now, you can look now, and you can say, these are the challenges that apply for me. I want to make sure I make my gift during that challenge. Or you can wait, and you can be surprised and be excited when you get an email for a challenge that applies for you, or you can keep an eye on the social media and see what's coming up next and see that information there. And so right now, we have several challenges that are active. In fact, we have one that went live all of 1 minute and 21 seconds ago, and that would be our Totally All That 90s challenge. So if you graduated between 1990 and 1999, this is your chance. This is the time for you. So go to luther.edu/giving-day. You can see there that our bar graph just opened up for the Totally All That 90s challenge. And you can click on that link and you can learn a little bit more. There's a cute little photo at the top of some Luther grads in the 90s graduating. We get really excited. There's some slang, perhaps, that may be more familiar to you than people from other decades. But just so you know, 90s grads, from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Central Standard Time, any gift that you make will automatically unlock an additional $50, thanks to Joe and Ann Grimstad. And Joe is a 98 grad, and they live here in Decorah. So this is a really exciting thing that's happening. I'm getting a comment right now. We have our handy dandy little updates that are coming through on my computer that I should read some comments that some of you have sent in with your gifts. So I will do that. Let's see. Some of the nice comments that you have received or have given to us through your giving form include, I sang in Nordic for 4 years and it was absolutely a wonderful time in my life. Love to all at Luther. I teach in Waverly now, and I still bleed blue in the land of orange. Go Norse. Thank you. We need you there. We need you representing, so thank you for doing that. And one person says, we are proud to be a part of this outstanding community. Keep up the great work. And then we have a little rallying cry from someone who says, let's get all 50 states. And I agree, let's get all 50 states. So let's take a look real quick at where we're at for the 50 states challenge. So we have, as I am looking right now, we have a gift from Washington State, California, Arizona, Colorado, both of the Dakotas, Texas, Minnesota, Iowa, Missouri, Wisconsin, Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, Michigan, Tennessee, Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, Virginia, Maryland, New Jersey, Massachusetts, and New Hampshire. If you did not hear your state listed, you may be the person we're looking for. It takes anyone who lives in that state making a gift to unlock this part of the challenge. And once we get 50 states, we will unlock $50,000 from the Board of Regents for Luther College. So we are well on our way. If you look at the website, which is luther.edu/giving-day, you will see this map coloring blue as we fill up our country with Norse pride and receive gifts from all over and all of these states. So let's try and hit 50 states. I agree with the person who wrote that comment. I also want to give a little shout out to a few people who have given today. We received a $250 gift from Paul from Minnesota, $500 from George in Florida. Thank you, East Coast, for coming out already. $1,500 from Tim in Illinois. Thank you, Tim. A $1,000 gift from Ingrid in Iowa. Thank you, Ingrid. And $300 from Fran in Wisconsin. Thank you, Fran. So for Paul, George, Tim, Ingrid, Fran, almost sounded like I was mentioning the Beatles, but I wasn't. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you to everyone who sent in these comments. You have really made a big impact already on Luther's annual fund and the lives of our students here. We are at $26,927. That's huge. Almost at $27,000, and we have 11 hours and 54 minutes to go. A recap on how these challenges are working throughout the day. So part of Giving Day is these challenges, and if you're familiar with our dear friends at NPR and their member drive, which actually just ended, they do much the same thing. And so these challenges are going live throughout the day, and they are going to be targeted at certain groups of people and certain things that maybe you did in your time at Luther. So right now, the challenges that we have active are the following. We have our Regents Challenge, which includes that 50 states goal that I just mentioned, where we'll unlock $50,000 if we reach 50 states. We have another portion of the Regents Challenge, which will unlock another $50,000 for Luther's annual fund when we reach 300 donors. And we are almost halfway there. We have 138 donors so far today. So we're almost halfway to that goal of 300 donors and unlocking that $50,000. So make your gift any amount. When you do that, you will be counted towards this, and you will help us to reach that goal and help the Regents make a big impact on the annual fund as well. So 138 right now, well on our way towards 300 donors, and that's going all day. So I think if we're at 138 by 9 a.m., we can maybe hit 300 by noon, right? I think you can do it. We also have a dollar-for-dollar match from the Regents, and that's for anyone who hasn't made a gift in a while, or if this is your first time giving. If you have been a little bit on the fence and you just haven't responded to a mailing you've received, or you got your class agent letter and you thought, right, I should make that gift, I just haven't done it yet. Whatever your reason is, that's fine, but today is your day. This is the day to make sure that your gift is way bigger than maybe you are able to even make. Any gift is going to count for at least one of these challenges, if not more. And we're not limiting how many different challenges you can count for. Your gift of $50 could count for 7 challenges at some points during the day. That's amazing. So your gift will go farther today than it will any other day. So this is the time, if you haven't given in a while, or if this is your first time giving to Luther, to really jump on board and make a gift of support to the annual fund and say, I'm excited about Luther Gives 16. I'm excited to honor the place that I loved for my years at school and that I love as an alumnus, and make that gift today and count towards some of these challenges. We also have a Whippy Dip challenge, which is going all day as well. And this one's pretty simple. All you have to do is love Whippy Dip. And we know you do. Clearly you do. The last time I mentioned Whippy Dip, it took about 5 seconds and a refresh for all of a sudden the Whippy Dip challenge to just jump up. So if you're dreaming of when you finally get to go get another malt, or if you really, really love dipping your cones, or if you just want, I feel like there's a Luther Blue tornado that they do every once in a while. If you love that, this is a good chance for you. And this is a dollar-for-dollar match for anyone who just checks the box that says that they love Whippy Dip. That's all you have to do. You just check a box. Seems pretty easy. So we have $6,195 that has already been donated by people who love Whippy Dip, and then matched by Rick and Cynthia Carlson. So thank you to everyone who loves the Whippy Dip. Thank you to Rick and Cynthia Carlson. Some of you may have seen, if you've been watching that social media feed, you may have seen that there's an opportunity to win some Whippy Dip swag, meaning that you can win a free medium cone. check that out on the Facebook and Twitter. See where that's at. I believe you have to share and like some posts, and it's a chance for you to really not only make your gift, but also have some fun with social media and get ice cream, which I think everyone loves. It's my understanding that the Whippy Dip will open at some point in April, so it's pretty soon, and you'll have a chance to use it next time you're in town if you're not from around here, or if you're in Decorah, you'll have a chance to use it pretty soon. So we also have going on right now a faculty staff honoring challenge, and that is part of the Regents Challenge. And the way to qualify for this is that there's a box on your giving form, and all you have to do is type into that box the name of the faculty or staff member that you felt had a big impact on you as a student. And this could be more than one person. It could be maybe your supervisor when you had a student work position. It could be your favorite professor. It could be any number of people. And you can list as many names as you want, but all you have to do is fill in that box. And when you write the names in that box, we will let them know that they've been honored in this way. And so it's a good chance for you to connect with some of these people and let them know the impact they've had on your life. It's also a good chance for you to receive this dollar-for-dollar match, and that goes up to $50,000. So all you have to do is write in that name. And if you do that, we are currently at $4,040 that have given in honor of faculty and staff. So please consider filling in that box. That's all you have to do at the end of your giving form is just type that in, and we'll let them know the impact they've had, and you'll make a double impact with your gift. We also have some regional challenges going on at the moment. The first that I'm going to announce is Washington, D.C. I'm going to refresh and just see if our numbers are up any more than they were before. So for Washington, D.C., we are really pushing to increase your participation by noon. And so we'd reach a full 10 percentage points of increased participation by noon if we can get 50 donors by noon. So if you have 50 donors, Washington, D.C., you will unlock $5,000 from Callista and Newt Gingrich. And there is a lovely video, if you missed it, on the Facebook that is just beautiful. So take a moment to watch it, be inspired, make your gift. We currently have 15 gifts that have already come in from Washington, D.C., and it is only 10:10 there. So thank you, Washington, D.C. Keep it moving. You're doing a great job. We also have a Des Moines challenge that's going on. In the Des Moines challenge, we are at 16 donors, and we need 100 donors before the end of the day, and we're going to unlock $5,000 for Luther's annual fund. And that comes from Bob and Becky Shaw. So please, Des Moines folks, it's time to rally. I'm just telling you that Decorah has 21 people who have given, and Des Moines has 16. And I think it's time maybe that you call up some friends, or you talk to your friend who you know loves Luther and who talks about it all the time, and you say to them, hey, have you given yet? Have you joined in this Luther Gives 16 thing? I think it's a great chance for you to connect with some other friends and for also for you to help us reach this goal of 100 donors to unlock another $5,000 for the annual fund. As I mentioned, Decorah has 21 that are already giving, so that's pretty exciting. Our goal is also 100 donors for the day. So you Decorah folk, get moving too. I know it's still early. Some people don't have classes until 9:30, and so they're still moving along, but it's your chance to also help us reach this 100 donor goal, and that will unlock another $5,000 from Rick and Cynthia Carlson. We also have a Chicago area challenge from Corey and Tanya Schmidt. If you give at least $5, that's all, $5, and you live in Chicago, your gift will automatically have $50 added to it. So should you feel like you want to give $5, your gift will have 10 times that impact when they give their matching gift. If you want to rise to the challenge and meet them where they are, meet them at 50, and you can have that 50 to 50 gift there, and your gift will be doubled by them. And if you want to see just how far you can push it, feel free to give a larger gift, and they will still contribute that $50 that will go towards their match. And we so far have $450 that has been contributed from that match. It goes all day. And one of the things that we're not talking about yet from the city versus city challenges that are happening is that we actually are making you compete. We are. We have a little incentive here. We are including Washington, D.C., Des Moines, the Decorah area, the Chicago area, Denver, Colorado, and the Twin Cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul, Minnesota. And these areas are all in the running to see who is going to be Luther's Gnome Town. It's a pretty exciting title. Luther's Gnometown, and it comes with some perks. Not only do you have bragging rights, where you can share on Facebook all tomorrow and all really until the next giving day that you are Luther's Gnometown, but you will receive a party thrown by our alumni and development team. We will come to you, whether or not that's DC or Minneapolis or Denver or any of the other places, or it could be here in Decorah. We will come to you and we will throw an all-access party with Gnome swag and Luther enthusiasm, and it's a time to celebrate the fact that you won Luther's Gnometown. How do you win this, you may be asking yourself, because you're thinking about calling everybody you know who lives in your city who was a Luther grad. Well, I'll tell you. That's exactly what you need to do. We are going to count the number of people who are giving from your area against the total number of Luther grads who live in your area. And we have a little spreadsheet set up for that, and we'll calculate that alumni participation rate. And every hour, you're going to get an update on the Luther Gives website, and that's luther.edu/giving-day. When you check in there, you'll get to see where you're at against the other cities. Check your social media for those comparisons. And whatever city has the highest alumni participation rate at 9 p.m. tonight when we close shop, that city will be Luther's Gnometown. So I know how competitive some of these places are. I know how important it is to be the place that Luther grads go to. So this is your chance to really own that title and to really be Luther's Gnometown. So keep an eye on that today as well. We also have our 90s challenge, and that went live this morning at 9 a.m., and it goes until 1 p.m., and this is for all of you who graduated in the 1990s, whether or not that be 90, 95, 98, whatever year that was. This is your time to really celebrate that, and we know that some of you spent your years in the 90s wearing flannel, wearing your fanny packs. We know some of you are probably really into watching Beavis and Butthead on MTV. I know the things that you were doing, and I know that is all a big part of your time at Luther, that your time being here in the 90s is something specific and special. We hear stories from grads about how wonderful it was to be a part of that community at that time. So this is your chance. And you are getting a challenge from Joe Grimstad and his wife Ann. And Joe is a 98 grad who still lives here in Decorah because he just loves it so much. It's true. There's a lot of us who don't leave because we like it. But Joe is here to support all of you that graduated in the 1990s. And what will happen is if you give today from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m., you will automatically unlock an additional $50 thanks to Joe and Ann. So this is your chance, 90s grads. Show us what you're made of. Show us how much you love it. Show us that you're the best decade to graduate from Luther. I mean, I'm saying that. I have to admit I'm a 2011 grad, so I may be a little biased against it, but I think you can prove me wrong that you were the best grad. So take advantage of this challenge today from Joe and Ann. It's really exciting. 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Just put in your grad year when you fill out your giving form, and we'll take a look at that and we'll say, look at that. It's a 90s grad. I think they count. And we'll unlock that $50 for your gift. We also have a last-minute little interview that we're going to slip right in here, and James is bringing our guest around. This is the beauty of having a live stream in Marty's, is that people drop by, people just show up, and they get so excited that they want to be involved, just as you're getting excited and signing up online and being involved. So we are going to have our guest join us. I'm going to turn on a microphone here again, so bear with me for a moment. There you go. Welcome, Nikki.
Thank you.
For those of you who don't know, this is Nikki Brevik, and she is over at the Chamber of Commerce. And do you want to introduce a little bit about yourself and why you wanted to hop up here?
Sure. Well, I was actually upstairs at a Gown to Town meeting, our first annual with President Carlson, and they said you were doing this, and so I thought I would come down. I'm Nikki Brevik. I'm the Executive Director of the Decorah Area Chamber of Commerce. Been there for 12 years and love Luther, love the connection, understand what it means for our community and the great partnership that we have. So I thought I'd come down and have an interview, I guess.
I think that sounds great. So how long have you been at the Chamber, and what have you sort of been doing there over the past few years?
Sure. So I've been there. I'm coming up on my 12th year there. And my job is really to support the business community here. And so it's a great partnership that I have, but our job is really to make sure we have a successful local business community and the Luther part of that. And sometimes it's the employment opportunities with our Luther students. Shout out to a lot of the alumni that have had internships with us over the years. And so we do a lot of things and work on a lot of programs and things like that too with the community and make things happen.
Yeah, so you're from Decorah.
I am.
You did not go to Luther.
I did not.
That's okay. We still love you. You're still an important part of this community. What brought you back, and what is your connection sort of to Luther?
Absolutely. So actually, I have Luther to thank for my husband because he came here, and that's how we met. And we moved away, and we're in Kansas City for several years. And when we had kids, we wanted a place that we could raise them that was a great community and offered a lot of opportunities for our kids and our family. And we came back to Decorah and have loved it ever since. We've been here for 13 years now.
Wow. And can you tell us a little bit about the relationship between Decorah and Luther? I know there's this sort of joke on campus about the Luther bubble, which may or may not be true, but I think there's something really special about Decorah and Luther. And so can you speak a little bit about that?
Absolutely. For us, we understand that without Luther, Decorah would not be the same, and we feel the same with Luther and Decorah, that there's such a wonderful opportunity here to have an experience that's different than any other that you could possibly have, and that's because we are connected so strongly. There's so many opportunities to do things. Sometimes, as freshmen, you get in here and you're still doing the whole, I need to know who my social network is and my classes. And what we love are those students that actually spend their first summer here and discover all that Decorah has to offer them, because that's really where they fall in love. They get to go to Dunning Springs and bike the trail and hike and discover all of the resources that are here and kind of get to understand that the community is fantastic as well. And that's where we have that great connection. And through the years, too, our histories are tied. Luther admitted women, and the Decorah Chamber of Commerce was behind helping them kind of come to that decision. And the community rallied around Luther to get it started and to keep it going. And Luther brings in all of the wonderful resources of a young, vital community, as well as a well-educated and fantastic faculty and staff that come here. And then when you come here, you fall in love and you end up moving here and raising your family and coming back. So it's great. The Luther ring is pretty prevalent all around Decorah.
It is. I have to admit that I forgot to wear mine today, and I'm very sad about it. Been debating running home, but it turns out I'll be here for 12 hours, so I can't. But it's here in spirit. For people who maybe are considering coming to Luther, or who are grads who are considering coming back to Decorah, and maybe they're a little apprehensive about being in this small town, what would you say to them about Decorah and that experience?
For us, our small town, even though our population is really small, we often surprise people by that, because they ask us how big is Decorah, and we say 8,100 people, and that's not possible, because there are so many wonderful things that happen here. And it's just, there's an arts community, there's music venues, there's great food, great entertainment, great shopping, and you get to come here and you get to experience everything that you can in a big city, but in a really safe and protective environment. You walk down the street and people say hello to you, and they may not know you. You can have experiences here with internships where you're not getting people coffee, but you're really helping them run a business and have an experience unlike any that you could have anywhere else. And I think that really is the connection that both have, is that Luther has a real energy and a real vibe and does fantastic things with their programs, and then the community comes in and supports all of those as well.
Yeah, and I have to say thank you. I actually am lucky enough this year where I am participating in a program through the Chamber of Commerce where they have started a leadership program where we meet monthly. And as Luther staff, I am able to participate in that. And that's something that's another way that you're supporting this community, is that you're not just supporting our students and our internships and really the community of Decorah, but also our staff, making sure that we can be the best that we are as staff who support Luther as well. Do you have anything else that you want to share in your little impromptu interview? You've been great at just on your feet going.
Thanks. I love the connection, and I think that Giving Day is a fantastic thing. I've loved seeing the Gnome all over the place, and I think it's a really fun idea. And I think everybody has a real spirit here that's fantastic, and I think that lends itself really well to the people in our community as well. And so it's that kind of the love for Luther and the love for Decorah and the love for all things and around us, and I think we're very, very blessed with all of that.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much, Nikki, for coming up and joining us. This is Nikki Brevik. She's the Executive Director of the Chamber of Commerce, if you're just joining us, and was so moved by what we're doing here in Marty's that she just hopped up and we did an interview. So you never know what's going to happen. So I can take your mic, and thank you so much. Take a picture with the gnome on your way out. So now that we've had a chance to do another interview and we've been going through all these challenge updates, I'm going to give you a real quick 5-second update about where we are for our overall totals. And then we're going to cut to a few of the wonderful videos that our visual media department has put together. And this is just an inside little view at some of the things that you may have seen popping up on the internet and other places, and a chance to really see the great work that our students do as employees who are work-study students who do videos, and also the different things that Luther really offers. So our total that I'm going to give you an update on right now is $35,920 for Luther College. There's hooting and hollering happening here in Marty's. I don't know if you can hear it, but it's happening. You have to trust me. So now we're going to go to a few videos, and we'll see you in just a minute.
Walking around campus during the tour, I was always impressed by how positive everybody seemed.
And there's really a big flexibility that allows me to participate in the music department as well as the sciences.
I came to Luther for its nationally accredited education program.
Why did I come to Luther College? The water bottle fillers.
The first time I was on this campus and I saw the water bottle filler, I'm gonna remember that day for the rest of my life.
I was really just looking for a place that I could fill my water bottle up easily.
Life before Luther was really hard for me. You know, I lived every day confused, lost. You know, I felt like I had nowhere to turn every time I tried to fill my water bottle. You know, when all you have is a fountain and a bottle and a nozzle, what are you supposed to do? Use your hands, your feet, your mouth, and you just end up on the floor soaking wet with everyone in your high school graduating class laughing at you and spitting on you and calling you names like loser and turd face and oh, I hate you because you suck. That was my life. That was my life. All I wanted was to be accepted. And here at Luther College, I feel like I finally am because of water bottle fillers. They've changed my life. They really have.
Of course, at first it was a really confusing sort of thing. We didn't even really know how to use it. And so it took a little bit of practice, of course. You know, practice makes perfect, and practice makes a filled water bottle.
I came to Luther because I have a thing for nuts.
To be frank, I have a thing for nuts. Particular peanut butter nuts, the nuts in peanut butter.
I chose to come to Luther for the peanut butter.
No way.
Yeah.
Me too.
It's thick, but it's also smooth.
I went to every school, I said, show me your peanut butter. Show it to me right now.
So what I like to do with it is I like to spread it on my upper thigh.
The peanut butter, it's crunchy and it's smooth. And when I eat the peanut butter, we hear music.
I tend to get a little bit of a little rash going. Putting that peanut butter on it not only alleviates the pain, but it also makes for a nice little post-hike snack.
The Luther peanut butter is a metaphor for
what it is to be a Luther student.
There's sometimes a little hair, but you know, we do what we can.
What do we do in our free time? Oh, we watch the Decor Eagle Cam.
Yeah, we do.
Some of the feathers are brown and some of the feathers are white.
How did that even happen?
I hear they can see things from far away.
My dad's balding.
It's like they're defying gravity.
Wicked.
How does an eagle even lift a goat?
E-G-L-E-L-E-L-E-L-E-S. Eagle! I chose Luther College because I heard about the Decora Eagle Cam. They have eagles on it.
When I heard of the Decora Eagle Cam, I don't know if you've heard of it, but it changed my life.
Fact, eagles fly high. Fact, eagles have wings like Charizard, not like Blastoise.
I got the Eagle Cam on my phone right now. Look, you can watch it sleeping.
The eagles are pretty cute. So cute. I really like the eagles. So cute.
Oh, yeah. People come up to me all the time. They're like, I go to Wartburg, I go to this college, and I go, do you have an Eagle Cam? They don't. So I say, in your face, we do. We have an Eagle Cam.
Look it. It's sleeping.
I've loved eagles ever since 3rd grade, since Mr. Bristol taught us how to do eagle calls. Here we go. I like to think that at Luther College, I can fly higher than that eagle.
With our education, of course.
Yeah, so
Only, yeah.
You want me to answer questions right now?
I heard there's like things and I don't know, there's like some stuff.
Hello, my name is Joe Thompson. I've been the athletic director at Luther College for the past 20 years. This spring I will be retiring, and one of the things that I've been very interested in doing is changing the mascot at Luther College. We feel that we need to make a more fierce face that represents and embodies the spirit at Luther College, and we feel the Fighting Gnome is our answer. We've been holding auditions to find our Fighting Gnome. Our Fighting Gnome must reflect the community and embody the spirit of Luther College. Athletically, academically, musically, artistically, naturally. The chosen Fighting Gnome will be a fierce face from our heritage that will represent it for years to come.
Hello and welcome back to Luther's first ever Giving Day, Luther Gives 16. My name is Kate Duffert and I'm the Assistant Director of Annual Giving and our Development Office. I also am a 2011 grad. Goodness, I've been speaking a long time today already. But I am here and I will be here with you until 8 p.m. tonight. We started at 8 a.m. this morning with our live stream here from Marty's or Dante's, as some of you may know it. We are here with lots of fun for you. We have faculty interviews with some of our coaching staff. We have some music groups that will be performing throughout the day. We also have a band that's going to play. We have some dancers. We have a lot going on, and it's really going to be a fun time. So thank you so much for tuning in and for joining us today with our first ever Giving Day. If you don't know what Giving Day is, it's a chance for our alumni, friends, and family of Luther College to join together in making a statement of support and saying, yes, I love this place, and I am going to give a gift today and really make that known to everyone here on the Luther campus in the Luther sphere nationally and internationally. And so we actually have a few challenges that are going on that are going to make it possible for you not only to make a gift, but to really maximize your gift. And so right now, I'm going to give you a quick update on where we are with some of our challenges. Our total dollars raised, though, before anything else, total dollars raised are now $40,000 with 393 tagged on there on the end. So $40,393 already raised for Luther's annual fund. Thank you. This is easily the single biggest day for Luther's annual fund in history, and we are so excited that you are a part of that. We have several challenges going on today, and you can go to our website at luther.edu/giving-day, and that's where you can see updates on that. You can make your gift there. You're probably there already if you're tuning into this live stream, so just scroll about and check in and see how we're doing. We have our 50 States Challenge, and you can watch that map light up blue as people give from all over. I have a new message from a couple of our friends over in the development office with some comments that people have made as they made their gifts and some updates on some people. We have a comment from a parent that says they are so proud of our Luther grads, and I think that we can all echo that same sentiment from that parent. Thank you. We also have gifts from Ruth in Minnesota, Linda and Bob in Washington State, Stacy from here in Decorah, and then another Stacy from Indiana who just gave her first gift to Luther. Thank you, Stacy, and thank you for joining us on this day. And then we have another gift from Leslie from Minnesota as well. Oh goodness, and then I just got another email. We have even more. We have gifts from Mark in Minnesota, from Jill in Minnesota, Tim in Iowa, Leah from Decorah gave her first gift ever to Luther, Amy from St. Paul gave her first gift ever to Luther. Thank you, Amy and Leah. Luke in Minnesota and Susan in Colorado also have made gifts today. And I am just blown away sitting here and refreshing my page, and I keep seeing these numbers increasing as all of you are joining together and making this big impact on Luther's annual fund today. Thank you so much. We have 194 donors who have made a gift today. And we've only been at this since 6 a.m., so that's pretty decent progress here. Thank you so much for all 194 of you who have joined in. For those of you who are watching and who haven't made your gift yet, we're excited to count you in those numbers when you join. And we have a challenge going so that when we hit 300 donors today, the Board of Regents will actually unlock $50,000 to come to Luther's annual fund. That's huge. We're about 2/3 of the way there, and I think we can hit it by noon. So prove me right. I'm asking you to join me in making a gift today in support of Luther's annual fund and join in these challenges, which are really maximizing what we have, what we can do for Luther and for Luther's students. We are going to kick off our next little section here with an interview with Professor Todd Green. For those of you who are just tuning in and who maybe were at Luther a little while ago, Professor of Religion Dr. Todd Green joined the faculty in 2008 and fast became a student favorite. As a former student of his, he's certainly a favorite of mine. Todd is a religion professor who teaches a variety of things. He ranges from European and American religious history, interfaith dialogue, and he's taught study abroad courses on Islam in Europe. His most recent roles as author, editor, blogger, and speaker specialize in examining Islamophobia in America and Europe and the ways in which it affects identity, perception, and our policies. Professor Green has been interviewed by a variety of media outlets, including CNN, NPR, Al Jazeera, France 24, Reuters, and now our Luther Gives live stream. So welcome to Todd Green. Gonna get your microphone on here. Takes a little finagling. There you go.
All right, thank you.
It appears to be working. So thank you for joining us today. I have a few questions for you about some various things related to being a professor at Luther and what that looks like. And
fire away.
Okay, to kick things off, you have worked with students not only in the classroom, but you've done research projects and you've studied abroad with them. And I was wondering if you had a favorite teaching moment from all of those experiences that you could share with us.
Either in or outside the classroom?
Either one,
Yeah,
or
okay.
both.
Yeah. The first thing that comes to my mind was about a few years ago when I was teaching an upper level course on theology and religious diversity, which is basically putting religious traditions in a conversation with each other so that they learn from each other, not just learn about each other, but learn from one another. And this was mostly religion majors and minors, and they were doing really well throughout the semester in terms of digging deeply into this material. So I remember coming to class one day, and it's a seminar style, so there's no lecture. And I walk into the room, and sort of one of my students had taken my seat where I normally sit, the facilitator seat. And he was just sort of joking as if he was going to be me for the day. But in the process of that, I thought, well, you know what? Just a kind of a split moment decision. I'm going to sit in his seat. And let him actually facilitate and play my role, right? And he laughed, and he thought that, I didn't say a word. I just went to sit down, and he started to pretend to be me for a little bit, but then he quickly realized that I wasn't budging. I wasn't going to say, okay, we had 5 minutes of now, we'll have the real professor come in. In fact, for almost the entire hour and a half of this class, the students just did this on their own, and I said nothing. Not even from the moment I walked into the classroom. Just let them take over the conversation and guide it on their own. It's just one of those beautiful moments. It's as a teaching moment, because I didn't actually literally teach, but I watched them sort of pick up what we had been doing all semester and realize that they had now sort of turned this corner to where they could really manage this conversation perfectly well on their own, which is actually what most of us as teachers want to do, get our students to a point where, we're there as a conversation partner, but we're not actually sort of steering the ship always. And it was a very inspiring moment for me, given that I actually didn't do anything in that class.
Well, you obviously prepared them to be able
I know,
to
that was great. It was beautiful to see them sort of find their voice. All of them, not just the particular student who took my seat, but all of the students they stepped it up an extra notch, and I just observed, and I just watched this conversation unfold, and it was beautiful, and it was just a reminder of this is what I want any class to do, any group of students I'm teaching, to sort of find their voice and be comfortable with it and learn how to ask questions without me always sort of poking them to do so and stimulating them to do so. And it was just one of the highlights of my time here at Luther as a teacher.
That's really fun to hear. You mentioned that was a theology and diversity course.
That's right.
What courses are you teaching right now, and what are you covering in those topics?
So 2 courses right now. I'm teaching a survey course on religion in America, which is just a broad historical survey, and we've been dealing with topics ranging from those Puritans of colonial America to church-state relations to revivalism and the shift in the 18th and 19th century in the United States towards a more emotional, experiential engagement with religion versus an intellectual, rational approach, and the impact that has on America. And we've also been talking about religious literacy. We read a book by Stephen Prothero who makes an argument about how Americans have lost their knowledge of religion over the past several centuries, and he connects this to the age of revivalism. Again, this idea that religion is first and foremost an experience. It's not something you intellectually comprehend. And Prothero had made an argument that's why many Americans today are sort of in a paradox. We tend to be quite religious as a nation compared to other Western nations, and yet we know very little about religion, including our own. And so it's interesting to have that conversation both in the historical context of that class, but also in terms of the broader conversation here at Luther College as to why is religious literacy important? Why is it necessary? And so that's what I love about that particular moment in the class. The other course I'm teaching is a senior seminar for religion. It's on religion, violence, and peacemaking. So we read books and discuss authors who theorize the relationship between religion and violence and religion and peacemaking. A very appropriate topic in light of the post-9/11 era, to be sure. But also a very difficult topic in the sense that in the United States, I don't think we actually talk about this relationship well at all. I think we have a lot of misunderstandings of how to conceptualize what might drive a group like ISIS or Al-Qaeda to do what they've done. And we've forgotten a lot of our own history in the West in terms of the relationship between Christianity and violence. And so this course really tries to tease a lot of that out and delve deeper into this relationship.
Thank you. I was lucky enough to be in a few of your courses as a Luther student.
I remember, yeah.
And one of my favorite exercises that I've actually heard current students talking about in Oneota occasionally, and I still talk about with some of my friends who are alumni, is that for a final project in some of your courses, you will have a debate-style event. And so you are assigned a small group, and you, with your small group, learn everything there is to know about the beliefs and arguments and tone and speaking style of this belief system or theologian, and then you lead a somewhat civil debate between these groups to really see, how much we've learned about these things and if we can really fully comprehend them. And this is something I haven't experienced in any other course that I took at Luther or anywhere. So I was wondering if you could share a little bit about where this idea came from for the debate between these groups and how that impacts student learning in your classroom.
I have no idea where that idea came from. Other than that, as you evolve as a teacher, you're constantly trying to find some different ways to have students engage material, try to be creative about it. I have a lot, and you remember, I have a lot of writing in my classes. So how do we get out of maybe having an assignment that's not first and foremost about writing essays, but still gets at a different sort of way of thinking. But I'm also really big in my courses on trying to develop oral communication skills. How do you make an argument, not just on paper, but out loud with your voice? How do you defend that argument? How do you marshal evidence in support of that argument? How do you engage counter-arguments from your peers? And so in many ways, this idea of a debate, I thought, was a model for how we have sort of civil disagreement and debates outside the classroom as well. But the catch, of course, is that you're being assigned a position. So, one of the debates I have is the Reformation debate. So some students will be assigned the Lutheran position, and some will be assigned the Calvinist, and some will be assigned the Catholic position, irrespective of what their religious backgrounds are. I don't ask them that. But again, there's something to that too, because you have to put yourself in someone else's shoes and try to imagine how they would come to the position that they've come to, even if that's not your own position, right? Which again is something I think outside the classroom would be such a big help in, say, the United States when it comes to disagreeing with people politically or whatever. or theologically, even no matter what your differences of opinion are, can you imagine yourself in their shoes and how they have come to the position they've come to? So that's a part of what was going on in the idea of a debate, and it seems to work. Students don't complain too much about it, at least on the course evaluation, so I've stuck with it, and I'm glad I do.
Yeah, it was memorable for me in a variety of ways, and I should say thank you because I am a Presbyterian who came to Luther, and I was assigned Luther for the Reformation debate. And so
Awesome.
I have learned a lot about Luther in a way that I think helps me out as an employee now and as someone who is related to this college. I also wanted to chat with you a little bit about a statement on Islamophobia that Luther made this year. And I know you were a major player in that, and that's something that the campus was asked to sign on with and be supportive of. And it was actually picked up by a variety of other schools and the Christian social justice magazine, Sojourners. Can you share a little bit about how that came to be and what this influence has been both on campus and with these other organizations?
Right, so the statement emerged from a group of staff, students, and faculty here at Luther College called the Just Action Group, and we've been around a little over a year, and this is not the only issue that group has dealt with, but the Black Lives Matter and other larger social issues affecting our nation, and how we can think of Luther as a place that can model a conversation and an awareness and a consciousness of these larger issues, and why what we have to say about that matters, outside of here. So this came about, the actual statement was produced very quickly in between Thanksgiving and the end of the semester. So I remember it being kind of, not rushed in the sense that we didn't spend enough time writing it, but getting it out and disseminating it was really at the very end of the semester. But that was largely driven by the news cycle. This has just been a very difficult year in the United States. This has been a very difficult year for Muslim Americans, and a lot of rhetoric, particularly political rhetoric connected to the presidential campaign, has just driven a lot more anxiety, and combined with, say, the San Bernardino and Paris attacks, it's just been a very tense time, and the Just Action Group wanted to make a clear statement that Muslim students who study here at Luther College, these are our peers, these are our colleagues, they are part of this community unequivocally, no matter what they might hear a politician either say in a media conference, or if that politician just happened to come to Decorah, Iowa, which we have to remember in this context is certainly a reality. Most of these candidates do come through our town. Some of them come to our campus. And so what kind of statement did we want to make just to show solidarity with our Muslim students, that to live out to our mission statement, that this is a community of inclusion and of diversity. And we don't see that as a problem. We see that as a promise. We see that as our great strength. And so that's how the statement emerged. But in terms of when it was actually issued, it was really responding to a week or two of some very unfortunate comments made by some prominent politicians, and even happened to be issued on a day when one of those politicians called for a ban on Muslims entering the United States. And that wasn't planned on our part, but I think that's why it also went viral very quickly. But it's one of my proudest moments of being here at Luther College, hands down, not only because of students and staff and faculty just coming together with a common cause and a commitment to this, but also the influence and impact it had outside of Luther College was tremendous. East Coast to West Coast, North, South, colleges and universities were looking at our statement. It was one of the first to come out, a statement of solidarity with Muslim students, and they were using this as a model to create their own statements. Luther College was a name that was being circulated, from New York to South Carolina, all the way to Oregon and the state of Washington. And we should be proud of that they were looking to us to sort of model their own discussions about how to respond to this rhetoric and how to make a statement of inclusivity to Muslim students on their campuses and say to them, you are a part of our community, you contribute to our community, you belong here, no matter what you might hear someone else on the media or on CNN or whatever say.
Thank you. In addition to your work with Islamophobia, you also are a faculty member of the religion department. And over the past few years, I think there's been a lot of self-examination from within the religion department, students and faculty alike, to see what kind of role the study of religion plays as a liberal arts student and as just a person who's being educated in this field and in this way. What can you tell me about kind of what conversations are happening there and what the feeling is about being a religion scholar in a liberal arts school?
Yeah, right. It's a great question. It's one of the more important questions I think we wrestle with within our curriculum here at Luther College, and probably will for some time, which is what is the place of the academic study of religion in the 21st century at a liberal arts college, given that most of the students I teach aren't religion majors or minors, and they won't be, right? They're going to be accountants, they're going to be doctors, they're going to be history teachers. They'll have all sorts of careers, but they're not going to be doing what I do for a living. Why does it matter that they study not one, or take not one, but two courses in the academic study of religion? And when I think about this in this conversation we have at Luther, I tend to think back to Ibu Patel, who's the head of the Interfaith Youth Corps, and who's spoken on our campus before. We've read his text for Paideia. And Ibu talks about the decline in many academic universities, institutions in the United States in terms of the study of religion. But Lutheran colleges and Catholic colleges are the two exceptions where students are still oftentimes required to take religious studies courses. And he was saying how much of a value this is in the 21st century. And to me, this is an important point to make in terms of what makes Luther College distinctive, compared to some of our peers, is that this still occupies a prominent place in our curriculum. So why is that important? Why was it important to Ibu Patel to say that? Why is it important to me? It goes back to that point of religious literacy. In the 21st century, we cannot afford as a nation any longer to be illiterate about the phenomenon that is religion, both our own religious traditions and the religious traditions of others. Religious illiteracy is dangerous. It's dangerous in policymaking circles among politicians, it's dangerous in the media, and it's dangerous for ordinary citizens to make decisions, political decisions or otherwise, that are uninformed by some knowledge of what religion is and how to interpret someone else's religious tradition, much less your own, and understanding the diversity of these traditions that are out there. Just to take an example, after the Iraq War was underway, a journalist was asking various officials connected to the cabinet and the presidential administration at the time if they knew the difference between Sunni and Shia Islam. And to a person, the answer was no. And think about this. You're engaging in military action in a country where there is a long history of some tense relationships between Sunni and Shia Muslims, but yet the people actually making decisions about military involvement and engagement in that country don't know anything about it. That's because a Luther grad wasn't in the room. Not that the Luther grad has to have taken a course in Islam, but by taking two courses on the study of religion, you learn to ask better questions and discern what are relevant questions, which can affect people's lives, in that case, a lot of people's lives. And so to have these courses here, Kate, is very important, I think, to educate Luther students to go out into the public square with some basic literacy. Literacy not just in terms of knowing stuff. It's not really about that, but how to ask better questions, how to interpret religion as a phenomena, so we don't make snap judgments about another religious tradition, so we make more informed decisions as citizens of the country, global citizens, when it comes to how to engage with other traditions, other cultures, other countries. And I'm proud that Luther is still educating students to go out into the public square equipped with some of those basic tools, because at many universities you will not be. And so as we think about recruiting new students to Luther and why this is a special place, I think this academic study of religion is one of our great assets in our curriculum, and we should tout it, and we should be proud of it, and we should continue to make that case as to why you're better off doing that here as opposed to going to a place where you wouldn't be required to do that.
I would agree. As someone who valued my experience in religion classes a lot, I did not come in as a religion major or minor. My parents are both pastors, and I think I wanted to stay away from that. But quickly fell in love with the courses in the department and the kind of dialogue that was being had, and ended up a minor. So I value that as well, and I appreciate you saying that. Since you mentioned that Luther is a special place, and that's sort of what we're celebrating here today, and you've just mentioned one of the reasons that Luther is special, I was wondering if you would share with us how you ended up here and what it's been like for you so far. You've been here for a few years now.
8. This will be 8.
Oh my gosh. It doesn't feel like it was that long, but 8 years. So how did you end up here, and what's it been like the past 8 years here in Decorah?
Well, I first got here as a visiting professor when the department was searching for someone for a temporary position. Terry Sparks, who's now the associate dean, had moved into the dean's office, and it was a little bit more complicated in terms of the configuration, but basically they needed someone to come in primarily to teach religious history courses. So I remember applying, and I remember getting the calls, if I was interested in maybe coming to interview. And I remember getting on the computer and and I said, Decorah, Iowa. Where is Decorah, Iowa, right? I don't even know how to pronounce it. And what interstate is it off of? Which was the second mistake I made, right? It's not pronounced that way, and there's no interstate here. And I remember thinking, well, this seems like an interesting place, but how do they even get students to go there? It's just kind of, it seems like it's so remote. But then I came here, and I got it very quickly. I got the experience that many prospective students get when they come here. That oftentimes is what makes the deal for them, is the actual visit and the beautiful campus and the hospitality. So I took the position and started in the fall of 2008. And after about two and a half years, the college transitioned my position into a tenure line position. So that temporary contract became a more permanent one, and I've been here ever since. It's been amazing. Sometimes when we interview candidates, they will ask us what you love about teaching at Luther, and my usual response is, Luther College is a great place in terms of a teacher. If you're really into teaching and invested in teaching, it's a laboratory for teaching. It has a faculty and staff and administrators who encourage you to experiment, like the debates, right? To experiment, to try new things, to look at things from a different angle pedagogically. And that's not frowned upon. That there really is a lot of support for that, and so I've done that both in pedagogical methods within a particular class, but I've also experimented a bit when it comes to the kinds of classes I get to teach. Every class I've proposed that's new, that's not in the catalog, has been accepted at Luther. Luther really does provide a great environment for stimulating teachers and professors to think about courses that students will really like and be engaged with that might be off the beaten path a bit. So, I teach a course on Islamophobia. There aren't many colleges and universities in the United States that have such a course. I teach the study abroad course in Islam in Europe, an incredibly relevant topic today, in the cultural and political tensions in Europe over Muslim minority communities and the challenges occasionally of violent extremism, such as in the Paris attacks or Charlie Hebdo attacks. And to be able to take 25 students over from Luther College to Europe to study that, there aren't many places in the United States where you could actually do that. And so I'm grateful for Luther for not saying, we'll put up with you teaching that course, but providing me with the resources and really encouraging me to do that. And a final course, just to plug, was this past January term, I taught a first-year seminar called Imagining Religion with the Beatles. Again, there's probably not a lot of colleges where I could create such a course, right? But at Luther College, you're encouraged to do that. This is a great place to come and teach and work. If you really have fallen in love with teaching, with the art of teaching, with mentoring students, I can't imagine a better place to work than Luther College if that is your passion.
Well, and as a student, and as a recent grad, it's so nice to hear that kind of creativity and to have a college that fosters that, because those are often the courses that are the most interesting and that are the most exciting, that break you out of your bubble a little bit and help you to see things in a different way. For our last question, since we're reaching our time limit here, I just wanted to ask you, what's coming up that you're most excited about, either this semester or the next year, that's happening in sort of the Luther world that gets you really jazzed?
Right. No, are things certainly that have been made possible by Luther. I do a lot of speaking around the country right now. I've spoken more around the country this academic year, than I have for the past 4 years combined, on Islamophobia primarily, but I get to go to other colleges and universities around the country to talk about a book I've written on Islamophobia, to talk about the contemporary struggles over anti-Muslim bigotry, but it's also always an opportunity to talk to other places about what we're doing here at Luther. And they're always interested, right? Like the statement on Islamophobia. I get to talk to other places and other audiences and have a greater reach than I've had before. But I'm always mindful that I'm doing that as someone coming out of this particular context, so they make this connection between this kind of work that I'm doing, but also the context that has given birth to me and enabled me to do this kind of work. I'm not sure at every college I would be in an environment that would be comfortable with the kind of work I'm doing right now. But Luther College, from the beginning, has been very supportive of me of that. So I'm excited about all these opportunities I continue to have to speak to diverse audiences around the country about this topic and engage in conversations, sometimes very difficult conversations with them, but to do so in a manner of speaking as an ambassador of Luther College. I never speak for Luther College, but I certainly make it known to my audiences that the reason I'm able to do this is because of the supportive environment I have here. The other thing that's coming up next year, again made possible simply by the supportive environment I have here at Luther College, is that I'll be on sabbatical for the academic year of 2016-2017, and the details still have to be finalized, but it appears I'll be in Washington, D.C. next year working with the State Department, advising the Bureau of European and Eurasian Affairs on Islam and Islamophobia and interfaith dialogue in Europe. But as I think about going there and how I got to that point, it's just incomprehensible apart from the opportunities that Luther College has given me, including the study abroad courses on Islam in Europe, which I think were a big factor into me getting this position. I have this experience of teaching this topic to American students abroad, and there are not many people in the nation that have such an experience. But it's because of Luther that I have that experience. And so whatever work I'm able to do next year at the State Department, I'm beholden to Luther College for providing me that opportunity. And I'm very excited to enter into those conversations with policymakers and outside the world of academia, which will be a very different transition for me for a year. We'll see how it goes. But at the same time, I'm honored to do this as a Luther College professor, and so that people in Washington, D.C. know that Luther College as an institution cares about having its professors weigh in on these very important political matters, such as Islam and Islamophobia in Europe.
Well, congratulations
Thank you.
on that. I know a lot of us here on campus will be excited to hear about it when you come back and to be able to learn from that experience as well. And I want to thank you for joining us today and sharing your insights with us for our Giving Day. And just best wishes for the rest of your day. I'm sure you'll be encountering gnomes everywhere.
I will be, but I'm excited to do so. Thank you for having me.
No problem. Thank you. If you are just joining us, that was Professor Todd Green. He's leaving right now, and he's a professor in the religion department who was able to speak with us about a number of topics. If you need to tune back in later and catch up, we do have an archiving feature that will be happening at the end of the day. So if tomorrow you think to yourself, man, I really missed out, I slept through Todd Green, well, you can rewind and rewatch tomorrow. You could spend a full 12 hours on Friday or Saturday or Sunday of this week catching up on everything that you may have missed. I'm going to take a second here to turn off this mic and see if I can give you a challenge update. For those of you who are just joining us, we have a number of challenges that are going on today, and these challenges are a part of our efforts to make sure that alumni, friends, family of Luther College are joining together and really showing a sign of support and saying that we love Luther, we have amazing students, we have an amazing community that, as Todd Green says, fosters creativity and ingenuity and a really powerful motive to be an engaged and informed citizen, which I think is something that Luther College is really uniquely skilled at building in our students. So we are going to look at some of these challenges for today. I'm going to give you an overall total. So far today, we have raised $48,668 for Luther's annual fund. That's huge. And the annual fund supports scholarships for students, it supports academics, it supports living at Luther, which is things like our student organizations and our counseling services and health services. And we have some student organizations that are going to be joining us in a few minutes. At around 10:50, we're going to have an a cappella group performing, and at 11:30, we'll be interviewing HOLA and Enlaces, a group on campus, a group of students who work with fundraising and ESL classes and things of that nature for Spanish-speaking countries and our local communities. So it's going to be really exciting. I have a few updates from our development office that have come in, a few comments that some of you have made as you've made your gifts. Being a recent graduate, I could not be more proud of Luther and often wish I could be back at my alma mater to see friends, be in familiar places, and recall all the good times we had, even if it meant being in Preuss Library until closing most nights. Thank you. I think most of us can can agree with that. We've probably spent, as grads, a fair number of hours in Preuss Library. Someone else said, currently in a flight delay in Palm Beach, there's never a bad time to support Luther College. Thank you for taking the time on your flight to join us for Luther Gives 16 in our first giving day. It's right, there's never a bad time. You never know where you'll be. We also have gifts that have just come in from David from Colorado, John from Iowa, Scott from Pennsylvania has joined us with his first gift ever to Luther. Thank you so much for investing in our students and the annual fund. And Dan from Wisconsin. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You are making this day possible. You are making it possible for Luther to supply a really quality education to students and to make all of the things that make this Luther experience that we talk about that's so special possible. And we do. When you run into grads after graduating from Luther, you frequently will talk about how different your experience was from people who went to other institutions. I have a good friend of mine who went to a different school, and she frequently says, man, you Luther people, you're everywhere, and you are so excited about having gone to Luther. And she's right. We are, because we know how wonderful of an experience that we had. It's just an amazing place to be here. So thank you so much for your support. We are now at, we're updating, $50,723. We broke $50,000 today. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. For those of you who are following challenges, you can go to luther.edu/giving-day, and we have some bars there that'll fill up. Right now, we have a couple of challenges that just went live, and these are important for you music folk, of which I know there are several. We have one challenge that's going on from the world-famous Luther College Concert Band, and this challenge was put forward by a group of concert band alumni who decided that they wanted to gather together not only in support of Luther, but also to show their pride as concert band alumni. And this challenge goes from 10 a.m. to 9 p.m., so we just opened it, and you can do it throughout the rest of the day. And it's a dollar-for-dollar match if you gave recently. And if you gave never, or it has been a while, they're actually going to add twice as much as you give. So if you have given recently, they will double your gift. If you haven't given in a while or you've never given before, they will triple your gift. So that is the world-famous Luther College Concert Band Challenge, and you just have to click a box that says that you were a concert band alumnus. And we actually have a quartet from the concert band who will be performing today at noon. If you want to see some videos of current Luther Band conductor Joan Albuquerque and also some other fun information, check out our Facebook and Twitter feeds today, where we will be blasting out information to you on these challenges and on fun things that are happening all day. If you want to just see what your friends are up to, head over to our website, luther.edu/giving-day. There you will be able to check in and see all the things that people are posting with the hashtag. And the hashtag is LutherGives16. Just add that to whatever you're posting, and it will be pulled into this site, and you can just scroll through and see all the fun things that people are posting. The other challenge we have that just started is the Weston Wants You to Give Back Challenge. For those of you who were not around in the late 80s, early 90s, there was a campaign encouraging people to join the Messiah Chorus, in which there were t-shirts with Weston's face drawn, so it's like a little cartoon Weston, and it says, Weston wants you, and he was asking people to perform. So we have taken that t-shirt, it is on our gnome on a photo on the website, so you can see that shirt, and you can see the gnome wearing it, and we are celebrating a challenge that Weston Noble has put forward for anyone who sang in a choir at any point in their time at Luther, or who participated in the Messiah Chorus. So if you were part of the Y'all Come Sing era of Luther, where you showed up, you grabbed a score, and you participated in the Messiah, you are a part of this too. So this challenge is a dollar-for-dollar match from Weston up to $20,000, and that's going on until 9 p.m. tonight. So there's lots of exciting ways for you to be involved, lots of fun things that you can participate in online and on social media, and you can give to these challenges, and it will not only double your gift, but we can add challenges on top of each other. You can qualify for multiple challenges. But while we're here, and we're here in Marty's for all of our 12-hour live streaming, we are doing quite a few interviews. And we now have another guest for another interview. Professor of Religion Jim Martin-Schramm has been a member of Luther's faculty since 1993. Most of his scholarship has studied on issues related to ethics and public policy, most recently in relation to energy and climate policy. In addition to several published works on the topic, Jim Martin-Schramm has presented on religion and climate policy both domestically and internationally. He has also received many grants to support student research and Luther's efforts to be a more sustainable institution. Today, he joins us to talk about Luther's carbon footprint, so I'm going to welcome him to the stage now. Get your mic on. All right. They are comfortable chairs.
Great.
In case you're wondering at home, these are very comfortable chairs.
Wow. I need one of these for my office.
Well, thank you for joining us and for taking some time out of your day. I know you're heading to a class right after this. So
yeah, and I was recruiting for a J-term on renewable energy policy in Germany and the UK for this coming January.
Oh my goodness. So
there's a J-term fair upstairs.
J-term fair upstairs today. So if you're on campus and you're curious about J-term, we can take care of that too. I think, are we having some sound difficulties with his mic?
Okay.
You might need to eat it.
Hold it closer.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
All right.
There we go. Thank you.
I'm not used to doing that.
So my first question for you is, if you would mind sharing with us a little bit about what Luther's goals are regarding our campus carbon footprint.
Sure. The regents in May of 2012 approved a climate action plan that includes 3 quantitative goals: to cut our carbon footprint in half by 2015, to reduce it 70% by 2020, and to be climate neutral or carbon neutral by 2030.
Wow.
So those are the goals.
Those are pretty succinct. And where are we right now, and how did we get there?
Right. So Luther operates on a fiscal year basis from June 1 of a year to May 31 of the next year. And our most recent completed fiscal year is the 14-15 year. So we're in the 15-16 year. So we don't quite know exactly where we are in 15-16.
Okay.
But at the end of the last fiscal year that ended May 31st, 2015, we had reduced our emissions 44.5%.
Wow.
So we were within striking range of hitting that 50% goal. And so we did that through major investments in energy efficiency over the previous 10 years, and investments in wind and solar energy, like our wind turbine on the bluff.
Right. Yeah, and I think that's such an iconic symbol. You can't miss it, and now it's the thing that you look for when you drive over the hills. You look for...
Yeah, you can't miss it. That's for sure.
What other things have been happening on campus that have helped us to reach this point? I
Sure.
believe there's a solar field that we have.
Right. So this last year, we installed another 820 kW of solar in 3 locations. One about just under 100 kW on the roof of the Preuss Library, and then another 720 about out in the field north of campus near our previously existing large solar array. So when this new 820 kW of capacity has a chance to do its work over the course of a year, we're pretty confident that that's going to reduce our emissions another 5.5% to 6%.
Wow.
So we're pretty confident that this measure that we took, that we managed to get developed in this last year, is going to help us achieve our first goal of a 50% reduction. But you asked what are the other things.
Yeah.
And so our wind project went up in the fall of 2011. And then in the summer of 2012, we invested in our first large solar array. And that is north of the campus, north of Pole Line Road. It's 280 kilowatts in size. And that system, together with the 20 kilowatt system in front of Baker Village Commons, that 300 kW produces about 375,000 kilowatt hours a year, which on average is the amount of electricity that Baker Village consumes in a
Wow.
year. So, to my knowledge, it's the largest facility in the state of Iowa powered by the sun. So I want to talk a little more about that piece, that particular project,
Yeah.
if that's all right with you.
Absolutely.
Because there's several things about it that are unique. One is in the late 90s when Luther was growing and we thought, boy, we need more space to put students, we wanted to build Baker Village. And our students, as I understand it, pushed back and said, you know, we don't really like the idea of urban sprawl like this. Can you do something different?
Sure.
And so the administration said, well, not really. So then the students said, well, okay, if you're going to do that, then make it as efficient as possible. And the administration said, well, what do you have in mind? And they said, we think you should use geothermal energy as an energy source. So our vice president for finance and administration, Diane Tackey, came out of the construction industry and had a little bit of background and understood a little bit about the potential. So she issued an RFP for general contractors. And they all came back and said, oh, yeah, we really can't do geothermal on this scale. That's something you can do on a little home or something like that. But you're talking about, 5 big buildings here. You just can't do it. So she reported that to the students, and the students said, no, we're pretty sure you can do it. And here are the examples, because they had done their homework.
Mm-hmm.
And so Diane, she looked at it, and she said, yeah, you're right. And so she called the bidders back in, and she said, I don't think you understand. This is what we want. So you either come back in 2 weeks with what we want, or I guess it's been nice knowing you.
Mm-hmm.
And sure enough, they were back in 2 weeks. And so Baker Village utilizes a series of wells that are drilled, and we pull the constant temperature of the earth to the surface, 54 degrees approximately, and we use that cold temperature to do air conditioning, and then we just heat from 54 degrees up to 70 or whatever the thermostat's calling for, and we do that by using electrical energy. So unlike our main campus where we burn natural gas every hour of the day, every day of the year at our heating plant, there is no natural gas being combusted at Baker Village. It's an all-electric facility. So it's a perfect place to demonstrate the marriage of solar power with geothermal energy. And so anyway, that's what we did. And so the facility, we know how much power it consumes. We have those records. And so we looked at the 3-year average, and we decided, okay, let's build a PV system that over the course of a year produces that much power. So two other pieces.
Yeah.
In Iowa, you can net meter a facility that's 500 kW and smaller. So all that means is in the summer when we're producing more power than we can consume, it runs our meter backwards, and then it goes into the grid and serves homes and Luther College, everything on the west side of Decorah. But when it runs our meter backwards, it runs it back at our retail rate. So it's a wonderful public policy tool that we're able to take advantage of for that part of our campus because it's served by a separate power line. We can't do that on our main campus. Yeah. But then the other feature of this is Luther doesn't own the 280 kilowatt array. We lease it from a local company, and so that local company was able to take advantage of state and federal tax incentives. And as a result, that helps drive down the cost of the power for us. So we know that over the 25-year rated life of the facility, we will save energy costs at Luther because of that, and we'll be able to power Baker Village by the sun for the next 25 years as a consequence. So I think that's a great story to tell.
That is an amazing
it's
story.
a way Luther worked in partnership with our utility, with state government, and with a local investor to make that all happen. So.
Yeah, and I think it's fun as an alumnus to be able to say, oh, and it was student-driven, that was the origin of this, that students came up with that. That's really outstanding. I didn't know that, and I'm here on campus. Yep. So all of that work gets us to some of our goals and where we're at right now. What is our strategy looking forward to make sure that we hit all the goals that the regents have put out?
Yeah, so far we've been able to have our cake and eat it too. We've been able to save money through our investments in energy efficiency and thus keep the operating cost of the college lower than it would have been if we hadn't made those investments in efficiency. But as a consequence, because we're using less fossil-based energy, we're polluting less, which means our carbon footprint is decreasing. So up to this point, we've been able to do projects that all have a very positive, healthy payback. Moving forward, the next 50% is going to be tough. And so now the dual goals of financial cost savings over and against environmental goals of reducing emissions, I don't know if I can guarantee that we'll be able to do that in the same way. But what the future looks like is a lot like the past. A lot more aggressive investment in energy efficiency and then further investment in renewables. So I can go into more detail about what both of those things might look like if you want.
Sure, we have a little time, so you're more than welcome to.
Okay.
I think that'd be interesting.
So on efficiency, now when you go to Home Depot or Walmart or Ace Hardware here in town, and you want to buy a light bulb, you can't buy an incandescent bulb anymore.
Right.
And now instead of those curly Q compact fluorescents, right, you can buy LEDs, light emitting diode technology. That technology has grown in leaps and bounds, and Luther now has some LED lighting technology employed on our campus in various places. One of the places we're looking at investing in LED lighting technology is in our exterior path lighting, in our parking lots, in our, what do you call those things, street lights. So exterior lighting, but also in interior lighting. So one of our goals is to get the power consumption of the library to match as closely as possible the power production from the panels on the roof of the library.
Sure.
Now there's some fixed, chiller technology and ventilation technology that doesn't have anything to do with lighting, and we may not be able to get rid of all that. But in any case, more aggressive investment in energy efficiency. Lighting is something you can see, but there's lots of stuff. If we just pause for a moment and listen, you can hear that fan running.
There's
right?
the whirring.
Right, and so there are fans running all over the campus. It's just part of what it means to have a modern heating ventilation system. And so there are ways to get more efficient fans and all that kind of stuff. On the other side of it, we are continuing to explore options regarding renewable energy. And so one big idea that we're exploring right now has to do with the heating fuel. So half of our carbon footprint is related to our purchase of electricity, which comes in our part of the grid mostly from coal-fired power plants. But a third of our carbon footprint as a college comes from Coors Root Heating Plant, where we burn natural gas every day of the year. So if we want to meet our goal, we have got to find a different way to heat our campus. And that is no minor endeavor. Yeah. So one option we're looking at is, okay, is there a renewable gas that we could burn? Well, it's called pipeline quality biogas. So there's a firm in Des Moines, Eco-Engineers, that is doing a study for us right now on looking at biological waste from wastewater treatment plants, food processors, animal feedlot operations, food processors, et cetera. How could we channel that waste over to an anaerobic digester, produce methane, clean it up, put it into a pipeline, and without getting into all the details, all of a sudden you have a renewably produced equivalent to natural gas. If we could do that, we could eliminate a very big part of our carbon footprint. But first we just have to find out whether the feasibility is even there, and then the whole economics of it come in. So anyway, that's one piece. Then another piece is we've been very active in the state public policy arena, trying to help the Iowa Utility Board conceive of different ways of promoting renewable, it's called distributed generation. Okay. So our wind turbine, our solar, those are all forms of distributed generation. So we're working with them on new policy measures that we think could help institutions like Luther that have goals like ours, like NICC does as well, the school district here does. How can we develop new policies to enable customers to make these investments and to get off of fossil fuel? So lots of stuff.
Yeah, sounds like a pretty comprehensive approach to trying to address this. So you are a member of the religion faculty, and you've been speaking about sustainability. Yeah. So I think that's something that's indicative of Luther's, that we have this collaborative environment. Can you speak a little bit about collaborating between these different departments and efforts?
Sure. Yeah, my training's in Christian ethics. A lot of my work's been in ethics and public policy. My interest has been in environmental issues for a long time. Climate change is probably the most important, the mother of all environmental issues right now, the biggest one. And so it doesn't take long to get interested in energy, because energy is one of the largest causes of greenhouse gas emissions. I meet with a lot of people in the business world, in the policy world, and I frequently get what you just said to me. Now, you're a professor of religion, right? How do you know all of this? And the answer I give is I went to a good liberal arts college. I was taught to learn how to learn. And so I'm an ethicist. That's inherently an interdisciplinary enterprise. We're a liberal arts college. That means it's inherently an interdisciplinary enterprise. So I'm like a kid in a candy store. This is what I like to do, you know. And so I love to work with students and faculty and staff. So we have a Campus Sustainability Council that's been working for several years now, and I've been kind of running the energy and Energy and Water Task Group, and that group has been the one that's been predominantly responsible for bringing strategies to the administration for helping the college achieve its greenhouse gas reduction goals.
And this is sort of off topic, but I do know that you're leading the Nottingham program next year.
Right.
For people who maybe don't know about it, or for students who are interested but who haven't really been exposed to it, can you tell us a little bit about what's going to happen and what you're most excited about that project for next year?
Yeah, I think the Nottingham program is the longest running Luther College sponsored standalone study abroad program. Whereas a lot of our students study maybe for a semester in Malta or do gobs of these January term trips. This is a whole year, well, 10 months probably. So you spend from September to mid-June in Nottingham, England. You study at the University of Nottingham, take about half of your courses there, and I facilitate the other half. They take, in my case, a religion course, a Paideia 450 course, and a general studies sort of travel course where they get to see more of the British Isles. And the students live together. They're typically between 8 and 12 students. And they have a wonderful flat above the social hall of a German Lutheran church in Nottingham. and the directors live in a flat that's just a 5-minute walk away. So we eat dinner with the students 5 nights out of the week. We travel together. And this year, they've reinstated a service learning course. So every student will be engaged in a service learning opportunity for the whole time they're there, which will be a great way to get them, you know, academia is wonderful, but it's also good to get out into the rest of society and get a sense for how ordinary folks are living their lives and the struggles they face. And then the University of Nottingham is it's a top 50 international university, so high quality education and lots of student interest groups, rugby and badminton and musical ensembles, just about anything you can imagine. There are groups that students are involved with. So students have a chance to get to know other folks from England through those opportunities as well.
Sounds really exciting.
Yeah, we're looking forward to it.
We are nearing the end of our time.
Yep.
I know you've got to go teach a class and
Yep.
brighten the minds of our students. So I will.
No rest for the wicked.
So I will thank you on behalf of everyone who's watching on the
Sure.
live stream and all of us here in the space for dropping by and chatting with us about
happy to do
so
it.
many things. Thank you so much.
Thanks for your initiative on this.
Oh, no problem. Thanks. Oh, perfect. So for those of you who are just joining us in the live stream or who tuned in about halfway through that interview, that is Professor Jim Martin-Schramm from our religion department. And we had a chance to chat about our carbon footprint and Luther's climate change goals, as well as a little bit about his role here as a member of the faculty. So thank you for tuning in. You are here as part of Giving Day. That's the big thing. That's what we're doing today. So Luther Gives 16 is our big day. A part of that is these faculty interviews here in Marty's all day, well, until 8 p.m. We're also having a few student groups that are going to come and perform both as musicians and dancers. We're going to interview a member of another student organization about his work. We have lots of fun things happening. So for now, what I'm going to do is give you a little bit of insight onto a different side of the Giving Day world. I'm going to tell you a little bit about our challenges. And so one of the things that we are doing today is something that is just a staple of this kind of a day where people come together and are making these gifts of support. And that staple is challenges. And so we have a number of challenges that are currently running. There's no limit to how many challenges your gift can apply for. If you give $5 and you apply for 10 challenges, then you can get all of the perks of those different challenges. So the challenges we have currently happening include a 90s challenge, and that will be going until 1 p.m. And this is a challenge where you will get an additional gift of $50 if you give at least $5, and you are a 90s grad. So 90s grads, join together. This is your time. It's $2,450 has already been unlocked for that challenge, and so you have up to $5,000. So you're about halfway there, and you have until 1 p.m. So that's pretty good legs there on this challenge so far for only an hour and a half in. We also have open challenges that will go from now until the very end of the day at 9 p.m. And one of those is the Weston Wants You to Give Back challenge, and that is for anyone who sang in choir at any point in your career at Luther or who participated in the Messiah chorus. And that means you could have been one of those folks who showed up, grabbed a score, and joined right in and singing. If you can say that you did that while you were at Luther, you are part of this challenge, and your gift will be matched dollar for dollar until 9 p.m. And this challenge is sponsored by Weston Noble. So he is the one who is actually calling you and asking you to join him in giving back today. We also have a challenge for our concert band alumni. This is put together by both Weston and a group of concert band alumni who really care about Luther and giving back to the annual fund. And this is a dollar for dollar match as well, and that goes until 9 p.m. However, if you haven't given in a while, or if you've never given to Luther, it is not only a dollar for dollar match. They'll actually give double what you give until 9 p.m. So get in on that, concert band alumni. We actually have a quartet that will be playing at noon, so you can tune into that as well. We have a number of other challenges that are going on. You can check them all out at luther.edu/giving-day. We have a challenge from the regents, which is huge, huge. Not only are we only 6 people away from hitting our donor challenge from the regents, which would unlock $50,000 for Luther College, that means that 294 of you have given. That's huge. 295 I'm hearing from over on the side. So we are 5 people away from hitting 300 donors today. So that's a $50,000 gift that will come from the Regents directly to the annual fund. They also are doing a dollar for dollar match for anyone who hasn't given in a while or if you've never given to Luther. And that is a $50,000 dollar for dollar challenge as well. And that goes until the end of the day. And we are almost halfway there. They also are sponsoring a challenge if you give in honor of faculty or staff members. It's really easy. I know you're going to get to the end of the form and you've checked a whole bunch of boxes and you just might think, oh, I've done enough. But this is a really, really easy way for you both to honor the faculty and staff who have made a difference in your life as a Luther grad or as a parent who saw their influence in your child's lives, and to get this dollar for dollar match, again, for Luther's annual fund. So just fill in that box. We'll let the faculty or staff person know, or however many you list, that you have honored them and let them know the impact they've had, and you'll get to see that your impact has been doubled as well. We also have a 50 states challenge going on today, thanks to the Regents. If we get a donor from each of the 50 states, then we will unlock $50,000 for the Luther's annual fund. This is huge. That's $1,000 per state. So just be the person from that state. So far, what we have for states, this is going to be a little bit of a rattle off because we have a good chunk of them, is Washington, Oregon, California, Arizona, Utah, Wyoming, Colorado, both Dakotas, Nebraska, Oklahoma, Texas, Minnesota, Iowa, Missouri, Wisconsin, Illinois, Indiana, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Maryland, Virginia, South Carolina, Georgia, Florida, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, and Maine. All of those states have at least one person who has given back today, one of those nearly 300 people who have given to Luther College's annual fund during our first ever giving day. If you are not listed, if you're in a state that you haven't heard from yet, this is your chance to turn that state blue on our map. And you can check out the map at luther.edu/giving-day. And on that map, you can see all the places that people have given from. If you are, say, from Nevada or Montana or Alaska or Hawaii or Kentucky, now would be a good time. And you can help pitch in to get that $50,000 donation from our Board of Regents. We have a few other regional challenges that are happening as well. If you're from Chicago, we have a challenge for you. If you're from Decorah, we have a challenge for you. Des Moines, Washington, D.C., all of these places have special challenges in place, and you can check those out at the website and see how far we're doing on those. We're about halfway there for our Washington, D.C. challenge and our Decorah challenge. Chicago and Des Moines, you've got a little bit of work to do. So if you're in Des Moines, rally your friends, rally the troops to come out and support Luther for today. We also are going to sponsor a healthy little competition between these different cities, as well as between Minneapolis, St. Paul, and Denver. If you live in any of those areas, then what we will do is host a little city versus city friendly rivalry. What we're going to have happen is if you give and all your friends give, we're going to start counting. And we're going to run that number of people who have donations from an area against the total number who live in that area. When we get that percentage at the end of the day, the city that has the highest number of alumni giving is going to be labeled as Luther's Gnome Town. And that means that you get a party thrown by Luther, an all-access party. It's so exciting. So all you have to do is sign on, make a gift from your area, select your regional space, and then you will be counted towards being Luther's Gnome Town. And I know you want to be Luther's Gnome Town. I know that's something that's important to you. I can tell. I know that's something that you want to do. I know I used to live in Minneapolis, St. Paul, and I'm going to be a little bummed out if you guys don't show up. So call your friends, chat with your other Luther folks, and see what you need to do to make sure that you are Luther's Gnome Town. I also have an exciting update. So since we just talked about how we were 5 people away, we have hit that challenge, which is the 300 donor challenge. So we have unlocked $50,000 from the Board of Regents for Luther's annual fund. And this is easily the biggest day in Luther's annual fund history. We have never had anything like this where this kind of number of support and number of dollars have come in. So thank you, thank you, thank you. All of that support goes directly towards our community and supporting our students. It goes towards scholarships and academics and living at Luther. So you are making a huge difference, and unlocking that $50,000 with our 300 donors is just huge. I keep refreshing to make sure that I'm seeing things correctly, but I think I am. We also, I see on here, because the Regents saw that you just did this 300 donors and blew them away, they've actually unlocked a bonus challenge. So they have reinstated the 300 donor challenge. So we hit 300 and we unlocked $50,000, and they're so excited that they are putting another $50,000 challenge in front of you. So if we can hit another 300 donors by the end of the day, which I think we can do, it's 10:45 and we already hit 300, you guys can do it. Then we get another $50,000. So that means 600 donors equals $100,000 from the Board of Regents. I think it's pretty easy to see that this is kind of the day. If you've been thinking about it, if you've never given before, and you're just sort of on the edge, this is the time to make a huge impact with your gift. I also wanted to check in on our 90s challenge. Again, 90s grads, this is the time to give. This is the time until 1 p.m. for you to help reach this challenge. We're a little over halfway there towards our $5,000 cap. You've got some time left. So before 1 p.m., 90s grads, join together. We also have a Whippy Dip challenge. And this one I think is applicable to pretty much everyone. If you love Whippy Dip, this is your chance to give back and make a statement about Whippy Dip. I just heard that we broke 200,000. So that's unrelated to Whippy Dip, but also really exciting. For those of you who were still interested in Whippy Dip, however, all you have to do is check the box. Say that you love Whippy Dip, and then that will double your gift as well. And what's exciting about all of these challenges is they're not going anywhere, except for the ones that are timed. But until that time is over, they're here for you to take advantage of. You just have to make that choice. And you can add them up. You don't have to just give to one challenge. We're not going to make you pick. We want to maximize your gift. As we've been saying around here with our little pal, the gnome, go big and go gnome. That's what we're going for today. So whatever challenges you apply for, whatever ones that you qualify for, we're going to add them all on top of each other. So your gift today, only today, could end up being doubled, tripled, quadrupled, other dupled words that I don't know, because how often do we get to go that high, right? This is huge. So today's your day. I'm going to check real quick and see if I've got any updates on some different gifts that have been coming in. It looks like we're pretty good right now. We have a lot of photos that are coming in on our social media stream. If you just go to luther.edu/giving-day, On that, you will see a number of tabs at the top. The challenges tab will take you to information where it tells you about all the specific challenges that are going on today. So I'm giving you updates. I'm telling you some of these things. But if you're tired of listening to me or you have a meeting you have to go to so you can't watch the live stream, I understand you can leave us. If that's the case, you can go and check out the challenges tab and learn out the details on all of those. You can see who's supporting those challenges, who's putting those forward, as well as where we are for reaching those goals. There's also the stream button, which I believe is where you may be now because you are with us and streaming until 8 p.m. We also have a social tab, and on that social tab, you can click through and you can see a compilation of all the different posts that are coming through with hashtag LutherGives16 in them. And these are coming from all over. We have posts that are coming from Tennessee. We have posts that are coming from DC. We have photos of cute little children with gnomes and people running around campus in blue shirts. And oh my goodness, they're everywhere. So take a moment, peek around through all of these different things and see what Luther has to offer for you with our social media today. So we're going to take a minute and we're going to go to some videos before we have a performance with Bromatic Progression, which is one of our a cappella groups on campus. So stay tuned, enjoy some videos, and then when you come back, we're going to introduce a new little guest host and we'll have a couple of student performances. Thank you.
L-U-T-H-E-R, Luther, Luther,
Hello, Luther live stream. Welcome back to Giving Day. Luther Gives 16. You may be able to see me creeping out from behind my desk. I am currently behind a wall of young men who are going to perform for you now. This is Bromatic Progression. I'm going to let them introduce themselves a little more and tell you about the piece they'll be singing and then let them do their thing. So thank you guys for being here.
Thanks. Well, thank you very much, everyone. We are Bromatic Progression. We are one of 3 student-led a cappella groups here at Luther College, which is just an amazing number. And we have one song for you this morning. It is an arrangement of Crush by David Archuleta. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Why do I keep running from the truth? All I ever think about is you. Got me hypnotized, so mesmerized, and I just got to know. Do you ever think when you're all alone, all that we can be, where this thing could go? Am I crazy or falling in love? Is it real or just another crush? Do you catch the breath when I look at you? Are you holding back like the way you do? And I'm trying to walk away, but I know this crush ain't going away. Friends, 'cause they're more, See, it's a chance we gotta take, 'cause I believe we can make this into something that will last forever, forever. Do you ever think when you're all alone, all that we can be, where this thing can go? Am I crazy or falling in love? Is it real or just another crush? Do you catch the breath when I look at you? Are you holding back like the way you do? 'Cause I'm trying to walk away. Oh, no, this crush ain't going away. Why do I keep running from the truth? All I ever think about is you. Got me hypnotized, so mesmerized, and I just got to know. Do you ever think when you're all alone, all that we can be, where this thing can go? Am I crazy or falling in love? Is it real or just another crush? Do you catch your breath when I look at you? Are you holding back like the way you do? 'Cause I'm trying to walk away, but I know this crush ain't going away.
Thank you so much, guys. Once again, we are Bromatic Progression, and look forward to some other a cappella groups this afternoon.
Thank you so much, Bromatic. For those of you that are just joining us on this live stream, that was Bromatic Progression. What a wonderful group of guys, one of our 3 a cappella groups on campus. You might be thinking to yourself, wait, that's not Kate anymore. Who is that? My name is James Odegaard, and I am our student engagement coordinator here at Luther, which means that I do our student philanthropy council, our senior giving campaign, and our phonathon, just the student involvement with philanthropy here on campus. And so, because as you can imagine, this is a 12-hour live stream, we thought we'd give Kate a little break here so she can have some lunch. So to give you a little update about where we are now, holy cow. I'm not sure how this is all happening, but Luther, alumni, friends, everybody, you are stepping up to the plate. This is awesome. We are up to $258,000, which is just incredible. Going into this, we had no idea what to expect. You know, this is our first time ever doing a giving day, so pretty great that you guys are really stepping up to the plate. So next up here, we have one of our, we could call it a local celebrity. I don't know what we got. One of our radio personalities here, Jenny Grouse. Ooh, yes, take one of those. Yeah, we can have those. Perfect. Yeah, one of our radio personalities here. So thank you for being here with us today.
Well, thanks for having me. This is kind of fun. The spotlights. We don't normally get on camera. We only are allowed on radio, and there's a reason for that. So
oh, wow.
I put lipstick on for you. We're good.
Oh, much appreciated.
So congratulations. These are big totals today.
Well, yeah, thank you so
early.
much. Yeah, I mean, no thanks to me. This is thanks to everybody out there who's watching this live stream, everybody who's giving, everybody who's tuning in. I mean, this is incredible.
Well, it's pretty exciting for us, too. I'm the station manager at KDEC FM and AM here in Decorah. And so we obviously have a lot of opportunity to work with not only faculty and staff at Luther College, but also with the students of Luther College who have worked with us both as interns, as weekend part-time employees. So we feel very connected with Luther College. And in fact, did you know, James, that KDEC and KWLC here at Luther College are the last stations in the entire country to still have a sharing agreement of our signal. So AM 1240 KDEC is the same signal as AM 1240 KWLC, and that is a very old agreement that is still carried on to this day. We think it's a wonderful opportunity to have a signal that is also used by students who are learning the ropes of communications and radio broadcasting. So it's really exciting for us. And I was told by someone that this is the last sharing agreement in the country.
That is just awesome. I mean, it's just another example of how Luther really does a great job of staying connected with not only our community here, but across the nation and the world. And so that's really neat. Just
absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, and it's an even more personal connection for me because my husband and I kind of represent the pairing of KDEC and KWLC because my husband is the director of KWLC now here at Luther College. So he's hanging out with the college students here working on the communications things and getting their radio shows up and having a good time, and that's been really fun to see as well.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, so we've had some people that haven't been necessarily Luther grads here, and that's totally fine. We're okay with that. We accept all.
I'm at least married to someone who's been a Luther student and a Luther staff. How's that?
Yeah, so you have a connection, and I just heard.
So I don't get booed off yet, right?
And no, you don't get booed off yet. Well, and especially not now because I heard a little something about you that just happened here in the last hour.
It wasn't true. It wasn't me, and the police don't have a record on it. I swear it.
No, I heard that you just made your first gift ever to Luther, the annual fund specifically.
I did. I went on my phone here while I'm waiting for my chicken sandwich at Marty's, and I made a pledge. It's not millions, but I thought it's the least I could do when Luther has been so good to our radio station, to our community, and to now my family since my husband works here.
Yeah, well, thank you so much. It's honestly that sort of connection. This whole entire event isn't necessarily even just for our alumni. It's for people that are connected to the college. It's for people who love what Luther does, who love the people that come out of Luther too.
Well, and I've been watching it on the social media, of course, because that's what we do in broadcasting anyway, is make sure we're connected. And one of the things I will say, Alyssa Ritter, who works here at Luther, was one of just many people who I just happened to see a post from. And she actually thanked alumni as well as friends of Luther. And I thought, if you're really encouraging others to go out and make a donation right now, I would encourage you on social media to also thank friends of Luther College, because there are a lot of us who would be willing to donate, but sometimes there's this feeling that maybe this isn't for us. This is a Luther day only. And so it's nice to have the invite. So feel free to encourage your friends to make the donation like I did today. And
Absolutely.
I will say, Alyssa Ritter, it was because of you. So good job.
So thank you, Alyssa. Well, yeah, so I wanted to talk a little bit. So we mentioned that you have the connection with the radio station. I know I just joined you on the station with the Water Street Music Series. For
And
our
you were
fellows.
lovely.
Oh, thank you.
All you singers.
And so that was a lot of fun. But how else do you interact with the college as far as bringing talent here and working with new artists that we don't see around?
Well, we've actually been pretty lucky, I think, to not only have the Student Activities Council, the Spotlight Committee, and those folks when they brought artists in to have them connect with us at KDEC FM 100.5, because a lot of the artists that are coming in are artists that we play, so it really works out well. On top of that, though, I have to say the Center Stage series at Luther College does a wonderful thing for this community, and I have to give a shout out to Tanya Gertz.
Oh, absolutely.
Because not only is she bringing in programming that is really magnificent for the students and the staff here, but it really extends out to the community. I moved here from Los Angeles where we had access to a lot of different shows, productions, music, theater, and to come to a town as small as Luther and to know that in a rural area we can have performances like this is pretty stunning and pretty significant. And Luther, I hope, feels very proud of those opportunities that they bring here for the community. On top of that, at the radio station, we have an opportunity then to have interviews with world-class organizations that are coming here to town. I just recently spoke with the folks from Celtic Knights. They were on our Artist Direct program on a Friday morning. We'll be doing it again. We've had conversations with Terrence Simeon when he was here years ago talking about Zydeco music. It's an opportunity that we get to expose an audience to the kind of entertainment that's out there that maybe not usually coming to rural America.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, we have so many talented people here. I mean, you just heard those fine singers here with Bromatic. We have so many talented people.
They've actually been on Artist Direct too. We've had them on as well.
Yeah, and because we have so many people that do that, they really do value bringing interesting things, new things, and there's a huge sense of appreciation here for that.
Absolutely, and we extend both from the community and from the broadcast community an opportunity for musicians all around the Luther sort of the Luther network. You're always welcome to come and chat with us because we like the opportunity to sort of extend out to our listening audience what it is that the students here are doing, that the staff is doing. We've had Andy Last on with you. We've had a lot of staff and students come in, and that opportunity is always there. It's just another one of the ways that I think community and Luther College work together, and that's one of those things that we hope to continue in the years to come.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just really neat to see that really continue to grow, and the fact that, and thank you so much for keeping that relationship going and being here and working with us.
Are you kidding? That's some of my most fun of the day. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love reading birthdays and anniversaries, but it's kind of fun when someone comes in and sings to you. It's my own live concert right there in the studio. I'm not going to complain about that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, yeah, and so one of the things that
I was going to interrupt you.
Oh.
It's weird for me to be on the interviewee side. I'm usually the interviewer, and so I thought, would this be a good opportunity for me to interview you, James Odegaard?
I suppose so. We could probably make that happen.
Because this is how I feel comfortable. So I would normally make us switch places at the desk, but I'll just ask you this. It's very Dave Letterman here. I wanted to ask you, why are you doing this? Why are you donating so much of your time and effort? I mean, not just that you work with Luther College, but why do you do it? Why does it mean so much to you?
Yeah, I mean, the simple answer, I think, is because I want to. This place, I think, is, as we see today, first of all, by the fact that we have raised, let's see, what is this?
Holy cow.
Almost $300,000. We're at $298,000.
I feel like we're the MDA telethon.
Yeah.
Like we should.
Yeah.
Like, is there music and glitter that goes?
Yeah, and so I give back because all these people are giving back. Like it is a huge number of people that are all giving back, and I think that is just a huge testament for what this community does for so many people, and I give back because, and I don't want to say that I feel obligated to, but so many people have given here, and so many people.
Nothing wrong with obligation.
Yeah,
there's nothing wrong with obligation.
My tuition was like less than 50% for me, and that's because there are so many people that are generous, that care about the experiences that they had here.
That's a really good point. That's one of the things that folks that are listening in other communities, wherever you might be out there in the globe, watching this right now, when you do make a donation to Luther College, you are making a difference in the next generation of students that are coming through. It's not just sort of floating around this sort of ambiguous use. I mean, there's an opportunity here for you to really make a difference in the lives of the students that are coming forward.
Yeah, absolutely. And part of my job here as the student engagement coordinator is to work with the students there and work at, while they're students, generating that sort of appreciation, because we do receive so much here just for going here. That's the thing, just because people enjoyed their time here, so they decide that they want us to have a good time here too. And so now that I've graduated, I started giving back because, yeah, absolutely, just I kind of feel like I want to.
Well, I think that's really cool. What were your interests when you were here at Luther?
Yeah, everything. Everything from philanthropy. Then I was involved.
The ones you can talk about.
Yeah. I was the president of Nordic Choir my senior year, which was a lot of fun. Nordic was a huge portion of my time here, and that's another reason that I give back, is because especially when we go out and we go on those tours, we see incredible alumni that are hugely supportive, that they all stop out to our concerts. We have alumni events that happen at our concerts.
Well, and you should know that community members too, we stalk your videos online when you're singing in tunnels in Italy and different things that you guys have been doing. I mean, some of us do, maybe some of us more than others, but that makes a difference to the lives of the people that are maybe not even Luther graduates like myself, but to see that you're going out into the world and representing not only this community, but the Luther community at large is a pretty big deal.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's just one of those, and I think you could talk to a bunch of choir alumni specifically as a whole, that is a thing that draws them back to home, that when they see those videos, even if they're not a part of it, even if they weren't even in choir, they see those things, you can see the choir members holding hands, you can see them emoting, you can see just really just a visual representation of what we all experience on the day-to-day here on campus.
Well, and I saw one too, I think at it was a church or someplace where it was a quite beautiful sound, and there was an audience that had gathered around all of the students that were singing, and it was most fascinating to not only hear, but to watch the reaction of the people in the audience who had sort of just come upon this moment, and they're hearing these sounds that are sort of just resonating through this beautiful building, and that's Luther representing the college in another country in such a beautiful way. And there are so many ways that it's not always music, but that was just one very visual way to watch the audience have their moment with Luther College.
Absolutely. One of my most vivid memories, I went to Italy this last summer with Nordic, and we were singing in the Pantheon, all in a circle right in the center. I mean, if you've seen pictures of the Pantheon, it's beautiful.
I watched it. There was a video.
Yeah, and so we just had, kind of what you're talking about, that there was a giant crowd, people were taking pictures, people were crying, and these sort of things that a lot of them don't even speak English, and we're singing English pieces that they might not understand, but they can just feel it. There's something in the Luther air that we just kind of spread around the world, which is really awesome.
Well, I think it's pretty exciting, and I'm glad you're doing this. And I have to say, your team up here, is she here all day?
Yeah.
At this table?
Basically, we have a little break with. Yeah, with a couple people
and at
in
that
between,
table right there while she's eating quickly. Congratulations, first of all, to you. You're doing a fantastic job. I know I'm going to go back to my office and turn it on. I'll have the radio on over here, and I'll have you on over here. And I'll keep an eye on what you guys are doing, and maybe we'll give you guys a shout out on the air this afternoon. But just congratulations. Did your total just go up?
Yeah, I just did a little refresh here, and we're already at $321,000 for today,
which is fantastic. Congratulations.
Which is absolutely unbelievable.
I feel like we had a part in that, James.
I hope so. I like to think.
I'm going to take credit for that last 21,000 that just came in right there. You're welcome.
If you didn't have an excuse to give before, it's because of this lovely smile here on stage.
Right. I actually did get to take a picture with the Gnome, and I posted it on Facebook, and then I had to go take a picture with my husband too. I didn't want to make him jealous, so I had my two Gnomies in my picture, and I encourage anyone out there who has made a donation today. It's okay to brag every once in a while. You know, we're Midwesterners here anyway, and some of us aren't used to that. But go ahead, post your Gnome, say congratulations, and congratulate your friends that have made a donation today as well, because that's a big deal.
Yeah, and
whatever size.
Yeah, well, yeah, and know that everybody here on campus, because these are all gifts to the annual fund, which affects the entire student body, everybody that's involved on this campus, and so we are all just deeply, deeply grateful for everybody that's contributing today and supporting and tuning in.
Yeah. That was pretty cool. I have to tell you, the reason I came this morning is I had a meeting, a community and Luther College meeting that we had a breakfast for, and it was nice to see everyone coming together. And then I walked down to the Union, because I was going to get a snack, which I never ended up doing, but I got so entranced in all of the J-term opportunities. And that's something, you know, I went to a different college, and that's not an opportunity that we had. And it's one of the things that in 13 years here in the Decorah community, I've had both friends who have taught J-terms and have gone off on really incredible trips with students who are so engaged and so excited to be. And now my own niece, who goes to college here. Oh, I do have a family connection.
Hey, check it out.
My niece goes to college here. Take that. She actually went on a J-term trip this last year, and I believe she went to Italy. And it was such a remarkable opportunity for her and to see these other students that are out there that are. This is not a vacation. They are working hard, and they are doing really interesting things. They said they had, Silicon Valley. They had a J-term this last year where they actually went to Google. They had opportunities in Vietnam, I heard, this year. That's pretty incredible. I mean, the community does recognize that there are things that Luther is doing to really expand the boundaries, not only of the minds of the students, but also of the folks that they're going to visit. And I think that's pretty incredible. So to see the mass chaos right now upstairs of students trying to find out where J-term is going for 2017 and what they can be a part of, that was so exciting. I saw Pedro Dos Santos up there encouraging people to come over, and I had to go check out the tables myself. I'm this close away from enrolling and going on a J-term myself.
Oh yeah, when we talk about Luther Gives, we're not talking about just everybody that is giving back today. We're talking about the way that Luther really gives to the community and then the students. Those J-term opportunities are awesome because the students are highly encouraged to do something like that because they know Luther knows. We sometimes get trapped in this bubble because we love each other so much. But when that happens, sometimes you don't get exposed to those things. So Luther really wants those students to get out there and really wants them to start making their name around the world and start.
Around the world, and to have those international students that are out there come to Luther College is a big deal as well. We are a host family, you know, a connection family with Sylvester Malanga, who goes to school here. It's his fourth year, and he's from Swaziland. So my children, my 3 daughters, and all of Sylvester, we have had an opportunity to really work closely with a student from an entirely different country that my children wouldn't have probably experienced in Decorah otherwise. And so we're grateful to Luther for that opportunity as well.
Yeah, awesome.
How are your totals doing?
Yeah, totally. So as we just keep watching,
I feel like I'm making money here.
I know.
This
Well,
is
as
exciting.
I sit, my God, because as I sit here and I refresh the page, and I think that it's only going to go up like $1 or something like that. I never know. I remind you that not 2 minutes ago I told you that our total was at 320,000.
Yes.
We are now up to 375,000.
And I'll tell you that was not the donation I made, so it wasn't me. You guys, thanks for donating, and thanks for all of you. I was going to give a shout out to the media table here that you guys aren't being seen, but congratulations to you guys for a good job today. It's been really exciting to be able to check this out while we're still at work.
Yep. And thank you so much for being here, Jenny.
Absolutely.
Next up, we're going to take a little 2-minute break, so tune back in here in a moment, and we'll get back to this Giving Day live stream.
Good. Congratulations, Luther.
It's 8 o'clock in the morning and the trains are pulling in. You're leaving for Chicago, a place I've never been. And though the summer's warm, I feel a quiet chill. I love you and things'll go just how they will. It's loud here in Chicago, you can hear the rolling cars, the sound of shouts and fighting as men step out from the bars. And though I'm missing you, I feel a quiet thrill. I love you, but things'll go just how they will. It's quiet here without you as the season bleeds away. And soon the summer's gone, and now the autumn's come to stay. Leaves red upon the trees, and on the ground they spill. I love you, and things will go just how they will.
city is loud and charming, and the snow is falling white. Despite the winter breeze, the rushing coldness has no bite. I'm missing you today, but I'm enchanted still. I love you, but things will go just how they will. I'd rid my life of riches just to join you where you are, to see your shining eyes and the winsome smile that you once wore. I'm doing fine for now, but my heart will ache until I see you, but things will go just how they will. I think it's best we part now. I heard from her today. Chicago is treating her kindly, and it's there that she will stay. That we'd both be better off alone with some time to heal. I love you, but things they go just how they will.
Hello and welcome back to the Luther Gives 16 live stream for today. We are coming to you from Marty's in the basement of Luther's Union. Some of you may remember it as Dante's, and we will be here until 8 p.m. today. We started at 8 a.m., and there's actually on this live stream the list of everything that we have been doing all day. Feel free to click into any of those spots. You can see the time lights up blue. You can click there and catch up on anything that you may have missed with us this morning. Or you can keep tuning in now and you can watch all this until 8 p.m. and then catch up later. Either way, thank you. Thank you for joining us. I am Kate Duffert. I'm the Assistant Director of Annual Giving. For those of you who are just hopping in, I'm also a 2011 Luther grad and your gnome in chief for the day. I have to give a shout out, however, to James Odegaard, who is our student engagement coordinator, who is managing all that is happening right now with our volunteers and our guests here for our live stream. And he hopped in and did a couple interviews and introductions in a way that really allowed me to eat, since we will be here for a whole 12 hours. So thank you, James, for letting me eat. I am well fed. I am ready to be gnome in chief once again. I'm caffeinated. We've got some of that over here, so I think we're good. I think we're ready. I wanted to give everyone a couple of updates on Giving Day and how we're doing before we dive back into our programming. For those of you who are still new to what this whole Giving Day thing is, it's a chance for all of us to get together as Luther grads, as friends of the college, of people who just love Luther for any reason at all, and say that we love this place and that we really care about it. And we want to make a statement of support by joining and giving back to the annual fund today. And the annual fund is the perfect place to make your gift towards. It goes towards students in this community. It goes towards scholarships, academics, and living at Luther. And it's needed. It goes where it's needed most, when it's needed most. There's really not a better place for you to join in today than with us for Luther Gives and the Annual Fund. I wanted to give a couple of updates on how our challenges are going. We have challenges throughout the day that invite you to join with other people that may qualify for a challenge. For instance, we have a Sweethearts Challenge that was a 1-hour flash challenge, and guess what? You already met it. So I didn't even get to announce it, and you'd already met it, which is crazy. And that Sweethearts Challenge was to reach 25 alumni couples to give back during an hour, and you did it in less than 25 minutes. So thank you to all of our alumni couples out there for showing some love for Luther. And we're making some good progress on some of our other challenges as well. We have a 50 States Challenge, and if you go to our website, which is luther.edu/giving-day, you can see some of our challenges and how they're progressing. And you can see the 50 states map, which is slowly but surely turning blue. We still have a couple states that need some gifts. Looks like we're missing Idaho and Montana, New Mexico, Kansas, Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, North Carolina, West Virginia, Delaware, Vermont, Rhode Island, Alaska, and Hawaii. So if you live in one of those states, or you have a friend who's a Luther grad who loves Luther and lives in one of those states, or you just know somebody who lives there and you're thinking, we need to get that state on the map, talk to them. Encourage them to give back and join you in supporting Luther Give 16 today. We've had some exciting developments today. We've unlocked an additional challenge from our Board of Regents. We hit 300 donors, 300, which is crazy. And so we've actually unlocked a second part of that challenge. The first 300 donors earned us $50,000, and we now have a second 300 donors challenge. And I'm pulling it up right now to see where we're at. There it is. We're already at 140 additional donors. You're amazing. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for all that you're doing. Now that you have a little bit of an update on the challenges, I want to give you a couple of comments that have come in from some people who have made gifts before we start our next interview. I have one comment that says, come on 100th anniversary of the world-famous Luther College Concert Band. Let's break this challenge wide open. You do have an open challenge, concert band. It's a $1 match if you have given recently, and it actually is a 2-for-1 match if you haven't given in a while or you've never given to Luther. And that goes until 9 p.m. So you've got some time if you really want to mull it over, but I don't know why you would, because it's giving back in honor of concert band. So check out Facebook. There's some videos and some information on that for concert band. We also have a comment where someone says, I'm so incredibly proud and lucky to be part of such a wonderful institution. Soli Deo Gloria. Thank you. Someone gave just to all the awesomeness that is Luther, and I have to applaud them on using the word awesomeness, because we've been using that too in talking about this day. And we think Luther is awesome. We think all of you are awesome. I want to give a shout out to a couple of people. Alyssa from Illinois, who made her first gift ever today. Thank you. Charlie from Minnesota also made his first gift ever. Thank you, Charlie. We also have gifts from Phil in New Jersey, Deanne in Ohio, and Anne in Arizona. So you can see that we are hitting everyone all across the country. And if you're unsure about it, go to our website, check out the social tab, and look at all the posts that are coming in with our hashtag and see all the cute pictures of puppies and babies with gnomes and people running out and seeing their friends and wearing their t-shirts. And it's a big party of Luther pride, and that's what this is all about, is gathering together with pride for Luther. Now we're going to turn over to an interview, get back to some of this fun programming that we have going on. I have Ryan Goos, who's coming to join us. He's a 2016 grad, right? Yeah, he's confirming that over here. He's coming to join us. And he's going to share a little bit of information about one of Luther's student groups, and that would be HOLA and Enlaces. So let me turn on this and welcome you. He's saying that he's happy to be here. You just have to trust me while you can't hear him. There we go.
Okay. Hi.
Perfect. Thank you. How are you today?
Good. How are you doing?
Good. Why don't you just kick things off by telling us a little bit about yourself? Where are you from? What are you studying?
Yeah. So my name is Ryan. I am a senior this year. I'm from Brainerd, Minnesota. I study Spanish and International Studies, and I have a minor in linguistics. And then earlier today, I'm also involved in Student Senate. So we were doing running and stuff to bring thank you notes to professors and faculty that gave money. So it's been a busy day already. It's been a lot of fun. So
that's wonderful. How's that been going? So you guys are, when a faculty or staff member is making a gift, you've been running things to them. What did you bring them?
So the first 9 faculty that gave money this morning, we had little cardboard gnomes, just like that. Yep.
This guy.
So they got those. They got pins. They got stickers. They got a whole bunch of stuff.
Wow.
So we would just take a group of student senators and we just ran over to their office and just like screamed, yelled. It was a lot of fun. So we took selfies with them, of course. So it was a lot of fun. Yeah.
Wonderful. Well, thank you for doing that.
Yeah,
I think it's so much fun to have everybody on campus just hopping on board and being really energetic about this day.
Yeah.
But you're here specifically to talk about HOLA and Enlaces. So can you tell us about what that group is? I know when I was a student, I believe it was 2 separate groups.
Yes.
So can you tell us about that?
Yeah. So HOLA and Enlaces is the Spanish club on campus, but is also it also has a philanthropy element. So we like to call it a Spanish service club. And so the 2 groups, there was HOLA, which is the Hispanic Organization for Latinos and Amigos, and then Enlaces, which is Spanish for links or connections. And so HOLA was kind of the diversity center organization for international students and Hispanic students, and Enlaces was kind of the organization for Spanish majors. However, they had similar goals in the past. There was a lot of overlap between the two. So a couple years ago, we just decided to join those two together. It's been a really good combination. It's been a really good thing for Luther and for us, and it's been really awesome.
That sounds really fantastic.
Yeah.
You're here celebrating Giving Day, which
Yes.
is all about philanthropy, and you just
Yes.
mentioned that this is also a philanthropy group.
Yes,
So can
yeah.
you tell me a little bit about some of the projects that you're working on and what
Yeah.
you've been doing?
Yeah. So Hola Enlaces, we do a lot of philanthropy for Latinos in the community and abroad. And so we, one of the main things that we do fundraising every semester. And so this last semester, we raised $500 to send to an organization in Mexico, an educational organization that one of our members had worked at for the past couple of years. And so it was a $500 donation to them. We also had one of our past presidents. She is teaching. She has a teaching position in Honduras. And so she started a Kickstarter campaign for sending some children in the area to high school there. And so we raised money for that as well. And then this semester, we're raising another $500. That is for an organization called Open Windows in Guatemala. Me and a couple of the leaders of Hola Enlaces, we went to Guatemala a couple years ago for spring break. And so we know this organization personally. We worked with them. We stayed at the director's house, so we know them really well. So we're fundraising for them as another educational organization as well. So we do a lot of fundraising for education abroad. That's kind of one of our big things. Yeah.
Well, congratulations
Yeah.
on your successes so far, and good luck as you continue
Thank you.
throughout
Yeah,
this
appreciate it.
semester.
Yeah.
I chatted with you a little bit via email before he came on,
Yeah.
and one of the things that you mentioned that you're doing is that you hold classes in Postville. And I
Yeah.
think a lot of people who have been in Decorah over the past maybe 10 years or so are very familiar with what's been going on in Postville and that influence, I think, nationally and internationally.
Yeah.
Can you tell us about what you're doing there?
Yeah. So for those of you that don't know, Postville it's a very small town, very close to Luther, and it's about 20 miles away. Really small town, maybe 1,000 or 2,000 people. But the amount of diversity that's in Postville is incredible. They have immigrants from Mexico, Guatemala, Somalia. They're Orthodox Jews. It's a combination of a whole bunch of people, which is why it's called Hometown to the World. And so there is a need for Luther students to be going and helping to teach English to adult immigrants who have come to the country, are trying to start a new life here, but they don't have the English skills to be able to fully participate in the community. And so that's where we come in. So we go 2 times every week, every Tuesday and Thursday night. We send Luther students, mostly Hola Enlaces members, and we teach English classes at the local YMCA. And so we show up. We have a Luther professor, an education professor, who sets up lesson plans for us. And so yeah, we go. We teach English for a couple hours, 2 times every week. And the connections that we've made there are incredible. Their stories are incredible. They're such hardworking people. It's really good to be able to give back to them, everything that they're giving back to this community as well. So it's been a very beneficial connection for us as well. And we're looking to expand it a little bit. We're doing a partnership with the education department because the main reason why we would be going is because there were a lot of Spanish speakers, and so we could use our Spanish. However, there's been a large influx of Somali immigrants into Postville, which means our Spanish isn't really as useful anymore, and there are not that many Somali speakers in the area. And so we've been starting a partnership with the education department to get students that have studied ESL, English as a Second Language, to come with us to help participate in the classes. So that's hopefully something that we're going to be doing more in the future.
That's really exciting,
Yeah.
and a neat way to collaborate between different
Yeah.
departments to do
Yep.
something good. You mentioned that you really love the stories you get to hear from people. Do you
Yeah.
have one that you can think of that you'd like to share?
Oh gosh, there are so many. The thing is, there's a really common theme with all of them. The reason why there's so much diversity in Postville is because there's a giant meatpacking plant in the town, and so that draws in a lot of jobs, a lot of labor. And so the thing is, most of these people are workers at that meatpacking plant, and they'll work for 14 hours like hard work, hard labor, 14 hours, and then they'd still come to class right after that. And so it really kind of puts it in perspective how valuable education is, and just kind of the power of education and everything. But they're just so dedicated to learning and being with us. So I don't know if there's any story that really stands out, but it's just kind of that's kind of a standout detail for all of them. They're all such hardworking people trying to. Everybody talks about how they're trying to do it for their kids to give them a better future in the United States. So it's a sacrifice that they're making for their children. So
I think that's great that Luther students are stepping up and are helping other people to do those things for themselves and for their children.
Yeah.
I know that you have these fundraising projects that you've done that have kind of an international reach. You're talking about something about 20 miles away in Postville, but you also do things on campus. So can you share a little bit about what's going on in campus with HOLA Enlaces?
Yeah. Well, one of our main issues that we like to address is immigration awareness. And especially since it is an election year, we've been kind of pushing that a lot. So recently, we invited a local immigration attorney to come to campus to give kind of a background on the process of how do people come into the United States, what is the process they have to go through to become a legal citizen. And so it was really beneficial. It was a lot of good information from an immigration lawyer herself, which was awesome to have. And so we also have a plan in the works. One of our members, Carly Keensley, she is also a senior. She did an internship over J-term at the local Peace and Justice Center, just on right in town. And so she is going to be, she worked with, I'm not sure if they were social workers or they weren't lawyers, but she worked with people that work with immigrants in some capacity. And so she will be bringing those people that she worked with on campus to kind of share a more personal side about immigration and just kind of the difficulties that are associated with becoming a citizen of the United States. And so we have that tentatively planned sometime in April. And so, that'll be another immigration type event that we have on campus. It's kind of spreading awareness. There's a lot of information, some misinformation about immigration going around with the presidential elections and everything.
Sure.
It's a hot button issue. So just trying to spread as much accurate information as possible is what we're
And
trying
are
to do.
those events that you host, are those open to anyone?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
So keep an eye out.
Yeah, it'll open to the public. Anybody's welcome to join. Our immigration attorney event, we had over 90 people in OLN 102. Yeah.
Wow.
Professors, students, members of the community. So it was a good turnout.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah.
It sounds like you as an organization do a lot of huge work.
Yeah.
And you're student run.
Yes,
Right? So
completely.
that's huge. Can you tell me a little bit about how those skills and kind of that ability to organize the student organization, how that's contributing to both you as a student, but also thinking forward?
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is good. I'm in the middle of applying for jobs and stuff right now, so
good.
I've done a lot of self-reflection on that already. But just the opportunity to lead an organization like this has been so beneficial for me. Organizing students and getting them involved and passionate about certain issues. It's a difficult task. It's difficult to get people to come to weekly meetings. So I've learned a lot about persistence, determination, getting people involved, and just needing to be very organized as well to get things done. These are all skills that I've written on my resume and on cover letters for jobs. And so the experience to lead an organization like this has been extremely beneficial for me personally, and I'm sure all the other leaders of HOLA Enlaces would say the same.
That's really outstanding. It's nice to hear, I think all of us who are kind of tuning in and thinking about Luther as the whole, these kinds of opportunities that students have, and this one sounds like a really incredible opportunity. What are you looking for your future career? I'm sure that's the dreaded question for seniors. You're tired of hearing it, but what are you thinking about doing?
So I am thinking about doing some teaching English abroad, taking the teaching English in Postville and kind of applying that to a different setting, to travel abroad and teach English in some capacity. But before I can go get established in another country, I need to make some money before that.
Sure.
And so I'm looking at doing some opportunities working at study abroad companies, because I also studied abroad for a semester, so that was a big experience for me as well. So I'd like to be able to help other people do that as well.
I was actually going to ask you about study abroad, because I know it's part of our curriculum for students who are studying a foreign language that you
Yeah.
do have to study abroad and use
Yeah.
that language. So can you tell me about where you studied and what
Yeah.
that was like?
Yeah. So for the Spanish and International Studies major, you're required to do a semester abroad. And so I decided, I went last spring, so spring 2015. I was in Cordoba, Argentina for 5 months. And so that was an incredible experience. It was a way to experience a new culture, something completely different. I lived in a big city for the first time. It's a city of 1.5 million people, which is very different from Decorah.
Yeah.
But it was a nice change. It was a good change. Good to come back. But and so yeah, I got to experience the culture. I stayed with a host family the entire time. Met a lot of really cool people in Argentina, both from the U.S., who are like some of my best friends, and then also abroad. So if I ever make it back, I know that I'd be welcomed back there as well.
That's really exciting.
Yeah.
Is there anything else that you just want to share and make sure that people who are here in the room or who are watching online, that they hear about this opportunity and Olan Laces and the work that you do?
I guess the only thing I haven't discussed yet would just be the cultural activities that we do as well. It's more of the fun element of what we do. So it's not just business, it's not just service stuff. It's good to have fun every once in a while too.
It is very good to have fun.
So we did a Cinco de Mayo party last year. What else did we do? We've had events in Norby Global House with open to the public as well. We have movie nights, like movies in Spanish. We host the Hispanic Heritage Month event in Peace Dining every fall. So I guess that's just the only thing that I mentioned that we haven't done, which it's a long list, but
it is a long list. But it's nice to hear that you guys do fun stuff too. You're not just working hard, although you're doing great work. So that's all I have for you.
Yeah.
And we'll let you get going back to your busy day of running around with gnomes. And thank you so much for sharing a bit about Olan Laces with us.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, I've got it. Yeah. Thank you. For those of you who are just joining in or who joined during the interview, that is Ryan Goos. And Ryan Goos is a 2016 upcoming grad from Luther. And he was speaking with us about Olan Laces, which is a student organization on campus that focuses on the Spanish language and philanthropy and education opportunities. Lots of interesting stuff from Ryan, lots of interesting stuff from all of our guests today. If for any reason you have missed out, which I understand, you have lives, you have things to do. If you have missed out, what we are going to do is suggest that you click a little button down at the bottom of the live stream and you want to tune into whoever. It'll just bring up what you missed. Otherwise, you can stick with us now and see what's happening live. Either way, you can't really beat what's going on here out of Marty's. I have a couple of updates that we can send to you. Let's see what I've got. Got to pull them up on the computer because that's fancy. I have some comments from some recent donors. I have blessed to have a freshman at Luther. So this gift came from a parent, and they wanted us to know that Luther is a great place that their student is at. So thank you. We promise we will take good care of them. Thank you, Luther, for making these past 4 years some of the most profound and memorable years of my life. Thank you guys for shaping me into the person that I am. I met my wonderful husband on the first day of school. I wish we had a bigger comment box because I would love to hear that story about how they met the first day of school and are now married. Someone else said, I am giving as a Luther staff member and mom to a 2012 Luther grad. Thank you so much for joining in with this campus community and joining with other faculty and staff, as well as people from all over the country and the world who are giving today. We have new gifts from April in Minnesota, Mallory in Wisconsin, Mike and Carol in Iowa, Kirsten from Iowa, Jeff from Iowa. We've got a nice little Iowa train that's going there. Thor from Illinois, Mandy in Minnesota, Emily from New York, and Kari from North Carolina. And we also have some first-time gifts that are coming in today, which is so exciting. Thank you for joining us today. Today's kind of the day. We have Sadie from Iowa, Kristen from Idaho, bringing in that Coloring the State for our 50 challenge there from Idaho, Megan in Iowa, and Jessica from Illinois. So thank you to all of you who have made a gift today and are helping to make this possible. We are crunching our numbers on getting our totals. We sort of had such a great turnout and some good things that are happening, so we're going to be working on making sure that that's accurate for all of you. But you can track some of your challenges on our website, which is luther.edu/giving-day. We've recently won one saying that you completed Sweethearts Challenge, which took place from is still technically taking place, but you already blew it out of the water. So we had 25 alumni couples give. Thank you so much to all 25 of you. We're also $50 away, which I believe is one donor away from hitting our Totally All That 90s challenge, which runs until 1 p.m. So one more person who graduated from the 90s before 1 p.m., make a gift and you're all set. We also are still running our Whippy Dip challenge, though we're nearing the end. We're still plugging away on that faculty staff honoring challenge. It just takes typing in the name of someone that you want to honor, and then we can honor them. We also have cities competing against each other. And I'm going to pull up and I'm going to see where we're at right now for our city versus city competition to see who is Luther's Gnome Town. Oh, man. Well, in order of highest participation rate, so in order of who technically is first place and then moving down, we have currently winning Washington, D.C. So congratulations, D.C. grads, on how you're doing so far. We still have half a day for this to totally change. But D.C. grads, you're doing really well. Second up is right here in Decorah. Then we have Chicago and Des Moines running neck and neck, and the Twin Cities, and then Denver. So Twin Cities, Denver, come on. You guys got it. You can join in and have some of this fun and see who's going to be Luther's Gnome Town. Whoever wins gets a party thrown on the Alumni and Development Office's efforts. So we will send someone to you. We will set it all up, and you get to just have a ton of fun with Gnome swag and lots of Luther gear. We've got pennants. We've got flags. We have whatever you want. We can make it happen. Well, maybe not whatever you want, but whatever Luther-y kind of stuff you're thinking of, we can make that happen. We also received a gift, I just heard, from Canada. Thank you, Canada. Way to come down from the Great White North and make a gift for Luther College. This is an international affair here, Luther grads and friends and parents and whoever you are. I should say that I do have to say hi, Mom and Dad. This is one of those perks to being the host, is that I get to say hi to my mom and dad who have been sending me messages encouraging me, and also pointing out some fun features they've seen on the website. So you too can join with my parents in seeing fun features on the website. We have our challenge updates. You can see details on each of those challenges. We also have a social media tag board, and what that does is it pulls in all of the social media posts that are using our hashtag. And our hashtag is LutherGives16, as you can see on the giant background behind me. Which was put together actually by a student organization on campus called LAC, which is a group of Luther artists. And they created this background for us, and it has our hashtag. Be sure to use it when you're posting. I can see a lot of fun things that are coming through. We've got dancing gnomes in front of green screens. We have someone who's making a gift, and they're showing their gnome and their money right there in that little photo. I think they probably aren't submitting those dollars, though, since you give online. Lots of photos of students running around with gnomes, fun tweets. My goodness, you guys are everywhere. So please join in on the social media page. Check it out. See what's going on. Make a post of your own. Join in making a big difference for Luther's annual fund today. All of your gifts are going to count towards some challenge throughout the day, and that's huge. You're going to be able to make a much bigger impact today than you would on any other day. So if you're on the fence, now's the time. Join in, find a challenge that suits you, and join with other grads in making a gift towards Luther's annual fund. All of the annual fund is used where it's needed most, when it's needed most. It goes towards scholarships, academic support, living at Luther. It's something that really makes the whole Luther experience possible. So what we're going to do now is we're going to take a brief video break followed by a performance from a quartet from the concert band. And for those of you in concert band, remember, you have a challenge going. You've got either a double or a triple of your gift going as we speak already. So all you have to do is go and make your gift, and then you can join after some videos and celebrate with a quartet from the Luther College Concert Band. So I'm going to say bye to you for a few minutes, and then I'll come right back with the concert band performing a lovely piece that I'm sure will just get you dancing. Thanks.
here to interview some students about student organizations on campus. We're going to ask some tough questions and get some tough answers. And when I say we're going to ask some tough questions and get some tough answers, the questions will be, I guess, of a moderate difficulty. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Norse on the Spot. We're here in the Dolls Centennial Union to ask some random people some random questions. Like this guy. When I was given this clip by a group here on campus. Excuse me. What do you think you do with this? You can grab it.
I don't have the slightest idea. To open a jar of pickles, there's a little like bridge here in the end.
Pickle jar opener.
Hold it in your hand.
Okay, and then what? You punch someone in the mouth. That must be very nice. A plastic knuckle.
I think that it's children brass knuckles. They just kind of put it on there.
You can just prod them forward a little bit.
Yeah, exactly.
Something to install something.
That is used for a bike by our wonderful student organization, Spokes. Or that's at least as far as I know, because I know nothing about bikes and they just handed me that clip. Let's see what Spokes says.
So Spokes is a student organization. We try to organize bike rides. It's a lot more fun to go out on rides with other people, so it's been nice to actually get more connections with people who bike. So, and then the bike shop, on the other hand, is where we try to provide service for free for students. This is a tire lever, and it's used for getting under the tire, and then you use it to remove the tire from the wheel.
All right, we are back here in Norse on the Spot. What is the craziest thing you've ever seen a kid do?
Once I saw a kid shove goldfish up my nose.
That is an investment in the future.
He came running over and he had a fistful of worms. I'm like, oh, there's some cool worms you got there. He's like, yeah, and then he just put them all in his mouth and ate them. I'm like, oh boy, just walked away.
I have no words for that. This is Norse on the Spot. Hardcore, pavement-pounding, investigative journalism. It's collaborate time!
Nice.
Don't use that. What kind of activities do you enjoy doing with kids when you have the opportunity to play with them?
Well, chase is a good one, and go seek.
Now, swinging. Swinging?
Yes.
Like mud wrestling or what?
Just whatever.
Okay.
Whatever they want.
All right, that was a good answer. Don't ever agree to mud wrestling.
I like to eat with them because they play with their food funny. Like chew it up and like, ah.
Tell me about kids. Do you like them? Do you hate them? If you do like them, what do you like to do to them? To your knowledge, are there any groups here on campus that would allow you the opportunity to play with children?
There's pals, right?
Yes! And can you tell me anything about pals?
I don't know, they pair you up with a kid and then you hang out with them. That's all I know.
That's great.
PALS is a kind of a big brother, big sister program here, part of the Luther community. We pair Luther students all 4 years with Decor community kids. So the kids were able to create a solar-powered race car. We kind of create, a little personalized car. And as soon as they do their PAL, walk in the door, they're like, today I'm gonna, be with my Luther student for a couple hours and be really fun. And I think that's really great to kind of build that relationship, and that's kind of the foundation for what PALS is.
If I were to say, the Sir marks the scrum down, what would you think?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah. Yes, I would be happy to.
I don't know.
Great answer. Just take a wild gander.
Some kind of man selling something at a marketplace.
Some kind of man selling something in a marketplace?
Marking the price down.
Oh, very nice. A salesman technique.
Yes.
I like that.
Yes.
Do you concur? Or do you have another hypothesis?
That sounds great.
You guys have great chemistry. I'm so impressed.
That would be rugby.
Rugby. So you are a member of the Luther College men's rugby team, correct?
I am indeed.
Have you ever been seriously injured?
No.
Great. The fact that you are built like a muscular freight train lets me know it's very unlikely to happen as well. Let's hear from someone who actually knows what they're talking about.
Hi, I'm Quinn Meyer, and I'm a co-captain of Luther Women's Rugby. A sir is the ref on a rugby pitch. Scrum is a 9-person formation that tries to work possession of the ball. Rugby really is a strong family. We work well with the men's team and kind of work off each other and work together to really have a cohesive team tradition that we keep strong at Luther.
we all like each other. We like to have fun. We go out, we play together. We go out and social together.
When you play a match, you become friends and brothers and sisters really fast when you're fighting a match.
That's true. And we're looking to continue that strong tradition.
For real, what? And why are you so just snorked up today? Does the fact that this microphone doesn't have anything attached to it bother you?
Say, is this thing on?
It is. Don't touch it.
Welcome back to the Luther College live stream for Luther's first ever Giving Day. Luther Gives 16. You may notice that there are some bright, shiny objects in front of me. I'm pretty excited right now. We have a quartet comprised of the euphonium and tuba section of the concert band. On euphonium 1 will be Webb Gehring, 16, a music and philosophy major from Galesburg, Illinois. Euphonium 2 is Ben Ostrom, 19 being his grad year, a music education major from Montezuma, Iowa. Tuba 1 is Elena Zarecki, year 17, a music education major from Colorado Springs, Colorado. And tuba 2 is Gavin Schaeferly, 19, a math computer science major from Chanhassen, Minnesota. And after all of that detailed information, I'm going to tell you about what they're playing. The quartet is going to perform a piece that they put together for Webb, our first euphonium's senior recital, and it is Turkey in the Straw, perhaps familiar to some of you. Turkey in the Straw is a quirky arrangement of a classic American tune, frequently set to the words, "Do your ears hang low." Lewis Buckley's arrangement, the arrangement they'll be playing, captures the diverse stylistic palette of the tuba and euphonium quartet by transforming the theme into a variety of different variations. For those of you who are interested, and everyone else, Louis Buckley is the former conductor of the U.S. Coast Guard Band. He served in that post for over 20 years. At that time, the longest tenure of any conductor in any senior military band in the United States. So, without further ado, Webb Gehring, Ben Ostrom, Elena Zarecki, and Gavin Schaeferly with Turkey in the Straw, arranged by Louis Buckley. You may not be able to hear it online, but there's much clapping and joyous laughter and happiness from that piece. So a big thank you to our quartet from the concert band. We're going to take a little bit of time here just to do a quick break so that we can move all this stuff out of the way and get these fine musicians back to their scholastic endeavors. And then we'll be right back with All That Is Luther Gives 16.
If you feel like a room without a roof, because I'm happy. a fox went out on a chilly night. He prayed for the moon to give him light for many miles to go that night before he reached the town. Oh, town, oh, town, oh, many miles to go that night before he reached the town. Oh, he ran till he came to the farmer's pen. The ducks and the geese had kept their rein. He said, a couple of you gonna grease my chin before I leave this town. Oh, town, oh, town, oh, a couple of you gonna grease my chin before I leave this town. Oh. By the neck, he threw a duck across his back and he didn't mind. Quack, quack, and the legs all wiggling down, oh, down, oh, down, oh. He didn't mind. Quack, quack, and the legs all wiggling down, oh. While the old gray woman jumped out of bed, out of the window she popped her head, crying, John, John, the great goose is gone. Fox is on the town, oh, town, oh, town, oh. John, John, the great goose is gone, and the fox is on the town, oh. There were the little ones, 8, 9, 10, saying, Dad, Dad, you better go back again. It must be a mighty fine town, oh, town, oh, town, oh. Dad, Daddy, go back again, for it must be a mighty fine town, oh. The fox and his wife, without any strife, they cut up the goose with a hook and a knife, and they never had such a supper in their life, and the little ones chewed on the bones, oh, bones, oh, bones, oh. They never had such a supper in their life, and the little ones chewed on the bones.
Hello and welcome back to the Luther Gives 16 live stream. My name is Kate Duffert and I am the Assistant Director of Annual Giving here at Luther, and we are coming to you straight from the basement of the Union in Marty's, or what you may have known it as Dante's. We are hanging out with the lunchtime crowd. You may be joining us from your lunchtime, wherever that may be. Thank you for tuning in and keeping an eye on what's going on during Giving Day today. So for those of you who are just joining us, Giving Day is a huge effort. It started at 6 a.m. this morning. It goes until 9 p.m. this evening. And all of it is focused on celebrating Luther and all of Luther's pride and all the things that make this community special, and then making gifts in support of the annual fund. And the annual fund at Luther supports a few different things. The first is scholarships. The second is academics at Luther, and the third is living at Luther, which is any number of things, from student organizations to counseling and health services. Whatever you can think of, there's probably a way that the annual fund has touched it. So thank you so much for all of the gifts that have come in so far today. It has really been astounding. We have 8 hours and 42 minutes left, and we are just trucking along. We have had, oh my goodness, we are 8 people away from hitting our donor number challenge twice over. That's right. We had a challenge this morning from the Board of Regents where if we had 300 donors today, then they would unlock $50,000. Well, conveniently, we hit that before about 10 a.m. And so they thought, well, this is great. Let's unlock a second $50,000 if we hit another 300 donors. And we are at 292 people right now for that second 300. So we are so close to unlocking another $50,000 from the Board of Regents for Luther's annual fund. So if you're sitting there and thinking, this might be my time, it's probably your time. It's probably time to join and make a gift to the annual fund today. And you can do that by going to our website at luther.edu/giving-day. And that's going to be kind of your hub for all things fun today. You are probably around that website because you're tuning into this live stream, which is on the site. However, there are also several other things on there. You can check out challenge updates to see how those are going. We have quite a few of those going. In fact, we have one that just started at noon and will go until 2 p.m. And that's for computer science and economics and business majors. So if you studied any of those things at Luther or are currently studying any of those things at Luther, you can count towards this challenge, and you make a gift of any amount, and once we hit 100 donors, that will unlock the challenge for the day. So you have until 2 p.m., computer science, economics, and business. When you hit that challenge, that's $2,000 that's unlocked for the annual fund, and that's being made possible thanks to 2 Luther grads from the year '86 and a current professor in that field, Brad and Jane Miller. So many thanks to Brad and Jane, and many thanks to all of you who are joining in to help make that challenge possible and meet that for Luther College's annual fund. We currently have 20 out of the 100 donors, so I think you can do it. It's only 80 more people, and we know computer science, econ, and business folks are savvy, are early adopters. They know a good thing when it's there. This is a good thing. So join in for that challenge. We also have several challenges going for musicians. If you played in any sort of ensemble, you can join in today for any number of the challenges, but we do have a specific challenge for our concert band. And for those of you who tuned in a little bit earlier, you got to see a fun performance from a quartet from our concert band. And for those of you joining now, you can always go back and watch it later. And that concert band challenge is a dollar for dollar match for those of you who have given somewhat recently. And if you haven't given in a while, but you're a concert band alumni or you've never given, they will actually do a 2-to-1 match for your gift. So they will triple what you give. On top of that, we have a challenge put up by Weston Noble. And by the end of today, he will hopefully have matched up to $20,000 of gifts from anyone who sang in any choir while they were at Luther or participated in the Messiah Chorus. Because there was this time, for those of you who don't know, when you could show up, grab a score, and join in with the Messiah Chorus. And so anyone who did that or who sang in a choir, you can participate in that challenge, which runs to the end of today. We also have some regional challenges going on. We're doing pretty well on reaching all 50 states. I do have to call out Alaska, Hawaii, Idaho, Montana, New Mexico, Kansas, Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, North Carolina, West Virginia, Vermont, Rhode Island, and Delaware. You have not yet made a gift. If you have a friend who's in that area or you are in that area, join in today. If we get all 50 states, $50,000 is going to the annual fund from the Board of Regents. Call up your friends. Do what you need to do. Help us to get there. I just got an update. We just got a gift from Alaska. So someone heard, so that's awesome. Thank you, Alaska, for joining in. We also have a couple of gift comments that have come in. We have someone who said, world famous Luther College concert band forever. Wonderful memories. So we've got some huzzahs out here in the audience in support of that. Thank you so much for making a gift and supporting that challenge. Another person said, our daughter is a freshman and we couldn't be happier she is at Luther. Thank you so much for making a gift today and for supporting not only your daughter, but all Luther students. We also have a few gifts that have come in from Emily in Minnesota, Mark in Iowa, Paula in Texas, Andrew in Colorado, Jane in Illinois, and Dave in Texas. And we have gifts of all different sizes here. Some of those are $250, some are $1,000, some are $5 gifts. Whatever you're able to give makes a big difference. And because of today being such a special day with all of these challenges, your gift is going to make an even bigger impact. So I have an update from Gnome Base as well. And Gnome Base is our headquarters over in Loyalty Hall, where we have our alumni and development teams. They are all sitting around a table, working really hard to make sure that everything is working correctly for today, making sure that your gifts are processed and put where they need to go, which is the annual fund. And they just sent me a message that says that they have some gnomes that got into their dollar totals. So the gnomes apparently are too many places on campus. We were excited about them being everywhere, but I guess they've gotten into our web system. And so there were some issues that were coming through with our dollar totals. So we now on the website have a little bar up there that lets you know we're going to figure it out. And we will reveal the total to you soon once it's all resolved. So darn those gnomes, but Thank you to the alumni and development staff and web content and social media, and my goodness, all the people over in Loyalty making this happen from Gnome Base. A quick shout out while I have a minute here to all of the folks who are here in Marty's with me. We have representatives from all sorts of different departments working together on this special day to make sure that it's really wonderful. And in particular, we have a lot of help from multimedia and the library team to make sure that this stream is coming out to you and that I'm not choppy and disappearing all the time. So many, many thanks to them for making this smooth and wonderful and making this possible. It is so much fun and such a blast to be seeing the posts about this day coming through on social media. You can check in if you go to luther.edu/giving-day. And on that, you can see all of our information, our challenge updates, our social media tag board, which pulls in all the posts with the hashtag. If you want to post something yourself, this is the hashtag. Just use that, LutherGives16, and that will pull in and show up on our social media page as well. You can also continue to watch the live stream. We will be here until 8 p.m. tonight, 8 p.m. Central. So keep on tuning in. I will be here until about 2 p.m., and then we're going to have a guest host, and that's Eric Hopkins Ellingsen. And he's over from our music department, and just a blast. So Eric will have a lot of fun. Then I'll be back, and then we'll round out our evening with a couple of students that will come in and help us host as well. Coming up in the next few hours, we will be meeting with some coaches for a sports interview panel. We'll have some more updates and some fun videos for you to watch as well after that. And then Eric's going to come in and we'll have interviews with Uwe Rudolf and Ruth Caldwell and with Sandy Joppa. And then we'll hit up a whole second slew of stuff once we hit the evening, because we want to make sure that we have fun things happening here on the live stream for you all day. So for now, what we're going to do is kick off this little section of interviews, and I am going to interview Lise Kildegaard. Lisa's on her way over from the other side. No rush, you're good, I can talk. Lisa is a professor in Luther's English department who has taught classes ranging from first-year Paideia to upper-level teaching on the 18th and 19th century British literature. Over the past several years, Lisa has been merging her love of poetry with her Danish heritage by translating the work of Danish author Louis Jensen. His series of books filled with what he has dubbed square stories have taken on a new life in Decorah thanks to Lisa's work. So thank you, Lisa, for joining us. I'm going to get you a mic, and you can come and sit right here. Hi. How are you holding up? I am holding up just fine.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's kind of a little bit of a hostage situation.
It's a willing hostage situation up here. Yes, those chairs are quite comfy, so enjoy sinking in.
Do they look blue on camera? Because I was watching at home and I didn't realize they were so blue.
If you're at home, you might not realize that these are the bluest of blue chairs.
We are sitting in some Luther blue easy chairs.
Absolutely.
Very good. Good for many purposes.
They are good for many purposes. So as I mentioned in the little intro for you, we're going to talk a little bit about square stories specifically, and I have to intro my personal feelings about square stories because I had the chance in 2009, I believe, to perform in a production where we used the square stories, and so I got to read a ton of them and memorize some of them and meet Louis Jensen as well as work with Lisa and Bob Larson on that production. So I have a very deep fondness for the square stories, so I'm excited to talk about them with you today.
Well, I won't put you on the spot and ask you to recite your square stories, but I bet you could do it, but we'll get to that.
I thought about it. I thought about trying to make sure I had them memorized, but I can't remember all of them.
Well, maybe I should introduce what a square story is.
Absolutely.
Unless you and I could just talk about it and have a lot of fun. That would be good too.
Feel free to introduce them.
So the square stories, Louis Jensen, and in Danish they say Louis Jensen, as Kate very perfectly pronounced. Very, very well done. Louis Jensen is a Danish author who has been embarked on a very ambitious and interesting literary project for about the last 20 years. He has been writing very short stories, microfictions, and publishing them in books that collect 100 of them at a time. So books that have 100 stories. His plan is to write 1,001 stories. He has published 9 books of 100 stories, so those of you with math backgrounds will understand that that's 900 stories. And this spring he is coming out with his 10th and final book, that's good, 10th and final book of 100 stories, his 1,000th story. And then he plans to write one last book with one single story. So I brought an example of his square story book. This is the first one published in 1992. Louis Jensen, 100 Historia, which just means 100 stories. And you can see maybe, I don't know what our zooming capacity is, how they look on the page.
They're square.
There is one story per page, and they are square. Each of these pages is a complete and entire story. And the square stories are on every different topic, on every different with every different variety of character. They have human characters and animal characters and inanimate object characters and abstract things that can't even be characters. There's when you write 1,000 stories, you get to put into play lots of different types of animate and inanimate and non-animate beings. So that is what they are. They are very fun, very lively. I think I will read you one, just so you can hear what they sound like. Does that sound good, Kate?
That sounds perfect. It's on my list to ask you to share a story. So,
so this is the 7th story, and it's a very ridiculous and goofy one. A 7th time there was an old black frying pan. It was the boss in a big kitchen that was out in the Baltic Sea, but it didn't want to be the boss any longer. So it sailed away and sank to the bottom of the sea and came at last to Bornholm, where it married a smoked herring. And that's the whole story. And you can see from the story that it's he has a taste for the ridiculous.
Yes.
So a black frying pan has some opinions and some experiences. A frying pan marrying a smoked herring. It's very Scandinavian, but not really part of the world as we know it.
Also a little scandalous. It's
Right, it's
herring
kind
in a
of
frying pan.
Something of a mixed marriage right there. But what I love about the stories is they, even the crazy ones like that one, they have a kind of inner logic to them and a kind of inner world and a kind of inner reality. So a frying pan that sails away would definitely sink to the bottom of the sea. That part makes sense. If you leave the Baltic Sea, if you cross the Baltic Sea, you do end up in Bornholm, the island of Bornholm. And Bornholm is actually famous, you wouldn't know, but it is famous for smoked herring. So if you happen to be a frying pan in Bornholm, marrying a smoked herring would just be the exact right thing to do.
Just makes sense.
One of the students who worked on the play with you has worked on a play for second graders, and we took that story and translated it into an American idiom, and she has the frying pan sailing across Lake Superior and marrying a whitefish. So that's more typical for our own region. So she does that. So the stories are beautiful, fun, interesting, and oh my gosh, there's a lot of them.
There's so many of them.
They go on, and they're wildly diverse. And let me read another one. They're also quite poetic and beautiful. So this one is the 6th story. A 6th time, there was a tree and a little bird. They were good friends, and they often talked together. The little bird would fly up high above the treetop, look all around, and fly down again and sit with the tree and report everything it had seen. And then the tree would tell the bird all the strange things its roots could see down deep in the earth. In this way, they both grew wise. And one time in 100, they were so filled with wonder, they both fell silent for a long while. So here's a story that just ends on a note of wonder. And this is also typical of his stories, that they open up into a world that is strange and beautiful, very unpredictable, but very filled with wonder as well. So, Miss Kate, you were a member of one of the many things we've done with Square Stories on campus. is Bob Larson created a play based on the stories with 9 actors, student
9 of
actors.
us, yeah.
And I actually have a picture from your
Oh my goodness.
from your cast picture.
Let me preface this that we had really silly costumes and that we wore these little bodysuits with hats that were sort of like a, I mean, you can see them. They're like a little
There's a
bonnet.
little cap.
They're little caps. We were quite cute.
And this one here is Kate right here.
That's me. Yeah, and I will. This is a total behind-the-scenes thing that not everybody will know, but the way the set was set up for this, there was a projection screen in the background, and so at the beginning of every play, we would have to crawl on the ground to get to our spots before the show started, and we'd have to crawl to avoid the projection screen, and so you had all these people dressed like giant babies crawling across the floor in the back of the CFA before every production, and it was sort of the perfect thing before this kind of a show to just be silly and
giant babies
sort
on the
of
ground.
ridiculous. Yes.
Yeah. So the production was, I think, about 90 stories, and 9 students, so about 10 stories each.
Yeah.
And they took the stories, memorized them. Each student would tell one of the stories, and then Bob had the students improvise and add movement and sound and singing and an entire sort of atmosphere around the stories where the stories could take place. Louis Jensen is in this picture. He's in the front because he came over to visit while you were doing the production. He saw the production and he said, it's like being in a fairy tale to hear his stories brought to the stage. So do you remember any of the stories that were your responsibility?
I do remember quite a few of them. I don't remember them in their entirety, but I could tell you general gists of a lot of the stories that I had. Probably my favorite one was near the end of the show, and it was about clouds. And the premise of this story is that clouds are messengers for God, and that when God wants to say something to us, he paints it in the clouds. And we've all kind of forgotten about that, but the clouds haven't, and they're still putting messages out there. And so I remember that one and just thinking, oh, my goodness, it's
beautiful, and it's funny
so
you
beautiful.
Remember that one because that is the most vivid memory I have of your performance as well. And I never read that story, but I don't see your face and hear your beautiful voice
Thank you.
on that story.
That's the one I always remember. There were some others too that were a little more silly and fun. I have some that my friends performed that I won't forget about. One with a left hand keeping an eye on a right hand holding a bucket, and sort of an illicit love story between a hand and a bucket. The other hand being jealous. So that was one that was fairly memorable. One about a series of birds, I think, at a funeral. And one of them gets up and dances. The one who had died gets up and dances.
Yes, because there's such beautiful singing at the funeral that even the dead bird stands up and starts to dance. Yeah.
They're just so vivid. And I think something I wanted to talk to you a little bit about is that a lot of that is Louis Jensen's writing, but then also how you translated them to make sure that they preserve that sort of whimsy, but there's still that wisdom to that. And so I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit about how you go about trying to do that when you have this language that you're translating.
I am very interested in the project of translation just in general, and I think a lot of what we do as teachers is actually translation or some kind of mediation between something that we know well and something students are learning, and the teacher's kind of in the middle trying to be responsible to the material and make it available to the students. So the act of translation, I think, is a very big topic and a very big part of what all the teachers at Luther College are doing all the time. To translate the Danish is very, very fun for me, and it's gotten more fun over the last 10 years that I've been working on it because of this amazing new thing called the internet.
It's a helpful thing, the internet.
Wow. So the Danish that Louis Jensen writes in is very clear, straightforward, and simple, and very colloquial. So I want to translate that in its clarity and its simplicity, but I want it to sound not like translated Danish, but like
Right.
English, and that's the actual challenge. I end up spending a lot of time saying in my head, should it be a tiny little thing or a little tiny thing? Which sounds better? And sometimes it changes depending on the story, which
Sure.
I will want to use. So that's something. But the amazing thing for me is that the internet now, Google Translate is an amazing resource for all translators. It's often hilariously wrong, hilariously wrong. So you can't just simply plug anything into any kind of algorithm and get a translation, but it shows you some things that you maybe haven't thought of yourself.
Oh, sure.
But even more than that, Google image search. If I am looking at say a woodworking tool in the story, and I wonder what exactly is it, and the dictionaries can't tell me exactly what the tool is, I can go on Google search and find pictures of the thing that I am
Yeah.
trying to translate. So that's been, the world of translation has been absolutely revolutionized in the last 10 years.
Wow.
And the resources are amazing. Plus all of the Danish dictionaries are online. Lots of excellent English dictionaries are online. Synonym finders are online. It's a great time to be a translator. Also, don't you feel like the internet has made the world a little smaller?
Yes.
So now we can communicate with people who are far away. We can, if there's an idiomatic expression that I don't quite get, I can reach out to my friends in Denmark so easily, so readily. It feels to me like the world is smaller, so maybe that's a good reason to translate too, so that we can bring the smaller world in a little bit closer.
Absolutely. And what brought you to translation? Was that first, or were the square stories first? How did that
It was
play
really the
out?
square stories. I discovered the square stories in, I think, 2006. And the reason I discovered them is I had a small grant from Luther College to do some research in Denmark. Very small, I think $1,000. And I went to the Center for Children's Literature in Denmark, in Copenhagen, and I was interested to find out what was happening in children's literature because I teach a young adult literature class here at Luther. So I was interested to find out what was happening in Denmark, so I took this small grant and I went to the library and I ran across these square stories. They had not been translated into English. He has won many awards in Denmark. He's quite well known in Denmark, but not beyond Denmark. And I fell in love with the stories. I absolutely fell in love with them. They were so funny and so lovely and so lyrical and so surprising. Every time I read one, I felt like a little space unfolded in my head that hadn't been there before, which is what poetry does. So I began to translate them just for the pleasure of my family, just to crack them up at dinner time. And after doing this on and off for about a year and looking for other translations, I realized I should get going on it myself. So I did. It's the same with the Wikipedia page, which I wrote for him. There's a nice Wikipedia page now, and that's because after many years of saying, why don't they have a Wikipedia page for Louis Jensen, I realized I should write the Wikipedia page, so I did that too. So that's how I got started. I've been working on them ever since, but what's really fun for me is not just the individual stories themselves, that's primary, but the way they can be leveraged out into the classroom, into the community. I have taught them everywhere from second graders to college students.
Wow.
And here at Luther College, there's a number of exciting creative responses to the square stories. We had the play was amazing and beautiful and very well acted, I will say. We have also had square stories in a chapel service, a chapel series based on the square stories, where we brought a pastor from Minnesota who has taken all of Jesus's parables and reformatted them as square stories.
Oh, wow.
So he came and gave a chapel talk on the theology of square stories and met with students to create more. Just this week, we have an artist in residence over in the CFA who is helping students create a book of illustrated square stories. They're going to produce a chapbook. So many, they've been taught in creative writing classes, and they've been in the theater program. They just have been something to bring around on campus to a lot of different venues. It's been very fun, and they're very easy to use in that way.
Absolutely. It's so exciting to hear. This has been the theme sort of throughout the day from everyone that we've spoken with, is that there are all these little snippets and chances at Luther to really collaborate with all these different departments and see how one interest or one passion can merge through all the areas of liberal arts. And so it's fun as someone who experienced the square stories in one way to hear about them in all these other capacities. Are you working on translating anything else, or is this sort of the world?
I have done a few small translation projects, sort of, but this is mostly what I do. Yeah, this is mostly what I've been working on. Yeah, he, the man, Louis Jensen, has written 70 books. So there are many things beyond the square stories that are calling to me. But the square stories are a big project to start with. Yeah.
Wow. And how, I know you mentioned that Louis Jensen came to Decorah for our production, and it was really fun as a student to get to experience that. I remember him sitting at the co-op eating lunch, and I got to sit with my mom and Louis Jensen and eat lunch before a production.
Yeah, he's a lovely guy.
He's wonderful. How often do you stay in contact? Are you guys working closely?
We, the translations I do on my own, and when I get stuck, I do reach out to him. And he sends me everything he publishes. Wow. We are more in contact as friends than as colleagues.
Sure.
So we do stay in touch with each other's family news. He's very fond of Decorah from his visit here. A funny story, he came to Decorah 2008. It was right after Obama was elected. And he had one afternoon off. And he, because he was very busy while he was here, he took my car and drove to the Mississippi River. It was the one thing he wanted to do when he was in Decorah. And then when he got back home to Denmark, he wrote an article for one of their school journals about his visit to America and how beautiful Decorah was and how great the students were and how amazing the play was. But he also included in this article a story that he had gone to the Mississippi River and he had stood on the Lansing Bridge and he had looked down and he saw Huckleberry Finn and Jim on their raft. So that was remarkable. That's right there in the story, so it must have happened right there in the article. So he loved visiting America and he loved being here on campus.
Yeah.
So.
That's a great story. I'm not surprised that he returned and wrote more stories about here. Do you have anything for me or anything that you wanted to make sure that we chatted about while you're here?
Well, I would like to talk about what's happening next with Square Stories on campus. The art department has two. So backing up a little bit, this year I am the Jones Distinguished Professor in the Humanities, which is a lovely honor for me. It comes with a small budget, and I have been able to bring visiting artists onto campus to work with students. I've been able to collaborate with other faculty members. It's just been an amazing year for me. One of the things that is happening is the Square Stories will be displayed at in the Preuss Library Gallery. A student and I, along with David Kamm, are curating a show which matches or pairs Square Stories with very tiny artworks from the Luther College collection.
Oh, fun.
So the Luther College collection, the Fine Arts collection, is a collection of many large oil paintings and etchings and sculptures and you name it, they've got it. But they also have a number of very tiny things, and we are collecting them, both 2D and 3D, and matching them up with Square Stories and doing an installation of little things. Also this spring in the CFA, the CFL, in the CFL gallery will be an installation of little author portraits, which are, Mark Hoffman is a artist who creates, they're about 5x7 portraits of authors, and Many of them are Paideia authors, so
wow.
they will be doing some Paideia events around them. But one of the authors that he has drawn a portrait of is actually Louis Jensen. So that's going up in the CFL, I think April 7th. So new things are happening, and that's exciting. I just last weekend talked with a student who did her senior project writing her own square stories.
Wow.
She wrote 99 square stories.
Oh my goodness.
Or 90, I think. 90, because it's degrees. 90 degrees of square stories. So each was 1 degree. And she continues to write square stories and work on that project. And we have a student in the art department right now, Tessa Krause, whose senior project has been to illustrate a set of her own microfictions, inspired by, although not beholden to, the Square Story project. So the Square Stories are a kind of leverage that helps students spring off in a variety of creative directions. And it's not just creativity, it's also thinking about how to pull a project together, how to organize, how to communicate. Thinking outside the box turns out to be a very helpful and effective skill set.
That it does, yes.
So they are definitely working on that, using the Square Stories as inspiration and leverage.
That's amazing. We'll have to keep an eye out, both those of you who are online and those of you who are on campus, for these opportunities to dive into a little bit of Square Stories in whatever way that you can.
Right, have a little bit of fun.
We have a little bit of
fun.
time left, and so I thought maybe if you wanted to read a couple more, or if you have something else.
I do, but because I'm a teacher, I have a thesis for my discussion with you.
That's fine.
And there will not be a quiz, because how would we quiz people? I don't know. But I did think that about what this means. So the Square Stories, I wanted to talk about what are they, and we've done that. And I wanted to talk about how a little thing can spread into a big thing, how a small idea can fan out into something large. That's something the poets have told us over and over again, but it's wonderful to see it in action. The little Square Stories have motivated a great deal of work and a great deal of excitement, I think. And I wanted to talk about what's happening today with Square Stories and new projects that are happening. So we did all of those, but my thesis really is that you can connect something small to something large. The amount of funding that I've received from Luther College for these projects is actually not large. And yet I've been able to leverage it into many projects. I've been able to collaborate with other faculty. I've been able to work with a number of students. I've been able to add something back to the community using a small investment. The smallest investment can be turned into something really big. And I think that's a great message for people who are tuning in today to
Absolutely.
the Luther Living, Giving Luther, Living.
Luther Giving Day, yep.
That's it.
It's
Not
a
living,
mouthful.
living and giving. The Luther Giving Day, because you may not think that your contribution would add up to much, but the ways that small contributions add up is something I've experienced in my life, and something that I know the development office is very, very clear on. So I wanted to say that small things can snowball.
Absolutely.
Small contributions make a difference. Small stories can unfold and have great power. And I also wanted to say that these small things become big things. They fuel the life of the college. They fuel faculty collaboration. They fuel student development. They fuel liberal arts learning here. All of that is good. But the one final thing is, I have never seen an institution that was more careful with its resources and was a better steward of resources. This Jones Fund that I have to play with and work with this year has enabled me to do astonishing things, and visiting artists who have come here, visiting artists from other institutions, ask me, how do you get this to happen? We brought a filmmaker in to have a January term course with students. 21 students got to make films with a Minnesota poet. We brought poets in to talk with them. They created amazing work. How are we able to do that? Because of small investments that allow us to do special and delightful things. So we're very thrifty here as an institution. Have you noticed?
We're very responsible.
Like your big day is a few T-shirts and some pins that you probably made yourself. And that's how we roll. That's how we do things.
Mm-hmm.
We take small amounts of money and do great, great things with them. So that's kind of my thesis for the Square Stories and for you.
I love that. It's wonderful. It's always nice to be able to connect back and forth between the way that these different things interact. And I definitely think that any student who has encountered Square Stories and worked with you on those, that it is something that's special and that does stick with and never really leaves you, that these stories have some sort of an effect, and that's big.
Mm-hmm.
That's a big thing.
It's good.
Yeah.
So one more, you think?
I think one more story would be
Do you
great.
have time?
We do have just enough time for one more story, in fact. That's
Well,
it.
I brought like 900, so
You
I
brought
don't know.
900.
I didn't. I did not. That's not true. Let me read this one.
Sure.
I had several of these published in the Iowa Review. And this one is, I think, one of the beautiful, strange ones. It doesn't really make sense until you listen, and then maybe it will make sense to you. So here is the Iowa Review, Volume 42, Number 1, with this square story. A 344th time, the tongue has stars. Their uncles are the heart's stars. Their aunts are the ankle's stars. And the stars of the right side of the nose are in the family. And when the tongue speaks, the tongue's stars fly right out into the air. And when they first get into an ear, they stand up and shine. For ears are the best place in the whole world. And the ears love the tongue's stars.
Thank you very much for sharing all of the things you've shared with us today, both that story and all of the wonderful things you've said about giving and just this place and how outstanding it is.
Wonderful to see you, Kate.
It's good to see you, too. Thank you so much. For those of you who are just joining, we just wrapped up an interview with Lise Kildegaard about primarily Square Stories and the ways that those have affected many a person on this campus and outside of this campus who have had the chance to interact with them and learn a little bit from their simple wisdom or complex wisdom by Lise. So I'm going to give a quick update for all of you on some of our Giving Day totals and information. And then what we're going to do is we're going to, somewhat awkwardly, right in front of your eyes, add a chair to the end. Oh, no, just kidding. We don't have to do it in front of you. They're going to let me cut to a video, so we don't have to be awkward in front of you, except for this. This right here is a little awkward, but that's okay. So here's my challenge update for you before we head off to our athletics panel. We are at several gifts that have come in from lots of different folks. I'm refreshing right now to see if we have something new for you. We are still waiting for those gnomes to get out of our numbers for our totals. However, we are up to 48 donors who have given to the 100 donor goal for Computer Science and Economics and Business Challenge donors. Once you hit that, $2,000 will be unlocked, so it's a great thing. We have lots of other challenges going. We've almost turned our map entirely blue with Luther Pride. We have a few comments that have come in. Luther College has done so much for me. I am so proud to give back. I love Whippy Dip. That's an appropriate comment because I feel that as well. My years at Luther made me the person I am today. I am so proud to give back. So happy and proud to have my son as a first year in concert band. Looking forward to my reunion this fall. Lots of outstanding things. We've received gifts in honor of several members of the faculty and staff, including Weston Noble, Mona Nelson, Vicki Yeager, Brad Chamberlain, and Jim Martin-Schramm. We have some first-time gifts that came from Amy in Minnesota, Kim in Minnesota, another Amy in Minnesota, and Chris in Nebraska. We also have gifts from Sarah in Iowa, $1,000 from Kelly in Iowa. Thank you, Kelly. $2,500 from Ted in Wisconsin. A gift from Connie in New York of $1,000 and $100 from Jim in Wisconsin. Thank you to all of you for adding these gifts together, just like Lisa said, and these contributions really do add up into a giant thing for Luther College, and you are making a huge impact, a historic impact on our annual fund today. So thank you, thank you, thank you. We're going to take a quick break so that we can bring out another chair, and then we'll be right back with a panel with some of our athletics coaches. Thank you.
The fox went out on a chilly night. He prayed for the moon to give him light for many miles to go that night before he reached the town. Oh, town, oh, town, oh, many miles to go that night before he reached the town. Oh, he ran till he came to the farmer's pen. The ducks and the geese kept their rein. He said, a couple of you gonna grease my chin before I leave this town. Oh, town, oh, town, oh, a couple of you gonna grease my chin before I leave this town. Oh. By the neck, he threw a duck across his back, and he didn't mind the quack, quack, and the legs all wiggling down, oh, down, oh, down, oh. He didn't mind the quack, quack, and the legs all wiggling down, oh. When the old gray woman jumped out of bed, out of the window she popped her head, crying, John, John, the great goose is gone, fox is on the town, oh, town, oh, town, oh. John, John, the great goose is gone, and the fox is on the town, oh. Eight, 9, 10, saying, Dad, Dad, you better go back again. It must be a mighty fine town, oh, town, oh, town, oh. Dad, Daddy, go back again, for it must be a mighty fine town, oh. The fox and his wife, without any strife, they cut up the goose with a hook and a knife, and they never had such a supper in their life, and the little ones chewed on the bones, oh, bones, oh, bones, oh. They never had such a supper in their life, and the little ones chewed on the bones.
Welcome back to the Luther Gives 16 live stream straight from the basement of the Union in Marty's. If you are joining in once again, my name is Kate Duffert, and you may have noticed that we have added a chair and we've expanded our little interview line here. So we're going big and going gnome right now, as we've been saying. I am joined today by three of our coaches, and they have come up from Lower Campus to come chat with us for a little bit today. We have Jeff Wettach, who's actually a 77 grad and head coach. 79 grad, it's wrong on my paper, and that's okay. 79 grad, who is the assistant professor of health and physical education, as well as the head coach for men's and women's track and field. And this is his 30th year at Luther, so he's a pro. We also have Amanda Bailey, who's in her 5th year as the head women's basketball coach, and Aaron Hafner, who's in his 3rd year as the head football coach. So I'm going to give them each, if you just want to chat a little bit about how you got to Luther, and then what you're doing here at Luther. And you can pass mics around, and we'll make it go. You can battle it out for who goes first.
I'll go first. Again, my name's Aaron Hafner. I'm the head football coach. And Coach Wettach helps coach football now, too, so we're excited to have him on our staff. And he coached a long time ago, and now we've kind of suckered him back into coaching with us, so we're excited about that. But I guess to answer your question, how I got to Luther, I was a high school math teacher and football coach for 10 years. And then that was right out of college, and then got into coaching college football 10 years ago at William Penn University, and I was there for 7 years as just an assistant coach under my brother, and had an opportunity to get the head coaching job at Luther, and very excited to bring my wife and my 2 girls up to Decorah.
Yeah. I'm Amanda Bailey, head women's basketball coach, and I've actually been here for 8 years.
Oh.
This is my 5th year as the head coach.
Gotcha.
But 8 years ago, I came here basically for a job. And I think I stayed here for the reason that a lot of students have come here, finding the community. And it didn't hurt that I married a Luther grad who works here. So my husband works here, as well as his father is a professor on campus. So kind of really been pulled into Luther and what it's all about, and I think I have a lot more reasons to want to be here now than I did 8 years ago.
Sure.
We're good with this mic now? Yeah? All right. My story is longer and more indirect, but I'm essentially here because of Jim Bullard, Dr. Jim Bullard, a Luther grad from many years gone by, but he met my father in med school and told my father that my oldest brother should look at Luther because he's interested in pre-med. So family came up here in 1971 to take a look at the college. I remember coming to town on that day at the age of 14 or whatever, and of course I wasn't interested in college. I was a 14-year-old kid. So, but it ended up my brother came here, next oldest brother came here, and I thought I should look at Luther College. Came to Luther as a student in 1975, as did my 2 older brothers in addition to my 2 younger sisters. So I'm one of 5 children of our family. All of us came to Luther College, graduated. And by some miracle, stroke of luck, I got hired here in the fall of 1985. So I've been here ever since. So I think technically it's my 31st year, but who's counting? When they get up there, it doesn't matter that much. But essentially, as you mentioned the things I do, I guess I'm kind of a jack of all trades and master of none. I'm not sure if I do anything that well, but I've been able to fill roles and do things at Luther College that have allowed me to work with not only my colleagues, fellow coaches and teachers, but also young people, student athletes.
Yeah, thank you all for sharing how you got here. It's fun to hear the different kinds of pathways that people take, and to hear the diversity of experience with Luther in our coaching staff, and to see, people who are newer to Luther and people who have been here for a while, and I think that's reflective of our students as well. They come from all sorts of different places. I wanted to ask each of you, community is sort of our big theme for the day, that we're really gathering around, in addition to philanthropy, but we're really gathering around this place and how much Luther means to both its students, its faculty and staff, and to its graduates. And so as people who work with teams, community is really important. So I was wondering if you could speak a little bit about how, as a coach, you foster community within your teams.
We'll work backwards this time. I'll take it this time. And actually, when you invited me up here, I have to throw this in. I thought I was coming up to go bowling, actually. This floor in Marty's, most people would know this, used to be bowling lanes here. So this union recreational room was the bowling alley, foosball. That's what I knew it as a student, where I spent more time here than in the library, unfortunately. But we still have the bowling alley floor right here. So that part of community, I guess, that's stretching your question. But what I have been fortunate to have this experience is that many of my mentors, coaches, and teachers at Luther, when I was a student here, really emphasized that. So I guess I learned that without knowing it at the time, that hey, this place, that's community among the coaches and teachers within their departments, but also with the teams and even within classes at times. So what I've tried to do is more or less maintain what I learned back in the 1970s, and have tried to cultivate a little bit more. And stress that importance of building the relationships, the coach-athlete relationship, as well as that among the student-athletes. And I think we do some of those things intentionally within our teams, and I know we do within track and field, and I see the other teams, they do some amazing things too. A challenge with our team is we have very large squads. So our men's team is 71, our women's team is 65. So it's a challenge when, in our sport, the student-athletes are spread out during a practice period, but also then maybe during supper and those things. So we have to set intentional times to do some team bonding and creating of that community. But I think a lot of that comes from the 22 hours when our student athletes are away from our sport as well. So I leave some of that to chance and hope that the student athletes run with it. But we do some intentional things. For example, we have what we call a midnight special. It's actually a 3-hour segment where our teams get together and do some team bonding activities. We do a couple classroom sessions, and of course we include some food there to make them get there in the first place.
Always food.
But that's always big for the growth of our team. And we stress that we try to grow the squad from day one through the very last day of the season. And it's fun and enjoyable and rewarding to see that growth of a team throughout a season.
My squad is a little smaller than these two, so I think we have 25 players on our team, and it's probably a little easier to maybe bring together the community with that group. And what I've learned in my time as a coach is sometimes it's better to leave that community building to your players and to just be there to support them and give them what they need to make that happen. So I think we're going to give instruction on the court during practice and bring them together on the competitive side. But it's the team dinners and the nights in the hotel rooms, and with our team in the last couple of years, it's been allowing them to show their creative side off of the basketball court, and allowing them to make dance videos and music videos, and really kind of showcase their talents and their ideas in other ways to really bring that fun edge to our sport. And so we've spent a lot of time building a community on our team, but what I've really noticed, and Coach kind of talks about it, and says he's learning from other people, but I know he's one of our biggest supporters in the athletic department as far as from sport to sport. And at our games, our student section is amazing. And we're a team of 25, but we've got a lot of other sports sitting in the stands and coaches, and it's as well as just the Luther community, and it's just been amazing for me to see that, and especially the growth of the crowds at games over the last couple of years has been very special, I know, to our team as well. So trying to get our players to realize that they are more than just the sport that they're in. They're more than the community. For the athletics is beyond the 25 on our team, and it extends to everyone, and the support that we can show everyone, because we know that they're putting in a lot of hard work and they're putting in a lot of hours. They're just not at the same time that maybe we are.
Sure.
So yeah.
I think when I think of community with our football program and Luther in general, I think there's a couple different things that pop into my mind, but the number one thing is not just our football staff, but our athletic staff in general. I think is just a great a group of people that we really bounce a lot of ideas off each other on how to become better coaches and better people, and how we can continue to try to work together. I mean, to make our programs better, to make Luther College better, to integrate athletics into academics and make all those things work. I mean, that's the first thing that comes to my mind about Luther for sure. And with our football program, I mean, I think that's part of what we do as coaches. I mean, I always tell our kids that it's a big responsibility for us as coaches, to help develop these student athletes during, in my opinion, the most crucial time of their life. The 4 years between 18 and 22 years old is a huge responsibility from a coach's standpoint, and we recruit that way, and we treat our kids that way when they get here. I mean, and part of that responsibility is to teach them how to function well in the community, whether it's a Luther community or the Decorah community. I think that's extremely important, and we provide lots of opportunities, and Coach Wettach does with adult special needs in town, and we have a couple different events throughout the year with them, and we do some stuff with the elementary schools. My wife's a kindergarten teacher, so that's an easy one for us. But yeah, that stuff's important, and we try to get our kids involved with that so they understand that when they do graduate and they get out in their own communities and they have their own families and they have these jobs, that that's an important piece of the puzzle to help develop them completely, I guess.
Thank you. I'm going to give a question to each of you individually now that you can answer. For you, Coach Hafner, we'll stick with you for a second. It's been really fun over the past years that you've been here to see so many football wins coming in and to have that excitement on campus and people really being enthusiastic about the program. Particularly at homecoming, it's always a blast when we have our alumni who are back who get to be excited on those stands and have that success. What is your goal for the next year? How do you feel going into your next season?
I think the big thing over 3 years with our football program is just changing the culture to what our expectations are as a new staff. It's not just my expectations, but we've set some goals for where we want to be, not just tomorrow, but down the line, and it takes each individual to just show daily improvement with what we're trying to do, whether it's in the weight room, in the classroom, and those things. And I hate to sit here and say, hey, we're going to win this many games or that many games, but we try not to focus on that too much, but just to continue to try to improve. And when we think of improvement, we think of, people think of improvement in athletics as wins and losses, but our goals are having a team GPA of 3.0 and just making sure that we have 100% attendance when we have certain activities that we expect them to be at, and kids not being late, and those things to us as coaches are the little things that help us win games. So and we think that carries over in their life too, and not just for their college life, but for their future as well.
Thank you. For you, Coach Bailey, we have quite a few of the women's basketball team members on our Student Philanthropy Council and in Senior Giving Campaign and their phone-a-thon callers, and they're some of our greatest students in making philanthropy happen. And I know that's a value as a team as well, community service and philanthropy. And can you tell me a little bit about the sorts of things that the team does in the community?
Yeah, I think that our players are so involved that I don't even know half the things that they're doing. We have I'm amazed by the students that I have coming in and what that they accomplished. They're doing things that I never would have thought of when I was their age, that I never would have considered when I was their age. They're making time for people that, they're just extremely unselfish. We do a lot of things as a team as far as working with the youth, some clinics early before our season starts. We've worked with a food and fitness program in some of the schools and just giving up their time, and they're not getting anything from it. They're just going out there and they're doing it. I know they're involved with numerous things on campus. To say that I'm proud of what they're doing is just kind of an understatement. And my 5 seniors that I had this year, they're leaving, they've got jobs, they've got things lined up, and it's just an impressive resume, not to mention the things that they've done on the basketball court, which are the things that I see every single day and could talk all day about. And I know every coach could say that, and the students at Luther do some pretty amazing things, and to go and look at some of our alums just from the last couple of years and where they're at and what they're doing. Luther's given them those opportunities, but they have to be the type of student that's going to take those and run with them. So like I said, there are things that I learn every day that they're doing, but they're not looking for recognition from me as a coach. They're going out and doing those things, and I'm lucky if I hear and I can drag it out of them because they are so humble. But and Coach is talking about culture changes, and I've been fortunate in the last 2 years especially to have some really good leaders that have helped to change the culture of women's basketball back to the tradition of excellence that it has been in the past. And my alum out there, it's all to you guys. I'm going to give you a shout out, Megan Kepnick and Carrie Keelan, if you're out there listening. But they've really helped to do some of those things. And as a coach, I can't do it by myself, and my assistants can't do it. We've got to have the leaders within. So kind of a going off subject with what you're talking about. But yeah, they do some great things.
Yeah, thank you. Lastly, for you, Coach Wettach, you have been here the longest, as we just discussed, and you have kind of this lengthy relationship with Luther. How has your program developed since you first arrived to today? I know so many students love running. They're passionate about track and field. How has it shifted for those students?
One thing that's fairly obvious, when I came to Luther, we didn't have a women's track and field program. And so it was strictly men. In fact, our Regents Center, one reason we're busting at the seams is it was built as the field house back in the 1960s for men's athletics. And when we had a school enrollment of about 1,600. So that's slightly off the topic. But the way things have changed is we've added women's sports in a great way, obviously. And just ask Amanda Bailey about that. She's been a great part of that the past 8 years in her time here. So I'd say that's the largest positive change. It's been phenomenal. So in that time, since I've become head coach, we've combined the program. So as we mentioned, I'm the head coach for men and women, and it's kind of a daunting task, but it's an amazing task. And I've often considered Luther, as I tell student athletes and prospective students, it's a land of opportunity. And Amanda mentioned opportunity. This is a great place for young people to pursue what I call the liberal arts experience. And a lot of that is what Aaron and Amanda have talked about, the opportunity to pay it forward or give back or whatever you'd like to call that, and to get involved. So part of what I try to do is give our student athletes on our teams advice on how to balance their lives in a proper way. It's a challenge, and when they're taking anywhere from 12 to up to 20 credits of class per semester, and they're on a team that demands a fair amount of time because we have long seasons. And I'd say about a fourth of our track and field teams are probably involved in some type of a music organization, and we make that work for them. So, I mean, those are phenomenal things, and still to find time to give back to whether it's the community or to things on campus or pay forward, if you will. Those things are very valuable, and I'm sure there are dozens of activities that I don't even know about that our students take part in and are giving back and giving forward. But we do some, again, intentional. Coach Hafner mentioned the Decorah Park and Rec had 2 opportunities at the start of the school year, with one with the football team that volunteered for an evening of, they call it get-together, with adults from the Decorah area with special needs. And then we did the same thing in January with the track and field team volunteering. So those are things that I think are really valuable for our student athletes, as well as the coaches. I mean, we get in there and operate with our young people, and like, wow, they're really talented. So I think the balancing thing is very crucial. As I call it, the opportunities. But also one thing that I think I've really focused on, and maybe this is a change or not, but from my early years, is trying to develop a loyalty to Luther. And that's, I mention it to our team probably weekly. And I live that, and I have lived it. I've been fortunate. And so I feel that's very important for our students and our student athletes to, even before they leave Luther, feel that loyalty to Luther for the opportunities that they've had here, and to share that with others, whether it's with their talents, their money, whatever that would be. And we're talking about the donations today in particular. There was one day this week where we had track and field alumni give $5,000 in one day to help us buy a new pole vault pit, because the one we have is not safe. So, to be honest with you, it's 6 years past its warranty. But we got the word out. One of our alums got the word out to other alumni, and within a 24-hour period, we had $5,000 to go towards that. So those types of things are indicative, I think, of the Luther mentality and that loyalty to Luther. So we hope to keep that going with our young people, not only in their years here, but beyond after they graduate, and till death do them part.
Thank you. The last thing I wanted to pose towards all of you is sort of fun. I was wondering if you have any traditions or rituals that your team does that maybe not everybody would know about, that are kind of fun and unique to your group, to your team.
I don't know if it's fun or unique, but prior to games, our practices always start the same way and end the same way, and we end the day before a game. We'll always end practice with a game called 30 and a half. And, we've done that ever since I was the head coach, but I actually learned it from Jane Hildebrand, who I was the assistant for 3 years and was the head coach for 27 years, something along that, and also a Luther grad. So it's been one of those things that you talk about, the pride and carrying things on, that it's been a lot of fun. And it seems like a simple thing, but whoever ends with that half-court shot, I mean, it's like they just won the biggest game of their life. And there's a lot of momentum always going into the next day, but we always make the half-court shot. So we're always looking for that momentum, but it's been kind of a fun tradition for us and never gets old.
Yeah.
I think for us, one thing we do that I know our kids really enjoy, and it's an opportunity for us to relax a little bit, is our freshmen put on a talent show. It's typically around the Halloween time, so all the newcomers have to bring candy, and basically they just make jokes about and make fun of the coaches, which is pretty fun. So it's a lot different atmosphere than what's normally on the football field, and it's just a night to relax and let our freshmen kind of just mock the coaches and do fun stuff. And it's been going on for years and years, and we continue to carry that tradition. And our kids just love it, and they always look back and they think their coaches are gonna be mad, and we're the ones laughing it up. So yeah, it is a lot of fun to do that kind of stuff.
I'm guessing with track and field, and I know a little bit about cross country too, because I coached that sport for 9 years. There are some traditions that I don't know about and don't want to know about, but people on campus probably do know about them. I guess there's a particular Olympics game that happened the night after the conference track meet in May, and right down here in Carlson Stadium, so late at night. But otherwise, I think we have a few things. I mentioned that midnight special, and then we have a 1-hour track and field meet in January. So it's the culmination of our first month of practice, where we have an actual track meet that lasts 1 hour. So it's a lot of fun. We crank up the music, and kids have a great time with it because it's a simulated competition. That's kind of been a neat thing we've done. But also, I'd say we have 3 team cheers that have a lot of history to them, that after every meet and typically after practices. Of course, the old LU is a popular one, but we've actually heard from Coach Bob Naslin the origin of how that came about, and the LU cheer. And then we have another Luther, oi, 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 that came from one of our 94 grads who took a trip to Australia and brought that back. We've been doing that ever since. And then the To the Baltic cheer, which has history back to the Vikings traveling to the Baltic Sea to battle, and so that's kind of our let's go out and fight and take on the battle cheer. But those are kind of fun. Our students have enjoyed learning about the history of those cheers, so I would call those traditions.
Yeah, those are all really great, and thank you for providing this kind of little behind-the-scenes bit for those of us who don't play your sports. I want to thank all of you for coming on today and taking the time to chat with us and with everybody who's here on the live stream to learn about all of you and your teams and how athletics is doing this year. And thank you so much for joining us today.
Our pleasure.
Thanks. I can take your mics. Thank you so much. Thank you. For those of you who just joined us or who joined halfway through that interview, we just had a panel with 3 of our athletics coaches. We had Coach Bailey, who is the head coach of women's basketball, Coach Wettach from men and women's track and field, and Coach Hafner from men's football. So all 3 of them just stopped in for a moment, and we chatted about their teams and some of the fun things that you guys may or may not already know about. So I'm going to take a moment now and give you some updates. We have quite a few that have come in that I need to update you on as time has gone by. Let's see what we've got going. We have a gift that came from Joel in Tennessee. We have recent givers from the Computer Science Challenge that's going on until 2 p.m. So you've got just a little over 30 minutes left. We have Becca, Stewart, Christian, and Mindy that all gave. So thank you to all of you. We have a gift from a regent that came in today. So thank you, Chi-Chi, for your gift. We have a gift from Massachusetts, Christine, who also helped support the Greek challenge that just went live. And this Greek challenge is for anyone who is in any Greek organization. You will be matched dollar for dollar. So come on, Greek folk, you can do it. We also have gifts from Amanda in Hawaii, and we have a gift from the Netherlands. So thank you so much. Eric in Washington made his first gift. Crystal is another first-time donor. We have Caitlin in Hawaii, $250 from Sarah in California, and $25 from Tracy in Florida. Thank you to all of you for supporting us. We also have received gifts from Louisiana, which are helping us to block off our 50 states challenge. And if you go to our website, which is luther.edu/giving-day, you'll be able to see our total there, some of our challenge progress. We have 25 more donors that we need in the next 25 or so minutes. So each minute, if a computer science or economics and business grad makes a gift of any amount, we will hit this goal. And that unlocks $2,000 for the annual fund. So your gift in any amount. Pretty clear cost-benefit analysis here. Your gift, any amount, $2,000. So you know what to do, CS and E and B. You've got 25, 30 minutes left. We have completed a few challenges. In fact, that Greeks challenge that I just mentioned, well, you already did it, guys. Congratulations, Greeks. Way to come out and show your pride. We have several challenges that we've met. We're really close to that 50-state challenge. So take a look at the map on the website and see what you can do because, man, we're close. You can also catch our stream on the website as well as our social page where you can see any posts that are being put up with the hashtag LutherGives16. I'm going to take a moment here, and you guys can watch some fun videos so we can make sure that all of our updates are right on time and accurate for each of you on the live stream. Thank you for tuning in so far, and we will be back shortly after a few videos.
Luther College's Motion Poems class is turning poems into videos. The project is to develop motion poems, which is a film version of a poem, a film adaptation of a poem. So these kids have 1 month to become experts on reading a poem, become experts on thinking about turning it into a video, and then shoot all of that, and then become music and audio experts too. So they're recording the VOs, they're developing original scores, they're putting that all together in a month's time. We have people coming from Minneapolis who work with motion poems consistently on picture and audio. We also have all of the poets Skyping into the classroom so that the students can have direct access to artists who make these kinds of projects happen all the time.
I'm Eric Fawcett. I'm a musician and a composer and a music producer, and I'm here talking to the students about the best uses of not just music, but also voiceover, reading the poem, and sound design, and how it all comes together to work best in the service of the picture.
Motion poems has given me kind of the artistic ability to think more broadly and think differently about film and poetry and how to combine those two mediums and put them together. And I think that as a student at Luther, I've realized that I can bring this into my major, and even though maybe it doesn't directly correlate, I can see how this experience, just whether it's just editing or filming or just thinking outside the box sort of deal, I think I can apply that to different parts of my education and in my future as well.
A score of years ago, I felled 100 pines to build a house. 2 stories, 7 rooms in all. I built my love a home. Our daughter was in orbit in the womb, and mountains spun off like the arm of a galaxy into the emptiness our windows framed. What a view, our friends exclaimed, and sunsets to die for every single night.
Welcome back to Luther College's first ever Giving Day and our live stream for Luther Give 16 from the basement of the Union in Marty's. For those of you who were here a little earlier than we used to call this Dante's, and we just learned from Coach Wettach, if you didn't know, in our last panel, that this is a bowling alley floor in front of me, and we are going to make great use of this floor later tonight. We have Eclipse Dance team that will be here later this evening. We'll also have some improv from Top Banana around 7 o'clock tonight, so lots of fun things for you to watch in the live stream or to come down and watch here on campus, in person. Right now, I'm going to give you some updates on where we are for challenges and remind everyone who's new to the program what Giving Day is all about. So if you are just joining us, my name is Kate Duffert, and I'm the Assistant Director of Annual Giving at Luther College in the Development Office. And I'm actually a 2011 grad, and today I am your Gnome-in-Chief. So as Gnome-in-Chief, I'm going to let you know a little bit about what Giving Day is. So Giving Day is our chance from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. to join together as the Luther family, whether or not you are a grad, a current student, faculty, staff, you just know someone who went to Luther, you're a parent, whatever your relationship is to this college, you are a part of the Luther family. And today is our day to get together and celebrate this community and give back to Luther's annual fund. And the annual fund supports scholarships, it supports activities and academics and living at Luther and all of these different things that really make this community and this experience special. So your gifts today will contribute to making this Luther experience, and your gifts are going to be maximized today. If you are wondering when to give to Luther College, this is the time. We have so many challenges going on that will be a part of today that give you a chance to really make your gift big. So I have some updates for people who have made some gifts. So we have Adam in Minnesota with a $500 gift. We have gifts from Regent Greg and Vicky Fields. Thank you. A $50 gift from Sam in Virginia. We also have a gift that came in from Eric in Montana. Thank you, Eric, for helping us to get our 50-state challenge. If you haven't seen on our website, it's luther.edu/giving-day. And on that site, you are able to see all things Giving Day. And one of the things you will see at the very bottom of the page is a map of the United States of America, and we are almost solidly blue. We are waiting on a few of you in some states, but we're almost there. So the states that we have remaining are New Mexico, Mississippi, Alabama, West Virginia, Delaware, Rhode Island, and Vermont. That's it. That's all we have left to go. Once we hit 50 states that are blue on this map, we will unlock $50,000 for Luther College's annual fund from the Board of Regents. So please, please join in the fun if you live in one of those states and help us to reach this goal. We have met quite a few goals today. We had a challenge this morning that would unlock $50,000. If we hit 300 donors, we hit that. They unlocked another version of it. The Regents said, we believe in you so much that we're putting another $50,000 up as a challenge if you get another 300 donors. We beat that. So over 600 people have given back to Luther College today. So thank you, thank you, thank you for being one of them. And if you aren't one of them yet, join in with the other 600 people in making a big impact for Luther today. We also have a challenge from the Regents where we have $50,000 that would match any of your gifts if you were new or returning to Luther and you hadn't given in a while. We met that this morning, and they unlocked a second round of that too, because that was so amazing. So that's $150,000 from the Board of Regents to match what we have given, plus now this $50,000 that's been opened again for this challenge, if you haven't given in a while or if you have never given this dollar-for-dollar match. And we are currently at $8,268 for that. Cities. We've got some regional challenges going on all day. Des Moines is at 47 out of 100 donors that they need for the day to unlock $5,000 for Luther. DC is really bringing it. They have 41 donors out of the 50 that they need to unlock $5,000. So congratulations, DC. You are almost there. Chicago, we have a challenge where if you give over $5, $50 is automatically added to your gift, and we are well on our way with that. If you live in any of these cities, Decorah, which already met its 100 donor goal, I have to admit, Decorah already did it. So $5,000 from our Decorah donors has gone already into the Luther Annual Fund. So if you are in any of those cities, or if you live in Minneapolis, St. Paul, or in Denver, you are competing to see what number of people can give back today and whether or not you will be Luther's Gnome Town. And if you are Luther's Gnome Town, you not only get bragging rights, but you also get a Gnome party from the Alumni and Development Office where you show up and you can have a blast. So call your friends, make sure your city is in the running. I'm going to pull up and see if I have an update right now on what our cities are in terms of who's ranked where. It's loading. We have Washington, D.C. in the lead with Decorah in second. Des Moines is in third, very closely near a fourth place Chicago, followed by the Twin Cities and Denver. So if you are Denver, the Twin Cities, Chicago, Des Moines, you've got to bump up. So let's see what's going on. As for our overall total, we have a slightly different total than we had reported to you earlier. We don't know what happened, but we think some mischievous gnomes got into our data and they tried to boost our totals because they were so darn excited about the day. So despite their sneakiness, we caught them and everything has been fixed. And so we have an accurate total for you. And many thanks to all of you who have given to it. We are at $347,434 for Luther's annual fund. So this is huge. This is the biggest day for the annual fund in one single day that has ever happened in Luther's history, and you are helping to make that possible. Thank you so, so much. We're so close on the Computer Science and Economics and Business Challenge. We're still plugging away with this Faculty Staff Honoring Challenge. All you have to do is type in the box when you give a faculty or staff member who made a difference for you. It can be anyone, and we will let them know what you have said. We'll let them know that you're honoring them, and we will share that with them so that they can see the impact that they've had. And you can double your gift because they'll double the Regents 1-to-1 if you do this little bit just by typing in a name into that box. So Another way that you can maximize your gift. And don't forget, you're not limited to one challenge. It doesn't matter whether or not you apply to 1 or 5, whatever challenges you can qualify for will count. We want to make sure that your gift goes as far as it possibly can. If you were with us earlier, Lise Kildegaard, a professor of English, talked about how small things can become big things, and your gift really is a way for whatever size to join together and make a big impact on the annual fund and the Luther community. And the annual fund really does support all students on campus and all of the things that happen here. The annual fund goes towards scholarships, it supports academic activities and needs in the classroom, and it supports living at Luther, from our student organizations that are so fun to be a part of, to our athletics, to health and counseling services to make sure that our students are well-rounded and taken care of. The annual fund really is a broad an essential part of making sure that the Luther community can be as great as it is, and as all of us grads know that it has been for quite some time. So thank you for joining together and helping to make this possible. So I'm going to check again. We have a gift from Aida in Mexico, so thank you so much, Aida, for joining in on the fun today. I am going to introduce now someone who's going to give me a little bit of a break so you don't have to spend quite so much time listening to me through your computer speakers or wherever you are listening, perhaps on your phone on the bus. I'm going to introduce Eric Ellingsen, and Eric Ellingsen is going to tell you all about himself before he ever gets into his interviews. I anticipate he knows himself better than I know him. So here's Eric. He's going to hop in as your gnome in chief for the next couple of hours, and he's already here. So welcome, Eric.
Wow, I get to sit at the big desk. Welcome, everyone. How are we doing out there? Oh, it's warm up here, Kate. What'd you do? All these lights. Oh, my gosh. Hi, welcome. I am Eric Ellingsen. I work here at Luther. I'm a 99 grad music major and work here at Luther now. And my friends kind of roped me into this and said, hey, you have a big personality. You should be on this stage today. And I said, hey, that'd be fun. So we're doing a lot today. We're raising money for the annual fund, like Kate was talking about, and we are so excited that we can help out all these challenges today. We had some great challenges going, and I'm going to see. The biggest one I noticed today was that 50 states challenge. I shared that on my Facebook wall, and we only have 5 left. Looks like 5 or 6 states left, so New Mexico, Mississippi, Alabama, West Virginia, Delaware, Rhode Island, and Vermont. So if anybody knows anybody in those states, let's give them a jingle, give them a call, send them a Facebook, a tweet, something or other, because we'd like to get that extra $50,000 if we can just get those 5 or 6 states here. So the rest of the day here, we have some more interviews. We have some people coming up and doing some singing and some dancing and all sorts of fun stuff. Let's see what else we can talk about here. Talk about myself. I could do that. Sure. Kate says yes. So I'm Eric Ellingsen. I graduated in 99 here from Luther, and now I work here in the music department in the communications and marketing, and I run all the choir tours and plan the choir tours for the choral ensembles here at Luther, and also production manager for the big Christmas at Luther concert every year. So that is my job, and I get to work with a lot of alums all across the country when I go out on tour, and also working with a lot of the students here on campus when they go on tour. It's a fun way for me to get to travel and to see the country. I've been to all 50 states because of some sort of touring or singing event. Before I came back to Luther, I was a professional singer in the Twin Cities and got to travel around the country. And I got to mark off Alaska a couple years ago off my list, and then I checked off Hawaii 2 summers ago with some friends, so that was a lot of fun. And I see Alaska and Hawaii, we have checked off our state list already today, so that'll be fun. If you have something fun, if you want to tweet me or send me a Facebook message, I got my phone here, so you can do that. I know I put it on my Facebook feed that I was doing this afternoon. So if you have something fun that you want to share, a Luther memory, if you want to embarrass me, you can send me some embarrassing moments from when we were at college together. We can do that. I know there are a lot of class of 99ers listening out there and watching today from their offices and or wherever they're watching / listening and out or not working, maybe making it look like they're working in their cubicle. I don't know. So, yeah. Sure. Come on, Uva. How are you?
Fine. How are you?
Good. Are these on? Check. Oh, on the sleeve itself?
Hello, friends. Mic problems.
So we're on camera already?
Oh, we're live.
We're live.
Oh, it's on.
Better live
The mic is on.
Oh, is it on now? Okay. Perfect. So that one's on. Check.
Check. Yep, it's on.
There. Yes.
Now that I've briefly interrupted all of you by walking in front of the camera and adjusting microphones, we just received a flash challenge, which means someone called us up and said, "We love Luther, we're going to offer up a challenge." So I am reading it to you now. We have Todd and Emily Velnosky, who are 97 and 98 grads from St. Louis, Missouri. They have given $2,500 as a flash challenge in honor of Luther's efforts towards sustainability. So write sustainability in your comments, and you will trigger this dollar for dollar challenge up to $2,500 from Todd and Emily Velnosky. Thank you.
Awesome. Let's hear it for sustainability at Luther College. We're going blue to be green. There you go. Fun. Well, Uva and Ruth, how are you guys?
We're doing great.
Great. This is awesome. Joining us, we have retired faculty members and spouses, Uva Rudolf and Ruth Caldwell. How do I even begin with the two of you? I guess I'll start by thanking you for everything you've done for this community. And from talking about giving back in your class lectures to leading life-changing study abroad experiences. And I hear there's a little tour to Italy happening this fall.
Two, actually.
Two of them, wow.
Well, one in April as just with friends. And
Oh, okay.
you know,
So
can't stay away.
a casual trip and then an official Luther trip.
That's right.
So, and I'm sure many of our alumni who might be watching right now are deeply grateful for the impact you've had on their lives. So let me ask you, what originally brought you to Luther?
Ruth?
I don't know if my mic's on.
Yeah, it is.
Okay. Well, I was
Just real close.
You gotta hold it
okay,
close,
Okay, this
yeah.
close.
There you
I
go.
have to kiss the mic.
Yeah.
Okay. I was, 1971 was a very bad year for trying to find a job. This isn't a new thing.
Even for really bright people like Ruth.
And I was in France and trying to apply to colleges in the United States. And I sent out 100 letters, but the dean of the college at that time, John Linnell, whose son John is out there somewhere, was traveling through Europe and actually interviewed me in a hotel foyer in Paris. And he gave me the name of the department head at Luther College. I had never heard of Luther College, but because I did all my work in California and also Chicago. So
you knew a little bit about the Midwest, but not.
Well, my parents were from the Midwest.
Okay.
And were always congratulating themselves that they lived in California. So I didn't have a real high expectation of the Midwest due to them.
Especially not the weather.
Yeah. So, they said I wouldn't have survived. So anyway, long story short, I applied and was rejected because they had already offered the position to somebody else.
Oh.
So, okay, and I was getting ready to leave Paris to go back, I guess, home to my parents. But just the day before I left, I got a telegram, I think. No, it was a letter from Barbara Baugh, the head of the department, and somebody else had just resigned. And she said, if you want the job, it's yours. And I answered by a telegram, which was the fastest way to communicate in those days.
It's like a text message
well,
nowadays to
calling on
people.
the phone would have been like $100 or so. And then I gave her my thesis director's address in Chicago, and said, send all information there. And then when I got to Chicago, I called my thesis director and said, is there any information from Luther College? And she said, yes, there's a letter here for you. And I went down and opened up the envelope, and it was a contract letter. And she said, don't sign that. You'll never finish your thesis. And I said, I'll sign this. I want a job. And I sent it off. So I signed. I'd never seen Luther. I didn't know. I just said, whatever, I can stand anything for a year.
So sight unseen.
Sight unseen.
Wow.
And the same with Luther for me, too. I was sight unseen except by the dean. He had met me, and that's all. So then I called up the head of the department and said, well, maybe I ought to visit. And she, Barbara Boss, said, yes, and I didn't have any money. I took the bus from Chicago to La Crosse. And I remember coming off the bus, and she immediately recognized me. I was so amazed at that. But thinking back, come on, I was dressed for an interview coming off the bus. I think it was obvious who I was. But at the time, I was so impressed. And the rest is history. I stayed.
Wow. Did you ever finish your thesis?
Oh, yeah.
Good.
Let's see, that was in 71. I finished it in 73.
So you showed that person who was boss.
Well, if you want to put it that way.
And then Uwe, what was your...
Well, I was a big university guy. I taught German at the University of Cincinnati for 2 years and then was applying for a job. Got hired at Georgia Tech, and 5 months later got a phone call from Mr. Wright saying, I'm really sorry, but we've eliminated 3 positions, including the one we hired you for. Thanks a lot. Then I scrambled and found a job at Lexington College, in Transylvania College in Lexington. But meanwhile, and this is a very important thing that I've taught all my students, and those of you who are out there listening, looking for work, turn over every leaf. In other words, at around Christmas time, I came to the German department office at the University of Cincinnati and saw a mimeograph flyer from Luther College in Decorah, Iowa. And to me, Iowa was a state. I knew the shape, I knew the ear of corn and the pig, and the capital, and that was it. To me, it was like Siberia. I thought, I'm not going there. But I forced myself to write the letter. So the message is, turn over every rock. You're going to find creepy, crawly things under most of them, but there'll be gold under one of them. And it turned out to be gold for me because I had accepted the position of Transylvania but hadn't signed a contract, came back to Cincinnati, and I got a phone call from Barbara Baugh. Are you still interested in the job? I started to say, well, thank you, I've taken another position. I said, well, and she said, we'll fly you up, and I love to travel, especially on other people's dime. So I said, yeah, sure.
That's the way
sure.
to go, right?
So I came up, and the first impression was, wow, do I have to say prayers before class? I was not raised as a religious person. It's a very small place, and I remember Barbara and Ruth Mostrom driving me around town saying the people in the English department live here, the people in history live there, and from the big city, my jaw was dropping, and they turned to me and said, you are interested in the job, and oh yeah. So then I thought, well, I'll just take the first contract, because in either case, I'm only going to do this for a year and then get another job at a real university. Well, a year at Luther came right away, 2 days. I had a contract from Luther, and I waited for the other one, feeling guilty because I told him I would take it. And finally, I mailed it Saturday, and Monday the other contract came. So the second lesson is life is very serendipitous, and you really don't know what's going to happen. Came here after very short time, figured out, hey, unlike the university, I actually get to know my students' names. And I might even meet their families. And that was very important and different. And very quickly just found out that I love this place. And it's been a fantastic ride. I'd do it again immediately if I could. And also I'd like to say that we gave something to Luther, some money, some time, but the students gave us a lot more. And I want to shout out to those alums that traveled with me to Asia or to Europe, and also those who have been very big supporters of students of mine that have given back. And I told students all the time, 25 to 30% of what you get at Luther is paid for by someone else. It's donors. So if you're successful, be sure to give back. And many have done that. And it doesn't matter how much. I've had, former students give $5. $5 is great.
Because even $5 adds up.
I give that to I don't give much to the University of Cincinnati because I never had a relationship. I spent 10 years there. I'm a slow learner. But I told my 4 children, if I'm paying for it, you're going to go to a small school where people know you, where you've got contact. And that's what this place does, is personal relationships. It's fantastic. So thank you to all of you out there.
Great. Well, and talk more about how, what else made you fall in love with Decorah and Luther and the campus, and how did you two meet?
Oh, we met because we were hired the same year.
So you did start the same year?
Yeah.
Okay.
His office was next door to mine. There were 2 people in his office and 2 in my office. The French professor who first got the job I was sharing the office with. My first question to him was, how much money are you making? And he told me, and it was the same I was making. I can't believe I did that, but I did. Well, because he didn't like me at first because he said I was too feminist. So I guess I've gotten less feminist.
It wasn't the feminist so much as the hardcore exterior, which was a big front, I found out later.
How hard is the exterior now?
Her, you know what I'm talking about.
Ask some of my former students.
I just did.
Well.
So what else made you fall in love with Decorah and the campus and?
Well, certainly, I've always had this impression of Luther students from the get-go, and it hasn't changed. They don't know how good they are.
Yeah.
And
they're so
this
humble.
was interesting to me.
Mm-hmm.
This was very interesting to me because I was used to very competitive environments where people were just outdoing each other and were very confident in, maybe overconfident in their talents and abilities. And I was just struck by that. And my very first 300 level class, I just was struck by that. And I'll give a shout out to Cynthia Running Johnson, who's now head of her department at Western Michigan.
Tom Lovick in German at Eastern Michigan.
Yeah, he corrected papers for you.
Oh, no, Michigan State. Sorry, Tom. I wasn't going to mention names, but there are so many. That's the real problem.
Right. So yes.
So, why is giving back important to you?
Well, everything you get at Luther is expensive. I mean, the computers and the facilities, not the faculty, but certainly the facilities and I mean, it's expensive, and the tuition doesn't cover it.
I think that's such an important point to make, because people think that the tuition, I'm paying for all of this, and you're not. And the people who are making up the difference are the donors. And if you care about this kind of education, then it's important to give. And you were saying, well, even $5 adds up. It's not just that it adds up, but once I understood that when Luther goes to corporations or foundations, they ask the percentage of donors. That's why your $5 really counts.
Yeah, that's why it even counts. Even if you just give,
great participation is key.
Right.
And when I learned that, I in my own giving, because I never went, I've always gone to private schools, so I give to a lot of places. Draw the line at the private schools our kids went to. That's enough, because they get the parents
not
as
a big
well.
amount.
But only because I'm heavily invested in Luther. So yeah.
Whereas I once gave some money to the German department at Cincinnati. I was on the track team. I spent 10 years there. I have never been back for homecoming. I don't have a relationship with anyone there. Whereas here, I have hundreds of former students around the world. Hong Kong, Malta, where we're going to be shortly again.
Most of our best
France,
friends are former students.
Norway, Japan. I mean, all over the place. It's just amazing. And it really is the relationship that's so important. And I think about a mentor I had, Warren Berg, may he rest in peace, who convinced me to become an accountant instead of finishing my dissertation, which I had it half written and I had all the exams and all the coursework done. But I jumped at the chance and that Luther gave me. And that's another thing. I mean, they said, if you're willing to get an MBA, we'll pay for the tuition. And if you pass the CPA exam, we'll tenure you without the PhD, which was a pretty innovative approach, I thought.
And that was a grant that
yeah, and Warren Berg was very important in that. I mean, I followed him to Malta. I followed him. We both directed the Scandinavian Institute, wrote the Historical Dictionary of Malta. Just everything that Warren did was kind of he was the role model. And so many other colleagues, which we didn't have at the university. At the university, the English department was across the hall. We occasionally saw some of those people, but it was a job. I had 1 office hour a week. Nobody ever came. I never learned my students' names at the university. You know, it was easy. It had a nice bell curve, so many A's, so many F's.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas here, you know the people. They're like your own children.
Yeah,
you know?
like a big family.
Yeah, big family.
Mm-hmm.
Children is a bit hard.
Well, some of them are.
Some of them are, that's true.
I mean, because they're young enough to be our children.
Right.
Or grandchildren now.
And grandchildren. I mean, I just...
if you spend enough time here.
I just read Arnie Sorensen's
Lars.
Lars.
Hannah Daly, I had her
Looked at
her mother as a
looked at him and
student,
said, I recognize you.
You look familiar. Why do you look familiar?
Oh, yeah. It's amazing. Amazing.
So talk about your Luther rings.
Oh, that's an interesting story. Do you want to tell it?
Well, I'll start and you can fill in.
Well, it began with a supporter, a donor, a former student, Mike Musgrave, I can say his name,
No,
an
that's not
86
how it
grad.
began.
Well, we first looked at the rings and thought these were
always liked
lovely.
the Luther rings. And so we decided, and when we've taught 25 years at Luther, that's equivalent to 4 years of education. We deserve to get a Luther ring.
Sure.
So
I went and looked at
then we
them.
went to see how much they cost, and then we thought, I guess we won't get Luther rings.
At least not right away.
And then
an alum, Mike Musgrave, heard about this.
Okay.
And wanted to surprise us. And so he went out, wanted to buy them. And
so he contacted me about your ring because the size and stuff, and I got a hold of your wedding ring, and I went to the bookstore to order it. And Jim Himker, the Luther grad, said, you can't order that ring. And I said, why not? And he said, well, Uwe's not a Luther grad. And I said, now look, the proof of whether you're a grad or not is your transcript. You know, how many people own Luther rings and may not have graduated? This is crazy. Well, no, they didn't agree with that. And there was a high-level meeting with the head of the bookstore and the president of development and
because Michael was
a rule was made that if you have been at Luther for 25 years, no matter in what capacity, you may buy Luther jewelry.
Interesting.
I think now you can just buy Luther jewelry, period, because I think...
and I think if you're not a grad, they just don't put the year on it, maybe?
Well, that's the case with mine.
Yeah.
Actually, Uwe lost his ring, very sad. He was so sad that he bought another one.
Oh, no.
And put
Told
the year
him the
on.
year.
And what year did you put on?
71 when we
I would
came.
have put 75 because 71 is when we came. 4 years after that is 75. I relate very much to the class of 75.
Yeah,
for
that's
that
right.
reason.
Because that would have been your first
If
set
we
of four.
had gone to Luther, that would have been our...
Paula Hermeyer, Mona Nelson.
We began together
I'm
in
naming
71.
names again.
Anyway. So
Mike had given a substantial amount of money to buy computer equipment.
Right.
And he said, I want this. And that's when they decided, okay, we'll make this
that's
happen.
a good point. It shows the importance of donors.
That's right.
It's only because he said, well, look, I'm a significant donor, and I think this is crazy, and I think they should have their rings. And they said, yeah, we do too.
And of course, the thing is, you can donate to whatever area interests you. I mean, in our case, we wanted to have study abroad scholarship, which Joe Witters and a few others helped really.
Yeah, it put over the top.
Dave Carlson,
Yeah.
And how many study abroad trips did you two lead while you were here?
17 for me.
See, I didn't count, but it's not nearly so many.
Which one are your favorite ones? Or your favorite places, I guess?
Oh, well.
Well, Nagasaki and Strasbourg are homes away from home.
Mhm.
Malta. I would say those.
And did you lead the whole semester long Malta program?
I did the Malta program.
You did?
Yeah,
Okay.
and the semester program, yes.
But we spent several sabbaticals there. I worked on the book, and and we have so many fantastic alums there from Malta. So
What?
it's not on. Sky Ranch, okay.
Oh,
we
yeah.
we have Paul Mattson sitting behind the computer, and Paul is an 80 grad, and he went. When I started the J term, I thought, it's wintertime. How can we learn German and have fun?
This is when he was a
let's
German
go
teacher
cross
before he went
country
into-
skiing, and another student mentioned that her father was a pastor at Sky Ranch, at a church near Sky Ranch, and I'd never heard of Sky Ranch. So we went out there and checked it out and decided this is a great place because it's remote, so they won't hear English. And if you speak a word of English, I'd throw snow down your back. I could do that back in those days.
Yeah.
Probably
Without
not
getting in
legal
trouble.
now.
Yes.
Anyway, we would spend a week on campus learning the grammar and vocabulary, and then we'd spend 2 weeks out in the snow cross-country skiing, and I did that 6 times. So that was a fantastic experience. Arnie Sorensen and Brenda Severson Meyer and Paul Mattson were among that group.
Did Paul get thrown in the snow?
I don't know that Paul got thrown in the snow, but I know he drank
No,
lots of
he's shaking his
Hustensaft.
head no. Did he throw somebody in the snow?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, he's shaking his head yes.
I almost threw someone over the hill. I was so mad.
What?
We were stuck in the snow, and this one kid was, I won't name his name, he was just standing around looking while all of us were working hard to try and shovel free. And so I grabbed him by the collar and said, it's the German in me. I've calmed down since then.
Yeah, this must have been the 70s.
Well, the last J term was in 86, so that was in 78, I think. Well, Paul, 78? 79? I can't hear. Are you an 82 grad? 79, okay. All right. Yeah, well, yeah, 80, 81. Brett Reese, another great supporter of the college.
He was
owner
out
of
there?
No, he wasn't,
Oh,
but
okay.
he's an 81 grad. Trying to keep all this straight. Gets harder and harder after 4,000 students.
So what's one thing that you want your former students who maybe you haven't spoken to in a while to know about what's going on in your lives right now and what's important to Luther right now?
When you come back, this is very important. When you come back to Luther, it's always helpful if you say, hi, my name is so-and-so. I recognize the face and I know the name. I just don't know the two together all the time. And some of you look a little different after 30, 40 years. So, yeah. But it's great to see you all, and you'd be amazed at how well we remember you, where you sat.
Oh, yeah. I just remember we just had an alum over the
Tony
weekend.
Jones, yeah,
Tony
from
Jones
Chicago.
from class of 80. 1980. And his son is looking at Luther. And so we had the two of them as guests. And I remember, I said to his son, it's always nice to meet somebody who remembers your parent when he was at your age, It just gives you some
Lots of stories to
perspective.
tell.
And but it's amazing the things I remember that he said and did. It all comes back to you. And that's true with so many alums. And if a homecoming really at a place like Luther College is a homecoming, and you really do
There's so many people
welcome
on campus.
your former students like sons and daughters or grandchildren maybe. And it really is that feel.
And we do like hosting former students, so if you're in town and don't have a place to stay, call ahead if we have room.
Yeah, homecoming and Christmas at Luther, there's a lot of competition. But
So call and make a reservation ahead of time.
Yeah.
Perfect. Well, thanks so much, Uva and Ruth, for joining us today. And thank you so much for your time and your donations over the years. And we appreciate you helping the cause today for Luther Giving 16.
Well,
Is there a time limit on that match thing?
Which one?
The one that was just called in.
For the sustainability one, I think it kind of goes all day, right, Kate? Okay.
Yeah, some have a time. I was on Facebook right before coming here, and there's a lot going on. It was interesting to see in the different ways that you can contribute and for whatever reasons. If I didn't have to leave to come here, I would have said, hey,
Originally, we joined Facebook for the Scandinavian Institute because we thought it was a great way to communicate with the Scandinavian teachers overseas. And then we found out, it's a great way to keep up with what our kids are up to. They're not worried about that. And then seeing all the former students. So,
well, I joined because I wanted to get a hold of a alum, Kari Andreasen, who now lives in Norway, but she was in Paris. And I was coming through Paris, and I liked my students to meet the Luther alums. At one point, there were 5 Luther alums living in Paris, and so that was fun to do a J-term and get them to talk about their experience, etc. But I couldn't get a hold of her. And then my colleague on Marine Feet said, why don't you go on Facebook? And I joined Facebook and immediately got in touch with her. So, yeah, it's important to do social media.
It's overwhelming at first, but once you get your hands around it.
Eric Monson in Hong Kong, shout out to Eric. He was an accounting major, 95 grad, and we were going to Hong Kong, and I called him up and said, hey, we'd like to visit. What are you up to? Thinking he had an accounting job. Well, he won the barbershop quartet.
Yeah, he's in a quartet, and he's singing. They have
he wound
albums
up singing for Disney in Japan for 10 years, and then when they opened Disney in Hong Kong, he's been working there, and now he has a group called Metro, and they're very successful on Chinese television. So the internet.
Yeah, I've watched a lot of their videos. They're really good.
The internet is amazing.
Yes.
Anyway, thanks for all your support.
Thank you, Uva and Ruth.
Go Norse.
Go Norse. Thank you so much. So we have an update from Kate. Looks like, let's see, Brett gave in honor of Uva and says, I had a wonderful college experience at Luther, preparing me socially and professionally for life after college. Still best friends with my college roommate, and I owe Luther College a great deal as it helped define who I am and what I do today. Awesome.
That's Brett Reese.
I think so. Brett, just came in from an email. So
he's well, there are
awesome.
Most likely Brett. Yeah, he's building another hotel here. He owns the Winneshik, and and that is a wonderful contribution to this community. So thank you, Brett.
Very much so. Thank you both for joining us today. And we'll keep you abridged of everything that happens today. You can keep watching the live stream here, and we'll do some updates now. Thank you so much, you two. We'll just set them there, and we'll be good. Thank you. We're going to take a little break. Yeah, we'll take a little break. We'll show some videos, and then we'll be back in a little bit with some updates for y'all. Thank you so much.
I've never seen a diamond in the flesh. I cut my teeth on wedding rings in the movies, and I'm not proud of my address. In the torn up town, no postcode envy, but every block is like gold teeth, gray goose dripping in the bathroom, bloodstains, ball gowns, trash in the hotel, but we don't care. We're driving Cadillacs in our dream, but everybody's like crystal made back diamonds on your timepiece, jet flames, islands, daggers on a gold leash. We don't care. We're not caught up in your love affair. We'll never be royal. It's running our blood. The kind of luck's just ain't for us. To crave a different kind of buzz. Let me be your ruler. You can call me Queen Bee, baby, I'll rule. Let me live that fantasy. My friends and I, we cracked the code. We count our dollars on the train to the party. And everyone who knows us knows that we're fine with this. We didn't come for money, but every song is like gold teeth, gray goose, tripping in a bathroom, bloodstains, small gowns, trashing the hotel room. We don't care. We're driving Cadillacs in our dreams, but everybody's like crystal Maybach, diamonds on your timepiece, jet flames, islands, tigers on a gold leash. We don't care. We're not caught up in your love affair, and we'll never be royals. It's running our blood. The kind of luck's just ain't for us. We crave a different kind of buzz. Let me be your ruler. Let me live that fantasy. Oh, da-doo-doo. Oh, 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 dream. And I'm in love with being queen. Oh, oh, oh. And I was great without a care. We're not caught up in your love affair. I'll never be royal. It's running our blood. The kind of luck's just ain't for us. We crave a different kind of buzz. Let me be your ruler. You can call me Queen Bee, and baby I'll rule. Let me live that fantasy.
And we're back. Welcome back, everybody, to the live stream here at Luther College in Marty's. Marty's. And we have some updates that just came in from what we've done before. We have over 900 gifts just today. So big shout out for that. Thank you everyone who's given a gift so far today. I have another update that the Computer Science Economic Business Challenge was just met with minutes to spare, so that one has been finished. Thank you so much for everyone who donated to that and matched for that. The 50 States Challenge, we're doing a little bit better. We have 5 states to go. So if anyone knows anybody in Vermont, give them a shout out. Mississippi and Alabama, give those people a shout out. Anybody? Delaware? Come on, people. There's got to be some people in Delaware. Somebody who lives in like the Washington, D.C., the tri-state area, somewhere in there, Delaware. And then New Mexico. I know some people in New Mexico. You better be giving a gift today because we want that $50,000 match for the states. Come on. I know some New Mexico people. At least they grew up in New Mexico. So let's try to get that match going today. We have... the Calling All Greeks Challenge just finished. That one was just completed. Awesome. $2,000 for that. The Go Big and Go Gnome Super Awesome Regents Bonus Challenge is up to $42,310. We can do that. Less than $8,000 to go. We can get that one for today. And let's see what else. Washington, D.C. is still up there. You guys are awesome. 43 out of 50 donors today. That is really cool. Des Moines, 53 out of 100. You're over halfway there. Chicago, we have a $7,500 limit, and it's at $2,700 today. So Chicago people, we know you're out there. Let's hear some more from the Chicago area. That would be cool. We've completed all these challenges. Look at all these. The Regents Challenge, Computer Science, the Decorah Area Challenge. We got the 100 donors for that. That's awesome. The Totally All That 90s Challenge. I know some of the people who gave for that one, as I'm also a 90s grad. $5,000 for that challenge is done. The Sweethearts Challenge, 25 donors. That is good. The Weston Wants You to Give Back Challenge. That has been met. $20,000 for that. Isn't that awesome? And then the Whippy Dip Challenge, $25,000. That was met very early today, so that's awesome too. So we're doing well. We want to keep those challenges going. The total I have right now shows we're almost close to $400,000 today. That is amazing. So happy that all these Norse are out there today, looking forward to the future of Luther College and giving back to what they experienced being a student here, and giving back to that future for the students who are here right now. So give yourselves a pat on the back. We still have 6.5 hours to go. We're going till 9 o'clock tonight. We have a lot of stuff going on. Later here in the day, we have some more Regents people coming in, some more videos to show you throughout the day, some other faculty and staff people coming in for some interviews. We have some more performances coming up. We have Beautiful Mess coming in, Undeclared. They're two of our big a cappella groups here on campus. Some other faculty. We have Top Banana, our improv group, coming at 7, and we have Eclipse, the hip-hop dance performance group here on campus, coming at 7:30. So that will be really cool, so stay tuned for that. And we have some other thing. Let me see what else we got here. We're good to go for that. And it looks like someone just walked into the room. Looks like we have a surprise coming up here for you. Kate is going to be back up here on stage with me and bringing a special guest. We'll keep you with that, and we'll have them here up on stage soon. Should be a lot of fun. And let's see what else. Oh, I have to give a shout out. Oh, people are messaging me. Oh my gosh. Ben, keep up the great work on that live stream. Happy face, happy face. Pete, I see you on the internet. Hashtag Go Norse. Jen, having fun watching you. And the people from the Luther Financial Aid Office are digging my Mr. Rogers sweater. Shout out to Financial Aid. We love you over there in Maine. Got to love it. Oh, people are sending me pictures too. Oh my gosh, this is so much fun. So, Kate, I see you there on the edge of the stage here. You have a special guest with you. Welcome, President Carlson. How are you today? Good to see you. It's getting kind of warm up here, so you might... I might have to shed my Mr. Rogers sweatshirt here. Yeah, I'm in the hot seat, literally.
I do have to say, being in this chair, it's a leather blue chair. I know we've updated you that these are blue, but they are also a leather material, and so they are quite warm.
Luther leather.
Luther leather. But yes, as Eric said, we have a surprise visit now from President Paula Carlson, and we're going to check in with her a little bit. She has some exciting sort of comprehensive view of where we are today and how these challenges have been going. So thank you so much, first of all, for joining us.
Wonderful to be here.
It's wonderful that you are able to come down and join us on the live stream and tune in with some of our folks that are out there, wherever you may be. So I know you have some updates on where we are for Giving Day and particularly some of our challenges.
I do. I've been over in Gnome base, over in Loyalty, so that's the war room for this. Lots of computers over there, and I'm getting the word I need to put this right up front here. So I'll start
We can
from the
switch
beginning.
All right. We're gonna swap.
Okay.
Look at that.
Okay.
Does that work?
All right. We get by with a little help from our friends here. It all works. Yeah, I've been over at Gnome base, over in Loyalty. So there's lots of action over there, too. Lots of computers, lots of tracking. Yep, that's right. Messages up on the walls, everybody keeping track. And so excited to hear from alums and friends of the college from around the country and around the world on this very special day at Luther, our very first annual Giving Day. And we are having great fun supporting Luther and helping to offer opportunities for Luther students to thrive. That's the big goal for this day, is that we gather together to help our current students thrive in their experience here at Luther. So we've had some challenges that have wrapped up today. A few of them Eric was just reading, but I'm excited by some of these. They closed out so fast. We had a lot of energy around them. So we had the Totally All That 90s challenge. We had Weston Wants You. Weston Got You. And we closed out that challenge, as Weston always does. Touch our hearts. We had the Whippy Dip challenge, soon to open. We'll all be walking down the street again.
Them cleaning the windows today.
Oh,
I
good.
drove by and they were
Good.
cleaning the windows today at the Whippy Dip.
Oh, good.
They were cleaning the windows, people.
This is a sign
That's big
of
news.
spring.
They took
That
the
is a
trash
sign of
bags
spring.
off the decorations inside.
Yeah.
I think I saw some T-shirts starting to be folded. This is good news.
Yeah. Well, it's the ice cream that I'm interested in. The T-shirts are good, but it's the ice cream that I'm looking for. That'll be soon, very soon. Okay, the summer-long feast. Then we had Calling All Greeks. That challenge also was met. The Decorah challenge. So many thanks to our friends and neighbors in Decorah for joining together with us and saying, let's go Luther, go Norse. We're so grateful to our townsfolks and friends here in Decorah. And then the Computer Science and Economics and Business Challenge also finished out. So 3 cheers for that department. Go Norse. We have the late breaking news here as of 2:32, I think, as we were walking up here.
Something like
Yeah.
that.
We have nearly 900 people, I'm checking my sources back here too, who've donated nearly $400,000. So in this time that I'm up here with you, perhaps we could get over the 400,000. Would that be good?
Let's
We
refresh
could?
that page and see if maybe we can
push that refresh button, Eric. See how we're doing.
We're
$399,721.
So less than 300 away.
Right. And we still have challenges going. We have some of the regents. I'll put in a plug for that. The Go Big or Go Gnome, Go Big and Go Gnome, is still very much in play. So that would be an opportunity to push that number over 400,000, and we have others as well. So please check out the website and help us cross that big number, that big line, right as soon as we can. We also have, and this is another heartfelt thanks that I would like to offer, as I did for our Decorah neighbors, but heartfelt thanks to the 80 faculty and staff who've donated today.
Wow, thank you.
So, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Big shout out to faculty and staff at Luther who are stepping up and saying, yes, let's pull together here to help Luther thrive. We do over in Gnome Base have a group of students who are bringing Luther Day buttons and a little gnome to the faculty and staff who've donated. So as the gifts come in from their offices, we have students going out with those tokens of thanks to the faculty and staff too. So there are a lot of runners coming out of that room today. And many, many thanks to the 80 faculty and staff. Oh, getting closer. We are now $14 away from $400,000. $399,986. Dollars on the screen right now. Whew. So close. It is close. We also are in our 50-state challenge, which is a big challenge. That will add $50,000. Meeting that challenge unlocks $50,000. So we are now 5 states away from meeting that challenge. So I would like us all to encourage our fellow alums, friends and neighbors in Vermont, New Mexico, Alabama, Mississippi, Delaware, to get on the website and go Gnome, go Norse, go to the website, help us meet that challenge. Woo! So we'd love to hear from Vermont, New Mexico, Alabama, Mississippi, and Delaware. Our 5 states left to meet that 50-state challenge, unlock $50,000 for the annual fund this year. We also have received a new challenge. This is a flash challenge. And so another opportunity to help us across the $400,000 line.
Goodness.
We were very happy to receive a flash challenge from Todd and Emily Velnosky, and we just crossed that line. We've just gone.
Woo!
Just over 400,000 now.
Yep, 400,046. So thank you, Norse family. But the new challenge, the flash challenge from Todd and Emily Velnosky, classes of 97, 98, are, here's the challenge. They will sponsor a dollar for dollar challenge up to $2,500 in honor of Luther's efforts towards sustainability. So if you'd like to help us meet this challenge, please write sustainability in the comments section when you give this match. So you'll trigger the match by writing sustainability in the comments line on the form on the website. So thank you very much to Todd, class of 1997, and Emily, class of 1998, Todd and Emily Velnovsky, who've helped us with this. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I would also like to put in a plug for the Veeps and Deans challenges. Right. So the Veeps and Deans, Luther's vice presidents and deans, are offering a special challenge for alumni in the classes from the years 2005 to 2015.
Woo!
That's right. We're talking to you, Craig.
I already gave my gift during the challenge.
Good. And that challenge is that they will double the gift. So for all students and their graduates, alums in those class years 2005 to 2015, Luther's Veeps and Deans are encouraging you to go to the website, give a gift, and they will match it. So they'll double any gift from those 10 class years.
Thank you
and I'm very
so
excited
much.
about them. So that's my news from Gnome Base.
That's wonderful news.
And
Thank you.
And it is not a quiet day over at Gnome Base. When I say that's the news, I think of Garrison Keeler saying, it's been a quiet week in Lake Wobegon. Well, it is not a quiet day here. It is a busy day here on the Luther campus, and a busy day at Gnome Base too.
Well, thank you so much for dropping over from Gnome Base and giving us
great
this
to be here.
update.
And I'm happy to be here at this moment that we crossed the $400,000 line.
Crossed 400,000. So thank you so much to everyone who's been giving, and thank you so much, President Carlson, for dropping in and giving this update to everyone. I think we're going to leave it
Thank you.
back
We're going
to
to
Eric.
hand it all back to Eric. All the microphones go back to Eric.
I get
Here's
all the
one.
I get everything. Just kidding. Hey, an update. We're up to $401,496. Awesome. So even when we were sitting here, we got another $1,500 just in that little interview. Oh, $401,736. Oh my gosh. It just keeps growing. This is awesome. I have some shout outs to give. James is sending me some little chats here. Let's see. Sophia says, I love Luther and all it provides to its students. Go Norse. All right. Thank you, Sophia. Mary says, both Weston Noble and Barbara Bahe played a large part in the reason I have such fond memories of Luther. They were very dedicated to their vocations and had great senses of humor. What a pleasure to learn from them. Thanks, Mary. Jan says, our daughter Amalia is graduating this spring, and she had such a wonderful experience in her Luther academic home, the social work department, and her Luther work study home, the communications department. We are forever grateful for her amazing college experience at Luther. Way to go. Thanks, Jan. Warren says, Guy Nave was our son's favorite professor. Shout out to Guy Nave. Next here, Marcus says, I can't thank Luther enough for what it has done for my life and my humanity. Oh, heartstrings. Love it. Love all these Norse giving us greetings. Megan says, greetings from Ohio. Hello, Megan from Ohio. I thought I would take this opportunity to thank you for all the impact you have made on my life during my time at Luther. Without each and every one of you, I would not be the athletic trainer I am today. Thank you for all of the guidance, support, and laughs over the last 4 years. Your hard work and dedication to Luther College athletics and the athletic training education program does not go unnoticed. Thank you, Megan. Shout out to everybody in Regents Center for that one. Awesome. Let's do some other shout outs. The financial aid office just tweeted back to me and said that they thanked me for giving them a shout out. So we love you, financial aid. That is awesome. If you want to send me a picture, if you're my friend on Facebook, you can give me some shout outs. My friend Pete wants to meet me at Topping Goliath at 9 o'clock tonight. We could probably handle that. What is this is real. Ben, I'm not reading that message from you. But thank you so much for that message. But I can't read it on the air. If you have some other shout outs, you can send them to the Facebook page. They'll send them up to me. You can tweet me, you can text me. I know all my friends who want to embarrass me can send me those because they have my number. And let's see. Let's give some updates here. What else can we update? Ooh, we are up to almost $403,000. Awesome. And James just sent me, we just got a $500 gift, first time giver from Joyce. Thank you so much, Joyce, for that $500. That means a lot to everybody here at Luther and the future Luther folk who are thinking about coming to Luther or joining the Luther College family. Challenges. Do we get some more? We checked off some states, guys. Vermont. We just got Vermont. Bernie Sanders. Did someone call Bernie Sanders? No, probably not. No, just kidding. That was a joke. But thank you, Luther grad, or maybe grads in Vermont. Thank you for that. Thank you for that donation. We still need New Mexico, Mississippi, and Alabama, and Delaware. Come on. There's 4 states. We can do this. We can do this, people. Come on. We got Vermont. I feel like it's like all political right now. It's like a tote board. We can check things off. This is awesome. Let me refresh my screen. We'll get some updates here for us. DC, you are up to 45 people out of 50. We need 5 more people from Washington, DC. We can do this. Des Moines, you have 56. That's 3 more than the last time. That's awesome. We just need 44 more people. Des Moines. Oh, that was Des Moines. Sorry. Chicago, up to 2850. Faculty Staff Honoring Challenge, we're up to $33,256. That is amazing. Let's see if we've finished any other challenges. Wow, look at all these challenges that are already done. That is a whole lot of money for Luther College today. And we're over $403,000 now. This is amazing. And I have not made my gift yet today, but I plan on it. I have my checkbook in my office. I'm giving my gift today. And why? Because I want to give back to such a great place that has given me so much. I have so many great memories of Luther. I love that I was in Nordic choir when I was a student, and now I get to plan their choir tours and go with them. Some of my Nordic kids are sitting right over there. Yeah, hi guys. And we have so much fun as a student, and now I get to have fun with the students now and help create those memories for them. So I love to give back, and that we can give back to these students and have those same memories for them. Some of my favorite memories, I don't know, do you really want to do this? We'll do this. Yeah, totally. Kate. She's gonna turn the tables on me. Is that what's happening? Oh, I'm gonna interview her. Oh, I see what's happening. Well, yeah. The fabulous Kate Duffert is coming back on stage here. Greetings. Is that the one that doesn't work very well? Is it this one? Hello, hello, hello. I love.
It's not on. Let me tell you. Boy, there we are. This whole
got a hot
sound
mic.
thing is challenging.
We got a hot mic here.
Hi.
Hi, how are you? Welcome.
I was informed that I'm supposed to come up here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you were hosting all day, so I don't know if you
Yeah.
got much to talk about yourself. Did you?
No, I mean I'm not. Yeah, I was mostly talking about the annual fund.
So I'm gonna interview you now. Is that okay?
Yes.
Totes. Okay, awesome. So tell us, I know this. You grew up in New Jersey.
Well, I grew up sort of all over the country.
Okay.
So I graduated high school in New Jersey.
Okay, so tell us about that. Where all did you grow up?
So it's a list. My parents are pastors, so that's sort of the impetus there for the moving.
PK.
I'm a PK, as so many Luther grads are.
Yes.
Yeah, so I was born in Arkansas. So, I mean, if we were allowed on the regional challenge here for the states to just check off the states we've lived in, I would have a good chunk. I was born in Arkansas, lived in Kentucky, Indiana, upstate New York, graduated high school in New Jersey, and then came out here. So
what's the Luther connection?
So my family is from Iowa. I actually have a cousin who went to Luther as well. My parents grew up in Waterloo, and in sort of the Storm Lake area is where they went to college. They both went to Buena Vista, but I wanted to come here, so I ended up here. Yeah. So I'm actually closer to family than most of the rest of my parents are. Yeah.
And you've been here ever since you graduated, is that true?
No, I left for 2 years.
Okay.
So I went up to Minneapolis, as many Luther grads
folk do.
also do. I remember during, I believe it was baccalaureate, where the pastor at the time, David Vasquez, made a statement about how thinking forward a few months, where would we be? And he goes, "You're going to be on the couch in your apartment in Minneapolis." And it was a little too real. So yes.
How does he know this?
I went to Minneapolis, and I did 2 years of AmeriCorps up there, and then moved back to
And were you
Decorah.
right in Minneapolis, or were you in...
Right in Minneapolis. For those of you in the Twin Cities, I lived on Hennepin and Franklin. So
yeah.
Right in Minneapolis.
Totally.
Across from Sebastian Joe's.
I was Sebastian Joe's is right there. Oh,
Lots of ice
Sebastian
cream in my
Joe's.
life, more than there should have
Somebody
been.
wants to FedEx some Sebastian Joe's to us. Get some dry ice and a FedEx box. That would be
great.
awesome.
Just put it right here. Yeah.
And so then you've been here ever since...
Since
after,
2013.
Yep,
yeah.
since after AmeriCorps.
Yeah. Yep.
Great.
In the development office the whole time. Started working with our student groups with Phonathon and Senior Giving Campaign, and now as Assistant Director of Annual Giving, which a lot of that is this. So
So this is
has been a
sort
good
of your
time.
baby. Like
A
you
little
and
bit.
the
Me and some other folks. You know, it takes a few people.
Takes
to
a
have
village
baby.
to... More on that later. So, yeah.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Any other questions? I know you have other interviews coming up, but James told me that people were dying to know about me.
I just got another tweet.
Uh-oh. Here we go.
Watching Eric is like being on choir tour all over again. Am I right? And he gives a shout out to somebody else's Twitter feed. Luther gives 16. Awesome.
It
Yes.
is just like choir tour.
It is like choir tour where I just kind of commandeer the mic at the front of the bus and just tell stories all the time. And my 2 Nordic students are like laughing right now because it's so funny and because it's true, right, guys? Basically, yeah. So it's almost 3 o'clock.
Uh-oh, I think that means someone else is on board, right?
Yeah.
All right.
And what did you gave today?
I just gave. I gave during the recent grads challenge since I graduated
Great.
in 2011.
Awesome.
So I did that, and I've been making sure that the other folks at the table who are recent grads joined in on that too. And I think the challenge is going pretty well.
That's
So,
awesome.
I don't know. Do you know what it looks like?
Let's refresh.
It's always a matter of refreshing. The recent grads.
Recent grad.
We met it.
The recent grads challenge is done.
Woo!
It
Thank
is
you,
done.
recent grads.
Thank you, recent grads.
Yeah.
05 to 15. That's awesome.
It's outstanding.
And then one other question for you before you go.
Yes.
So how did this whole day come about?
It came out of the efforts of a lot of different people in the development and alumni office who had seen some other schools that were doing similar things and had a lot of success with really gaining a lot of energy and support and enthusiasm about their schools through these days. And as we joke in our office, there's a lot of copying and stealing of ideas. And so we took it and made it Luther. And
There you go. You just Lutherfied it.
Lutherfied it because
And that's okay.
That's what this community is about, not stealing and Lutherfying things, but really gathering around community and joining together on ideas and being enthusiastic.
And seeing that it worked for other
celebrating.
people, so it would probably work for Luther.
Well, particularly for Luther, because we have the
Right.
best, most engaged alumni. So
We have awesome alumni, the 2 of us included,
Yeah,
on
we are
stage
here,
here. So,
yeah,
whatever.
pat on the back.
Pat on the back.
Uh-oh, I see your
I
interviewer.
think we have some people on deck here.
Okay, I'm gonna.
So more
go.
from Kate later.
I will be back.
She will be back. She'll be giving some updates later on. So awesome. And we have another special guest coming on, and I gotta get my phone ready here. There it is. Awesome. Hello, Sandy. How are you? Good to see you. Your hands are warm. It is toasty up here. So is this one the other one? Check. There we go. So we have Sandy Joppa with us. How are you today?
I'm good. It's warm up here, but it's great to be here. Beautiful day on campus.
And you have to hold it right up.
Right here?
Yeah, there
Can
you go.
you hear me there?
Yep.
Beautiful day on campus.
Yes. Well, it was kind of cloudy this morning, and now the sun came out. And it's not as warm as it was on Monday or Tuesday, but we're just glad that all the snow is gone and that it's sunny outside.
But there's still people wearing shorts, so
Yes.
that's good to see.
Yes, because once it hits above freezing, it's shorts weather in March.
Absolutely.
Yes. So, Sandy, how are you today?
I'm doing well. Drove down from Minneapolis this morning.
Great. And the drive was okay?
The drive was perfect.
Awesome. So, tell us a little bit about yourself, your Luther story, how you ended up as Luther as a student, and how you've been involved since you've been an alum.
Sure, absolutely. Well, my Luther story was probably like a lot of folks. I had a visit from the admissions counselor at my high school, and Luther sounded like a really good place. I grew up in Moorhead, Minnesota, and Concordia College was about 8 blocks from my house, the house my folks still live in. And so I thought it was
So you didn't
worth-
want to be that close to mom and dad?
No, and I didn't think I was going to look really good in those yellow beanies. So I decided
Which they
that
still
blue is-
wear.
They do, and I will tell you, because I was a Moorhead townie, that we used to try to acquire those from the freshmen so that they'd get caught without their beanies, and then we'd give them back after the football game where they had to keep them on. So,
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so my misguided youth, I guess, taking beanies from Concordia Cobbers. But anyway, so a visit to my high school from the admissions folks, and really thought it looked like a cool place. Had never been here, and actually took a road trip with 3 of my friends, and we visited schools that they wanted to see. So we went to Drake, and we went to Wartburg, and we came here. And we actually arrived on campus at the evening time, and it was during fall break. So there was
So it was
almost no one
quiet,
on
yeah.
campus, but it was gorgeous out. And I just walked around campus and really hadn't even talked to anybody here yet. And it just felt like this was the place I was supposed to be.
So many people I talk to, they say the same thing. When I came to visit as a student, it was February, and it was snowing, and it was foggy, and sleeting, and gross. But the moment I stepped foot on campus, you just have that feeling, you know?
Absolutely.
And you just step on campus, you're just like, this is where I'm supposed to be. Yeah. So it was the same thing for you.
It was absolutely the same thing for me. And so it was where I wanted to go. I was glad that it worked out for me and really had a great 4 years here. Was involved in, as I was looking at the challenges, there were so many places where I could have played. So I was fortunate to be in a sorority here. I played volleyball. I did the phone-a-thon. I was very active. I worked in the English department as my work study, and just had a great 4 years. And then was fortunate enough to meet my now husband here at Luther, who was an '85 grad. And thank you to everyone who did the Sweethearts Challenge. I was a little nervous, not knowing if we'd get enough people coming in that hour, but as I understand, it took like 15 minutes, and we had 25 people.
Yeah.
So that's good to see.
And so how have you been involved since graduation?
Well, I would say that, my friend group from Luther has continued to be some of my closest friends in the world. And so those connections are wonderful. It's great if you can keep them going. And then there were a few years when I didn't live in the Midwest, and it was a little bit harder. But once we moved back to Minnesota, kind of struck up those connections again, and have been fortunate enough to be on the Parents Council. I actually have a senior here at Luther College. So hello to Ben out there if you happen to be listening. But was on the Parents Council. I've just kind of finished that up for 4 years. Previously served on the President's Advisory Council under the prior president, and then most recently have moved into a role on the Board of Regents. So
yes, congrats on that.
thank you. I'm absolutely thrilled. Luther is such a special place, and it's really been amazing to see, not surprising, but amazing to see how devoted every single group I've been a part of, their hearts are all in the right place, and they all just really want to give back to the college. It's fantastic.
That's awesome. What was the biggest surprise or something new you learned about Luther as part of your role on the Parents Council and now as a new Board of Regents member?
I think what's most interesting is you go through 4 years here, and you meet lots and lots of people. So you meet professors, you meet people in financial aid, you meet people in admissions, and a whole host of departments. But then there's a group of people that you don't meet and you don't see while you're here. The folks who are doing really, really important jobs, but they're not facing the students. And so it's been really fun to understand all that goes behind enrollment and marketing and the branding of the college.
All the moving parts, yeah.
All of the moving parts, and how devoted folks are to not only what they do, but bringing really excellence to the campus. And that's been fun to see how those pieces come together.
Yeah. And you mentioned the Sweethearts Challenge that you and your husband sponsored today, John. And so why do you value giving back to Luther?
I think it's important that you be a member of a community, whatever that community is for you. And, there's all of the sort of analytical pieces of why Luther's special. It gave me a great education, helped me grow up. Those of us who have liberal arts degrees know how to write, which is pretty rare in business and getting rarer by the moment. And so the education piece of that set me up very well from a career perspective, but then it's the emotional place, right? Luther is the place where many of us grew up, found our really close friends, found out who we were, not necessarily what we're going to do, but who we are, which is much more important from a values perspective and from a shaping perspective. So it's a community I feel really strongly about, and I feel very fortunate to be able to give back.
And what advice do you have for current students, particularly those coming up on graduation here in a few months, about staying involved in the Luther community once they leave Decorah and the campus?
Well, my first piece of advice is one specific tactic. And this is for everyone, not just those of you who happen to be business majors, but get on LinkedIn, find the Luther alums, meet your professors through LinkedIn, start developing that network. Because regardless of if you end up in academia, if you end up in medicine or wherever oh my goodness. And this is my son, Ben Joppa.
Hello.
Ben.
Hello, folks. Good to be here.
And this is my money at work right here. I can't see who's out there. Who's out there? Hello, Ben's friends. How you doing? You guys want to come on up here? Come on. Okay. Should we let him? What should we ask him? So, Ben, what was your best Luther memory so far?
So far.
Keep it PG or maybe even G. Okay.
Yeah, we are live, Ben.
All right. Well, honestly, I came here for basketball, so it was nice just having that community built in right away. And so you kind of just like cherish those 4 years and like you really grow with those guys. Obviously, the friends you make are great as well, lifetime friends. Yeah, that's the thing I'll remember the most. Education's important too, though, but yeah.
That was a really good answer, wasn't it? So as you can tell, Luther prepares you to talk and think on your feet, which is awesome. So what other advice should I give you and all of your graduating friends, Ben?
You've given me enough advice over the years, so
Disperse some of that advice upon us, Ben.
Well, basically, meet as much people as you can. Put yourself out there. Kind of take chances. Network yourself. That's basically what my mom had me try to do. And have a good work ethic. It's pretty important.
Some very sound advice from a very sound family over here.
What a nice surprise.
Yeah.
Rumor has it I get to take him out for early dinner, too, since I'm here. So that's good.
Oh, well, how nice. Isn't that nice, Ben?
Well,
do you get to make a choice of where to go?
Well, this is actually the 4th straight week she's been here, so she keeps on getting closer to me. Yeah. So.
Well, she keeps joining committees, so she's just going to be here all the time.
Well, she really loves Luther, so it's a good thing.
That's a good thing. Yeah. So, okay, so Sandy, what is one of your favorite Luther memories?
Well, I would say there's a ton of them. Keep it PG. Okay. All right. Well, I would say actually my freshman year, and obviously the landscape in downtown Decorah has changed a ton. So businesses that were there are no longer there, and so on. But when I first got here, one of the places that we all went to a lot was a place called JJ's, which was a dance place that doesn't exist anymore. It had a stage. It sounds really glamorous. It was actually much better when you were there at night when the lights were really low, because you stuck to a lot of things. Let's just put it that way. But
where was it downtown?
It was like a block off of the Cobblestone area. So whatever street that was.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. 4th Street. Court Street.
Yes.
Okay. But that was a really fun place to go, and I played on the volleyball team, and we would go there after every win. A great place there. Another great memory, and I'm not sure if this still happens at Luther, but during the intense final times in December, so right before the Christmas holiday, there was this carol sing that happened on the stage of the CFL. And does that still happen?
They still do that, yeah.
That was you're just
it's like
crazy.
A candlelight.
Yeah, and all the lights were off, and you'd look up at the ceiling, and you have, you're singing Silent Night, and you've got your candle, and you'd see all of the lights flickering off the ceiling, and it was just this really peaceful time amidst just pure, utter craziness.
Oh,
and
yeah.
your anxiety level
Crazy
just
of
went
finals
really, really down. So I could go on and about memories. There's so many. There's so many.
Well, that's awesome. Thank you so much for joining us, Sandy, and thanks, Ben, representing the basketball team today. Awesome. Thank you so much for both of you being here today and for giving and the gifts and everything that you've done so far for Luther College. Thank you so much.
You are very welcome, and keep the money coming in. This is awesome.
Yeah, and we now have a new volleyball challenge that just started. At 3:00, there's a volleyball challenge. So anyone on the volleyball team from Luther College alums or current, there's a $5,000 challenge from 3:00 to 5:00 today. So we can get going on that. So maybe you can.
Maybe I can give again.
You could give again, or you should text all your volleyball friends.
All my volleyball alums.
All the volleyball alums. All
Sounds
those
great.
spikers and setters and servers and whatever else VB
Libero.
people do. Yeah.
Which didn't
So.
actually exist that wasn't even a role when I played, but that just dates me. So, all right. Well, it was really fun. Thanks.
Thank you, Sandy. Awesome. We had a couple more updates here for you now. Let's see. We just got a gift in from Norway. Cecile, thank you so much for your gift from Norway. And then Terry says, I loved singing in Nordic choir, one of the top 3 highlights of my life. Wow. That says a lot. That's awesome. And then Gretchen says, go Norse, Luther for life. So, and then I think we're going to take a little break here and do some more videos. So we'll be back soon. And James is typing something else and telling me to say something maybe. And we'll just say thank you. We'll be back after this.
So hard to face the world all alone without you to hang on to. There are lights around the sky. I know you are there deep in my heart, dancing with the stars, the stars, the stars.
What makes a Luther experience? Bike rides to downtown Decorah, lunch on the deck, morning newspaper and cinnamon roll, and nightly Marty's milkshakes. So many hellos on your way to class. Branches to climb, and secret study nooks. Hours of volunteer service. The great big L. And you.
It might seem crazy what
by the way. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Here come bad news talking this and that. Well, give me all you got and don't hold it back. Well, I should probably warn you I'll be just fine. No offense to you, don't waste your time. Here's why. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Hey, go. Bring me down, can't none bring me down. And love is too. Bring me down, can't none bring me down. I said, bring me down, can't none bring me down. And love is too. Bring me down, can't none bring me down. I said, clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Bring me down, can't none bring me down. The love is too high to bring me down. Can't none bring me down. I said. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Hey, clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do.
welcome back to Luther's first ever Giving Day live stream for Luther Gives 16. We are coming at you from the basement of the Union in Marty's, which you may know as Dante's, you may know as a whole bunch of bowling alleys, slats of wood right here in the middle of this space. So, we have had a lot of fun things going on. For those of you just checking in, my name is Kate Duffert, and I am the Assistant Director of Annual Giving at Luther College and a 2011 grad. You may notice that I put on a sweater. That was for two reasons. One of them is that we just had a visit from Eric Ellingsen, who was a guest host for a while, giving me a break, and he was rocking a pretty great tan sweater. And I realized that I had one sitting up here as well, and I figured I should probably join the club, especially since he was getting tweets from financial aid about how cool he looked. So now I'm really hoping that I get a tweet from financial aid. So here's my goal with the sweater. Now you all know. I also put it on because we are cooling off in here and getting cozy and bundling up for the long haul because we are going to be here until 8 p.m. tonight. So we have about 4.5 hours more programming coming to you right here from Marty's, only taking brief breaks for absolutely necessary moments and sharing some fun videos with you for those. We have a lot coming up this afternoon. We have an interview with Jane Hawley and Lori Minholtz. Jane Hawley is a professor of dance here at Luther, as well as a grad, and Lori Minholtz is a recent grad who owns Nordic Chiropractic here in Decorah, and they have both collaborated on a dance performance which opens this evening called The Invitation Game. So they will be here to talk about that for quite a while. They will be followed by Bob Larson, who's a former professor of theater here at Luther, and we'll have a chat with him, and then we're going to kick off a little bit of music with a couple of a cappella groups. We have Nancy Berry coming by. We're going to have our city manager drop in for a brief little insight on what's going on in Decorah today. Top Banana Improv Group, which began just a few years ago, they are going to perform at 7 o'clock straight off their UCB, which is the Upright Citizens Brigade performance last weekend, which is a well-renowned improv group, and our Toppling Banana crew was able to perform with them right on this stage last week. And then we'll round out our night with Eclipse Dance crew. They're going to bring you some great hip-hop dancing, and we'll give you lots of challenge updates. And then we're going to leave you to spend your last hour of Giving Day contemplating giving and watching those totals roll up. So, a big shout out to Thrivent Financial. They are part of the reason that this is possible, if not the major reason that this is possible. Thanks to some really excellent work from a couple of my colleagues and the wonderful people at Thrivent, we were able to receive a grant that funded most of this project, and it made it possible for us to get this off the ground for our first year. So if you see buttons, if you see t-shirts, all of that, that's thanks to them and helping us to really get that message out. So thank you to Thrivent. If you haven't checked out our Facebook and Twitter feeds, as well as Snapchat and Instagram, you can see a little more information about them there. There's some cute photos of the gnome and the Thrivent logo. We also have a lot of fun photos and videos and challenge updates that are coming up. If your social media feed isn't covered with Luther, I don't know what we're doing, because it's all over mine. I cannot get away from it, and that's kind of the best thing. I've received a few messages from people that said, my internet has turned blue, and it's really exciting to hear everyone jumping on board and being really excited about Luther College. I want to check in and give you some challenge updates. Hopefully, if you're tuning in again, or if you've been with us for some of the day, you know about how challenges work. Essentially, they're going to pop up throughout the day. They're targeted at specific groups, and if you give during that time period, your gift will be matched in some way. And right now, we have our city versus city competition going, and that city versus city competition is going between Chicago, Decorah, Denver, Des Moines, the Twin Cities, and Washington, D.C. Right now, D.C. is really bringing it. They are in first place for winning the title of Luther's Gnome Town. Second place is Decorah, and then wiggling right there about, half and half of who's going to be third and fourth is Chicago and Des Moines, and then the Twin Cities, and then Denver. So if you live in one of those areas, make your gift, invite your friends to make your gift. This is huge. This is your chance to win being Luther's Gnome Town, which is what we really all want to be, is Luther's Gnome Town. So make a gift, invite your friends. You'll get a party with all of the Luther folk there and lots of fun swag with gnomes. Let's see, what else do we have here? Our overall total. Should probably tell you that, huh? We are at $418,171 for Luther's annual fund. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This is huge. This is our biggest day for the annual fund ever, and it's just amazing how much you have all turned out to make support for Luther, and we are so, so grateful. I recently saw that we crested 1,000 donors today. It's hard to believe. 1,000 people have made a gift today. So we still have a few hours left. We've got some time to keep rolling in those challenges and succeeding at meeting those. And I'm saying goodbye to Eric, my sweater friend over there, as he leaves. But you're not leaving, and I'm not leaving. So we have time to keep working on these challenges and keep giving updates and keep having things rolling along for Luther. I have new gifts that have come in. Sandra in Houston, Texas. Aaron AA, Ron, and Aaron ERIN in Washington, D.C. Cynthia in Boise, Idaho. Rhonda in Wyoming. We have a $1,500 gift from Bill in Illinois. And Brigitte in Minnesota. We also can announce now that we have received gifts for our 50 States Challenge from Delaware and New Mexico. So we are whittling down that challenge. And if you go to our website, luther.edu/giving-day, you can scroll way down to the bottom and you can see what's left. And right now, we just need Mississippi and Alabama, it looks like. So if you are from Mississippi, or you are from Alabama, or you just happen to know someone who lives in one of those states, give them a call, shoot them a text, send them a Snapchat, forward them a Facebook posts, and get them to make a gift and to help us cross off these 50 states. We cannot believe how close we are to this, and that will unlock $50,000 for Luther's annual fund from our Board of Regents. So we are on our way, but we need a little more help in those last states. We have a first-time gift from Christina, who is in Italy. Thank you, Christina. I think I saw Christina posting a real fun picture of the gnome poking out of the Duomo, so that's kind of fun. We also have some comments that have come in from some folks about their gifts. Let's see what we've got on here. There's some fun things that people have said. Sophia says, I love Luther and all it provides to students. Jan says, our daughter Amalia is in graduation this spring, and she had such a wonderful experience in her Luther academic home, the social work department, and her Luther work-study home, the communications department. We are forever grateful for her amazing college experience. Doug and Jana say 20 years later, and we still reflect on the positive influence Professor Nelson had on our Luther education and overall experience. Warren says, Guy Nave was our son's favorite professor. Short and to the point, and I absolutely am so grateful for everyone who's filling in these boxes to share the professors and faculty and staff members who have made a difference for you. If you are in that giving form, there is a little line that says faculty or staff, and you can give in honor of someone. Not only is this a chance for you to show someone on campus that you have been really impacted by their influence, but it's also a chance for you to have your gift doubled. And when we have these challenges, there's no limit to how many of them can apply. You can have a doubled gift from giving to faculty or staff. You can have it doubled from the regents. You can have it doubled from a whole bunch of different places to the point where your gift makes a huge impact. We also have Rachel, who says, the community of mentors has made me the professional and student I am today. Their guidance has been beyond quantifiable. Mona says, honoring our hardworking, friendly, helpful, and overall nice Olin custodian. We appreciate you, Kathy Nelson. Andrea says, sustainability at Luther has made me a better person in every way. I am so proud to be a member of this family. And we're doing that Sustainability Flash Challenge. For those of you who have been tuning in and who saw that online, we have a $2,500 challenge that was called in. And if you put sustainability in your comments, we are counting you towards that challenge, and we will announce that total at the end of the day. Victoria is so excited for her first gift. She's the class of 2015. Thank you, Victoria, for joining in. We have some recent gifts that just came in. Allison in Massachusetts, Diane in Georgia, and Melanie in Colorado. We also have more comments. You guys just keep saying the best stuff. So, there's truly no amount that I could give that would do justice for everything I learned from Brad Phillips in my years working at the box office. So much of which I have learned applied to the staff I manage now. There will never again be another place I work that is as welcoming as the box office, and Brad was the main reason for that. Thank you, Aaron, for sharing those kind words about Brad. We will make sure that he hears them if he's not hearing them now. If you are hearing them now, Brad, thank you. We love you. Hello. Our other challenge updates for the day, we've got some specific challenges going, and we want to make sure you know what they are in case they're the challenge for you, and also so you can see the success we're having. We have a volleyball challenge that went live about 30 minutes ago, and it goes until 5 p.m. If you are a volleyball grad, you played volleyball at any point in time at Luther, your gift will be matched, and that's up to $5,000. So let's get a move on, volleyball folk, and join in on that. You can update your own challenge information by logging in to luther.edu/giving-day. We also are nearing the total for the Hubs and Mosina Serve It Up Tennis Challenge, and that's for all tennis players. We are just a couple $100 away from getting that match completely dispersed to Luther's annual fund. So you're almost there, and that goes until 4. So you've only got about 25 minutes left. So let's go tennis. I know you have it in you. You're a competitive crew. We also have the world-famous Luther College Concert Band Challenge, and that's going until 9 p.m. tonight. Anyone who has played in the concert band is eligible for this. If you have not given in a while, your gift will actually be tripled by the concert band alumni who have contributed to this. If you gave recently, then they will double your gift. So no matter when you've given, they are really putting up a great incentive for you to join in the fun of today and to show your pride for concert band. If you'd like, there are videos of some of our concert band Quartet playing here, available on YouTube. You can check out some of the social media posts about concert band as well today. Keep that Facebook or Twitter or whatever you use tab open and keep watching what's happening. We recently finished our recent grads challenge, appropriate given the name. So people who graduated from 2005 to 2015, we have hit $3,400 that was matched dollar for dollar. So that means that $6,800 of today's total came for sure from recent grads and their match. So thank you so much, recent grads. We are a smidge away from meeting the second challenge from our Board of Regents, that is $50,000. This morning, they put up a challenge for people who had not given in a while or who were new to giving to Luther. And the first $50,000 that they gave would be matched dollar for dollar. Well, we hit that. You guys gave that much already today. And when we hit that, the Regents said, well, let's see if they can do more. And they put forward another $50,000, and we are less than $200 away from hitting that second bonus challenge. So we are right there. Any minute now, I could probably refresh my screen and we'll hit that. So thank you to everyone who's helping with that. We have a Chicago area challenge. If you give at least $5, $50 will be added to your gift. We're about halfway there on that Chicago challenge, and we still have several hours left in the day. So Chicago, get out there, Windy City. You probably have as nice of weather as us right now, and I bet you can find some other Luther grads, get together, snap some selfies, and make your gifts. It's easy to do. Go online on your phone, on your tablet, on your desktop, on your laptop, wherever you go, and go to luther.edu/giving-day. Washington, D.C., you are a whole 2 donors away from hitting your goal. 2 donors. We have 48 gifts from today, and we need 50 to unlock $5,000. So 2 donors, and we've got this. Des Moines, you are a little over halfway towards hitting your 100 donors. I believe in you. I think you can do it. You will unlock $5,000 when you hit that. So we are nearing a lot of these challenges and have so many more that you can check in on the website, and you can see all the things that we've already succeeded at hitting. And it's just so wonderful to see all these people coming together and making a difference. One of those people is Fred Nyling. Many of you know him as the former director of the concert band. He made his gift today during the concert band challenge. And many of you remember him as being an influential person in your life. And if you are that concert band person, join with Fred and make your gift during this challenge. And let's really top out this gift that these generous alumni have put forward to challenge you to join in Luther's first ever Giving Day. We also have a gift that just came in from Beth in Canada. Thank you, Beth. It's been really fun up here to be able to keep checking my email and seeing these things that are coming up. And I heard someone over in the corner of the room earlier saying, there's gifts coming in from all these people. They're like in Norway, and do they even know Luther? And I think what that shows us really is that Luther has a big stretch that our grads are everywhere and we are known everywhere. So thank you so much for wherever you are coming together, taking a little time out of your day to watch our stream, to check your social media posts, and to give back to the annual fund. The annual fund is really the base of all fundraising we do here at Luther. It goes directly towards supporting this community. It goes towards academics and the different things that are involved in making sure that we have a really strong academic and educational program. As many of you know we have. You've seen some evidence of that and the amazing things our faculty have said in the interviews they've had earlier today. It also goes towards living at Luther and student organizations and those different things that really make this community special and different. You heard some of our student organizations come up earlier. You heard them talk about the things they're doing. You're going to see more later. That's a part of that. And the other part is scholarships. And as we all know, college is something that is sometimes difficult to afford, often is difficult to afford, and Luther has a really strong scholarship program that makes it possible for all students to come to Luther and have this really special experience. So thank you for your gift to the annual fund today and for joining us for our first ever giving day. You are blowing me out of the water. We have more comments. Megan says, "Go Norse. I love that I get to work here every day." We love that you get to work here too, Megan. Marin says, "I am who I am today because of my years with Luther Women's Rugby. And to this day, I feel at home in Decorah and on campus. I am so grateful for all that Luther gave me." Thank you, Marin, for giving back to Luther in honor of that. I just want to check in and see our total here real quick. We are at $422,751. So we are just moving towards that $500,000 mark very quickly, which knock on wood up here, right? But I have faith in us really making a huge difference in the annual fund today. One of the ways you can do that when you make your gift is going through and checking the different boxes for the challenges that you apply for. Again, there is no limit on how many you can check or how many things you will count towards. Your gift could be quadrupled, quintupled, however many of those different upled words we can come up with are possible for your gift. We also, on that form, have it so that you can go through and check those things and enter a faculty staff member. And in that bar, what you would do is just list the name of 1, 2, 3, however many people you want to make your gift in honor of today. And when you make that gift in honor of that person, not only will we let that person know, and we may read it on the air so that they can hear that someone has honored them, but you will also trigger a dollar-for-dollar match from the Board of Regents up to $50,000. So all you have to do is fill in that box. I made my gift maybe an hour ago during the recent grads challenge, and when I got to that box, I put in Bob Larson, Tim Peter, and Todd Green as the professors that really had an effect on me. And I know that many of you have had experiences with professors, with staff members, with people who have made a difference in your lives, in the lives of your children, in the lives of your friends, that you want to make sure that you honor in some way. And this is a great chance for you today until 9 p.m. to join in honoring faculty and staff members who have done something special for you. Let's take another look and see if we have any more states, because states, I'm telling you, we're almost there on this 50 states thing. We're sitting on Mississippi and Alabama. We've got this little gap there, right, in the southeast of our country, and I bet you know someone or a friend of a someone who lives in Mississippi or Alabama. All we're asking is that someone in that state who loves Luther makes a gift of any size. You can just know Luther. You can be a friend of a friend. All you have to do is make that gift, and then you'll count towards our 50 states challenge and unlock another $50,000 for the annual fund. We have a lot of fun things coming up this afternoon, in addition to more updates on all these challenges and all these exciting things that are happening with your gifts for the annual fund today with our first ever giving day. We have some faculty interviews coming up, lots of student performances as we hit the evening hours here down in Marty's, where we're going to be bustling with the dinner crowd and lots of people stopping by to say hello after class. Until then, we're going to take a brief break for some videos before we hit our next chunk of interviews. And I hope you enjoy them and you come back in just a few minutes. Thanks.
hard to look right at you, baby. But here's my number, so call me maybe. Hey, I just met you, and this is crazy. But here's my number, so call me maybe. And all the other boys try to chase me, but here's my number, so call me maybe. Before you came into my life, I missed you so bad. I missed you so bad. I missed you so, so bad. Before you came into my life, I missed you so bad. And you should know that, so call me maybe.
It's 8 o'clock in the morning and the trains are pulling in. You're leaving for Chicago, a place I've never been. And though the summer's warm, I feel a quiet chill. I love you and things'll go just how they will. It's loud here in Chicago, you can hear the rolling cars, the sound of shouts and fighting as men step out from the bars. And though I'm missing you, I feel a quiet thrill. I love you, but things'll go just how they will. It's quiet here without you as the season bleeds away. And soon the summer's gone, and now the autumn's come to stay. Leaves red upon the trees, and on the ground they spill. I love you, and things will go just how they will. The city is loud and charming, and the snow is falling white. Despite the winter breeze, the rushing coldness has no bite. I'm missing you today, but I'm enchanted still. I love you, but things will go just how they will. I'd rid my life of riches just to join you where you are, to see your shining eyes and the winsome smile that you once wore. I'm doing fine for now, but my heart will ache until I see you, but things will go just how they will. I think it's best we part now, I heard from her today. Chicago is treating her kindly, and it's there that she will stay. That we'd both be better off alone with some time to heal. I love you, but things they go just how they will.
Walking around campus during the tour, I was always impressed by how positive everybody seemed.
There's really a big flexibility that allows me to participate in the music department as well as the sciences.
I came to Luther for its nationally accredited education program.
Why did I come to Luther College? The water bottle fillers.
The first time I was on this campus and I saw the water bottle filler, I'm gonna remember that day for the rest of my life.
I was really just looking for a place that I could fill my water bottle up easily.
Life before Luther was really hard for me. You know, I lived every day confused, lost. You know, I felt like I had nowhere to turn every time I tried to fill my water bottle. You know, when all you have is a fountain and a bottle and a nozzle, what are you supposed to do? Use your hands, your feet, your mouth, and you just end up on the floor soaking wet with everyone in your high school graduating class laughing at you and spitting on you and calling you names like loser and turd face and oh, I hate you because you suck. That was my life. That was my life. All I wanted was to be accepted. And here at Luther College, I feel like I finally am because of water bottle fillers. They've changed my life. They really have.
Of course, at first it was a really confusing sort of thing. We didn't even really know how to use it. And so it took a little bit of practice, of course. You know, practice makes perfect, and practice makes a filled water bottle.
I came to Luther because I have a thing for nuts.
To be frank, I have a thing for nuts. Particular peanut butter nuts, the nuts in peanut butter.
I chose to come to Luther for the peanut butter.
No way.
Yeah.
Me too.
It's thick, but it's also smooth.
I went to every school, I said, show me your peanut butter. Show it to me right now.
So what I like to do with it is I like to spread it on my upper thigh.
The peanut butter, it's crunchy and it's smooth. And when I eat the peanut butter, we hear music.
I tend to get a little bit of a little rash going. Putting that peanut butter on it not only alleviates the pain, but it also makes for a nice little post-hike snack.
The Luther peanut butter is a metaphor for what it is to be a Luther student.
There's sometimes a little hair, but you know, we do what we can.
What do we do in our free time? Oh, we watch the Decor Eagle Camp.
Yeah, we do.
Defying gravity. Wicked.
Gift from every one of the 50 states, which unlocked $50,000 for Luther College's annual fund from the Board of Regents. So thank you to everyone who made that happen. Our last two states of Mississippi and Alabama just came in and totally filled out that map in blue. And if you want to see that beautiful site, just go to luther.edu/giving-day, and you can catch up on all of our challenges there. Our total dollars raised so far are at $482,401 for the Luther College Annual Fund. That's huge. This is such a big day for us, and for you and for the entire Luther community, and we are so grateful for everything. Hi.
Thank you so much for your gift.
Oh, God.
Take a selfie.
Sure, we can take a selfie. Thank you. For those of you who don't know what just happened, which is probably everybody, we just had a little drop-in here because I made a gift earlier during the Recent Grads Challenge, and one of the things we are doing for our faculty and staff here on campus is we have students like Corinne who just popped in and selfie-attacked me. They're carrying those selfie sticks around with their phones, and they're dropping off posters. Here's my poster I gave to the annual fund today, and buttons. So I can add to my button collection. I can have like 5 of them going at some point here today. Thank you so much to all of our students who are running around and making this big impact on what's going on today. I have seen some videos floating around on Facebook from some other faculty and staff during the morning when Student Senate was helping us out, and they had like 10 students at their door just singing and chanting and shouting, and it is so fun here on campus today with all that's going on for Giving Day and Luther Gives 16. So thank you so much for everything you're doing today to help us make this day special. We have a lot coming up this afternoon. We're going to hit a block of interviews and performances here pretty quickly, so I want to give some updates on where we're at for gifts. We just received a $250 gift from Ben in Indiana. Thank you, Ben. A gift from Kurt in Alaska. There's that Alaska donor, right? And we have our first gift ever from Steve and Mary Odegaard, or as James, who is running our live stream, says, thanks, Mom and Dad. Jill says, you got me with the volleyball challenge, which I understand. When you see something that's so exciting and it's related to something that you really care about at Luther, you feel like you have to join in. And that's what this day is all about. It's joining in with the people who matter to you, joining in for the place that matters to you, and making a big difference today. This is historic for us. We have not had a day like this with the annual fun team, and we are so proud to see the love and commitment from all Luther grads, Luther parents, friends, family. Whatever your relationship is to Luther, you are making a difference in the lives of students today. So thank you. Thank you, thank you. We have several challenges that are active at the moment. We have a volleyball challenge, which is going on for 1 more hour. It's a $1 for $1 match for those volleyball folks. So get online if you were in volleyball. Make your gift. The website is luther.edu/giving-day. We are just a few dollars away from that tennis challenge. You might be able to sneak that in right before the clock changes. We have some regional challenges that are still going on. We have about 61 donors for Des Moines, so we're just over halfway there. That is exciting for us. We have DC that just hit its 50 donor goal. So thank you to Washington, DC for unlocking that $5,000 for the annual fund. You are making a huge difference. We also have coming in some comments and some other gifts. We have Craig in Washington, Becky in Kansas City. We have first-time gift from Megan, Sandy in Chicago, Diane in New Hampshire. Emily says, Wanda Diefeld's religion and women and gender studies courses continue to impact me in my life and ministry as an ELCA pastor. I am grateful to know her. Sabrina says, thank you to 2 of the best professors I had at Luther College. I appreciate your assistance with my growth as a professional and person throughout my Luther years. Thank you so much to everyone who's giving today and who's celebrating these different people that have made an impact in your life by giving back and making an impact in the lives of our current students. It's really easy to honor a faculty or staff member. If you're on the giving form and you're filling it out, there's a box that says give in honor of a faculty or staff member. Write down the name or names, and we will acknowledge them probably on air, if not for sure later on in person or in paper form. And they will get to hear your name and understand that you made a gift in their honor. And I know that everyone feels really honored themselves and blessed to have people who were so moved by their influence here at Luther. So thank you for all that you're doing and joining in with today and for making these gifts. A little preview of what's coming up for the rest of our live stream here. We're going to kick off a section on the invitation game in just a few moments. The invitation game is a dance performance that begins this evening over in the CFA. We will also have an interview with Bob Larson at 5 o'clock. He's a theater professor from Luther who recently retired. We will have 2 a cappella groups performing this afternoon. We have Beautiful Mess and Undeclared. For those of you that tuned in earlier this morning, we heard our third one that was going to perform today, and that's Bromatic Progression. If at any point you think to yourself, man, I really missed a performance that I wanted to see, or that's one of my favorite professors and I missed their interview because I had to go to that meeting. Meetings. We understand. You can click in the About on the YouTube video that you are watching as we speak. Click the time of the thing you would like to watch. It will happen. You can watch it and catch up. It's pretty exciting. And if you want to watch the whole thing later, you can watch all 12 hours. We have about 4 hours left in our day. So what we're going to do right now to celebrate this 4-hour chunk of time that we have left is kick off a section on the invitation game. I'm hearing a cue that I have to introduce them a little more. I can introduce them. So we have a group of students who are going to perform. They are working on a project that's opening this evening over in the CFA, and it's the result of a collaboration between Lori Minholtz, who's a Luther grad and chiropractor in Decorah, and Jane Hawley, a Luther Theater Dance professor. They are going to perform a piece for you. They're coordinating right now how we get through our massive tables that are blocking off these beautiful bowling alley planks here in the middle of Marty's and or Dante's, as you may have known it. In any minute now, oh, there goes those lights. It's about to happen. So for all of you who are interested in what's going on today, we welcome you to our live stream and we welcome you to this performance from members of the Invitation Game. And I'm just going to keep chatting until I get the go-ahead that I need to stop, which is a little bit my MO today. So, refreshing the total. Look, see, this is why we have a comprehensive group of people here and we have so many staff members that are making this possible, is because I forget things. I mean, we've been at this for 8 hours, so it's getting to that point where we're a little delirious. So I refreshed that total. I'm going to go for it one more time because maybe it changed since I started talking. We are at $486,525 for the Luther College Annual Fund today. We are so close to hitting that 500,000 mark, and I believe we can do it soon. So make your gift. Join in on these challenges that are still active. Volleyball players. We just had a Parents Council challenge go live, so if you are a current parent, if you ever were a parent of a Luther student, this is your time to join in. Your gift will be matched dollar for dollar. Make your gift between 4 p.m. and 7 p.m., and you will be able to count that doubling in your gift, and not to mention the other things that you may qualify for. So please join us, parents, current parents, past parents, and make a gift today from 4 to 7 p.m. and trigger that doubling match, and join us in making a big change for current students through the annual fund. The annual fund supports 3 primary areas: scholarships, which we all know are important, academic support for the classroom and learning experiences, and then living at Luther, which sort of fills in the rest of that Luther experience that we talk about that's hard to put a pin on. It's hard to say what it is that's so special about that, but it's that living at Luther. It's the student organizations, it's the community you are part of, it's the friends you make. It's all of those things that make the Luther experience so special and that make it hard when you're a grad to not have a conversation about how unique Luther is whenever it comes up. I had a post from someone on social media that popped up that said they today were speaking with their mailman because they got a letter from Luther, and the mailman said, What's the deal with this? I love Luther. I went there for wrestling camps, and it's this absolutely beautiful place. I would love to go back to Decorah. Luther's great. And they had like a 5-minute conversation just because they saw an envelope with the Luther name on it. We know that Luther is special to so many people, and we are so grateful for all that you have done here today. I'm going to take a look over at James and see, what do I need to do for you? I'm just going to tell folks to come down to the floor so that they can perform, and we are going to have a segment from tonight's show running through this weekend, the Invitation Game, and I'm going to get out of the way so you guys can appreciate them.
Outside there's a huge mess. You caught me getting undressed. I hope someone got my SOS. How do we get out of there? Outside I don't like this kind. We're falling over fragments left in my mind. What happened to you? I've been left behind. How do I know if I've been hypnotized? Caught in the middle of what we had and just to pretend, 'cause you never get it back. 'Cause you said no, 'cause you said no. Do you want to? SOS. How do we get out of there? Outside, I don't like this kind. We're falling over fragments left in my mind. What happened to you? We've been left behind. How do I know if I've been hypnotized?
Thank you to our students who just performed a section from the invitation game, which will be happening tonight in the CFA and also the rest of this weekend. You guys can go back and rewatch if you are so moved to have that happen again. In just a moment, I'm going to interview Jane Holly and Lori Minholtz about that piece, so you can learn a little more about what you just saw and what's coming this weekend over there in the Fine Arts Center. I'm going to give you a brief update on some Giving Day numbers just before we hit that interview. Our total is at $487,015. Thank you. Thank you to everyone who's making that happen. If you can't hear the cheers through the microphone, I wish you could, because it's really exciting. I'm going to take a look and see. We have some recent gifts that just came in. A first gift from Eric in Chicago. Thank you, Eric. Thanks for helping to make Chicago a little higher up in that competition for who is Luther's Gnome Town. Thank you to Linda in Alabama. And we have a $50 gift from Shannon in San Antonio. Thank you, Shannon, for joining with us today. It's so much fun, really, to sit up here and watch these totals continue to move up and see how many people are committed to Luther College. And that's really the exciting and inspiring thing about today, is that people all over the country, all over the world, because we've received international gifts, care about this place so much that they're taking time out of one day to make this happen. We know that you're busy. We know that you have other things going on, and that maybe Thursday is your worst day of the week. But so many of you keep coming together just on this one day to make this statement. And it's so inspiring to see so many Luther people coming together and saying that they love this place, because we love this place. And it's great to share in that together. I have more gifts that just came in because you just keep coming. We have 250 from Laura in Mankato, 200 from Brianne and Eric in California, and 250 from Melissa in Wisconsin. Thank you to all of you for your contributions and for helping us to keep supporting and providing really quality education and experiences and career preparation and friendships and all of the different activities that come with being a Luther student and Luther grad. I know when I look back on my time at Luther and I chat with friends of mine who went to other schools, they are routinely surprised at how many things I was able to be a part of and the quality of the Luther education and the things that we know and what we're able to do when we come out of this place. And on top of that, the bonds that we have. You go to any of those cities, and probably others that I'm just not thinking of that are in our competition, and you will find groups of Luther grads who see each other regularly or who run into each other on the sidewalk and are so excited about that. And we hope that you are doing that today. We hope that you have your gnome, if you've got a gnome, if you happened upon a sticker, if you have a friend who has stickers that they can give you, whatever it may be, we hope that you are out there celebrating Luther today, taking pictures together, taking some of those selfies, and posting them online with the hashtag. The hashtag is LutherGives16. It's pretty easy to remember because it's right here. So if you need to know what the hashtag is, just look at my face, look to your right, and then write it down. So make a post, whatever it may be, include that LutherGives16, and it will pop up actually on our website. And our website is luther.edu/giving-day. And in that website, there's a social tab. You can click that, and it will pop up with all sorts of fun things. We recently had an announcement about the 50-state challenge being met, an announcement about the Parents' Council challenge. all sorts of fun things. And I bet soon you're going to see some posts about the exciting work of the invitation game, which you just saw a portion of right here on the old bowling alley floors, now our Marty's floors. And I am going to take a moment now to introduce a couple of wonderful people who are involved in this production. We will be welcoming Jane Hawley and Lori Minholtz to the stage. Jane is a professor of dance in Luther's Visual and Performing Arts Department, what is now the combination of the Theater, Dance, and Art Department. And Lori is owner of Nordic Chiropractic in Decorah, as well as a Luther Dance grad. So welcome. Let me get you some microphones. Otherwise, they won't hear you at home. But if you can hear that cheering, that's exciting. My day has been going well. The question was, how is the day going? It's been long. We're on just over hour 8 here, and we have another 4 to go. So it's been a long but really exciting day. So welcome to both of you. I think they should be working. Do you want to?
Hello.
Hello. Oh, look at that. I thought first I would ask you if you would just introduce yourselves and tell everyone who is watching at home or who maybe is here in Marty's who may not know who you are.
Sure, and thank you for the launching of this new idea, gathering people together in their homes or abroad and able to share what we're doing here at Luther. I'm a professor of dance, Jane Hawley. I'm also an alum of Luther from 1987, a theater major. And sitting next to me is Lori Minholtz. Hi, I'm Lori Minholtz, and I'm a 2008 grad of Luther College, and I was a theater dance major and studied under Jane. And I am a chiropractor in town now and own my own business, Nordic Chiropractic, and have had the pleasure of now collaborating with one of my past faculty members, which has been really amazing and, really great experience. So the invitation game.
Yes, what everyone just saw a little snippet of. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you to everyone.
Those are beautiful people and students and dancers. The invitation game started as an idea in 2006. I was thinking about the movement fundamentals tenet of training dance for all ages, all abilities, all comforts. And when I moved or returned to Decorah, I was really curious about integrating this practice into the academy. And Lori was a student at that time. You graduated in 2008, is that right? Yes. Okay. Yep. And Lori was very interested in the body from the get-go. I don't know if you were thinking about dance as much, but... No, I think I was more interested in learning about the body and learning about... I had just had an injury to my hand, and I had just gone through a surgery at the time where I ripped some ligaments in my hand, and my thumb was totally limp, so when I'd hold my hand out like this, my thumb would just dangle. And so I had just had surgery to repair that, and then I came into the Movement Fundamentals curriculum and started learning about the body and how it can heal itself and how I could still dance and do things and be completely capable, even though I had this giant cast on my arm to protect myself from the surgery. So I think I was more interested in that aspect than I was the dance aspect at that point. Nice. So then you graduated, and then you went into chiropractic practice, right? Well, after a year? 2 years. After 2 years. 2 years. So I kept in contact. Most of the professors at Luther keep in contact with the alums. And I always would say, Lori, you got to move back to Decorah and be my chiropractor. And it finally happened. She actually gave us a stethoscope that we use on our dog to listen to the heartbeat, actually. Anyway, so Lori started, after she opened her own business here, she became interested in working with the body and her own research. And of course, I collaborate all the time with the work that I do. The students are an example of that. We create the work together on their bodies. And when Lori approached me, I said, oh, it'd be great because I have this idea of developing an evening where all bodies and all ages are able to move and dance and witness. And so this became a project, and we started a year ago in the summer. Was it? Over this past summer we started. And then also Brenda Ranum, who is the director of the Career Center, made an announcement in one of the division meetings about a new pilot program, having having current faculty work with alumni and bringing alumni back to campus to talk to the students. And I thought of 12 people all at once, and Lori was one of them. And we actually, I talked to a senior, Catherine Lewis, and I knew she was interested in the body and healing. She's a dance major and a psychology major. And so I was thinking about her a lot and some of the questions she had been wondering about what she should do with her life. And I thought she needed to meet some of our alumni. And so Catherine's senior project became writing the grant to apply for this pilot program that the Career Center was offering called Alumni Events. And Lori was a prime candidate with that. And so do you want to tell a little bit about the process in meeting people or the dancers?
Yeah. So my part of the process with the dancers, we started, so the dancers had the invitation game as a class last semester. And so what I did with them is I wanted to do some research on them that was based in the body and not based in symptoms. So I wasn't just looking at, how often do they get headaches? How often does their low back hurt, right? I wanted to look at their body as a whole and how it changed throughout the semester. And then also how it changed with adding a dance work onto it and learning choreography and going through tech week and all that good stuff, trips back home to see mom and dad. So I basically worked with the students every week. We met every Wednesday morning in my office. The first week we took x-rays of them. We did some computer scans of their body. And then I would do my regular chiropractic checks on them. And then we adjusted half the group, and we did not adjust the other half the group. And we took notes on this every week. And they also had a wonderful form they filled out every week about more of what they were feeling, what their stress level was, what else was going on in school. So now I'm trying to compile all of this data that we have. We have really, really large amounts of data. I'm almost overwhelmed by everything.
and of course, like any research does, it generated more questions than any answers, right?
Yes. Oh my gosh. I feel like I have to do this again because there's so many things that I would like to do more of or less of or ask different questions or tweak it a little bit in order to continue to learn more. So,
what were you expecting to come out of this research? What were you thinking the questions and answers would be, and then what questions popped up that weren't expected?
Yeah, that's a great question. So, I was... Obviously, I'm a chiropractor, so I have that bias behind me. And I was expecting that, people like chiropractic care might feel a bit better. If they get injured, they might recover faster or might not be as sick throughout the semester. Because that's just typical stuff I see in my practice with people. So those were kind of the baseline I started out with. But really what I've found more of and I've been more surprised with is this high level of patterning between the bodies of the dancers. And so probably the best example that I have of this is the first week when I checked everybody, only one person, so there's 11 dancers, so one of the 11 had a problem with their pelvis.
And when you say problem, it's a subluxation, right? Or
yeah, so technically it's called a subluxation, which in chiropractic terms is basically just a misalignment of the bones that's putting pressure on that part of the nerve system. So then since your nerve system controls your entire body, whatever that nerve goes to, that part of the body isn't going to fire or work properly. So it can manifest in like lower back pain, it can manifest in bladder issues or leg issues or sciatica, whatever it is. So one dancer week 1 had a pelvic subluxation. Week 2, nobody had any. Week 3, there were no pelvic issues. Week 4, there were no pelvic issues. Week 5, I don't know what happened week 5. 10 of the 11 dancers had pelvic issues.
Oh my gosh. What did you do?
Yeah, I mean,
that's fall break midterms.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's right around fall break midterms.
Sure.
So it just really has made me realize, I mean, there were weeks where we had that with different things, like, almost everyone I would find, a mid-thoracic, kind of the middle part of your back, or almost everyone I'd find a neck thing going on. So really trying to pull that apart and try to pull apart what are they doing, what patterns are they doing, was it heavy choreography that got drilled, is it the way they're sitting in class, is it from carrying their backpacks with a lot of textbooks in them, what are the issues, so that way I can help them become healthier, but then I can also know that and recognize that for my practice and my patients as well.
That's really interesting to think about. What role, you have some guesses of what dance might have played. What role do you think practicing this movement had on their bodies, or mental, emotional well-being as well? Unless, if someone wants to come up, you're more than welcome to join.
We should ask the dancers.
We can ask
that.
you.
Yeah.
What role did this play? Our dancers are still here off camera. They are joining us now. For those of you who are wondering who we're talking to. We're going to swap out. Would you like to introduce yourself first?
Hi, I'm Taylor Berg, and I'm a dance and bio major, and I'm a part of the invitation game.
Welcome. So what effect do you think the movement had on you?
Well, we don't typically do like very heavily choreographed, like stylized movements in the movement fundamentals curriculum. It's mostly like self-generated movement. So a lot of like emotion is gone into it and a lot of improvisation. So this experience has been very different in that we all have like the same patterns of movement and we're all essentially doing the same things. So it's been interesting to be able to like communicate within the group of like, oh, this specific movement is like really hurting my back, or like this lift is really difficult for me, and then we have the opportunity to go around and talk about, oh, well, I was having that issue, and then I was noticing this was hurting in my back, and we can talk to Lori about it, and then we can also talk amongst ourselves about how we can do that differently and make it feel better in our bodies. And I think Lori's research has also personally brought a lot more attention to my own body and how I'm feeling even out of the studio and out of rehearsals, and just being more mindful of how I'm moving through every day and what is causing certain pains in my body, just because every week we do need to tell Lori those things. So it's been very eye-opening.
Yeah.
Kind of making you guys pay attention a little bit more, maybe.
Yeah.
I do think real quick why this is on my mind, I'd like to say, if I ever do something similar like this again, what I would actually like to do differently is to give each dancer a notebook and to tell them to write and journal about their body and what they notice changing throughout the time and throughout the semester. Because with our work, they only got that once a week when they would come into my office. Okay, fill out this form, and it was questions that were asked, right? And so it's really hard to not ask a leading question to get the answer you want. And then it also only draws their attention to that area. So I think that would be something, especially with hearing Taylor talk now about things, to maybe change up for next time.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you, Taylor. Do any other students want to come up and talk about their experience? I'm seeing shaking heads. And shaking no would be the general direction of those shaking heads. Oh, we've got one more. Okay. It's great to hear different experiences from your end, since it sounds like everyone's sort of had these different experiences in this program.
Yeah, totally. I mean, I think we all And that's what's been really great about working for the past 4 years in this movement fundamentals curriculum is that we all come to it as individuals, and there's space for all of us in this curriculum to be exploring not only like our own bodies, but our own interests, and then we can come together to support each other. And so kind of like that balance between being an individual, but then also being part of this group, part of this curriculum.
So for this movement score, was this something that was generated out of work with all of you, or is this something where Lori and Jane came in and said, here's your score, let's see what happens? Or both?
I think Jane choreographed it and came in. That was, I only saw these guys really at my office throughout.
Sure.
I went to a couple rehearsals. I went to a couple just to see where they were at and to be able to watch the movement and to get an idea of, issues I was seeing with their bodies. So I would have some idea of the movement patterning they were going through. But I think I'll turn that over to Jane. And I'm actually going to slip out. I have to head back to the office to catch some after-work patients.
You have patience, yeah. Thank you, Lori, for joining us. We'll continue speaking about the invitation game with Jane and some of the students that are here. So, yeah.
About the movement pattern?
Yeah.
So one of my most important things to do in the studio is observe and witness the bodies. And I had a request from some of the seniors about, hey, Jane, why don't you ever choreograph something for us? And so...
That wasn't me.
That was you, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't.
No.
It wasn't.
So I thought, okay, right, if they ask for it, that means they want it, and we're ready for that practice. So I knew a lot of them actually some of them had certification in yoga. And there's a section in the invitation game that I call it the yoga partners, yoga partnering. And it's incredibly slow, sustaining shapes in space that they do with each other's weight. And so I would watch their bodies, and then I would make the movement, and then I would teach it to them, and they would refine it.
Yeah, so a lot of... when we first started this piece, Jane talked to us about the imagery of a pinwheel. And so a lot of this movement was based on kind of this radial symmetry and this idea of the 6 limbs that the human body has. We have arms, legs, and then our tailbone, and then the top of our head. So in kind of exploring that capacity of the body to move in that sort of symmetry, and then also performing in a 360-degree space so the audience can view it from any angle, was a big factor in kind of shaping what this piece was.
Also, there's 2 other things that you're reminding me of. I've always wanted to be a better mathematician. And I thought, well, then I got to play with numbers. And I was playing with the proportion and ratio of 10. Okay. And so all of the patterning in the floor patterning and the spatial intent is based on relationships of 10, 1 to 9, 8 to 2, 7 to 3, 4, 3, 7, 8, 2, 5, 10.
The students are shouting out appropriate ratios from the side.
So that also was a intentionality behind the choreography, and knowing that we would be inviting all ages, all abilities into these movement games. I wanted to juxtapose, just thinking artistically, or contrast, right, this really unison, finely honed choreography against more random pedestrian movement patterns, and so that the person moving might see fractions or fractiles of themselves in the choreographed patterns that happens. And then one other component, collaborating with Professor of Art Richard Merritt.
Sure.
He and I have a lot of conversations about the work that we do, and I can't speak from this intelligently, but he made a code that is delivered through a Connect machine and reads the heat of the body. Okay. And so we've been working with this since 2010, 10, 11, 12, since 2012. And using this research and presenting it most recently in Belgium, actually. And then he involved a student, Brett, who decided to take the same codes and ask me the question, what else do I want to see happen, instead of a line being drawn with the body. And I said, well, if you could make the form be pixelated and dissolve, then it would fit under the impermanence theme that we're doing this year. And so there's a game called The Haptic that was invented and has been invented by Richard Merritt, and now refining and more adaptations by Brett. And I think if we could get this into the school systems and into the PE systems where people are playing with their body by making art and seeing it projected onto the wall, that they're doing contemporary dance, they're improvising, they're getting into their bodies and being active, and it's not competitive, it's actually expressive, and artistic skills are being experienced. So that's another avenue.
Yeah, just to clarify with the haptic, what it is that people are dancing and moving in front of this Connect machine, which then is projecting their image, their form, in that pixelated manner.
So you see it in real time.
So you see it in real time.
That's really fun.
And the body dissolves the farther away you get from the Connect machine, and it gets more intense the closer you get.
So you have a lot of control over what you end up putting up there. That's really exciting. Both of you mentioned kind of snippets of what might happen when someone comes to see the invitation game. You mentioned seeing it at all angles. You mentioned inviting people to join in. What can someone expect as an audience member for this piece?
To move and to witness. Jane talked about when she was creating this piece, making it free admission, with this idea that we're all coming together in this space, and there's no admission. The only thing we ask is that you participate in these games. Here we are. So we're coming in as, presenting this dance on the center platform as kind of our offering to the community that we have gathered there, our sort of movement artistic offering, and they're invited to witness as we perform it. But then at the same time, we're asking them to offer up their own, movement, their own artistry for other people to then witness. So then it's really, we're kind of blurring this line between, performer, audience, because everybody is constantly switching between those two roles. So then our rules for the space are move and witness.
So what does the space look like? Where is it just an open space?
It's like a really elegant carnival. You walk in and the games are going and people are in the games, and there's live music composed by John Alabuni. And so it's a little bit urban feeling. And then the other rule is no talking.
Okay.
But texting, tweeting, hashtagging, taking pictures with your phone. So the phone is very welcome in this environment. And there's, for example, you walk in and there are 4 lit circles with headphones dangling down, and each of the circles has a genre of music to listen to through the headphones: world, electronic, pop, and groove. And then there's another game that involves a parachute, and this idea has been inspired by the sculpture artist, Gustav Vigeland, who created a sculpture park in Oslo, Norway. And the reason why all of his work is in this park is because when he was a starting artist, he asked the city of Oslo if he donated all of his work to the city, would they give him a space for free to work in? And I have been inspired by his work because most of it entails the human body in many different relationships and situations. And so this parachute can fall over people who volunteer to go in and make a sculpture with their body by reaching out, connecting, and touching, and then it's revealed over and over again, and so you see the body in community as a work of art. And then the third game is Richard Merritt's Haptic. And then the fourth game involves a trapeze, and documenting on white paper, a very large roll of white paper. And this is also part of the curriculum where we do a lot of documentation. So the body is the intelligent source. We are listening to the intelligent source, and then we're documenting what comes up. And this is where a lot of the students get their own research ideas.
Yeah, I was going to say, we don't often think about dance as being a discipline in which you can conduct research. So that's really been a fundamental tenet of the dance program here at Luther College, is that using dance as a medium to explore not only artistic trends, experiments, but then also you can take dance out of the performative setting, and you can place it in different disciplines like biology, chemistry, anthropology, math, foreign language, and you can use that as your medium in which to conduct research and to garner findings that you would not find through traditional methods of research.
Yeah, it sounds like such an interesting collaboration of so many ideas of what role dance can play. And I took several dance classes as a theater dance major myself, and find myself as a grad coming back to it mostly for personal health and just thinking about how I carry myself. And my own little story here is I have terrible air sickness when I get on planes, and I close my eyes and pretend I'm in a contact jam, and it goes away. So I just pretend I'm hitting other people, and we're great. So turbulence is no longer an issue, but it sounds like Lori was looking at some of these health benefits too. And did you see anything looking at what happened to your body or what you thought happened to your body, even if those were different, and how that affected maybe your well-being through the dance practice?
Oh, wow. I think throughout this dance piece, since I was like 10 years old, I've had intermittent lower back problems, and so then as we were going through this process, I was expecting, just to have like a few days where you're like, oh, my back's a little tight. Like I just need to, wait a couple days and let that loosen up. And so in going to Dr. Minholtz's office every week, we had not only somebody, caring for our bodies and checking up on our bodies, but then also, as Taylor was mentioning, kind of increasing that personal awareness of how am I caring for my body in this moment. And I think the combination of that chiropractic care and increased awareness is really what kept me healthy throughout this process.
Thank you for joining us. You're new to our stage. Will you introduce yourself? And then
I'm
feel free to
Catherine
comment.
Lewis. I am a senior psychology and dance major.
So you're the grant writer,
I'm
right?
the grant writer.
Welcome.
Yes,
you
thank
wrote
you.
your grant proposal. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And then, yes. Would you like to speak a little bit about your health or whatever you feel?
Sure. So I think something that is really unique about the way Dr. Minholtz practices chiropractics is that she uses the Gunstead system of chiropractic analysis. And from my understanding of that is she really believes that the body has the capacity to heal itself. So as a chiropractor, instead of going in and just making all these adjustments so that she's implementing this health and well-being onto people, she strives to do the least, believing that if you kind of nudge the body in the right direction, it'll start to heal itself. And I think that's really indicative of what we practice in the movement fundamentals curriculum. I'm really believing that if you can be mindful and aware and kind of trust that you know what needs to happen, your body really has this inner healing potentiality.
While I have you two both up here, what is your favorite part of both this rehearsal process and this course, and then what you're going into this weekend of engaging with your audience, witness, dancer, folk?
I would say I've really figured out my favorite part of this, dance and process. Last night we had our dress rehearsal with a sort of test audience, and we've been like rehearsing this project in the studio, and Jane was really wanting to get this certain sort of aesthetic just in our focus, our attention, where our eyes were going. And once we had this audience, to connect with our eyes or to interact with, you possibly breaking to invite them up on stage with you. So that sort of element, which is going to change every night, is extremely exciting, and I think kind of is going to be changing the quality of the dance every night. So then we as dancers, our job will be to respond to that and to support what it is that an audience member is giving us.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think one of my favorite parts of the piece is there's a section where we're put into 5 different duets. And before this part in the piece, we go through kind of a really rigorous part where we're moving around a lot. We call it the boot camp section. And after that, we go immediately into these partner duets, and we do a really simple movement where we're just moving the arm through its range of motion in the arm socket. And you're doing this in unison with your partner. And I think that's a really special moment in the piece. It feels really intimate to me as a performer to be fully aware of my body in relation to another person's body, and just kind of this listening and giving and telling and giving and taking. It's really a unique experience. I do it with James, so.
Yeah.
Well, thank you both. I have one last question for Jane before I let you all leave us from Marty's. My question is, where do you see this going forward? Where do you want to take this practice, either in other pieces or just in classroom work, this research and this work that you've done? Where is it going?
With Lori? Excuse me.
With Lori, or just in general at Luther?
With Lori, I'd like to continue to interrogate these questions that have come up. Again, we made a list of 15 questions, and we started with 3.
Oh, wow.
So I'm really interested in that. And because she's local, and because she understands the dance and theater program, and has a wonderful rapport with people and believes in this less is more concept, I can imagine that will continue and only deepen. And then I can also imagine collaborative research between current students, and Lori at different chiropractic venues. Sure. So that is one direction. And then for myself, my next devised work, and that's where a lot of my research kind of lives, is called Who Do You Trust? And it's based on that question. And an idea, of course, that was spawned by the Career Center and this pilot grant, right, of bringing alumni back. And because I really fall in love with the people that come through Luther, and I miss them, and it's a transient environment, and it's hard also to say goodbye, right?
Sure.
I would like to propose to all the alums that have gone through the program to do this score and do a live streaming, which Ian Karstens is aware of, and, for the next performance. And of course, I've been talking with Jeff Dinteman, who is the designer for the theater, and he said, well, we got to upgrade our Wi-Fi for this one. And that series of choreography, or the movement pattern, was based on my observation of watching actually 2 of my 4 sons when they were 4 and 2 years old, and just documenting everything they did. And then when you apply that direction to adult bodies, to me, what I see is that children kind of exist in this trusting and feral state, extremely wild and trusting. And so when the VPA department decided to have the theme of the next academic year be Who Do You Trust, I thought, I got to pull that out of my bag and open it up again. Yeah.
That sounds really exciting. It sounds like there's a lot of fun things happening right now for both you and Lori with this work and with the students. And I want to say thank you for
Thank you.
dropping by today and for sharing all this information. And for those of you who are interested, would you be able to give us the times for the performances for
opening night at 7:30
tonight?
Jewel Theater tonight. Friday, we are collaborating with the Center Stage Series program, and so we're doing the invitation game at 5 o'clock with about 100 people making up families coming.
Wow.
And then they will eat on campus and then go to the Lightwire performance. So that's
wonderful.
And also other people can come to the 5 o'clock performance on Friday. And then Saturday, we have a 1:30 and a 7:30 performance, and that's the closing.
Wonderful. So if you are in town and you're just catching this live stream from here on campus or from nearby, please come by and drop by and participate in the invitation game. Thank you, Jane, for coming and for sharing. And thank you to all of the students who came and performed as well as chatted with us. We are so grateful to have you here today.
Thank you for your invitation.
Oh, no problem. Well, we want to invite as many people as possible. So
thank you.
Thank you. And I can take the mics. I think there's another one over there somewhere. They keep moving around. Thank you very much. And I am going to invite all of you now to join me in celebrating what is officially $500,000 for Luther's first ever giving day. Our total is technically $502,326,000. So that's not how you read that. $502,326. Again, we are into the almost double digits of this live stream, so apologies for my deliriousness. I want to give you a couple of updates on these gifts and let you know how things are going, and give you some messages from people before we move on to our next interview with Bob Larson. We sort of have a little theater dance block happening here. We've got some comments from folks. Kaya says, I will always be so grateful for the education I received at Luther and the amazing friendships I made. And the fact that after graduation, those friendships led me to meet my husband, another Luther grad. Luther will always hold a special place in my heart. Thank you, Kaya. We have some gifts. We have first gifts ever from a few people. We have Nora in Chicago. Thank you, Nora, for helping out that Chicago challenge and making your first gift to Luther. Anna in Edina up in the Twin Cities area. Our first gift from Courtney in St. Paul, also in the Twin Cities area. And we have a first gift of $500 from Craig and Connie. Thank you both for your gift today. We have Paige in California who says, I am forever grateful to my boss, Jim Buzza, when I worked for the music department as part of the work-study program. The encouragement and skills I gained there prepared me for the job in the real world. The small gift is given in his honor. Love you, Jim. Thank you, Paige. We also have a short message from Kristen who says, Aaron Lerth was a friend and fellow artist during my years as a student at Luther, and I couldn't be more delighted that he has returned to help guide a new generation of Luther students. So thank you to Kristen, and thank you, Aaron, who is sitting right in front of me in a bright lime shirt, so that if we take any photos from this angle, you're going to see him. So I would try and turn the camera around, but I'm seeing shaking heads that say, no, don't mess with the system, it's working. So we won't do that. We're going to take a quick video break and get you a chance to rest your ears from all us talking before we dive into another series of interviews with Bob Larson. Thank you so much for all you've done. Congratulations to you on over $500,000. This is huge.
What makes a Luther experience? Bike rides to downtown Decorah, lunch on the deck, morning newspaper and cinnamon roll, and nightly Marty's milkshakes. So many hellos on your way to class. Branches to climb, and secret study nooks. Hours of volunteer service, and a great big L. And you.
and welcome back to our first ever Giving Day at the Luther College campus, Luther Gives 16. We are coming to you from Marty's in the almost total basement of the Union. We just finished up an interview with Jane Hawley and some of the students who are performing in the invitation game over in the CFA this weekend. And now we are going to have some time with Bob Larson. Bob recently retired from the theater dance faculty and has taught a number of courses there and worked with a variety of students over the years. So I'm excited to welcome Bob and to get to chat a little bit.
Thank you, Kate.
Yeah.
First of all, before we even get started with the meeting, I just want to say this has been kind of incredible to watch. We've caught snatches of it off and on during the day and in the morning, and the kind of responses you're getting is terrific. It's not only a giving day, it's a receiving day, not receiving just monetary responses, but receiving the kind of energy and the kind of commitment to the college and to the students who are here, students who passed, future students. It's kind of exciting, more than kind of exciting. It's very exciting.
It is very exciting. I've been having a really good time watching this come through, and since we've been working on this for so long, there are moments where I'm sort of taken aback and have to catch my breath, realizing that people really are excited about this and that their love for Luther is so important, that this day is so important.
Well, it feels all kinds of things happen. You're not just asking about for money, but you're really sort of talking about a recommitment to the kind of experience that people have had here, and that's terrific.
Yeah. Well, and I have to thank you. You were one of the people that I put down, that I gave my gift in honor of for faculty or staff. Bob was a huge part in my time at Luther. I think there's a number of ways. At one semester, I believe, I was in one of your classes. I was assistant directing a play with you, and I was your office worker. So I think I spent most of my time.
I didn't have enough of you. That was terrific. I mean, that was still great. But it was, that's for faculty. It's the kind of thing that you always think about and you always respond to, is that you are working with young men and women in the middle of lots of changes in their lives, personally, but also professionally, about where they're going, what they're thinking about, their values. And it's to be a college professor is an absolute joy, and to be involved in that kind of interaction with students on all kinds of levels, in the classroom, out of the classroom, the laboratory, the athletic field, the rehearsal room, the choirs. It's terrific. And I have to say that before you ask me another question, I miss it. I miss that engagement. So, but at the same time, I realize it's like everything. It's an evolutionary process, and I've been here a long time. But when you come up on campus and you still see the energy, it's infectious, and it's fun to be here.
Well, you have been in Decorah for quite a while, and we're at Luther for a very long time, and you're sort of a staple for many of us grads in what we think of when we think of Luther.
So you're talking about I'm old?
I'm not saying you're old.
Well,
I think that's
I understand
a secondary byproduct.
Just a second. Now, before you go very much further, I want to give you a definition of what I looked up GNOME. A small, misshapen old men living in depths of the earth, guarding treasures. Now, what's going on here, Kate? Is that the invitation you gave me? And I have to give you something too as well.
Oh no, you did bring a bag, but he hit.
Here's a gnome. Now, this is a gnome that has a beer in its hand. So toppling Goliath or whatever the case might be. But a gnome. I was trying to understand what the reason for the gnome. Tell me a little bit about that. Tell me why
the
gnome.
reason for the gnome is that people love the gnome. That's the big reason for it. It came out of an April Fool's joke that the visual media department put together last year, and it sort of took off because everyone loves gnomes. They're funny, they're clever, and there's something very cute and creepy about them simultaneously.
All right, that's what I thought. But
Yeah.
now, where do the trolls come into all this then?
See, now that was one of my questions for you, actually. I put it down here, and I said, not many people know why you're the troll. We all know that Bob is the troll. That's his identity. He signs emails that way, and he has a troll.
All right, and here's one of the trolls that come out of my office, and it has a hat I'm going to take off.
Oh, a removable hat.
No, I didn't.
Nope.
I glued it back on. But the trolls are kind of ugly.
Yes.
But if you live in Northeast Iowa and you hang around the college, you have to believe in trolls because they control a lot of the serendipitous things that happen. When you have snow in April, who's to blame? There you
trolls.
go.
Yeah.
All right. So anyway, I was just curious about the gnome, kind of cuddly and cute. The trolls are a little bit more mischievous and kind of keeps everybody a little bit more off balance. So
Yeah.
anyway.
Well, I appreciate them here, kind of providing some balance between the two sides.
Exactly.
Why are you the troll? We all know you as that, but where did that come from?
It came a couple of years after we arrived here in the late 60s, and I really had very little notion about the Scandinavian, in particular the Norwegian troll. I'm Swedish, so it took a long time for me to adapt to this community. But the trolls are just part of the heritage of the Scandinavian countries, and if you're not quite sure about what happened or what went wrong, you can always blame it on a troll.
So you're the person we blame.
I guess.
That's why you.
I guess it's not only that, but also it's just there's kind of an energy to mythology and yeah, you've never seen one. Have you?
I've never seen a
No,
troll.
you've never seen one in North. They're here. They're everywhere, but you just can't find them and you can't see them.
Yeah. Well, we see the gnome everywhere today, but
Right,
you're right.
right,
We haven't
that's
seen a
for
troll
sure,
here
that's
today
for
either. You mentioned that you came to Luther in the 60s. What drew you here? How did you end up in this place?
Well, it was really interesting in one sense because in the 1960s, colleges were recruiting faculty. You weren't going looking for a job. When I was in graduate school at the University of South Dakota, and the dean of the college here called my mentor, my drama instructor at Augustana College, Rock Island, and said, "Are there any of your graduates who are out there in graduate school somewhere?" And he mentioned my name, and my wife and I, we got a call to come to Decorah and to Luther and to interview. So I came out here before I finished at South Dakota and interviewed with then Dean John Linnell and Elwyn Farwell, President Farwell. And we had quite a wonderful conversation. Went back to South Dakota and told Marilyn, I think this is, if they offer me the position, it'll be a good fit. And they did. And we came here in the fall of 1966.
And I think it was a good fit. It seems to still
yes.
be a great place for you.
There's a lot about, the college has changed and evolved and adapted quite a bit over the last 48 years and 50 years that I've been here and the 100 years before that. But it's always been a kind of a college environment is an exciting place to be. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. And it's a small city unto itself and everything that's going on. So yeah, we've been blessed to be part of this environment and to make as many friends as we have with people like yourself. And we were able to go abroad 4 times. We led the Nottingham program 3 times, and we led the Malta program once.
Wow.
And that in itself also provides when you're abroad with students, you are the college for them at that point in time. Plus you become friends and you know them in a different way and they know you in a different way. You see each other morning, noon, and night. And they can hear, my wife and I, we have disagreements every once in a while and they hear that and they understand that and respond to it. So we have kind of 4 separate families of groups of kids that we've lived together with for years at a time.
Yeah, you've done a number of things while you were on the faculty at Luther, and since you came back and you've also guest directed a performance this past fall, in fact. But one of the more unique things that I got to experience with you when I was a student was you performing in a production with students at Luther, and had the chance to have several scenes with you, which was really fun to watch you perform and to work with you. But I know that Red Nose clowning is sort of your performance space right now. Can you talk about that?
Well, I can a little bit. It's not my performance space yet because I've come into it kind of late in my career. I came into it 5 years ago when I went into Chicago to work with Paola Coletta, who is an internationally known teacher. And when I went there, she had this Red Nose clown workshop. And I think for a lot of people, they think Red Nose, they think of the circus clown.
Sure.
And this is really not that at all. It's a very different kind of, in fact, I'll show you.
Okay. Oh, is this for me?
Just for maybe both of us in a minute.
Okay.
But the shape of that, if you put that on, Kate, just go ahead and put it on.
I'll put my mic down.
And while you're doing that, what happens is that it goes That's way, that way, and just put it on the back, right. Yeah, and there you are. And you can, this is what she considers the smallest mask an actor can wear. And it's a very vulnerable mask. Once you put this on, you become very open to anything that happens. And it's a mask in which you can speak. You can speak, and I can ask you questions about that. But it's just you're wearing it, and the camera picks you up and seeing that things change. They take a look, and everything about you is a little bit more magnified, a little bit more changed, a little bit more altered. So you can, I can talk to you more, but you can take the nose off.
Should I take it off?
Yes, right.
Is it distracting while you're trying to speak to me?
No, it's not distracting. It's just that. So what happens in the teaching of that, the first time I wore this, and now remember, I've been working with actors and directors and doing things for a long, long time. First time I wore this, you go out of the room, you put the red nose on, and you're invited to come back into the room. And when you come back in, everybody else in the room just goes wild, and they applaud for you. They give you the most wonderful, warm reception, and and all you have to do is stand there. That's all, which is one of the most difficult things in the world. So I put this on, I walked into the room, and before I even got halfway into the room, she asked me to go out and come in again.
Okay.
So I did. I went out, then I came back in, and she said, go back out and come in again, Bob. Go back out. And this happened about 5 or 6 times, and other students just came out and did their thing, and they went back. But she kept saying that I was already ahead of myself. I was already thinking ahead of myself. And she wanted me to be just in the moment. Have you heard that before?
I have heard that many a time from you.
In the moment. And it was so hard for me to simply stay in the moment. And the red nose is a way to learn something about staying present to ourselves, to each other, to the world around us. And so it's an acting tool, but it's also kind of a life learning tool. And it's something I've really enjoyed, and I'm still working with it and still challenged by it a lot.
What are you working with now? Are you continuing to see her? Are you working in other ways?
She actually, I just found out 3 weeks ago that she's taking her entire teaching and staff to Los Angeles because they've been invited to go out there to work with a company and to set up their school, which is called the Physical Actors School in Los Angeles. So that's going to be very different. So it's hard to, I have to find someone to give me feedback. It's like voice teacher, that you get feedback from your work. And I haven't done that yet, so I've got to find an audience. Maybe, I'll maybe call you and we'll do some things. And so
we can make that happen. I notice you're also wearing your tennis tie.
Yes. It's the phenomenal game that everyone, it's the best game in the world. That's all I can tell you. I know everybody has their own favorite games, but it's been something I've played with for a long. And actually, tennis gave me an opportunity to explore a lot of the things I talk about in acting class, like being in the present moment, not worrying about end results, not worrying about winning or losing, staying open, being vulnerable. There's a lot of things about the game that I love. I'm frustrated by it, and sometimes I get very angry about it, but that teaches me a lot too as well.
Sure. Yeah, I have always admired your commitment to tennis. Anytime that I go down to Regents and Legends, and you're in there playing away.
Now finally we're going to get the chance to go outside and to be part of that as well.
That will be nice. I know you said you were going to turn tables on me.
Yes.
What am I?
Well, first of all, what has this day done for you? What kind of feedback have you? You were aware of that. You're working at the college. You graduated from the college.
I did.
And now you're working here, which you see things differently, don't you, when you work?
Absolutely.
And as a student. But what's been reinforced for you, or what's happened for you today as you've gone through this?
Yeah, I think we talk a lot about how Luther has such a wide reach and how so many people who come here are really deeply touched by their experience. And you see that in the people you immediately know. And so you see that in your friends and you think, okay, this is real. But you don't know how far that goes. You only sort of know it within your friends, and so for all you know, everybody else who came to Luther maybe doesn't love it as much as you do. And so watching these social media posts and watching people who are giving back to Luther, it's sort of validating knowing that my experience wasn't unique in that way. It was consistent with what Luther provides and what Luther alumni are coming out with, and that we're all kind of part of this same experience all over.
Well, and talk a little bit about your experience, because here you are kind of an example of a, quote, liberal arts graduate in the sense that you kind of had 3 or 4 majors, right?
Yeah.
And
Over time, maybe,
and what were they?
Well, I came into Luther, I knew I wanted to be a theater dance major, specifically acting performance. I think I had dreams of being a musical theater star at some point when I first came to Luther, which were quickly dashed with the realization that I did not want to be a musical theater star. And I discovered several things that were really interesting to me. I think for a semester I was an anthropology major. There was another semester where I was double majoring in theater and art. I studied a lot of different things that I found interesting, and eventually landed with doing my theater dance performance major, but really loving directing work, and then minoring in religion and classics. And looking back on what I did as a student and now how that works with my development job, the thing that's consistent is always telling stories. I care about the stories that people tell. I care about the stories that communities tell and how those influence how we act. And for the fundraising side of things, how that's come out of that education is that it's all about telling the Luther story and my personal experience and encouraging others to tell theirs and kind of form those bonds and relationships.
When you talk about telling stories, I mean, I want to back up just a little bit when you talk about social media, and and I look at that, and I look at what's going on here, and I look at the tweets coming in and so on. I'm saying to myself, what in the world? What kind of world is this? I mean, I can barely Facebook. Okay.
Sure. Yes.
All right. You try to a story I must tell is that Kate once mapped out for me, here's what you can do on Facebook, Bob. And well, I still have that, by the way.
The highlighted section?
Well, it's a guideline. It's a guideline for an old balding guy like me.
It might be out of date.
I'm sure it's out of date. I'm out of date. But the point is that I'm stunned by all this, and yet you can scrape away all the tweets, you can scrape away the Facebook, you can scrape away all the social media. It still comes down to storytelling, and it still comes down to our connection and how we find connections. And all this is terrific, but it doesn't take away from the value and the validity of one-on-one, one-on groups. And so for even somebody like myself, like storytelling, you just had Jane here and her students, the notion of how we tell stories, whether it's in the cinema, or whether it's live, or whatever the case might be, storytelling still pulls people together. It asks fundamental questions. It celebrates things, but it challenges as well. So it's an art form. Those art forms are always going to be around.
Yeah, I agree, obviously.
Well, that's good. That's good. Well, we can disagree, too, with it as well. But I think about that. One of the things that we've done at Luther, the music program here is incredibly strong and deep. And once time, Weston and I used to talk a little bit about this, that I would say that on his side of the street, the Jensen side of the street, is where people were celebrating a kind of connection to their belief and to their faith in a unique kind of way through music, this sort of international language. And yet on our side of the street, we were also doing things through the arts, but we were more maybe asking the harder questions. The one side was sort of celebrating some of the elements. Our side of the street was kind of asking questions about who we are and what we do and how we do it. And you need both. You need both. And we did that not only visually through theater and dance, but also through the art department. And so it was kind of exciting to see that blending the visual and performing arts merging into a new department as well.
Yeah, you taught a number of courses in the various iterations of the department. It held many titles and many different forms over the past few decades. What were the courses or teaching moments that most stick with you?
Well, in some ways, I mean, in one way, Acting 1 was a fundamental course that I've taught since the first day I got here. And the reason why I think that was such a gratifying course for me is because 95% of the students I've had over the last 48 years who were in that course were not theater majors. They came from all over the place. A lot of nursing majors who were seniors coming back from Rochester, so they wanted to take something just a little bit different. I had political science majors and biology majors, and they discovered that after a while that it really wasn't about acting so much as just about opening up who they were and opening up and more questions about the nature of how we're constructed and how we think. In an academic environment, we're always in our heads so much of the time, inside of our heads. And in an acting class, you're asked to step out of your heads and to let your body speak. And that's a really foreign concept to a lot of people, to let your body speak, let your body think. How does your body think? Well, it's constantly thinking. It's a constant connection between the body and mind and the spirit. And that to me, so the Acting 1 class was always, for me, that kind of satisfying when I would have a student write back saying, you know, I wasn't quite so sure, but my advisor said I might enjoy this class, but boy, this is giving me a different perspective on how to think. So I've really enjoyed that class. And there have been others too. A lot of the first year seminar courses in which students come in and we're devising work, creating work that didn't exist before we got together, and then through four weeks of work, suddenly something new has been created, and it only lasts for then, and then it's gone. It evaporates. I mean, that's the thing about theater. It vanishes, and that's its strength and its weakness as well.
You mentioned a lot of these different majors of these students coming in and working in that acting class, but I know that a lot of our productions in the theater department also have a variety of majors. What is it like directing a group of students who have all these different backgrounds and interests when you're working on a production together?
Well, it's a challenge. I'll have to admit that it's a challenge. But one of the things that happens is that you hope that the initial rehearsal time period, which is maybe a week or so before you really even get involved into the production itself, is you're getting everybody on the same page to start thinking about how they can work with each other. And surprisingly, you know, everybody thinks about the theater as an ego-driven kind of thing. It can't. You got to leave your ego at the door, and you have to trust others, and you have to constantly trust the work of other people. It's a communally driven art form, and you have to be a member of that community. And if you're not, it's not going to work because, well, I can give an example of the production we were in together. You and I've told this story many times. You and I were in a scene together.
We were.
And I lost my lines. I completely went blank. I said to myself, of course, where the heck am I? I have no idea where I am in this scene. And you gave a nice little hint to me, and all it did was take me on and save the scene and save me for that. But I had to trust you. And as a result, I think we survived.
I think we did survive. And, you know, I actually don't remember that happening. I don't remember
I do.
telling you a line.
Very
so
much
I must have been very much in the moment, as you said, and it just happened because I do not remember having to save you. I remember you being perfect every night. So.
No, it was far from that. But it was a good experience for me to get back into acting for a while because it's been a long time I hadn't done that. I'd had a lead role about 10, 12 years before that when a guest director came on campus. So you asked about what I'd like to do. I'd like to do a little more performing, actually.
Yeah.
But I'm a little scared about still memorizing lines. We'll see how that goes.
What else do you have in your bag of tricks, that either literally or in the metaphorical bag of tricks?
No, not really much. But I was struck again being on campus. I picked up the newspaper, the college chips, and again for people off campus, because a lot of this is going to the wider, not only national but international, right? The possibility, but. All you have to do is look at a copy of the chips, and you can see about what energy it is to be in a place like this. I mean, to be here. All right, so look at this, Kate.
Yes.
So we had this international speaker last week,
Yeah.
Brian Stevenson, who was incredible. You go inside, there's the ethnic arts article about a reminder about the kind of gifts that those of us who are from the States get by working with and interacting with young men and women from across the globe, from wherever they come. You look inside here, there's the article about the F word, an editorial. All right, so there you are. You're looking at it. And you're looking at a thing about the 6 qualifiers for the national championship and the banquet the other night about the athletes. So if you go to college, you want to absorb as much as you can, not only about what's happening to you intellectually, but what's happening to you emotionally and spiritually and in your life. And it's a rich place. I mean, it's an incredibly rich place. And Luther, does Luther have some challenges? Of course they do. But there's an environment here that I think allows a person to try, allows a person to fail too. That's really important. I think sometimes we're so concerned about success that we don't realize that, geez, trying a difficult class, getting a C is, hey, that's not failure. That's not failure. You mustered it and you passed it. So I'm starting to sound like a minister here. I got to be careful. I get too excited about. I look around and I see the energy for the young people that are here. But it is true. I mean, there's a kind of a growth that happens, and it happens not only to the students. I think that's one thing you got to remember is that I learned from you. And from the other men and women I had the privilege of working with, they brought something to Luther. Luther just didn't create them. I mean, they helped create this environment. They helped create the kind of response that many of them are giving back today. And I think you can see it in their tweets and their interactions. And I mean, I think of, when I was thinking about coming here today, the list of people that are now friends and they're out there doing things and making a difference. And was I part of that? Sure, but not life-changing part of it, but just one more little element of what they got here when they were engaged with the Luther environment.
Well, I think you underestimate your impact. I think some of it has been life-changing. But I want to thank you for being here with us today. We're out of time for your segments. You're going to have to take your gnome.
I have to take my gnome home.
Your gnome has to go home.
All right.
The troll will have to go too.
Okay, I understand that totally. Oh yeah, that troll lives in my desk, so I have to do it.
Is there anything else you want to say before
No,
you
but
go?
I just want to say thanks to all the alums and all the supporters who are making this day, I would say, maybe quite exceeding your expectations?
We had no idea what to expect.
Well, then it's exceeding them. If you had no idea, then it's exceeding them. There's no question about that. And
Definitely.
That is terrific. And I think applaud to you and the development staff to the IT people and everybody who's putting in the work. Because it's like anything. It's like a production. You've got to have an ensemble that's willing to work together and not let their egos get in the way.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, Bob, for joining us. I can take your mic and you can take the gnome. We'll be sad to lose him. He's a nice addition to the desk. You got everything? You also have water. Can you carry it all?
Carry it all.
Can we get someone to help Bob?
Oh, I got it.
Okay. Thank you, Bob. And for those of you who are just tuning in, my name is Kate Duffert, and I'm the Assistant Director of Annual Giving here at Luther College, and a big Bob Larson fan. And Bob just sat and chatted with us for about 30 minutes. If you missed it, you can always come back and watch it later. We have some challenge updates for you really quickly. One of the things you can do today as part of Luther Gives is that you can give in honor of a faculty or staff member. And that's something that I did, and I actually put in that box Bob's name. So I'm announcing that for you now. If you give your gift and you honor a faculty or staff person, we will let them know as well the impact that they've had on you. And it also triggers a 1-for-1 match. So dollar for dollar, whatever you give. I'm going to tell you we are at $510,337 for the Luther College Annual Fund. We have a phonathon challenge that's going on, so any of you phonathon callers, captains, co-chairs, you can jump in on that. We did complete the Parents' Council challenge, so thank you, Luther College parents, for joining in and making a big impact. We still have our regents, faculty, staff honoring challenge going, and all of our regional challenges, and we are nearing reaching the world-famous Luther College Concert Band Challenge. I want to give a quick shout-out to a few people who have given recently, and then we're going to go to a few videos while we set up for a music performance. We have Dave from Santa Fe, New Mexico, Jonathan from Tomahawk, Wisconsin. We have a first gift from Naren here in Iowa, Christopher from Washington, D.C., a first gift ever from Anne in Minnesota, first gift from Lori in Iowa, and Tom from Des Moines. So thank you to all of you for helping us to beat these challenges and show that we love Luther and really share in this special energy and excitement, as Bob said, about this day. We're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back with a beautiful mess. Thank you.
So I hear you think you know something about Luther College. Shut it. You heard we're a bunch of pansy music majors. I guess that's why 30% of the student body participates in intercollegiate athletics. What now? Has your school legalized gender-neutral housing? Ours hasn't either. First African-American woman to compete in the Miss America pageant graduated from Luther in 1972. You think we're all Iowans? 70% of us are out-of-state students. Punk. What about teachers, you say? You think we use TAs instead of real professors? Sit down, son. One Luther professor teaches 20 of you at once. You like to learn? You will now. You think learning is easy? Luther has a 12-to-1 student-to-faculty ratio. It is. It takes a fleet of tricked-out computers and a ton of overpriced textbooks to make it all work. How tough is your school? Don't answer. You look like you belong at Wartburg. So you don't think we have fun here at Luther? Last night, I made an igloo. Luther has a 98% success rate 8 months after graduation. Decorah was ranked one of the 120 best small towns in the nation. Guess you can't have it all. Well. So stop worrying about where your home is now and start worrying about where your home will be. Next time you drive by, give us a visit. We'll visit back. We're nice. That's right. We're nice. We're Luther nice. I'm out. One more thing. You're probably wondering why we love Norway so much. Any guesses as to which college was first founded by Norwegian immigrants in the U.S.? Gustavus? Concordia? St. Ola? Think again, homeboy.
I'm 63. I love the people helping people and the willingness to volunteer. Our town is wonderful for volunteering.
I'm David, I'm 21, and my favorite thing about a small town is that everyone knows each other.
Okay, I'm Derek here. My age is 16, and my favorite thing about a small town is it's peaceful.
My name is Andy Peterson. I am 30 years old, and my favorite thing about the small town is the community. Everyone comes out and joins together for the celebration.
My name is Keely Hansen. I'm 18 years
small town is seeing a cow walk down the street and not even care.
My name is Shannon Horton, and my age is 43. My favorite thing about a small town would be being able to get around without a car. And my bike.
I'm Samantha Hansen, I'm 16, and my favorite thing about living in a small town is probably knowing all the people.
Well, I'm Colleen, and I'm 48. The feeling of safety.
My name is Tim Komatsu. I'm 20 years old, and my favorite thing about living in a small town is being able to walk anywhere.
Arlie and Joanne Olson, and we are 82 and 85, and we like the little town because everyone's so friendly.
My name is Kevin Krause. I'm 56. The thing I like best about a small town is it's easy to do errands.
My name is Lisa Rogers. I'm 20 years old. I think my favorite thing about a small town is that, yeah, everybody knows each other, but you also, like, can get to know, like, your farmers and, like, people who sell you stuff on a more intimate level. Hayden, 5. I like
Mike Hill.
And Roxy.
66.
And the same. And we like the fact that the tallest buildings in town are the elevator and the water tower and the churches.
That makes a great place to raise a baby.
My name is Isaac. I'm 9.5, and my favorite thing about small towns is that you can get the places all year round.
And my name is Rob Saris. I'm 52. And the best thing about a small town is the values.
My name is Madeline, and I'm 5 years old, and I don't know, but I don't know. Because the people are nice.
Hello, we are Luther College's all-female a cappella group called Beautiful Mess. The first song we will be performing is entitled Brother. It's by Matt Colby. And then the second song we will be singing is entitled Lightweight by Demi Lovato. First soloist is Genevieve Calland, and second soloist is me, Leanna Stewart. Enjoy. love.
Confide in your father. Let it out and say, let it break your day. Sleep now under my skin. Make sure you try to conjure the wind and ease my mind. Somebody call out to your brother. He's calling out your name. Hiding under the covers with no one else to blame. You couldn't help out your own neighbor. You couldn't tell it to his face. You were caught up by the blame. You cower in the corner. Confide in your father. Let it out and say, let it pass away. Wait there, pull yourself out of this state, dear. Acknowledge you are fake. Here, from there on, you might just grow. Somebody call out to your brother. He's calling out your name. Hiding under the covers with no one else to blame. Ooh, you couldn't help out your own neighbor. You couldn't tell it to his face. You were caught up by the blame.
One, two, three, four. The slightest words you say have all gone to my head. I hear angels sing in your voice. In the feelings I've never known, they mean everything. Leave me no choice. Light on my heart, light on my feet, light in your eyes. I can't even speak. Do you even know? You make me weak. I'm a lightweight. Better be careful what you say. With every word I'm blown away. You're in control of my heart. I'm a lightweight. Easy to fall, easy to break. With every word I'm blown away.
never seen a diamond in the flesh. I cut my teeth on wedding rings in the movies, and I'm not proud of my address. In the torn up town, no postcode envy, but every block is like gold teeth, gray goose tripping in the bathroom, bloodstains, ball gowns, trash in the hotel, but we don't care. We're driving Cadillacs in our dream, but every block is like crystal, Maybach, diamonds on your timepiece, jet flames, islands, daggers on a gold leash. We don't care. We are caught up in your love affair. We'll never be royal. It's running our blood. The kind of love just ain't for us. We crave a different kind of buzz. Let me be your ruler. You can call me Queen Bee, baby, I'll rule. Let me live that fantasy. My friends and I, we cracked the code. We count our dollars on the train to the party, and everyone who knows us knows that we're fine with this. We didn't come for money, but every song is like gold teeth, gray goose tripping in a bathroom, bloodstains, ball gowns, trash in the hotel room. We don't care. We're driving Cadillacs in our dreams, but everybody's like crystal, Maybach, diamonds on your timepiece, jet flames, islands, tigers on a gold leash. We don't care. We're not caught up in your love affair, and we'll never be royals. It's running our blood. The kind of luck's just ain't for us. We crave a different kind of buzz. Let me be your ruler. You can call me Queen Bee, baby, I'll rule. Let me live that fantasy. Oh, da-doo-doo. Oh, your dream. And I'm in love with being queen. Oh, and I was great without a care. We're not caught up in your love affair. We'll never be royal. It's running our blood. The kind of love's just ain't for us. We crave a different kind of buzz. Let me be your ruler. You can call me Queen Bee, and baby, I'll rule. Let me live that fantasy.
Hi, thanks for tuning in to the Luther Gives 16 live stream. We are Undeclared, excited to be here. Today we'll be performing for you a Justin Bieber mashup of Where Are You Now and What Do You Mean, arranged by Lucas Jackson.
What you wanna sing, no, what do you mean? Hey, yeah, you don't want me to move, but you tell me to go, what do you mean? Oh, oh, what do you mean? You're running out of time, what do you mean? Oh, oh, what do you mean? Better make up your mind, what do you mean? You're so indecisive. swaying, trying to catch the beat, make up your heart. Don't know if you're happy or complaining. Don't want for us to end, where do I start? First you wanna go to the left, then you wanna turn right. Wanna argue all day, making love all night. First you're up, then you're down, then you're between. Oh, I really wanna know, what do you mean? When you nod your head yes, but you wanna say no, what do you mean? When you tell me to move, you don't want me to go, what do you mean? What do you mean? Better make up your mind, what do you mean? I need you, the money you, 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 the money you, I need you, the money you, I need you, I need you the most. I gave you the key when the door wasn't open, just a bit. See, I gave you faith, turned your doubt into hope. You can't deny it. Now I'm all alone and my joys turn them open. Tell me, where are you now that I need you? Where are you now? Where are you now that I need you? Couldn't find you anywhere. When you broke down I didn't need you. I was by your side, so where are you now that I need you? Where are you now that I need you? Do 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 now that I need you. Do 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 now that I need you. Do 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 I give you attention when nobody else was paying. I'll give you the shirt on my back, what you saying, and keep you warm. And I showed you the game everybody else was playing, and that's for sure. And I was on my knees when nobody else was praying. Oh Lord. So where are you now that I need you? Where are you now that I need you? Where are you now that I need you? I need you the most. Where are you now that I need you?
do the Harlem Shake.
Con los terroristas.
Welcome back to the Luther Gives 16 live stream. We are coming right out of Marty's in Luther's Union for our first ever Giving Day. If you are just tuning in, I am Kate Duffert, and I'm our Assistant Director of Annual Giving here at Luther, as well as a 2011 graduate. I am excited to welcome you back. If you happen to be on your commute home from work just now, you missed two really excellent performances from our a cappella groups Undeclared and Beautiful Mess. If you'd like to catch those, you can choose. There's little lit up times on the YouTube description, and you can go back and watch those whenever you want. The entire live stream will be archived, and you can check back on it later, as well as select things that maybe happened earlier in the day that you really want to make sure you catch. So please tune into those when you have a chance. For now, I have a few challenge updates for those of you who have been following how we're doing here with our progress. We have been just blowing the roof off of Luther College here. You have raised $518,241 for Luther College's annual fund today. That's over 1,000 donors that have contributed, and thank you. Thank you, thank you. This all goes to Luther's annual fund, and the annual fund supports scholarships, academics, and living at Luther, and really makes what we think of as that intangible Luther College thing that makes our experience. That's what makes it possible. So thank you for supporting the annual fund. Thank you for joining our challenges today. We still have time left until 9 p.m. on our world-famous Luther College Concert Band Challenge. We are currently a little over $1,000 away from hitting that. So you have until 9 p.m. You've got a while, and we can make that happen. We also have some time left on our faculty staff honoring challenge. All you have to do is when you make your gift, there's a box that says faculty staff in honor of. You list the people who have made a difference in your life, and we will let them know. We might get a chance to read it on air, or we will for sure let them know through paper or online later. And your gift will also be matched dollar for dollar by the regents up to $50,000. We have successfully completed our phonathon challenge because we know phonathon callers know the importance of giving back. So thank you. We've completed our parents challenge. We hit all 50 states today, which is crazy. Chicago, you're working your way towards your challenge, which ends at 9 p.m. Des Moines, you're at 78 out of the 100 donors that you need from the area. I have some updates on the city versus city competition that we're hosting. Whichever city has the highest number of alumni participation, you will be Luther's Gnome Town, because all things are Gnome today. And part of what that means is that you get a party thrown by the Alumni and Development Office with lots of Luther swag and lots of fun times. So currently we have Washington, D.C. in the lead, followed by Decorah. In third place is Chicago. In fourth is Des Moines. Then the Twin Cities, and then Denver. Remember, this is participation-based. So Twin Cities, you've got a tough nut to crack there because there are so many people up there. So call your friends. Contact the people who live in your area that love Luther, and let's keep raising those percentage points so that we can really make a difference for the annual fund today, and so we can also decide who's going to be our Gnome Town. I have a few comments in here. Kate in Minnesota, and I think I know who this Kate is, wrote, Lisa Kildegaard has had a remarkable impact on my life as a Luther student and alumni. I have loved having this chance to collaborate with her during the 2008 production of Square Stories and in creating curriculum for primary and secondary students. Thank you, Lisa, and all of the faculty at Luther for everything that you do for your current and former students. Paige in New Jersey writes, Cliff English is the reason I majored in sociology, and his stories and spirit will always be part of me and all of his former students. Sarah in Maryland writes, thank you, Richard Simon Hansen. You shaped me into the pastor that I am. Thank you. As of 5:50, we have some recent gifts that have come in. We have a first gift from Spencer in Kansas, another first gift from Joanne in Michigan, from Robert in Iowa, and from Jeremy in Wisconsin. So thank you all for joining us with your first gifts to Luther today. You are choosing the right time because your gift is making such a huge impact, and you are really making a difference in the lives of students. We also have gifts from Marissa in Oklahoma, Karen in Appleton, Wisconsin, Aaron in Omaha, and Tanya in Cedar Rapids. And for those of you who are listening and thinking, who are these people? Where are they coming from? For students students here in Marty's who are wondering, what are all these names we're reading? These are all people who love Luther. Most of them are grads. Most of them have some sort of connection to this college, and they care enough that wherever they are, both nationally and internationally today, that they are giving back and saying that they support you and that they support this place and this community. So thank you to everyone who has made a gift so far. We are going to have an interview that's not on our schedule because it's just that important and we have to throw it in. And I'm going to invite up our Decorah City Manager, Chad Bird. Thank you so much for joining us today. I'm going to get you a mic and we can chat. Here you go. Hi. And can we...
Is it on?
It might be on.
Check.
It's
there
on.
We go.
Look at that.
Hey.
First of all, thank you for being here and for joining us.
You're welcome. Congratulations on your work today.
Thank you. It's been quite a day. I'm really sort of shocked by how well everything is going.
Yeah, it's going wonderful. I'm actually shocked because when I walked in, the place was full, and now everybody's gone.
Well, we have little dinner rushes.
Yeah. I think the music was more entertaining than listening to me. So.
Oh, that's okay. I think you're entertaining. So I thought we'd kick things off with this interview and ask you to tell us a little bit about your job and what that entails.
Right. So I'm the city manager, so I work for the city council. So I have a board of 7 that I report to. And if you think of the city council as the board of directors of an organization, so they set the policy, and then it's my responsibility to carry that out. I work with the staff, the city staff. We have over 70 full-time staff members. And I work with all of our boards and commissions, so the park board, the planning and zoning board, and work with those folks. And then I'm ultimately responsible for the city budget, too, that the council approves each year.
Another important thing, as we all know, budgets are huge. Well, they're not huge, but they're a huge deal. Luther is a pretty big part of Decorah, as we heard from Nikki Brevik when she came on earlier, and we know that Decorah is a big part of Luther. So we always know when our students clear out for the summer that town feels a little empty, and we know that the ones who stay have a really meaningful experience. How does your position coincide with what happens at Luther? How do you work with us?
There's a lot of interaction between my office and Luther. Luther's are by far our largest employer in Decorah. And even more importantly, it's the one that's probably the most integrated into the fabric of the community. We have professors and staff members that serve on our boards and commissions, so I have the opportunity to work with them throughout the entire year. We have students that serve as interns in several of our different departments. I've had student interns in my office at City Hall. And, you know, we also offer employment opportunities through Parks and Recreation or at the library. Seasonal employees, you know, are always needed. So those students that do hang around, we can probably find something for them to do.
I think that's probably good to know for some people who are maybe sitting out here in Marty's and who are thinking, I want to stay in Decorah this summer and I don't know what to do. One of the biggest issues that comes up for students a lot in currently, as well as I know historically, is housing, both on campus and off campus, and how do we kind of navigate that? What is the city doing when thinking about housing in Decorah?
Housing is a serious issue for us, as you mentioned, and we've spent quite a bit of time talking about that issue and trying to figure out different ways that we can affect affordable housing, and that's really the key. If we do get housing starts in the community, sometimes they're just not what we all think is working class or affordable. They're higher end. And so the council, after a couple of years of discussion and some research, we did a housing study and looked at what our needs are over the coming years. We put together what we call a residential tax abatement program or an incentive program.
Okay.
And it's really designed to just create more opportunities or entice builders to build more homes. And it's working. 2 years ago, we built about 5 homes in Decorah. Wow. And last year, we built about 18. And so we know that the program is having some impact that way. And it's also having an impact because maybe there are folks that live in a home in the community and they decide to take advantage of this program and build a bigger home or a larger home, which is fine. They can take advantage of the tax breaks. But what that's doing then is making that affordable or working class home then available to somebody else. Maybe somebody can get out of an apartment situation, or maybe somebody that's wanted to move into Decorah but couldn't afford it. Now that house is on the market. And we've seen some real examples of that kind of turnover too, so it's been a great program.
Yeah, that sounds like that jump from 5 to 18 is pretty impressive. I think anyone can
exciting.
recognize that. One of the other big pushes here at Luther is sustainability. We actually had an interview with Jim Martin-Schramm this morning, and he spoke a little bit about our carbon footprint and Luther's efforts. What is Decora doing for sustainability, and how are we partnering together in that?
Yeah, there's several things that we're partnering on. Probably one of the foundational aspects of that is with our city's comprehensive plan, which was updated in 2011, 2012. And in that document, we talk about sustainability as being a cornerstone of the community. And basically, the document talks about many different specific elements of sustainability, but generally it says that we will be sympathetic to and support all sustainability efforts. And so that's really been kind of the cutting edge document as we look at, Luther's really expanded solar arrays. And so I think in some part because we've come out as a city and said these are important, we're going to support them. It helps with the zoning process or the construction process to allow those things to happen maybe more efficiently. So.
That's great. Is there anything else you want to share with our live stream folks or anyone here before we say goodbye?
Well, I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about another very collaborative project that we're working on. And we're actually a couple of years deep into it, and that's the Decora Metronet. And so when we talk about high-speed, quality internet broadband, there's a consortium of 6 public entities in the community that have come together to build a very powerful fiber optic network.
Yeah.
And it's Luther College, the city, Winship County, Winship Medical Center, the local school district, and our regional planning organization. Wow. We've all come together to work together to share services, aggregate spending and purchasing powers, and of course it provides for disaster recovery when we can share a network and store data off-site or, those types of things. So that's been a very powerful asset and a great example. As a matter of fact, it won a state award for our collaboration together. So that's been great.
That's amazing. Yeah, thank you so much for sharing all of this about collaboration and for telling us here at Luther about what Decora is doing, telling everybody at home about what Decora and Luther are doing together, and for taking the time to just enlighten us about what you do in this city. And thank you for all that you do.
Yeah, thanks, Kate, for your efforts today.
No problem. Thank you for joining us, and I hope that you have a great evening.
Okay,
and
you too.
Thank you. I can take that. All right. So, for those of you who are still here at home tuning in, we're going to give you some updates, and then we're going to have Nancy Berry come on in a little bit. We're going to have an interview with her. So everybody at home say bye, Chad, and we'll say goodbye to him. And if we're going to take a little break, maybe 2 minutes for videos, and then we will pop right back in with some of those updates. Thanks.
that's what you want to do. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you know what happiness is. You. Hey. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do.
Welcome back to our live stream for Luther Gives 16, Luther's first ever Giving Day. We are here in Marty's, and we just wrapped up hour 10 of the live stream. So if you are just joining us, this has been going on for 10 hours. We have had faculty and staff interviews. We have had performances from music groups. It has been a full jam-packed day, and you can catch up on anything you missed by clicking on the times in your YouTube description. You can watch those now, you can watch them later, or you can sit down this weekend and binge watch the entire live stream with a pizza or whatever you want. But it could be a really great time. Relive the day of Giving Day. So for now, what I want to do is give you some updates on how we're doing for Giving Day. We are at a total of $520,116 that has been raised for Luther's annual fund, which goes directly towards supporting scholarships, academics at Luther, and living here in the campus environment. So thank you so much to everyone who's made that happen. That is unreal for one day in the annual fund, and we cannot express how grateful we are that you have decided to invest part of your day and of yourself into this community and say that this is something that matters to you and that your experience has value and that you want others to have that experience. So thank you so much. We are reaching our world-famous Luther College Concert Band Challenge. So if you head over to luther.edu/giving-day, you can check in and follow along with some of these challenges when I'm not giving you updates. We are almost at that Luther College Concert Band Challenge, and it does go until 9 p.m., so I have faith that you will hit it. We have a faculty and staff honoring challenge, and the regents have offered $50,000 in matching gifts. All you do is you give, and then they match it. And when you're in that giving form, there's a box where you can write the faculty or staff member who has meant something to you and has made an impact on your life. You can put that name or names in there, and we will let them know, and your gift will be doubled. And keep in mind, these challenges can compound on top of each other. So your gift might be doubled 5 times over, and that is huge. Today is the day to make a gift. If you've been waffling, if you just don't know when is the right time, or maybe you've been thinking you'd give at the end of the year, well, feel free to do that too. But today is the day to take advantage of these matches. We actually met and fulfilled our Vicky Donhow Phonathon challenge that was going to go on for another 45 minutes, but you already met it, Phonathon callers, because you understand how important this is. Parents Council, they put up a challenge as well for all current and former parents, and we've met that because our parents know that the impact of this school on our students is huge. We are about a little over halfway to our Chicago area challenge, so for those of you who live in the Windy City, make your gift. This is your chance to work your way up towards reaching this challenge, as well as showing everybody that you could be Luther's Gnome Town. We are doing this city versus city competition, so show everybody that you're the place to be. I know there's some pretty passionate Luther grads out there in Chicago. We also have Des Moines that is at 83 donors for today. You need 100 donors to unlock your $5,000 gift. So you're almost there. You're 17 away. Des Moines, call up your friends, make a second gift, do whatever you need to do to make sure that we reach this challenge. We did hit our 50 states challenge, which is super exciting. So we have $50,000 that came from the Board of Regents in honor of one person giving from every state in the country. So if you really think about that, that's crazy. Luther has officially hit every single state in the country today, as well as several foreign countries, including Norway, Canada, Mexico, Australia. We've had gifts from a lot of different places. If you want to check in on some of the other challenges that have successfully been met throughout the day, you can look at those. There's all these full green bars that show just how much progress we've made in reaching this total. I'm going to refresh and see if our total has gone up since I started speaking. It has. It's 520,801. So write that down somewhere if you're keeping track. 520,801. That's huge. We have just under 3 hours left for Giving Day and just under 2 hours left for our live stream here out of Marty's. I want to share some comments that we've received from some of our donors. Liza from Donaldson writes, just home from music rehearsal with some high schoolers, using my play directing skills that I learned at Luther from Bob Larson. Mariah from Des Moines writes, thanks to Luther, I met my boyfriend Chris, 15, on LCSO's spring tour during our junior year, and we've been dating ever since. I love that Luther brought us together and that we can share so many memories from our time there. Amy writes, I absolutely loved my time at Luther with lots of exclamation points. From attending the Dorian summer music camps all the way to graduating with my communications and theater dance degrees, I was blessed to get to study under Jane Hawley in the dance department when I was at Luther. It was at the beginning and changing from straight technique classes to movement fundamentals curriculum. And I'd never had the opportunity to dance, create, express, and play in such a wonderful world before. To this day, I remember her kind words of encouragement and wonderful soul. It was great to see her and Bob on the live feed. Thank you, Amy, for tuning in and hearing them. We also have Mark, who is in Omaha and says, Weston Noble is an ongoing inspiration for all of us at Luther. Thank God for him. Thank God for Weston. And for those of you who contributed to the Weston Noble Wants You to Give Back challenge earlier today that we met, thank you so much. Weston is also contributing to the concert band challenge along with several concert band alumni, and they still need you to give, concert band folks. Carol from Connecticut is giving in honor of 35 years, and Bob Larson, who helped to create puppets and storytelling, a skill I still use today. Several people have been tuning in and watching what's been going on and responding, and I have to thank you for doing that. We have first-time gifts coming from Katrina in Minneapolis and Haley in Des Moines. Amy from Alaska has also given, Carol in Connecticut, Mark in Omaha, and Alicia in Milwaukee. So people all over the place are really making a difference here. I'm also going to check and see which city is currently in the lead for winning our Gnome base title. We'll take a look here, and it looks like, Decorah and DC are really neck and neck here. So between Decorah and Washington, D.C., it looks like one of them may be Luther's Gnome Town. And being Luther's Gnome Town comes with some perks. You get to be Luther's Gnome Town, you get that title. You also get to brag about it for an entire year, if not longer. And we throw a party for you. So anybody who lives in your area, if you win, you get to come to a Luther party, and we will send out swag. You can come and eat some food, hang out, have a great time, and connect with people. In third place is Chicago, narrowly beating out Des Moines, followed by the Twin Cities and Denver. And Twin Cities, I have to say, you have jumped up quite a bit since our last check-in here. So keep it going, keep calling your friends, making those gifts, and deciding who's going to be Luther's Gnome Town. It's based on the participation of people in your area, the number of people who give versus the number of people of grads who live there. So make your gifts. You've got an uphill battle, some of you, and others of you, you just got to maintain that lead, DC or Decorah. And check in one more time with some other gifts. Steve and Liz in North Carolina. And a shout out to Steve and Liz because I know they are hosting a party right now, apparently by a bonfire with a Luther flag. So there are celebrations going on for Giving Day that aren't just here on campus, although we do have a lot happening on campus. We have first-time gifts from James in Minnesota and Mariah in Ames. Kristen in Omaha has given a first-time gift from Matt in Wisconsin and Kathy and David in Minneapolis. So thank you to all of you who have made your gift today and helped to contribute to our exciting totals and to the lives of our students. We are going to shift here from some of my updates, and we are going to move to another interview. Followed by that interview, we're going to do another set of updates, and then I'm going to hand over the reins for the last chunk of time here, and I'm going to share this stage with two students, our president and vice president of our Student Senate, Jesus Lucero and Nicole Lussier, and they will introduce at 7 o'clock Top Banana, which is Luther's improv group. You won't want to miss that if you're tuning in and you're wondering whether or not to go to dinner. It's not the time to go to dinner. It's the time to watch the live stream while you make dinner. So stay tuned for that. At 7:30, we'll have Eclipse, and then we're going to wrap up our live stream here by 8 o'clock with a whole bunch of updates and a whole lot of thank yous for everything that you've done so far in our day. And there will still be another hour once we're done with this live stream for you to give back and to participate in Luther's first ever Giving Day, Luther Gives 16. But for now, we are going to host an interview with Nancy Berry. Nancy is coming up now to join me. She's the head of the English department. She finds her passion in creative writing and working to help students find their own passions through the art of writing. She's been published many times in magazines and newspapers, including Iowa Woman, the Baltimore Sun, and the Chicago Tribune. So thank you for being here. I think your mic is on. You have to kind of eat it a little. I have to eat the mic? You have to eat it.
Okay. That's not the first thing I'd say.
Is it on?
Is it on? No?
No. I may have to turn it on.
Double check. That's good, because if it wasn't on, it didn't go into the stream. Look at that.
It wasn't on.
Is it on?
There
yes,
we go.
Now it's live. Now I'm live. I'm quite nervous.
Oh, you shouldn't be nervous.
I'm quite nervous. I've never been on a live stream before.
It's just like a class. They're just in a different place.
Yeah, okay.
Right?
All right. Hello, alums. Nice to see you.
So I wanted to start off a little bit by you just telling us how you got to Luther and what drew you to this place.
Well, I have been teaching at Luther for 26 years. And I came in the fall of 1990. I had been teaching down at the University of Iowa for several years. And I was drawn to Luther College. I'll give a shout out to a great alum named Nancy Jones, who was a graduate and a colleague of mine at the University of Iowa. And she said, Luther College is a wonderful place. So there was a job, and I applied for it, and it took a little while for all the sort of marbles to fall into the proper chutes and alleys, but eventually, in the fall of 1990, I landed here.
That's really fun. And what was your first impression of Decorah once you arrived?
Actually, for a complicated reason I don't need to explain, I had the chance to actually decide on whether or not I would accept the contract from Luther over several months, which included the summer. And I made it a point in August of 1990 to come up to Luther when there was nobody around. I didn't make any appointments. I didn't want to see anybody. I just wanted to visit the campus and the town on my own to see, could I live here? Could I live here? I think the mic's gone out. No, is it all right?
You just kind of have to,
you have to,
like an ice cream cone.
Just okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. So that is one of the things I did in the summer of 1990. I went to the Whippy Dip, of course. That was one of the first things that I did. But anyway, I do remember very clearly walking on the campus. No one was around. It was that dead time, August the 1st, August the 2nd. And I went into main building. People will laugh at this because now they think of main building as sort of in need of refurbishment, and it's the building we got to get our plan ready for to redo. But I actually had a very comfortable feeling walking in main building by myself, because I thought to myself, I went up to the 5th floor and I thought, well, this is where my office would be. I looked at everybody's door. I went down and kind of peered inside a classroom, and I thought, Nancy, could you teach in this building? Could you live here? And actually, it was a great sell, because the first of all, everything looked beautiful. Decorah in August is one of the most blessed places in the world. Mm-hmm. So Decorah looked beautiful. The bluffs looked beautiful. The swimming pool looked beautiful. Even main building looked beautiful. And really, it was quite decisive. I remember getting in my car and driving back to Iowa City and thinking, yeah, I'm going to do this. This is where I'm going to be. And here's where I've been.
I think that's true for a lot of people, that once you arrive here and you get a chance to see not just how beautiful it is, but that feeling that exists here, that you're sold. You're done.
But I was thinking about this today. The campus was quite different then.
Sure.
Yeah. I mean, there was no Olin building. There was no CFA. There was no what we now call sort of Regents Center. Samson Hoffland was just what we called Valders. And I mean, I'd really tried to remember, walking on this campus that was demonstrably smaller. And I just am stunned today to think about really the building that's gone on in my lifetime at Luther College, because the campus is noticeably different than it was.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing the number of facilities that our students can take advantage of now that didn't exist even just 25 years ago.
Yeah.
So I thought I would ask you, what do you enjoy most about teaching here at Luther?
Oh, without question, it's the students. The students. Everybody here, are you listening to me? No, they're not listening to me. I have one of them right there in my current class. The students that I've met at Luther College are terrific people. I've traveled abroad with students from Luther. I've read their writing for all these years. I've read their essays, their poems, their Paideia papers. And I will tell you, and this is true, I have a rule, and the rule is never lie to your students. Really, I believe that as a teacher. You can say a lot of things to students, but you should never lie to them. And so when I'm working with students, that's my principle, to just sort of have a conversation in which I'm talking to you and you're talking to me, and it's authentic. And I'm not lying now when I say that those writing conferences are the best. It's just a weird thing about how my brain works and how students at Luther College respond to someone who's reading their writing. Those writing conferences are fabulous. In fact, I have a visual aid. Can I show you?
You can share a visual aid.
Okay, so I brought a couple of things. First of all, I brought the maybe button.
I didn't even notice you said that there.
I brought the maybe button, and here, put the mic there, and I'll hit the maybe button.
Maybe. Maybe yes, maybe no.
So all those folks out there who are watching the live stream and watching me and thinking, should I give to Luther College? Should I contribute to this annual fund? The answer is not. No, the answer is yes. Okay, but that's not my visual aid.
Okay. Oh, another one.
So I don't know. Can the camera do this? Can you get it? So this is, for years and years, I supervised the writing tutors at Luther College. And we used to have these wonderful dinners. Perio Sliva was the woman who was the first head of what we called then the Learning Skills Center. Now it's a Student Academic Support Center. But Perio Sliva was a great mentor to me. And she and I would have these dinners for the tutors. And we would meet and gather and talk about writing and student work and all that. So here, I'll let you hold this if you can. Thank you. So one year, the meeting was on Valentine's Day. So we actually were gathered upstairs on the second floor of the Union for Valentine's Day as the writing tutors, and we said, everybody's got to bring a Valentine. You have to bring a Valentine to the party. We're going to put them in the middle of the pot, and people are going to pick one and get one and give one. And this is one. This, I think, I could be wrong, but I think Joy McDonald Coltvet gave me this Valentine. And it's a heart, as you can see, and there's this lovely seagull. And one of my great gurus of writing, a writing coach who I recommend all the time to students, is a woman by the name of Anne Lamott. Have you ever read Bird by Bird?
I have, and she was just here on campus, which was outstanding.
Yeah, she gave a distinguished lecture 3 years ago. So Anne Lamott wrote this famous book called Bird by Bird. And so I was so thrilled to get this Valentine, and I'll just read you what it says, because it's probably hard that. So this is a quote from it, the book, and it reads, "So why does our writing matter again?" they ask. All writing students want to know this. Why does our writing matter? And Anne Lamott's answer to this is, because of the spirit, I say, because of the heart. So that's Anne Lamott, Bird by Bird. Hold that up one more second, and that's kind of the philosophy about teaching writing. You touch people's spirit, you touch people's hearts, you get the words right, and even when it's a pain in the neck, you know, it's fun.
It is. Well, thank you for sharing that. I was actually going to ask you, you talked about this importance of creative writing. What role does creative writing play in the liberal arts overall education?
Well, this is a great passion of mine. I truly believe this. If you are comfortable putting your ideas on paper, if you're comfortable playing around with language, if somehow in the mix of being a student, there's been a chance for you to be a real writer, to get your ideas down, to listen to what a reader thinks when a reader reads your words, to learn how to revise them and manipulate them. If you've had a chance to become comfortable with what I will call, you know, the writing quotient, you are set for any job, any office, any profession. I don't care what field you're in. I don't care what state you live in. It doesn't matter whether or not you want to go into public service, whether you want to run for president, whether you want to be a school teacher in Omaha. Knowing how to write with clarity and occasional passion, if not grace, and most importantly, knowing how not to be intimidated by writing. How to just trust the fact that you can find the words, you can make the words make sense. It may take more time than you thought, but it's a process that's worth engaging in. That's why it's essential to the liberal arts.
That's great to hear as a reminder.
There's no maybe about that. There is no maybe about that.
No, I agree, and I think it's a great reminder for students who maybe are currently intimidated
Yes,
and who are
yes.
approaching their schoolwork that
Right.
it's valuable. And you mentioned this event you had for Valentine's Day where you got together with some of your students and other faculty. You clearly value community. And so what do you do to foster the sense of community in your classroom?
Well, someone just sent a text message saying you have to tell Nancy Berry she has to talk about when she visited the Faust table.
Okay.
And I remember the Faust table with great fondness, and I remember going there as kind of a guest to the Faust table, and I have absolutely no idea what I said. So whatever it was, I'm hoping it was memorable
Must
for
have
other
been
people.
impactful.
And so what else did you want me to talk about? I just lost the
Fostering
question.
community.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
So there's all kinds of ways I foster community at this place. People may or may not know this. I play Frisbee on Sunday afternoons.
Really?
Yes, I do. I'm in the old age Frisbee club. There was an editorial in Chips today. Did you see it?
I
About
haven't
the
yet.
men's-
I've been here.
Yes,
on
you've been working all day. Kate. The men's Frisbee team. Someone wrote a column for Chips about they're the B team, and they want to be able to be a separate entity because their goals are they don't really see themselves as a JV team. And so if Lufta is the A-level men's team and the B team is the B team, and then we've got the, what is it, Frida, the women's?
Freya, yeah.
Freya, yeah, Freya, the women's ultimate team. And then you have this group of people who every Sunday afternoon at 3:30 goes out to the field at lower campus and tries to catch the Frisbee and throw the Frisbee. It's really a very simple game. And really, I think myself and a guy from town, Charlie Langton, great poet, he and I are the oldest ones now playing. I've been doing it for almost 20 years.
Wow.
And we don't have enough Luther students playing Frisbee on Sunday afternoons. So I just want to send the shout out to anybody in town, alums, if you're back on a Sunday, you want to toss the disc, play Frisbee. So that's one of my great community things. I loved going to the poetry slams, the Art House poetry slams. Art House is a terrific nonprofit here in town to celebrate the arts, both verbal and visual, spoken word, as well as lots of sort of artistic stuff. I've done classes there, trying to go to the poetry slams. So that's another thing. I think one of the greatest joys I have about working at Luther College is pretty much any day I can encounter someone who will make me laugh, teach me something I didn't know, give me something to think about that really hadn't been on my radar, or connect me with another person. I mean, when you think about the 4 things in a day that you need, you need to keep your brain engaged, you need to keep your self connected to other people, you need to know you're working in a place where it matters. And really, I've had some of the best conversations of the day with students who work in the box office, and it's just fun. It's a good place to work. When I'm at the pool, that's the other thing I do. I try and use the new pool. They're fabulous, terrific aquatic center now. Some days it's just me and the lifeguard. They're in the pool, but it's part of what it is to be here, to see people in these different situations, and to thank them for their work, and to thank them for being them. That's kind of, I think, why I like being here. I know it sounds a little schmaltzy.
No, I think maybe. Yes is the button.
Okay.
You've mentioned a lot of different ways that you're involved in this community and the different roles it plays for you. Out of all of those different things, what is one of your favorite memories of Luther College?
Oh my gosh, I should have prepared this. What's that? Oh, Jeannie Lovell is prompting me with the sense of vocation. Actually, that is a great memory. And I tell you, you know why that's a great memory? There's two reasons. We Luther College, years ago, 2001, applied for this big-time grant from the Lilly Foundation. $2 million, wasn't it, Jeannie? $2 million.
Wow.
And Jeannie Lovell and myself and a emeritus professor in English, Mark Mugley, who worked on this grant proposal. We worked very hard on it. And I will tell you, this is going to seem staged, but it's true. I was undergoing cancer treatment at that time. So we're working on this grant proposal, and I'm trying to do my best. And I'll never forget, I'm in a meeting. It was with Rick Torgerson. We're up there in a meeting about the grant and the draft and what we're on. And I look at my watch, and I say, oh, my gosh, it's 11:45. I have to go get chemotherapy. I mean, seriously, this is kind of what happened. And we got the grant. I'm trying to think, Jeannie, we got it in November. And Jeannie, runs to Mark and I, and she says, we got the grant. And she had the check.
Oh, wow.
She had the check. You remember this? You had the check. And I said, I want to hold it. Never in my life will I hold in my hands a check for $2 million. It's like I couldn't even count the zeros. So that's a great memory for sure. I have to say one of my memories, a very dear memory, is last year. When Chris Norton received his diploma. And for a complicated reason, I happened to be on the stage. And it was a moment of great pride for me that I could shake his hand on behalf of the faculty and congratulate him on that degree. We just heard a terrific lecture by Brian Stevenson, a distinguished lecturer last week that was an absolute hallmark of what a distinguished lecturer can bring to us as a community. That was a great memory. Every January term trip I take with students becomes a terrific memory. In fact, Jesus, who's coming up next, Jesus was in the last January term. Are you gonna tell any stories from January term? Maybe, yeah. So every trip is always terrific memory for me. They're kind of there like building blocks in my head. I love the way I can get to know students when I travel with them. I'm sure they've had their fill of me after 21 days on the road in various venues, but it still is great fun. So I think that's sort of part of it. There are moments that stand out for me. I can remember some chapel talks that individuals have given over 25 years. There's kind of just a running memory of about 10 different sermons that I've heard that have absolutely just made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. And I walk out of the CFL and I think to myself, well, that was something. Who would have thought I could think about that for the rest of the day? So it's less a matter of peak memories than it is just an ongoing sustenance of really good people doing really good work. I don't think we can underestimate how important it is for us to find work in a place where we are surrounded by good people. So to all the students and the young alums out there, and you're looking for your first job, or you're trying to decide whether to keep your second job, or should you look for another job. When we talk to people about what kind of job they're going to get, we always say, well, it's money, it's where you're going to live, can I raise a family there, what's the mortgage going to look like? The thing that no one ever tells you that will make the greatest difference on whether or not you like a job is whether or not you're doing the work with decent people. And decent people are people who can, first of all, recognize an idea when it crosses the desk. That's always a help. Decent people are people who are never afraid to laugh at themselves. That's always up there with the decent people category. Decent people are people who know how to listen. And this is why I really do love Luther students. Luther students have a great capacity to work with one another. They have a very collaborative spirit. I say this now, although it doesn't feel that way right now, looking out at an empty Marty's and sort of collaborative spirit here, but I think it's true. I've never in 25 years had a writing workshop at Luther College where students have to exchange, their papers with one another. I've never had students sort of look at another student's piece of paper and then look at me and then look at that student and give any kind of a physical or facial gesture that says, what? You want me to do what? I mean, people are timid about sharing their writing with other people. I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about the basic thing of you're working on a paper, I'm working on a paper, we're going to read each other's work, and we're going to try to help each other the most time. To a person, to a class, Luther College students do this with great spirit, great generosity. Yeah, they say, I'll try that. I'll do that. Yeah, I'll do that. Anyway, that's why I love teaching here.
Yeah, thank you for sharing.
Yeah.
I'm going to give you one last question.
Okay, and I did bring a poem to read.
You
Can
did?
I read?
Perfect.
Not my own, but it's just one that I think all of our
Absolutely.
alums out there would love to hear.
Yes. The last thing I was going to ask you before the poem is if there's anything that you specifically want to share, if there's any message that you want to make sure everyone hears, both here in Marty's and wherever they may be watching.
You know, I do want to share this. I just the other day, a first-year student, Britta, in my Paideia class. Britta, we were having a conference. They're all working on research papers now. It's very conference intensive. And Britta comes in, and after we're talking about the paper, she says, my aunt was a graduate from Luther, and she, I think you might have known her. And she told me her aunt's name was Andrea. And Andrea came back to me in a flash. And I said, oh, I remember Andrea with great fondness. Please tell her that. And I have to admit, I'm not much on the Facebook, Twitter account stuff. It's not my métier, as they say. I can barely keep up with my own toaster, I just can't. It's too much. It's too many electronics. I'm just too old for all that. Okay, so I'm not good at kind of replying when people send me emails, and I'm not always good at responding on the Facebook when people say, so-and-so has a birthday today. And I want to say to all these alums, however many hundreds it is, people that I've taught, the Faust table, the writing tutors, the students in English classes, Paideia classes, I do remember you with great fondness because you were part of the decent people category that I got to work with. I'm one of those teachers that's quite quirky. I have been known to tell some really peculiar stories about myself. The favorite one, I will tell you this, the favorite story I ever told in a class was a story of when I got run over by my own car. It's a true story. I won't tell you now, but it is a great story. That story and the story of when I went to Woodstock when I was 14 years old. Those two stories I've had terrific fun telling in a classroom. And, I get lost around the edges, and I can't keep track of an hour. I mean, I'm not that perfect of a prof. I'm just not. But I do love the classes that I teach, and I do love the students that are in those classes. And sometimes, we stay in touch, and sometimes we don't. And then all of a sudden, this is true, I'm not lying to you, all of a sudden, someone will say something, someone will appear inside my head. Sometimes they even wake up, you've dreamt of a former student. I read something, I see something on Facebook, I see something on the alumni network, and I can remember you. Sometimes I can even remember what your Paideia research paper was about. And that's what I want to say to you, that there's no maybe about that. My brain is filled with the words and the lives of terrific students that I've met here at Luther College. And I'm grateful for that.
Yeah, thank you. I think we're all grateful for you and for sharing that as well.
Should I read him? Should I read him?
I think you should read him a poem.
Okay, I'm going to read. When we did the vocation grant, Jeannie will remember this. When we did the vocation grant, Mary Oliver has a famous poem called "The Wild Geese," which has given anyone who's involved in vocation work one of the great taglines of the vocation movement. And the line is, what will you do with your one wild and precious life? So people have heard that line. That's from the poet Mary Oliver. And in fact, we did write to her because we wanted to put it on our brochure. And we wrote to her and said, can we do it? And she was very lovely, wrote back and said, yes, you can. But I think one of her great poems is this poem, it's Wild Geese. I think I'm remembering the title of the What Will You Do With Your Wild and Precious Life wrong, because this is a different poem, but this is a poem that, again, goes out to alums about sort of just finding your way in the world, wherever you are. Some of you graduated 50 years ago, some of you graduated 5 years ago, some of you are going to graduate in 5 months. There's no formula for the post-Luther life. I wish there were. I wish I could tell you it would be grand, but it won't necessarily. You will only have the bank of how you spent your time here. That's what's going to make That's what's going to make you a decent person or not. So this poem, Wild Geese, is Mary Oliver's way of saying how can we be good in the world. And this is how it goes. Wild Geese by Mary Oliver. I feel like I have to sort of, get my poet's voice on. I got to sit up straight. And the whole time we've been talking, I must say, I've been worried about whether my socks go to the level they need to. Are my socks okay here? Are they all right?
We've got an okay.
Yeah. Sorry. Not the way to introduce a great poem, let me tell you. Wild Geese by Mary Oliver. You do not have to be good. You do not have to walk on your knees for 100 miles through the desert, repenting. You only have to let the soft animal of your body love what it loves. Tell me about despair, yours, and I will tell you mine. Meanwhile, the world goes on. Meanwhile, the sun and the clear pebbles of the rain are moving across the landscapes, over the prairies and the deep trees, the mountains and the rivers. Meanwhile, the wild geese, high in the clean blue air, are heading home again. Whoever you are, no matter how lonely, the world offers itself to your imagination, calls to you, like the wild geese, harsh and exciting, over and over, announcing your place in the family of things. Mary Oliver, Wild Geese.
Thank you so much for sharing, and thank you for joining us today. It's chanting, maybe, at all of us.
Maybe. Okay, so how do I exit gracefully? Is the camera
I can take the mic. Yep, and
I take my props.
you can take your props, and
Try to get out of this chair.
you can try. They sink in.
I've been a little worried about that. They've been perched on the edge of the chair.
She's been perched, but you know what? You made it. Thank you. For everyone who's tuning in or tuned in during that, that's Nancy Berry, head of the English department here at Luther College, and had a lot of really outstanding things to say about what this community is and what it means to be a part of it. If you missed any of it, you can tune back into it. You can click the link and start at the beginning. You can check out anything that we've had going on today. We are into our final hour and about 10 minutes of our programming for this live stream. So we are nearing the end here. But boy, let me tell you, it's been a good day. I'm going to give you a quick update on the challenges here. We are at a total of $533,486, which has been raised for Luther's annual fund today. So thank you to everyone who made a gift. We are within inches. You have like $50 left for this concert band challenge, so we're almost there. We have about $100 left in the faculty staff honoring challenge. Just list the faculty or staff member who made a difference in your life and we will hit it. We hit our 50 states. We hit our number of donors. We have been hitting challenges left and right because of the generosity of the people who are tuning in today and who are posting all over social media. Chicago, you're well on your way towards that challenge. Keep pushing. You're going to get there. Des Moines, you are almost at your challenge. And in regards to our city versus city to see who's going to be our Luther's Gnometown winner, we have, ooh, boy, it's tight. DC is just edging out Decorah, and then Chicago is in third place, followed by Des Moines, then the Twin Cities, then Denver. So folks out there, get that battle going so we can see who's going to win Luther's Gnometown. I have some comments for you from some recent gifts. Lauren in Minnesota writes, Anne Marine Feet, Todd Green, Guy Nave, thank you for inspiring me. Thank you for your dedication day in and day out. I am so grateful for my education at Luther and your inspiration. Matt in Arizona writes, absolutely loved my time at Luther, was able to experience so much more than I would have at a larger institution where I would have simply been a number. From Norseman to Taekwondo and Luther EMS, Luther helped me become the person I am today. Jake in PA gave in honor of Storm Bailey and writes, so excited to see all the great giving and excitement. My wife and I met at Luther and wouldn't trade our time for anything. And Brent in Brooklyn is telling us that we should all do the LU cheer here in Marty's. So if I can get a couple people to start that, I am totally on board. Does someone want to kick it off? thank you, Brent, for getting us in on that, and thank you everyone for joining in here in Marty's on our live stream. We have some gifts that have recently come in that I want to highlight. Dan from Geneva, Illinois, Ellen from Madison, Barbara from Oregon, Matt in Phoenix. We have a new gift from Grant in Iowa, Jessica from Colorado Springs, and a first gift ever from Charles in Minnesota. We have so many things that are coming in. It's amazing. Gifts in honor of Ruth Caldwell, Harley Refsall, Bruce Hammond, Roger Anderson, Bartlett Butler, R. Simon Hansen, Weston Noble. All of these people have influenced people who have graduated from Luther College. Andy Hageman, Kate Narveson, Thomas Johnson, Amy Weldon. I'm proud every day to be a former student of Dr. Judish. I use my voice every day for my living and for my happiness. He helped me to build this life. So many of you have been impacted by your time here at Luther. Julia in Oakland, California, David in Aurora, Colorado. We have a first gift from Charlotte in Illinois, Michelle in Milwaukee, and Amy is in Bangkok. So thank you to all of you all over the world who are gathering together and who are celebrating this special place today. From wherever you may be, your gift is making a difference for our annual fund and in the lives of students. Our total is at $534,063. We have just over 2 hours left. We have a lot more to bring you. We're going to go to a brief video break, and then we're going to be joined by two guest hosts, Nicole Lussier and Jesus Lucero, who are our VP and President for our Student Senate, Senior Giving Campaign members, Student Philanthropy Council members, and overall just lovely human beings. They're going to introduce themselves, and then they're going to treat you to a couple of different student groups. Top Banana, Luther's improv group that began just over 5 years ago. They're going to perform. We also have Eclipse Dance, and they will be performing as well. And then we're going to close out our night with a big thank you and some updates and just a good time. So enjoy this brief break, and we will see you soon. So thank you so much for joining us on the live stream.
Hello. Oh, there we go. Mic's on. Hi, guys. It's great to be here with you all. My name is Jesus Lucero.
And I'm Nicole Lussier, and I'm the Vice President of Student Senate.
And I am the President of Student Senate.
We're so happy to be here. From a student's perspective, this day has been awesome. We have spent all of the day pretty much chasing around with the Gnome, taking selfies, taking different pictures. I know I've been refreshing the page to see how much we've donated today, and it's been amazing.
Mm-hmm. And if you haven't been checking out the social media page, that nice little tag board, it's a really great way to stay in touch with a lot of the pictures that we've been taking on campus. I know us senators have been running around. I know there's been a lot of students in the Philanthropy Council that have been running around just taking a lot of pictures, and the excitement on campus has been absolutely stellar. There's been a wall of blue running around just taking pictures. It's been really, really exciting. Yeah.
All right, so we would like to introduce to you the next act, Top Banana. You're in for a treat. So without further ado, here they come.
Hello, everyone. I'm Josh Weisenberger, part of Top Banana, and as the rest of our crew files on.
Hannah Miller. Hi, my name's Hannah Butler.
I am Michael Van.
I'm Carl Nicolomo.
Ew.
I'm Ben Sides.
Brian. And feedback. His name is Feedback. All right, so for our first game, I'd just like to let you know that we are joined by a very illustrious group of individuals right now. Is everybody ready? Want to make sure you're all comfortable.
I'm feeling good, Chief. I'm feeling comfortable
Is everyone?
I think I'm good.
I
yeah.
apologize for our studio's budget. We don't have enough chairs for all of you.
That's all right.
But how are you all doing?
Getting by. We're getting by.
Good. So you are the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse.
That is what they call us.
Mhm.
That's entirely right.
And I understand you're here to let us know just about your future plans.
Yeah, it's coming up pretty soon.
It is.
The big one.
The big one.
The big one.
The big one.
Mm-hmm. How big can this really be?
Well, this is the largest shot put event in the Midwestern United States.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Really? I mean, I'm sorry, it's just not my thing. Would you care to describe some of the particulars of the event for those of us that don't know?
Gladly.
The shot put event of the 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse will consist of 3 rounds, each one annihilating 1 continent, and with plenty of laughs.
Plenty of laughs. See, that's something that we're not really known for, the 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Usually people just think like death and fear and the end of the world, but we like to have a good time like anyone else.
Yeah, we're trying to bring a little humor back into boulder throwing.
Yeah.
Excellent. So have you had this? You've had this competition before. Is that true?
That's right. We had Famine's shot put fiesta, but
so good.
That it didn't go so well because we kind of got back into our own our old ways and got a little apocalyptic-y.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it got problematic really fast.
Oh yeah.
We decided instead of taking turns with our boulders to just throw them all at once in the same direction. It did not go well.
It's how we lost Atlantis, unfortunately.
Oh, that would
Went down
explain
hard.
it. Mm-hmm. But I think our viewers out here would like to get to know the 4 of you a little bit better. Are you comfortable with a couple more personal questions?
Yeah, let's get personal.
Sure. So I hope you don't mind introducing all of yourselves.
Jane.
My name is Madison, the 2nd Horseman.
Lyle.
And I'm Famine.
Excellent.
This guy holds us all together, keeps us on track,
Mm-hmm. So Jane.
He keeps us grounded, reminds us of our roots.
Excellent. So Famine.
Mm-hmm.
Famine, you've been around the longest.
That's right. I've been ending worlds since before this one, at least.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So what was it like having these newer, younger, more freshly named horsemen come up through the ranks?
There's nothing like a little young blood to spark some innovation in the world-ending game.
Mm-hmm.
Shot put was new to me, I will say, before these 3 came along. It's different. It's definitely different. You got shot put, which is you throw in these small boulders, like iron things, and then you've got destroying Earth,
Yeah. If I may chime in, I do want to add that the audition process was not easy.
Oh, there's an audition process.
Yeah, the Famine was really playing a good one-man game here, but to convince him that we were all, good enough to be let into this, to turn in 1 horseman of the apocalypse into the 4.
Sure. Would any of you mind explaining the audition process for bringing about the end of the world a little bit more? Lyle?
Yeah, take it, Lyle.
Jane?
It begins with an application. You have to list your basic requirements, your name, your occupation, where you live, and
Social security number.
unfortunately, social security number. I've lost some money. And then you list which horseman position you would like to fulfill.
Excellent. Just out of curiosity, was there anything that stood out on your resumes that made you think, oh, I've totally got this. This is great real-world experience?
Well, I interned at IBM, so I felt like, I can do this. I learned a lot of leadership skills from that.
Oh, excellent. It's very good.
This one over here had worked at Walmart, so I was like, she can end the world.
Oh,
Yeah.
Walmart.
Yeah, it was-
Already experienced with lost souls. That's excellent.
It was a good resume builder. That's why I took the position. Yeah.
Sweet.
I think that I'm a little unique in this group in that I'm the only one who had experience with the boulders before they were brought out to the shot put field. I worked in the mines for 15 years, finding the best large chunks of sulfur, and then eventually moving on to molten lava that we would drag to the surface and then harden to the perfect shape.
And thus this shot put competition.
And thus the shot put competition.
Excellent. So, we might have time for one more question. We're almost out of time. And I know our viewers at home are absolutely desperate to get a sneak preview of the apocalypse. So could we all hear one at a time your battle cries?
Yeah.
Is everyone interested in that? Excellent.
Yeah.
Jane, would you mind starting?
Sure. So, my battle cry originates from the southern border of Africa. I spent some time there and they inspired me.
That was really good, Jane.
Top form. Madison?
Yeah, my battle cry is just it's a tad different. It's really, I think it's changed quite a bit since the audition process. Famine has really helped me out with it. It goes something like this. Thank you.
I am indeed terrified. Lyle.
My battle cry, unfortunately, my vocal cords are not as strong as they used to be, so I will just have an air horn on full blast for my battle cry for the end of the world.
That will indeed. That interesting choice.
Thank you.
And Famine?
I've got my own there, buddy. Mine has been strongly inspired by the other activities that we've been involved with. So I start like this, and then I go.
It's pretty much a shot put.
It's pretty much just a shot put, yes.
But it's very powerful.
And then people go, the end of the world.
Oh, so you're just holding back. You're holding back currently? Yeah.
Well, yeah, but then you let go.
Yeah, of course.
It's very intimidating, very intimidating.
All right, well, thank you all.
Oh, thank you.
For taking the time to speak to us. And I hope you have a good evening.
Great to be here.
Thank
you. Thank you.
Excuse me while I destroy the stage. Tripped on the lamp. All right, so we are Top Banana, and that was our first game. It's called Panel, where we had our lovely Hannahs and Carl and Michael get up. And now we're going to play a game called Actor's Nightmare with myself, Brian, and Ben. Now, the way this works is Ben and I are wonderful actors who have memorized all of our lines. And Brian is not. So for all those in the audience, can we get a number 1 through 8?
7.
7 first. And can we get another number 1 through 7? 3. And so now can we get a page number from 4, a number from 4 through 112? 92? Excellent.
And a number between 15 and 147. 77, all right.
77. All right, so now, so now we're going to do this scene for you.
Hello, testing.
And can we get a place you wouldn't want to find your mother? We need a suggestion for this, guys. Under your bed. Excellent. So go ahead.
Ah, Ben, what are you doing under there?
How am I making you feel guilty?
You're kind of jumping to conclusions there, buddy. Why don't you come on out?
What?
Come on out from under the bed. You're making me feel uncomfortable.
Oh, that's not what I said. Guilty.
Oh, well, geez, you are sure one tough cookie.
That's not what I think.
Well, who cares what you think? You're a tough cookie.
You don't embarrass me. For God's sake, Alice.
Just because you can say my name with an attitude like that does not mean I'm gonna go down to your level, tough cookie.
Okay, I get it. I'm a terrible mother. I did everything wrong.
Stop saying those things, Mom. You're so embarrassing.
I don't feel sorry for you either.
Just one blow after another.
Is that what you want? You want me to feel sorry for you?
Well, yes, I got a B+ on my math test.
You want me to support this idea that your life, all your life, the promise has just been ruined by something which happened so long ago? Most people don't ever remember it.
Listen, this B+ has haunted me for more than 6 years, Mom.
You want me to tell you to just give up?
Yes.
Who?
Dad, what are you doing?
The grave is going to be over there.
Oh, I see how it's gonna go
You
down.
just had so much going for you. You did so well in your exams. You were talking about Cambridge.
You know it was my dream, Mom.
Who is it, Julia?
My name is Alice.
In childbirth.
I just wanted you to accept responsibility. I didn't want it to happen again.
Well, here's the thing. So I dropped out of school. And so now it's not going to happen again.
Well, I just wanted to make sure.
Simon. Now, remember.
Don't use my middle name with me, Dad.
Alice.
It's on the same road we lived on.
That is true. The school was just a hop, skip, and a jump away. Back in those
there comes a
days.
time in your life where you have to stop expecting your mother to do everything for you.
Just because you make my bed every morning doesn't mean that you do everything for me, Mom.
I had to learn how to be a mother all by myself.
Hello?
You guys are really pushing me over the edge right now, and I don't know how to deal with it.
Hello, Emily.
Just because my name is Alice Simon and Emily Gardner doesn't mean that you can just go on and use all my names interchangeably. My name is Alice.
Hello?
Hello!
Look,
Dad.
you can stay home and do finger painting and teach your daughter how to sacrifice, or you can go out there and be inspirational and teach her the importance of fulfilling your own potential.
Mom, how did you know?
But maybe I got it wrong. Maybe I should have been a housewife. Or what do they call it now? A stay-at-home mom.
Well, maybe. Maybe, just maybe. Because then you could have tutored me in the fine craft of finger painting.
What? No. Haven't you got lines to learn?
Yes, I do, obviously.
It's raining.
Well, go and get on with it. It's getting late.
How do you do, Emily?
You know, part of me has been changed by this conversation, but the other part of me still wants to pursue a career as a professional stay-at-home mom finger painter.
No, dear. Not very much. Oh, you calling it right there? All right, we're done. Thank you. Well done, Brian. All right.
I didn't know my lines.
Mm-hmm. All right, the last game we're going to play for you is called... The last game we're going to play for you is called La Ronde, and it's going to involve all of us. And we're going to start a two-person scene, and you're going to see us all rotate through. So, if everybody wants to... Can we go down onto the floor? Excellent. We'd like to. There's just not enough space. So, if everybody is ready... So we basically need a one-word suggestion. Okay, actually, we're going to go with a relationship. Thank you, Hannah. You get a relationship, and no, potato is not a relationship. Anybody? Siblings. Excellent.
Carla, you said I could play with your dolls.
I did say you could play with my dolls.
But you where can I have them? Yeah.
Well, my dolls are kept in the cupboard, Stacy.
All the way up there?
Yes, and I said you could play with them, but I didn't say I was going to get them for you.
Well, that's just deceitful, Carla.
Now, Stacy, you know I'm the most deceitful person in middle school.
Yeah.
Do you really want those dolls?
Oh, I want them very much, yes.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll let you play with one, but you cannot play with Princess Bubblegum because she's my favorite.
But she's my favorite,
But
too.
she's my favorite, Stacy.
You told me that I was the prettiest girl in school.
Oh, Leanne, you are so funny. Oh my goodness, you're like the funniest person in this school.
Well, that's something, I guess.
Oh, of course it is. Now, come on and help me plan this fall formal. So, I was thinking blue and green decorations over there, and then we'd have a nice little table for the punch and the cake, and then people could just come in and get their picture taken. I think it'd be just wonderful. What do you think?
I mean, it sounds like a good idea. Maybe we could also have a piñata?
Leanne, these are 13 and 14-year-old children. They're far too hormonal to be worried about things like piñatas. I mean, look at me.
You are the prettiest girl in school.
And along with that comes hormones. I just can't handle it. And you know, if anyone sees a piñata, they're going to snap. Wait. And just like that, our fall formal is ruined.
Thank you.
Okay, Leanne, I know that math is really hard for a lot of people in middle school. I'm really happy that you came here, though, to get some tutoring. So my name is Deborah, and I just started here at the tutoring center. So can you just tell me a little bit about the issues that you've been having in your 7th grade math class?
Well, the biggest problem I'm having is that I don't think the numbers are showing up on my paper.
Oh. What? Can you explain that a little bit?
Well, like, okay, you've got a blank sheet of paper right here, but imagine there were a bunch of math problems on it.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
I can't imagine that.
Oh. Well, it kind of sounds like your problem might be bigger than just struggling at math. You might have this really rare condition that I've learned a little bit about it, but I've never met anyone with it.
Oh. So So will I ever be able to do math?
Not with math blindness.
Okay. Now, maybe we could do it with words. Say a math problem.
Hi there. They told me that I should come to you. You're the tutor?
I am the tutor.
You're the math tutor?
It's math. M-A-T-H. Are you here for math or are you here for English?
No, math.
Okay.
I know what that is. I know what math is.
Okay.
Yeah. That's the thing with the places.
That's geography.
The places. You didn't let me finish. That's the thing with the places and the people.
So sociology?
Oh, no, we're still math.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay. Tell you what, you give me a math problem. Math problem.
Math.
And then
It's math.
It's math. You give me a math problem and I'll show you how much I know about math.
Oh, okay, we'll start.
Okay.
I'm going to start pretty simple. And we'll work our way up.
Okay.
2 plus 2 equals. And then you.
Yes.
Honey.
Yes,
Honey,
Mom?
I know you've heard of a vacuum.
Yeah.
No, it's not the people and the places. It's the vacuum.
Mm-hmm.
And I need you to clean your room.
Okay. I'll get right on that. My room is that one.
That one right there. We are standing in the doorway.
Okay. All right.
So take the vacuum.
I'm not sure I know what anything is.
Honey, I'm pretty sure you're right.
Okay. All right. What's right mean though? You know?
Oh, jeez. Okay, darling. I love you so much.
Right. Yeah.
And I want you to thrive.
Yeah.
So
we don't have a car though, so how am I gonna thrive without a car?
Let's start with a nice sun salutation. Has it been stressful, Deborah, the last few days? Has your son been okay?
Yes. Yeah.
Your face says no.
Well, we had a breakthrough at home.
Ooh.
We found out that he doesn't know anything.
All right. Standard step with most children, so you're getting
He's
somewhere.
12.
All right. Maybe a little delayed, but.
Uh-huh.
All right, let's do a tree.
Oh, right. My favorite one.
How's the marriage been?
Well, Richard is good. He works a lot.
Oh, yeah.
But we have fun. When he's home, sometimes we'll watch television. We'll take naps. It's good. We're happy.
Have you thought about Richard spending more time with your son, Jim?
I've thought about it. But the problem is he doesn't know he exists.
Ah, a classic problem.
He's just
indeed.
never gone in the bedroom. And I haven't wanted to be the one to break it to him.
You may need to enlist in a third company here. They specialize in reuniting children with their fathers
That live just down the hall.
that live just down the hall. It's a 3-step process.
Namaste. Or
namaste.
something. I'm a professional from the Reuniting Children with Their Fathers Who Live Down the Hall Association. And it came to my attention that one of your clients, sure. Is this free? Oh.
It's a paid session, but go on.
Well, it's come to my attention that, oh wow, I've never felt that before. It's come to my attention that one of your clients has this problem that could possibly be fixed with my association's help.
Wonderful. So, have you ever dealt with a case this serious then? Did you get the details or?
Well, I heard that he was 2 doors down the hall from the sun.
Only 2 doors.
That's a lot larger gap than I'm used to filling. But, you know, we work with what we've got. We don't get any government subsidies, so we sort of thrive on selling pixie sticks is kind of our new facet.
Kids love those.
Oh, they do.
I told you I'm not really interested in getting pixie sticks. This is the 3rd time your organization has come to my door this week. So,
But ma'am, let me tell you something. We have not 1, not 2, not even 5. We have 6 different flavors of pixie sticks.
I mean.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay, I mean, I guess when they came last time there was only 3. You said 6?
Really? We have expanded our inventory, ma'am. Here at the reuniting children with their fathers who live down the hall association.
Okay, yeah. I hear that that's a big problem. I see that on the news a lot, actually.
Yeah, you know, it's come a lot to our attention recently. You know, it's just it's a matter of life, you know.
How much of your proceeds, you know, like there are a lot of those organizations, they go around, they sell stuff, and then they take the money and they like buy a foosball table.
Yeah, like us. Sorry, like other people,
like,
yes.
Yeah, like other people, right?
Of course.
Yeah. So how much of my money will be spent that I give you for?
Well, each pixie stick costs approximately $60, and about 59 of those dollars go towards what we like to call the foosball table fund.
Ma'am, do you have a moment to talk about the American Society for Marginal Blindness? We specialize in math blindness, fatherhood blindness, various other relatively unknown, albeit serious conditions.
My God, people just keep coming to my door for this stuff. Okay, yeah, go ahead. What is it? Math? Did you say math blindness?
Yes, math blindness. It's when you cannot see math.
Huh. I did watch a documentary about that the other day. It was
Yeah, many
pretty
people
scary.
have heard of it. Few people have witnessed it.
Okay, all right, yeah, sure. What do I do to sponsor?
Well, we have a adoption process in which you sponsor a child with math blindness.
Okay.
And you pay for them to learn how to do math without being able to see it.
All right, is that I get like a picture of them and I put it on my fridge?
No. You're not allowed to see people with math blindness.
Oh. Okay.
It's our blindness for blindness policy.
Oh.
I can't see anything.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're looking for regular blindness.
I'm not looking for anything.
Oh, too true, sir. Too true.
Where are you?
Jeffrey.
Linda. Your voice again. Where are you?
I'm over here. Sorry, I forgot. I need to always be talking. You've told me this before.
Yes.
Yep.
What is it you want now?
Oh, well, I was just wondering, you're starting to fall behind in your work, and I don't want to have the talk with you, but we are...
You know that's on account of my being blind.
Well, yes, but we didn't... You see, you didn't put that on your resume.
I don't know. I have a resume, Linda.
Oh.
I just walked in the door. Someone handed me something. I've been writing papers for weeks, and I don't know how to write.
You've...
Now, Linda, we can't keep on hiring people who just walk through the door and then kind of hit you in the face and say, "Where am I?" That's a terrible decision.
They've all seemed so qualified.
Linda, one of them was a dog.
Well, he really had a way with words.
Yes, Baxter was very good at that, but that's besides the point, Linda.
Yeah.
Oh, Baxter.
Okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Ferguson. It's just, someone comes in, they hit me in the face, and they just seem like such good people.
We can't always believe what we first think, Linda.
Oh, you're right.
Remember Jimothy?
Oh, God. Yes.
Remember what he did to this company?
I remember. He took our foosball table.
He took...
I finally got Princess Bubblegum. Are you my dad?
Why not? Why not? My child.
All right, thank you so much for watching, everyone. We are Top Banana. It's been a pleasure.
Harlem Shake.
Awesome. Well, welcome back, everybody, to the live stream. Let's thank Top Banana one more time for showing up for us tonight. They like to advertise themselves as the second best improv comedy group here at Luther. And let me remind you that they're the only improv group here at Luther. But now we have a couple of updates.
Yeah, let's get started with some updates. So as we stand right now, we're at $545,282. So this is fantastic. We are so close to the end. We have the final stretch challenge, which is about 1,050, and we're looking for 1,600, so we're very close to that, ending at 9 p.m. The concert band challenge was completed, which is fantastic. Chicago is at 4,600. Des Moines is so close at 98 out of 100. And so we also have some comments that were especially heartwarming. So let's see, William in Ames writes, Weston Noble was an inspiring conductor in person. I had 4 wonderful years playing in the Luther College concert band and really enjoyed the trip to Norway, Europe, and Miami. I really treasure my years at Luther. Arthur in California writes, my heart will forever turn to you, Luther, go Norse. And Larissa and Eric in Minnesota wrote, our experiences playing in Luther College Symphony and Chamber Orchestra were incredible. Dr. Baldwin was and is someone we look to as a role model for so much more than music, for life. Thank you for expecting greatness and having a corny sense of humor. Luther College Symphony Orchestra, get some. So wonderful comments coming in and amazing completed challenges. We have a few more left and we're looking really great.
Yeah, we are. Before we move on, we actually wanted to take a little time to introduce ourselves a little bit more to the viewers out there. Like I said before, my name is Jesus. I am a psychology major and a double minor in music and women's and gender studies. And I am from Colorado, and I am a senior.
Awesome. I'm Nicole Lussier. I'm a senior. I'm an economics major, and I'm from Los Angeles, California. So we have some West Coast representation here.
And we also wanted to ask a little bit of questions to each other. Nicole, can you tell me about what is one of your favorite spots here on campus?
Favorite spots. Okay, so I have a few. Study spots, Sam Hoff.
Good one.
And Corin. Favorite spots on campus, the Oneota deck whenever it's nice out. This weekend was especially nice, so got to hang out a little bit out there. Yeah, that's pretty much, those are the good spots. Now I just gave away my good spots, so don't steal them. Jesus, let's see. What is your favorite Luther memory?
Oh, man.
Senior questions.
Yeah, the one big senior question. One of my favorite memories here at Luther was probably from my first year being a Norseman under the direction of Dr. Andrew Last. The big moment that I knew that I belonged here and that this was going to be home for me was singing, I believe it was a Russian song. I don't even remember what the name of the song was because it was Russian and I don't speak Russian. But it was a really, really good song. But I remember just really feeling and vibing off my fellow Norsemen who have gone through, the last 4 years with me, and some of these guys I've really, really gotten to know. So it's really exciting that I've had these long-lasting friendships that I hope the viewers out there also understand, and I know all my fellow classmates that are here in Marty's as well understand those strong connections that we have here at Luther. But yeah, it's probably one of my favorite memories. Nicole, can you tell me about what do you work here on campus? What's your work study?
I work at the fabulous Luther College box office. Woo, shout out. It's one of the best jobs on campus, hands down, one of the best communities on campus, with an amazing boss, Brad Phillips. Yeah, it's a great place.
That does sound good.
Let's see. Tell us what it's like to be Dr. Last's assistant.
Oh, man. I've had the honor of working with Dr. Last now for 4 years. My first year as vice president of Norsemen, and then the following 3 as, I like to refer to myself as the seamstress of Norsemen, because I personally tailor a lot of the Norsemen uniforms that I'm sure a lot of people actually don't know that. But I take a good chunk of my time before the first performance that the Norsemen have and personally try to tailor all of their pants and suit jackets, and that's a really, really fun time. But I love working for Dr. Last. He's a great guy. If you have ever been under his direction, then you know that he is a very meticulous and very OCD-oriented person, which I myself am also like that. So I think that partnership works out very, very well in between us. But he's such a great guy. Yeah.
Last one.
Cool. Let's tell people, what else do you do here on campus?
Oh, good question. Let's see. I'm in collegiate with you. Work at the Luther College box office, on Student Senate, on Luther College Honor Council, Student Philanthropy Council, Senior Giving Campaign co-chair. It's a fun list of activities. Tell us what you do here.
Yeah.
I know it's a really long list.
I'm also on Student Senate as the president, Student Philanthropy Council, the Senior Giving Campaign co-chair. I stepped down as a Pride president as of last week, and so very happy to pass that title on to our fabulous next Pride president. And yeah, those are some of the things that I do here on campus. So.
All right, well, I'm going to give you guys one more update before we hand it off. Let's see. So we are at $551,688. And yeah, awesome.
Woo!
All right. And while we were chatting, the Des Moines area challenge was unlocked. So we have another 5,000 that was unlocked.
Woo!
So that's awesome. Congratulations, Des Moines. And Chicago's still getting up there. And our final stretch challenge is getting pretty darn close. We're about 300 away. So let's bring in our next and final act for you tonight. And this is Eclipse. Eclipse is a student-led hip-hop dance team led by co-captains Caitlin Klin and Hannah Mick. The team takes pride in choreographing their own routines and has a blast performing at a variety of events throughout the school year. So please, let's welcome Eclipse.
Woo!
DJ turn it up, better DJ bring it back. Tell the DJ turn it up, better DJ bring it back. Tell the DJ turn it up, better DJ bring it back. Tell them play that again, tell them that you like that line. DJ turn it up, better DJ bring it back. Tell the DJ turn it up, better DJ bring it back. Tell the DJ turn it up, better DJ bring it back. Tell them play that again, tell them turn up the bass. DJ turn it up, better DJ bring it back. Tell the DJ turn it up, better DJ bring it back. Tell the DJ turn it up, better DJ bring it back. Tell them play that again, tell them that you like that line. DJ turn it, 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 DJ turn it. Up the PS and turn up the sound.
Yo, mic check, mic check. Yeah, here you go. Oh, nah, he over here. Yeah, I heard he got that hot new thing. It's called Switch. Let's get it going. Vibe a second. This a club, girl, while you arrive naked. Hear that? How the veteran glide the record. But don't download, go out and buy the record. Something sexy about a girl on the floor, all her friends around her. I mean, real clean, ain't gotta touch or nothing. It ain't like I like a chick on chick or something. I'm just a sucker for a hot track. Give me a drink and a chick to tell stop that. Dance is a hop and a clap. Flip it round, now bring it on back. Break it down, now switch. Turn it over and hit it. Turn around now. Turn it over and hit it. Ooh la la la. Turn it over and hit it. Turn around now. Turn it over and hit it. Ooh la la la. Switch.
I'm out of my mind, out of my mind. I'm out of my mind, out of my it's B.O. I'm out of my B, out of my I'm out of my mind, out of my mind. Out of my mind. G got it, oh my, I was doing fine. Once upon a time, till my brain left and it didn't say bye. Don't look at me wrong, I'm out of my mind. Like Nostradamus and Da Vinci combined. So paranoid of espionage, I'm watching my doors and checking my blinds. My brain's on vacation, they're telling me. And I'm bipolar to the severity. And I need medication apparently. And some electric convulsive therapy.
Airplanes in the night skies like shooting stars.
Out of my mind, out of my mind. Out of my mind, out of my mind. Out of my mind.
We run this mother. Yeah. Girls, we run this mother. Girls, who run the world? Girls, who run the world? Girls, who run this mother? Who run this mother? Who run the world? Girls, 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 it's hot up in here, DJ. Don't be scared to run this back. I'm rapping for the girls that are taking over the world. Help me raise a glass for the college grads. 41 rollie to let you know what time it is. Check, you can't hold me. I work my 9 to 5, gotta
so indecisive what I'm saying. Trying to catch the beat, make up your heart. Don't know if you're happy or complaining. Don't want for us to win, where do I start? First you wanna go to the left, then you wanna turn right. Wanna argue all day, making love all night. First you're up, then you're down, and in between. Oh, I really wanna know, what do you mean? A bit more straightforward. Oh, what do you mean? Since you're running out of time, what do you mean? Oh, what do you mean? Better make up your mind, what do you mean? Every single night, every single day, I'ma do my thing, I'ma do my thing. So don't you worry about me, I'ma be okay. I'ma do my thing, 'cause I'ma do my thing. And
Welcome back to Luther College's first ever Giving Day and our live stream here from the basement of Marty's for Luther Gives 16. In just a moment, I'm going to invite our president, Paula Carlson, to join us for a wrap up. But first, I want to give you a couple of total updates and some comments from some people who have just given. We have Wendy in Indiana who writes, Dr. Ed Cashins, what a special professor, genuinely cared about the person, not just about the student. We have a first-time gift from Laura in Phoenix, from Doug in Ohio, from Marlon in Minnesota, gifts from James in Tacoma, Brandon in Ohio, Allison in Minneapolis, and Rachel and Mark in Minnesota, and Leslie in Alaska. So lots of people from all over are joining together today. We have a gift from Cheryl in Missouri, who gives in honor of Dr. Wendy Stevens, Tony Guzman, Brad Chamberlain, and writes, Luther was the best education our son received. Julie in the Twin Cities writes, I love Luther College. I'm a proud 85 graduate and a parent of a 2013 graduate. Keep up the good work. Eric in Minnesota says that he will give his normal pledge later, but he couldn't resist the special opportunity to say thank you to Coach Jeff Wettach for all that he does to help young people lead richer lives. I'm going to see what else I've got here. Joanne in Michigan says that both of her children attended Luther. Luther prepared them both to be the best that they could be, and they were guided by a strong faculty. And there's one that I caught in here. There are a couple of gifts that people have made throughout the day where they are giving an honor not only of faculty and staff, but also of their family members who have gone to Luther, who have made an influence in their life as alumni. And Darby in Minnesota is one of those people. He said, this gift is for my granddaughter, Sierra, who is now a student at Luther College. So thank you, Darby, for your gift. Thank you to all of you who have joined together today. We are wrapping up our live stream here. For those of you who were with us bright and early in the morning at 8 a.m., thank you. I don't know how you're still here because I'm not quite sure how we are still here. So thank you for being here with us for chunks of this 12 hours of live streaming that we have had from here in Marty's. We're almost wrapping up in here, but there will be another hour of giving. I'm going to call on our president, Paula Carlson. She's just come from an event. She's on the go as well. And she's going to sit here with me as we give out some of these final totals and give you a word of encouragement for the last hour and a big thank you for all that you've done so far. So thank you, President Carlson, for joining us.
Oh, well, thank you. I'm very happy to be here. And just a heartfelt thanks to everyone for participating today.
What have you thought about Giving Day? It's new, so we're all new to this.
It's great, you know. Go big, go Gnome,
That's
go
right.
Norse.
That's right. There's been a lot of enthusiasm and excitement from everyone. We're all just excited to be Luther grads, to be part of the Luther family, and to give back. So I thought I would let you announce where we are for our total right now.
All right. As we come up on the 8 o'clock hour here, we are at $556,465. So
that's amazing. Thank you, everyone.
Yes, thank you very much. Deep, heartfelt thanks for each of the gifts that has combined together to help Luther College thrive.
Yeah, and we've actually met pretty much every challenge already, which is amazing that people have risen to this call to join together. We do still have some time left for Chicago to meet their challenge. You've got a little bit of a ways to go.
Let's go Chicago.
But I think you can do it. I know some grads out there who are pretty excited. So Chicago, let's bring it and see how we can round out this day. I'll let you have a minute if you'd like to say anything to everyone before we sign off here in our last few minutes.
Yeah, well, thank you. That's what I'd like to say. Heartfelt gratitude for each gift today that was given in support of Luther College students, help students thrive here on the Luther College campus, have the kind of excellent, wonderful experience that lasts a lifetime, that has inspired all the alums to send the gifts and send the notes that you've been reading all day. Kate, and it's been wonderful to hear them, wonderful to connect with alums, all 50 states, some countries around the world to gather together to support Luther College and Luther students today.
Thank you for sharing that. And again, I echo exactly what President Carl said. Thank you on behalf of all of us here in Marty's, from the live stream team and everyone in Gnome Base in Loyalty Hall and all of the Luther College campus. Thank you for joining us today. And we're going to say goodbye from our live stream here in Marty's. And you have one more hour to make gifts for Giving Day. So let's go big and go Gnome.
Go big, go Gnome, go Norse.
Thank you for joining us.